This is Audible.
Project Alpha. Written by R.A. Mejia. Narrated by Jill Smith. Prologue. A man wearing a shining breastplate runs through the dark. He can't remember how he got there. His mind is foggy from whatever the man in the mask injected him with. He only knows that if he stops running, he'll die. Laughter floats through the dark, taunting the older man.
Run, run, as fast as you can. You can't escape me, I'm the evil masked man.
Daniel knows that he's being toyed with. In his youth, he'd have turned and fought to the death, but he's older now, slower. He can't compete with this masked man, especially not now that he's back at level 1. It'll only take one more death, and he'll be gone, permanently. It all started out so simple. Meet with the corporate representative and negotiate a way for Lillian to compete in this year's system games. Instead, he somehow found himself here, running for his life, looking for a way out, looking for a way to warn Lillian. Daniel feels a prick in his thigh, and he stumbles, then falls to the ground. Looking down at his leg, he sees a feathered dart sticking out of it. Daniel feels the drugs from the tranquilizer dart spreading through his body. The man in the mask appears next to him, his tranquilizer gun already put away, and a sharp knife in hand. Daniel looks up at the masked figure with bleary, unfocused eyes and speaks through gritted teeth.
Even if you kill me, you haven't won. She's determined and resourceful.
The masked figure looks down at the kneeling man, smiles, and whispers,
I know she'll find someone else. I'm prepared to deal with them too if the corporation demands it.
The figure's hand lashes out, and there's a flash of metal. The older man slumps over, his throat slashed. As the last of the old man's life ebbs away, his body disappears in a flash of light, leaving a small, neatly tied bag behind. The bag on the ground is picked up by the masked man. He taps the air once, and then the bag in his hand disappears, as neatly as the body of his latest victim. He reaches a hand into his jacket pocket and takes out his cell phone. Dialing a number, he waits till his contact picks up. There's a click, and he knows that someone, somewhere, is listening, and he says,
It's done. He was sent for deletion. Who's my next target?
Chapter 1.
A beautiful, caramel-skinned woman winks at me from across the room. Her raven hair is styled to accentuate her high cheekbones and big brown eyes. She smiles as I approach, and I know that she's interested. I introduce myself, and the two of us sit and talk. I try not to let my eyes roam her voluptuous body, but it's a struggle. After a few minutes of small talk, she leans in and whispers in my ear,
Do you want to go back to my place?
I nod eagerly. Before I know it, we're sitting at the edge of her bed, kissing. Things are heating up when she looks seriously at me and screams in a different voice, Anthony! Wake up! You're going to be late! My eyes fly open, and I realize that it was all just a dream. My exquisite fantasy about a hot young Latina lavishing me with attention was rudely interrupted by the sound of my mother's voice. If you've never experienced it, it's rather disturbing to hear your mom's voice coming from some hot girl in your dream. I'll admit, however, that it is an effective wake-up call. I roll out of bed and stand up to stretch. Then I turn around and quickly make my bed, knowing that if I don't, I'll hear an earful from my mom. My friends tease me about my mom still making me do chores around the house, even though I'm 18. They don't believe me when I tell them that she doesn't yell at me to do it. Rather, she has some mysterious way of guilting me into it with a sad mom look. It's worth the few minutes to make my bed if I can avoid that devastating look. Still half asleep, I stumble out of my room into the hallway towards the single bathroom in the house. I try to open the door, but it's locked. I bang on the door, and the familiar voice of my 14-year-old little sister yells, "I'm in here! Go away!" I curse myself for not setting the alarm last night. If Marie is in there, she'll occupy it for at least another half hour. Instead of waiting around or going back to bed, I walk down the hallway to the kitchen, where I can smell the delicious aroma of cooking food. As I enter our dining room-kitchen combo, I see my mom in front of the stove, already wearing her uniform for work. I take a seat at our second-hand kitchen table, and for the 100th time wish we could afford something better than this wobbly, scratched piece of furniture. My mom must have heard the scrape of the wooden chair on the white tile floor, because just as I'm sitting, she turns and shouts warmly, "Good morning, mijo. Let me get you a plate of food. You shouldn't start your first day of college on an empty stomach." Before I can say good morning back, she's somehow already putting a plate of food in front of me. Oh boy, that smells good too. Today's breakfast is one of my favorites, chilaquiles, which, if you've never had them, are fried corn tortillas cut into triangles that are cooked in a special mix of tomato sauce, salsa, cheese, and spices. Today, they're served with 2 over-medium eggs and a big glass of milk. I eagerly dig into the food and thank my mom for the meal between bites. She just smiles at me and goes back into the kitchen to get my sister's breakfast ready. As I'm enjoying the unique blend of crispy tortilla, gooey cheese, and spice, I wonder how my mom makes them taste so good. I once tried to make them myself, but ended up with a pan full of mush that tasted like salty, thick tomato soup. I finished my breakfast by the time the bathroom door unlocks and my sister walks into the room. She's dressed in a navy blue skirt with a light blue dress shirt. Her shoulder-length black hair is held back by a pink headband, and she already has her school backpack on her shoulder. My mom calls out from the kitchen, "Your breakfast will be ready in a minute, boo-boo." I snicker, and my sister rolls her eyes at my mom's use of her nickname. When she was little, my sister hurt herself a lot playing outside, and every time she got hurt, she'd come running home asking our mom to kiss her boo-boo. Eventually, we all just started calling her boo-boo, and the name stuck. With a definite whine in her voice, my sister says, "Mom, I can't stay for breakfast. Stacy Patel's mom is picking me up. We have to practice our routine before tryouts this week." I shake my head at the breaks my little sister gets. Not only does she go to a private school, but she has the free time to try out for cheerleading. Sure, she's on an academic scholarship, but it still irks me. I had to attend 12 years of public school and suffer through some of the worst teachers imaginable. I remember in elementary school, one teacher completely forgot to teach us the science curriculum, and then at the end of the year, he gave everyone F's in the subject on our report cards. I was one pissed-off 5th grader that year. A horn honks outside, and my sister runs down the hall towards the front door. "There she is! I have to go! I love you, Mom! Bye!" The sound of our front door slams a moment later. My mom is left holding a plate of food in her hands. She sighs dramatically and offers it to me. Woohoo! Seconds! I graciously accept the food. No use wasting, after all. By the time I've finished my second plate of delicious chilaquiles, my mom has already cleaned up the kitchen and has her purse in hand. "Anthony, I'm leaving now. Come kiss your mom goodbye." I only hesitate for a moment, feeling silly giving my mom a goodbye kiss at my age. But one look from her and I'm up out of my chair, giving her a quick hug and a peck on the cheek. She gives me a big kiss back, undoubtedly leaving red lipstick on my cheek, and she's out the door for the first of her 2 jobs. During the day, Mom works as a maid at a local hotel chain and a factory on an assembly line at night. I shake my head at my mom's fortitude. I don't know how she has the energy after 2 shifts to still get up in the morning and take care of her kids. I'd likely still be in a sleep coma if I worked as much as she did. Catching a glimpse of the time from the clock on the wall, I hurry to wash and dry my dishes. Then I take a quick shower, get dressed in blue jeans and a faded Star Wars Episode 10 shirt. Then I am out the door with my backpack.
Chapter 2.
It's a little chilly this morning as I jog to the bus stop. I'm breathing hard by the time I get there, just in time to see the bus I need drive away. I groan as I wave my arms in the air, hoping that the bus will magically stop, yet knowing it's a futile gesture. The buses, and most transportation for that matter, went fully autonomous years ago, so there's no driver on that bus to make it stop for me. I guess I'll just have to wait for the next one. Pulling out my smartphone from my jeans, I look up the time for the next bus going to the college. Darn it! It's going to be 20 minutes. Not wanting to waste my battery, I put the phone back into my pocket. I take a seat on the cold concrete bench next to the bus stop and take off my backpack. I place it on the ground between my feet and take out my shiny new school binder. For some reason, even after all the years of mandatory school, it's still exciting to get these new school supplies each year. Flipping open the binder, I check out my class schedule. Yup, just like I thought. I'm going to be late for my 8 a.m. anthropology class. Well, from what I read online, it's not that hard of a course. At least I'll be on time for my math class at 10 a.m. The binder and schedule go back into the backpack, and I try not to fidget while I wait for the next bus. The concrete bench is uncomfortable, but I'm used to it. I've taken the bus since I was a little kid. Our family could never afford a car. Yeah, I know. I could order a ride from an automatic car company like Johnny Cab, but those mannequins they put in the driver's seat are creepy. I think the company stole their name from some old sci-fi movie. Besides, money has always been tight in our family, and the automated bus is a lot cheaper. As I watch the steady stream of automated electric cars and buses flow quietly by on the street in front of me, an unusual sound catches my attention. I look around and see someone driving a car. Not just any car. It's the Luxembourg 379, one of the world's fastest combustion engine vehicles. Well, to be honest, it's one of the only combustion engine vehicles left. Most companies went electric years ago after Elon Musk figured out an efficient means of capturing solar energy and storing it safely in batteries. The only people that even make combustion engines anymore are small, high-end auto manufacturers like Luxembourg. Their cars are insanely expensive, and the insurance premiums to drive these days are astronomical. I can't help but laugh at the guy behind the wheel of the flashy yellow sports car. He has long blonde hair and expensive-looking sunglasses on. Unfortunately for him, he's stuck at a light behind a group of autonomous vehicles that only go 30 miles per hour while in the city. He looks so pissed that he can't just zoom around them in his fancy car. He takes a sip of his drink, then grimaces. Looking around for a place to dump his drink, he sees me looking at him and laughing. I quickly avert my gaze, but it's too late. Out of the corner of my eye, I see something flying through the air towards me. I try to move out of the way, but a full cup of some luxury coffee drink crashes right onto the sidewalk in front of me, splashing me with a dark, sticky liquid. All of my clothes and backpack are covered in the milky brown coffee. I look up to glare at the guy in the yellow sports car, only to see him speeding away, laughing, as traffic finally moves forward. I mutter to myself about stupid rich people who have no respect for others. Still, I can't help but imagine what it would be like to have enough money to buy one of those cars. Instead of having to take the bus, I could cruise around town in my car. I could quit my part-time job and move my mom and sister into a nicer neighborhood. I could finally get my own place, too. Maybe a condo by a beach somewhere. I would set up a college fund for my sister so she wouldn't have to take out student loans like I have to. My daydreaming is interrupted by the sound of giggles. Blinking, I remember where I am. Glancing to my left, I see 2 teenage girls giggling and pointing at the brown mess that's covering my clothes and backpack. I smile weakly at them and take a bottle of water I have in my backpack and try to wash off the worst of the mess from my bag and clothing. Most of it comes off, but now it looks like I wet my pants. Oh well, it's better than looking like I had the runs and couldn't make it to the restroom. By the time the bus I need arrives, I've dried off a little and get on. As I take my seat, I wonder what the anthropology professor is going to say when I walk in late. Chapter 3. Even though I washed most of the drink off, I still smell like coffee, and no one wants to sit next to me on the bus. Which is fine, since that means I can stretch out a little during the bus ride for once. An hour later, the bus stops right in front of the college where I and several other students get off. The information I looked up online when I applied said that the college campus is massive. More than 250 buildings spread over 1,400 acres and a student population of over 30,000 people. Those figures were impressive when I read them, but they don't compare to seeing the place firsthand. I join the stream of people heading towards the center of campus, and I can't help but be impressed by the tall 8- and 9-story buildings around me. In front of one of the taller buildings is a long line of students, each with a piece of paper in their hands. Wondering if I should be in line with everyone else, I tap the shoulder of a guy in line. When he looks up from his phone, I ask him what the line is for. He informs me that it is the line to register for classes and change schedules. I thank the guy for the information and continue forward, glad that I registered online as soon as I got my acceptance letter. As I walk with the crowd of people, I see a variety of buildings, each with a name in big block letters on their sides. There's the 5-story library with an entire side made from glass. Of course, there's a coffee bar next to it. Across from that are a series of 1-story buildings with fast food shops and a 2-story student store. Next to that is the Student Recreation Center. There are some cute girls going in and out, and I make a mental note to check that place out later. As I continue to walk around, I realize that I really have no idea where I'm going. I stop and take off my backpack, crinkling my nose at the strong smell of coffee that still wafts from it. I open it, only to find that the coffee seeped through the backpack into my binder. An involuntary groan escapes my lips when I open the binder to see that all the papers have soaked up the brown liquid, even my class schedule and the map of the school I'd printed out. I rotate the papers, trying to see if I can make anything out. I can see where the anthropology class is listed and the time it starts. Next to that are abbreviated letters and numbers for the building and classroom it's located in. Unfortunately, those I can't quite make out. I think it says SMD 136. I don't know what the hell SMD stands for, though. While I stand there holding a brown stained piece of paper, I briefly consider asking the group of pretty girls nearby for directions. Then, in a head-slapping moment of inspiration, it finally occurs to me to check the internet. I'm sure this college has some app or online map I can use to find this class. I put my hand into my jeans pocket and cringe when it touches something sticky. No. Please don't let have happened what I think happened. My hopes are dashed as I pull my hand out of my pocket and see my phone covered in a layer of dried, sticky brown film. I tap the screen, and for a moment it boots up like normal. Then, just as quickly, there's a spark from the back of the phone case, and a thin stream of smoke rises as the screen flickers and dies. Tapping the phone screen a few more times proves a futile effort. My pulse starts to race, and I have to take a few deep breaths to keep from flipping out. In high school, I'd started to work at a local convenience store to help with the family bills and get a little money for myself. It took me months just to scrape together the money to buy this stupid 5-year-old smartphone. Sure, I had to prepay the phone time and internet on it, but with Wi-Fi everywhere now, it wasn't that bad of an expense. Plus, I used it all the time to research stuff for my high school classes. Okay, so I also used it to download fan-subbed anime and pirated movies. Okay, that and some other stuff for which the internet is known. But now, that's all over. My phone has finally gone to the digital domain in the sky. I put the sticky phone back in my pocket and hope I can salvage some parts or fix it when I get home. I look up at the group of girls and take a single step towards them before turning right around. Yeah, I'm not approaching a group of seriously hot chicks with clothing that smells like coffee and has brown stains to ask for directions. My college dating life would end before it even began. Instead, I spot an old beat-up-looking physical directory. Covered in dust and cobwebs, it still has a faded map and legend with building names. There are a lot of buildings that start with S. There's the Socratic Gate, Silmarillion Road, Sither Tower, Senior Hall, Sibley Auditorium, and so much more. However, there's only one building that seems like it could be the one I'm looking for. Sanderson Matriculation Department. From the map, it appears as if it's all the way across campus, too. I sigh and try to memorize the location of the building from the map and start to jog towards where I think it is.
Chapter 4.
It takes way too long to jog across campus. I notice the further I go, the fewer students I see around. Before too long, it feels like I've left the big, fancy buildings behind and am jogging among the college's older ones. These are all one-story buildings made of red brick and surrounded by grassy fields and tall oak trees. Fewer students are walking around, and those that I do see are all old. They're all at least in their 30s. Finally, after what seems like forever, I see the building labeled Sanderson Matriculation Department. The metal sign on the side of the building is covered in rust. The structure doesn't seem to be in better shape. I try the glass doors at the front of the building, but they don't open when I pull on the door handles. Peering inside, the building looks empty. No one is at the front desk, the floor looks dusty, and the lights on the inside are off. Thinking I must have the wrong building, I'm about to give up and walk back towards the library when I see a movement to my left. Turning, I see a girl with long blonde hair run past. Thinking she might be a fellow student late for the same class, I run after her. Running past the glass doors, I'm just able to get a glimpse of the girl's blonde hair as she runs behind the Sanderson Matriculation Department building. Man, she's fast. I run after her, along the side of the brick building, my feet kicking up fallen leaves and grass. At the back of the building, I don't see the girl anywhere. However, I do see a rusted blue door that's likely a back exit from the SMD building. Testing the door handle, I find that it's unlocked. I have to put a little muscle into pulling the door open, but it does so with hardly a sound. That's weird. You'd think a rusted door like this would squeal. Looking through the now open doorway, I find that it does not lead to the main building like I thought it would. Instead, it leads down a set of stairs. If it weren't for the lights in the stairwell, I would have turned away right then and there. I mean, how many stories that start with, "I walked down a weird set of stairs," ever end well? Still, my curiosity over where that blonde went gets the better of me, and I make my way down the stairs. My hands hold the metal railing as I go down, chipping off some of the black paint as I go. After 3 flights of stairs, I find myself in some sub-basement. There are large, leaky pipes along the ceiling, and the concrete floor has a spider web of cracks running through it. There's a single hallway to my right, lit by a hanging light bulb that flickers off and on. At the end of the hall is a bright red door. It doesn't look any different from any other door in this building, except that I can see the light coming from under it. I breathe a sigh of relief. I was worried for a minute that I'd stumbled upon some murder basement or something. I guess this anthropology class must be in some old lab or basement classroom. I'd heard times are tough for colleges, but things must be really bad if they're using a place like this. Still, who am I to judge? I'm fine as long as I get the education I'm paying for. As I walk down the hallway towards the red door, the light above goes out, leaving the hallway in darkness. Slowly, the glow from under the red door intensifies, providing enough illumination for me to see the door handle. As I grasp and turn the handle, the light from the door gets even brighter. I want to yell for the teacher to dim the lights a little, but figure that wouldn't get me on her good side since I'm already pretty late. Instead, I open the door and step through a flood of intense white light. Chapter 5. Blinded momentarily by the bright light, I stumble through the doorway. I expect to run into a desk or hear the annoyed voice of a professor any moment. Instead, I hear birds chirping and feel a cool breeze on my skin. My surprise at the unexpected stimuli is interrupted by a stabbing pain lancing through my head. The pain is so intense that I fall to the ground and clutch my head. Slowly, the pain lessens. By the time the pain recedes to a dull ache, my vision has cleared, and I find that I'm not in some moldy basement classroom with a room full of college freshmen staring at me. Instead, I'm surrounded by trees. I spin around, looking for the door I just walked through, but only find more forest behind me. I reach for the place where I last recall the door being, just to make sure it's not just invisible or something. Nope, it's not there. Another stiff breeze sends chills up my spine and reminds me that this is not a dream, though I pinch myself just to make sure. Nope, that hurt. Only moments before I was in the basement of the old college building, walking through the door to what I thought was a class. Now I'm just somewhere else. Before me is a dirt trail that winds along the ground between purple bushes and tall, bizarre trees whose smooth trunks reach up 50 or 60 feet and end in oddly manicured spherical tops. Peering through the thick canopy of purple leaves, I can make out a green-blue sky. Okay, this is definitely not anywhere local. Is it possible that I was teleported to another planet? Or maybe I fell through some Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe-style portal. Unfortunately, a quick scan of the surrounding forest doesn't reveal a mischievous satyr guide. Instinctively, I grab the cell phone from my pants pocket to see if I can get a signal, but the moment I touch the sticky object, I remember that the darn thing is broken. I groan in frustration. How am I supposed to find a way out of here if I can't pull up a GPS-based map of my location? Hoping someone is out there, I cup my hands to my mouth and call out, "Hello? Is anyone out there? I need help." Not hearing anyone respond, I think about my options. 1, I could stay right here and hope someone notices I'm gone and comes looking for me. I can probably last a couple of days in the forest. I have the sandwich I packed for lunch and a little water left in my water bottle. But who's going to come looking for me? My sister might notice that I'm gone when she gets home from school and I'm not there to make her dinner. But what's she going to do? She's 14, and while smart for her age, she's not likely to think to look for me in the basement of an old building or wherever I am. 2, I could follow this conveniently placed trail and see where it takes me. I only hope it doesn't lead to an abandoned cabin in the woods with a mysterious-looking book labeled Necronomicon. That would be the worst. Because I know, despite having seen the movies and TV shows, I'd still open it up and read it. Only knowing my luck, Ash won't appear to save my butt. 3, I could... what else could I do? Are 2 things all I can come up with? Good job, college boy. 2 choices. Well, if there's one thing my good-for-nothing dad taught me when he abandoned us, it's that I shouldn't depend on other people. I'll have to assume that no one is coming to save me. If I want something to happen, I'll have to do it myself. So, option 2 it is. I set off down the dirt path at a brisk walk. However, as I travel, I can't help but feel like somebody's watching me. I call out a few more times, but no one answers. It's not until I've been walking for a half hour that I hear something rustling along the forest floor. I stop walking and search for the source of the sound. The noise is coming from a patch of bushes nearby. I look intently at the bushes, ready to run if some kind of bear comes out. Only the creature that comes out of the little bush isn't a bear. Well, to be honest, I'm not sure what the hell it is. It looks like a rolling blob of semi-transparent blue goop. It seems to be rolling around in random directions. Rolling along the forest floor in one direction for a few seconds, then another way a moment later. I'm not sure what it's doing until a small rodent scurries out from a bush about 3 feet from the blue goop. The movement appears to attract the blob's attention, and it stops rolling. Instead, it gathers its blob body into a compact mass and then whips part of itself at the rodent. There's a sharp cracking sound as the first strike knocks the rodent onto its back. It never gets a chance to recover. The blob attacks it with more of the goopy whip attacks, hitting it again and again until it stops moving. While the sight of a blue blob killing a rat is disturbing, what's weirder were the series of red numbers that floated above the rat every time it got hit. Having spent way too many hours at home playing old free RPGs on the internet while my mom was at work, I recognize damage notifications when I see them. The sight of something so familiar yet so foreign to my real life startles me enough that I mutter, "Holy crap!" The sound of my voice, though not loud to my ears, is sufficient to catch the attention of the blue blob. Its body rotates 180 degrees, and for the first time, I see that it's not just a blob. It has 2 white eyes with black pupils and a creepy-as-hell smile on its face. I recognize the creature as a slime, one of the weakest creatures in many RPGs. As it starts to roll towards me, I start to back away, but trip over a fallen tree branch I hadn't noticed before. I land on my back and feel my backpack beneath me. I begin to scramble backwards, but the slime has already gotten too close. I see it condense its form, the precursor to its slime whip attack. I cover my face with my arms just in time to hear the crack of a whip, feel a sharp sting across my forearms, and see a red number 5 float away from me. Thanks, red number. I'm well aware that I'm being beat up by a slime. There's another sharp sting across my forearms as the slime attacks me again, and I realize that if I don't do something quick, I'll end up just like that rat. Dead. Rolling to my right, I hear the sound of another slime whip attack, but don't feel any pain. I lower my arms and see the slime turning to face me, its unblinking eyes creepily looking at me. I get to my feet in time to see the slime condense its form for its attack and dive to my left. The attack misses. As I get to my feet, I see the branch that I tripped over and scoop it up. Finally having a weapon in my hands gives me a feeling of power. But that sensation is quickly replaced by pain as a stinging whip attack hits my butt, and another red 5 floats away from me. Well, that's the last one of those I'll take. I raise the tree branch above my head and bring it crashing down on the slime's head with as much force as I can muster. The branch doesn't destroy the blue squishy monster. Instead, it bounces off it. A red number 1 floats from the slime as it jiggles and shakes like a gelatin dessert. Wait, this guy hits me for 5 damage and I can only do 1 point of damage? The stats on this branch must be terrible. I don't have time for more speculation as I see the slime ready its whip attack. I hop to the right, narrowly avoiding the attack, then retaliate with another blow from the branch in my hands. As another red number 1 floats away from the blue slime, I realize that I can defeat this guy as long as I keep avoiding its attacks. I repeat the strategy I've accidentally discovered. Wait for the creature to start its attack, dodge, then counterattack. I'm not sure how long it takes to defeat the creepy slime creature, but when I do, its body sort of melts away like jello left out in the sun. All that's left is a blue puddle of liquid on the ground. Then, even that disappears in a flash of light, with a small, neatly tied bag left in its place. Before I can reach out to touch the bag, a bright flash of light explodes from my body, and another stab of agonizing pain lances through my head. This time, however, it does not abate. Instead, it intensifies. I stumble as the world begins to spin around me, and I feel my head hit the soft grass. As the world starts to fade away, a blue box appears. "Congratulations! You've reached level 1. Then everything goes black.
Chapter 6.
When I open my eyes again, I'm looking up at some ceiling panels and fluorescent lights. There's something cold and wet on my forehead, and I'm unsure where I am. Then memories of the slime come back to me. I sit up, dropping the wet cloth onto my lap, and frantically search around for the monster. A soft, feminine voice speaks somewhere off to my right.
"Whoa there. Calm down."
When my tired eyes finally focus on the source of the sound, I see a woman with shoulder-length blonde hair whose ends are dyed pink. She's wearing a nurse's uniform patterned with colorful Disney characters and white sneakers. There's a pen in her right hand, and she looks like she was just filling out some forms when I woke up. Looking around, I recognize that I'm in some kind of hospital room, and that I'm sitting on one of those beds with a disposable paper sheet. The smell of disinfectant reaches my nose, and I'm sure that I must be in a medical facility. I worry for a moment that my battle with the slime was just some psychotic delusion, and that I've been institutionalized. My private fears are blotted out as a sharp pain courses through my head. The pain in my head spreads throughout my body. The nurse must see me wince because I feel her touch my bed as she comes closer and asks with concern in her voice, "How are you feeling? You came in unconscious and mumbled about slime or something." After a minute, the sharp pain in my skull dulls to a throbbing headache. "Yeah, I think I'm okay. My head hurts a little, and I ache all over." I look at the blonde nurse and grin sheepishly. This may sound like a stupid question, but where am I?" The nurse smiles patiently.
"You're at the college hospital. A young woman brought you in saying she found you unconscious from heat stroke near one of the unused buildings on campus."
I don't remember anything like that. Is that what happened? Did I pass out from heat stroke? Does that mean the entire fight with the slime was a dream? My head throbs again, reminding me that I have more pressing concerns to deal with than a possible weird dream. So, am I okay then? She nods and consults the chart on the counter.
"We examined you and ran some tests. However, we couldn't find anything wrong with you, so we put you in here to rest. You really should drink more water. We're sending you home to rest now that you're awake."
Remembering my afternoon math class, I look at the clock on the wall and see that it's already 12 p.m. My shoulders sag as I realize how long I must have been here. I've missed not only the anthro class, but also my math class. I'm going to get kicked out of college on my first day. The nurse leans forward conspiratorially, places one hand gently on my shoulder, and whispers,
"I already looked up your records and notified your instructors that you had an emergency. That should at least stop them from dropping you from your classes today, though you may have some apologizing to do."
I can't help but smile at the news and hug the nurse. When I release her, I see a bright smile on her face and a little pink in her cheeks. "Thank you for helping me so much, Nurse."
"Oh, I'm Nurse Joyce."
"Thank you, Nurse Joyce. You're a lifesaver."
"No problem. Now, I'll call a cab to take you home, okay?
I can't afford a cab. I was just going to take the bus.
Don't worry about the cost. We have a voucher program that gives students rides to and from the hospital. Your student insurance covers the cost.
Well, there's a plus to college life. I thank Nurse Joyce and wait for the cab to arrive outside the college hospital. It's only a 10-minute wait. Once the driverless vehicle arrives, I hop in the back seat, give it my address, and it takes me home.
Chapter 7.
I'm so tired I fall asleep in the cab and only wake up when it stops at my house. My head throbs in pain as I step out of the cab, and every step up the driveway makes my body ache like it's going through growing pains again. I quickly unlock the front door and stumble through the house to my room and into bed. Before my head hits the pillow, I'm asleep again. The sound of the front door slamming closed wakes me up. As I glance over at the clock on the nightstand next to my bed, I see that it's already 6:30 p.m. I roll out of bed and stretch a little. My body still feels sore, but not nearly as bad as it did before. I guess Nurse Joyce was right. I just needed some sleep. I glance down at my body and notice that I fell asleep in my coffee-stained clothes. God, I must smell horrible by now. Unfortunately, I'll have to put off taking a shower for a little while. During the week, our mom works 2 jobs almost back to back. While she makes it a point to make us breakfast every morning, she's gone for the rest of the day and night. So, I'm responsible for taking care of Marie. Since she's at school most of the day and is involved in after-school activities like cheerleading, these days that mostly means making sure she does her homework and cooking her dinner. When we were younger, though, it meant walking her to and from our elementary school and hearing her talk the whole way about some girl or boy she was fighting with at school. I'd occasionally have to beat up some jerk who was bullying her. We were a lot closer back then. At night, after the sitter fell asleep on the couch, she'd crawl into my bed to talk and ask questions. Lots of questions. I had to explain how the moon stayed up in the sky, why the sky is blue, what would happen if everyone jumped up at the same time, and where poop comes from. I had to answer some tough questions, too. I was the one that had to explain to her why she didn't have a daddy like the other kids. I had to tell her that she did have a dad, but that he went away. I didn't have the heart to tell her that he'd just abandoned our family, so I made up some story about him being a secret spy off on a mission. When she asked if he'd come back if she were extra good, I nearly cried, but told her that she was already a good girl, and that one day he'd come back and take us all away to visit Hawaii. She was a big fan of the 3rd Moana movie at the time. Boy, I got an earful from our mom when the school called to complain about Marie telling the other kids the story. Still, it was the best I could do at the time. Now Marie spends most of her time on her phone, something Mom bought her for her last birthday. She seems to prefer talking to her friends from school or hanging out with them. I can't blame her. I'm sure they're a lot more fun than her boring older brother who studies, works, and occasionally plays video games on the old computer he put together. Regardless, I'm still the one that has to take care of her. So I change into some reasonably fresh-smelling clothes from a pile on the floor and head to the kitchen to make us some dinner. I find Marie sitting at the kitchen table, a textbook out, working on her homework. "Hey, Munchkin, how was school today?" She rolls her eyes at the use of the nickname Munchkin, then sighs but answers, "Fine, I guess." I'm not sure if that means school was fine, or if it's the kind of fine that means everything isn't really fine. As I walk by Marie to our kitchen, I see that she's working on some algebra homework. Maybe she's just having a difficult time with homework? As I fill a large pot with water from the sink, I ask her, "How's the homework coming along?" "Easy. You showed me about variables last year, remember?" So, not the homework then. Maybe it's Marie's friends? I set the pot on the stove to boil and get out the ingredients for the sauce. A 28-ounce can of crushed tomato, a 15-ounce can of diced tomato, garlic, red pepper flakes, basil, and sugar. That's all it takes to make a quick spaghetti sauce. Simple, but the best things in life usually are. I heat a little oil in a pan and put the chopped garlic and red pepper flakes into it for about 30 seconds. No more than that, though. I remember once when I got distracted, I let the red pepper flakes cook too long and they burnt. The smoke from the burning red pepper flakes turned into some tear-inducing chemical weapon, and everyone had to leave the house because they couldn't breathe. It took hours to clear the air in the room enough for us to go back inside. Once the 30 seconds pass, I drop in the crushed and diced tomatoes into the pan. Once the mixture starts to get hot enough for little air volcanoes to show up, I reduce the heat on the sauce and let it simmer. I know I have 10 minutes until the water starts to boil, and I have to put the pasta in it. So I sit down at the table next to Marie and ask, "So you want to talk about what's bothering you, or are you going to make me guess?" She puts down the pencil in her hand on top of the piece of paper she's writing in, and looks at me. She tilts her head and purses her lips as if she's deciding something. "Fine. You want to know what's bothering me?" Uh-oh. Suddenly, I don't want to know. But I can't back out now. I would lose all Big Brother cred. So, I nod. She makes a tsk sound and raises her eyebrows. "Okay, I started my period today, but Mom forgot to buy me a box of pads. I was able to get one from Becky, but that wasn't until the 3rd period. So I had some leakage and had to wear a sweater I took from Lost and Found around my waist all day because it stained my pants. Then stupid Susie Appleton tried to pick a fight with me because her boyfriend was talking to me. She called me a homewrecker as if she was married to him or something. It's not my fault that he thinks I'm more interesting than Susie. Anyway, she started spreading rumors that I was trying to steal her man, so all the other girls gave me the cold shoulder until Becky told them that Susie was a lying bitch who couldn't keep her man happy if all he wanted was a can of soda. So Susie tried to hit Becky after school, which meant that I had to beat Susie down, which meant I got in trouble for fighting at school today and have to bring Mom into school tomorrow to talk to the principal. That's how my day at school was." By the end of the one-breath tirade, Marie is practically screaming and hyperventilating. I have no idea what to say to her, so I just wrap my arms around her and hug her. I can hear little sobs as she hugs me back. "Don't worry, kid. I don't have class until the afternoon tomorrow, and I'll meet with your principal. I can pick up some pads from the store, and we can work out what to do about Susie together. Though, you probably shouldn't have hit her." I hear Marie sniff and mumble, "Okay." The sound of the water boiling over interrupts the moment, and I hear Marie say with a little laugh, "Go take care of that. I don't want to have to evacuate the house again because of a spaghetti preparation mishap." I laugh at the joke and ruffle her hair as I get up. I walk to the kitchen and lower the heat on the water, then add a box of spaghetti noodles. I add a little salt to the water for a touch of flavor. Then I stir the sauce a little before sitting back at the table. It'll be 10 more minutes before the pasta is done, and by that time the sauce should have had enough time to come together. The house phone rings before I'm able to sit back down and talk to my sister again. Now, before you start laughing too much, yes, we still have a landline. My mom is just not good with technology, and the phone company practically gives the service away for free since almost nobody uses it anymore. Anyways, I pick up the landline and hear the sound of my boss, Mr. Smith's voice. "Hello, Anthony. Is that you?" "Yeah, Mr. Smith, it's me. What's up?" "Oh, right on, man. I wasn't sure if something had happened. I tried calling your cell phone number, but no one answered. Anyhow, I was wondering if you could work tonight. Eddie called in sick, and I need someone to man the store tonight. And before you start getting all dramatic, I know you're not supposed to work tonight, but I need you, buddy." I glance over at Marie, who's watching me, and I think of how expensive her school is, all the bills we have, and my college tuition. "Okay, Mr. Smith, we could use the extra money anyway. I'll be there in a bit. I have to finish making dinner for my sister." My boss thanks me profusely and I hang up the phone. Marie gives me an annoyed look, realizing that I'll be leaving her home alone tonight. I just shrug. "Sorry, I have to go to work. We can still have dinner together, though." I finish making the pasta, and the two of us eat silently at the table. I put the leftovers in the fridge and wash the dishes before cleaning myself up and changing into my work clothes. I say goodbye to my little sister, but before I leave, I promise tomorrow I'll talk to Marie's principal. Then I'm off to work at the convenience store down the street.
Chapter 8.
It's a 15-minute walk to the Quickie Stop Mart, one of the last convenience stores in town. Most of the others either closed down or were bought out by the big chain stores. How Mr. Smith keeps the store open, I'll never know. Still, it's good to be able to work close to home. As I push the glass door to the convenience store open, I hear the door chime and remember when I started to work here. I was 12 years old and just bored out of my mind during the summer. After watching some kids' movie where they robbed a bank, I had the brilliant idea of shoplifting from the Quickie Stop Mart. We couldn't afford to buy a lot of junk food, so I thought I'd just give myself a 5-finger discount on some candy bars. As soon as I pushed the glass doors forward and heard a ringing sound, I thought I'd already been caught. When no one said anything, I realized it was just the chimes on the front door. Little mastermind that I was, I figured I'd wear a big, bulky sweater, and I'd be able to hide the candy underneath and just walk out the door. I, of course, was caught the moment I tried to sneak out the door. I guess wearing a big red wool sweater in the middle of the summer was a big giveaway that I was up to no good. However, instead of turning me over to the cops, Mr. Smith had me work off the cost of the candy I wanted. I came by every day for an hour to clean the store's toilets, sweep the store, and clean the display cases. At the end of the week, he gave me all the candy I'd tried to steal and a $10 bill. Mr. Smith said if I needed work, the toilets would always be waiting for me. I left a pretty happy camper. All that summer, I cleaned the store whenever I wanted stuff my mom couldn't afford to buy. Junk food, mostly. Occasionally a comic or a toy. When school started back up, I could only go on weekends, and instead of buying stuff, I began to save up for big-ticket items, like video game consoles and birthday presents for Marie or my mom. When I was 15, Mom lost one of her jobs, and we used up my little savings pretty quickly. Now, instead of buying junk food, I bought milk and bread with the money I earned on the weekend. Mr. Smith noticed the change and offered me more hours, which eventually turned into a part-time job. Mom eventually got another second job, but with the money from my work, things were always a little easier, so I kept the job. My jaunt down memory lane was interrupted by Mr. Smith's voice. "Anthony, there you are." I smile at my boss, a rotund man if ever there was one. He's wearing a white dress shirt, black slacks, and a thin red tie. I'm a bit jealous of his full black beard since I was never able to grow one myself. Mr. Smith holds out his hand, and I smile and shake it. "Thanks for coming in, Anthony. I know you weren't scheduled to work, but Eddie called in sick. I appreciate you taking his shift last minute, man." I can't help but smile at Mr. Smith. He still hasn't let my hand go and is vigorously shaking it as he talks. My head suddenly hurts, and a blue box appears between Mr. Smith and me.
Reputation increase with Mr. Smith.
As suddenly as the pain strikes, it disappears, and when I blink, the blue box is gone. I'm finally able to pull my hand away from my boss's handshake. I rub my eyes. Did I just see what I think I saw? "You okay there, kid?" I shake my head once to make sure there's nothing loose up there. "Yeah, no problem, boss. I had a bit of an accident today at school. I must still be feeling the effects from that." Seeing the concerned look on his face, I continue, "Really, Mr. Smith, it's nothing to worry about. I already went to the doctors, and they said I was okay." Mr. Smith nods as he searches his pockets for something. He fishes a set of keys out of his pocket and hands them to me. "If you say you're okay, then who am I to question you? Here are the keys. You're in charge tonight. It's just you and Samantha until 6 a.m. I'll be back then." I clutch the keys in my hands in annoyance. Am I working with Samantha tonight? I probably wouldn't have agreed to show up if I'd known that. That girl is such a pain in the butt. She's always late, she never actually wants to work, She steals from the store and disappears for hours at a time on extended breaks. I don't understand why Mr. Smith keeps her around. I nod at my boss and wave goodbye as he leaves the store, the sound of the door chime signaling that he's left. Time to start work. I run through my duties on the register. I tap on the screen and log into the system. Then I check the small amount of cash in the drawer with what the receipts say. I run the quick systems check to make sure the credit machine and phone payment systems are functioning properly. I do a quick visual search to ensure the restricted items behind the counter don't need restocking. I notice one of the condom boxes needed replacing and grab the empty box. I can't help smirking a little at the catchphrase on the side of the box. Love is cleaner with a packaged wiener. I feel another sharp pain, this one less intense than the last. Again, a blue box appears in front of me.
Congratulations, you've learned the skill Search, Level 1.
I stare at the blue rectangle screen in wonder. I've heard of augmented reality games that do this kind of thing, but I've never tried them out. Those Google Glass headsets are expensive, and they never worked out how to stop you from looking stupid wearing them. But this can't be augmented reality tech. Maybe Mr. Smith bought one of those fancy new holographic projection systems for the store? I reach out to see if I can touch the blue box when the door chime goes off, startling me. I spin around and see Samantha walk through the front door. When I glance back, the blue box has disappeared. Samantha is a 22-year-old white girl with short, spiky blue hair. Well, this week it's blue. Last week it was pink. The week before that it was purple. She's wearing the same white polo shirt I am with the Quickie Stop Mart logo on it. However, instead of her name badge, Samantha has accessorized her outfit with a sticker that says, "Screw you." Samantha walks up to the front counter, glances at the empty condom box in my hand, and smirks.
So, emptied out that whole box by yourself? It's nice to know what you do when you're all by yourself in the store, but you really have to get a girlfriend.
I can feel the heat on my cheeks as I blush, but shoot back, "No, each of your regulars picked one up and are waiting for you out back." She stares at me for a moment, then a corner of her lips quirk into a smile, and she nods.
Not bad, Tony. It could use some work, but not bad.
I shake my head at her use of the name Tony. I've told her 1,000 times that my name is Anthony, not Tony. But she either doesn't remember or just likes to rile me up by using it. Thinking of the blue boxes that showed up in the store, I ask Samantha, "Hey, did the boss install any new equipment?"
Like what?
She asks as she walks behind the counter and takes the black studded leather purse off her shoulder to store it. I don't know, like one of those new holographic projection systems or something? Samantha chuckles.
No way would the boss man install one of those. They're way too expensive to put in a shitty little store like this.
I nod in agreement. Not about the shitty store part, but that it's some expensive tech. Could these blue boxes have something to do with that weird slime dream I had? She raises a penciled eyebrow.
Why are you asking?
I consider telling Samantha about the blue boxes, but quickly dismiss the idea. She'd either make fun of me and think I was joking, or she'd believe me and call the men in the white coats. No reason. Just thought I saw something. I notice a shiny object in one of Samantha's eyebrows and lean forward to look at it.
You've learned the skill Inspect, Level 1. Eyebrow ring. A small circular ring of metal inserted into someone's eyebrow. It's considered a trendy fashion statement in some circles. Others consider it a played-out show of rebellion. Not that either of those circles is one that would want you. Just be glad she's not showing you the other piercing she got, okay?
The blue box that pops up almost startles me as much as the text that appears on it. I stumble back, almost knocking the register off the counter. Samantha points at me and laughs.
What? You never saw an eyebrow ring before? Don't tell me you're one of those uptight people who think their body is a temple and you shouldn't tattoo or pierce it.
I look at the blue box with the description of the eyebrow ring, and then at Samantha. It's obvious that she doesn't see the thing since she assumed I'm surprised by her eyebrow piercing. Trying to cover my reaction, I lean on the front counter casually. No, I'm not surprised by your eyebrow piercing. I'm just surprised by the other place you got pierced. Her eyes widen, and she involuntarily clutches her chest. Oh, so that's where she got pierced too. The blue box was right. Samantha turns red, and she sputters, "How did you know about that? I know it doesn't show through my shirt, I checked." She squints suspiciously at me. "Have you been following me around?" I try to laugh casually. How the heck am I going to explain that bit of knowledge? I can't tell her a little blue box informed me. No, it was just a lucky guess. I know how rebellious you try to be. I figured you wouldn't be satisfied with just an eyebrow piercing. Before she can question my story, I squeeze past her to the front of the store. Excuse me, I still have to replace this box of rubbers. I head to the back of the store and open the door for storage. My hand feels around for the light switch. It finds it, and the fluorescent lights along the ceiling come on. Their storage area is where we, store things. It's a bunch of shelves stacked with all the items the store carries. I head over to the section where we store the condoms and grab a new box of XXL Magnum Plus ribbed mango-flavored condoms. For some reason, they're a bestseller in their category. I like to think it's the funny phrases they have on the boxes, but who knows? While I'm back here, away from Samantha, I take a moment to try and process what happened out there. Not once, but 3 times I've seen that blue box appear now. I'm no expert, but that makes it more than a hallucination. I try to summon the blue box by calling out, "Blue box, appear!" And, "I summon thee, blue box!" And, "Shazam, blue box!" However, nothing happens. Then I try to recall the circumstances when it's appeared. The first time it happened was when I was talking to Mr. Smith, and it said something about a reputation increase. The second time I saw the blue box, I was looking for something, and it said that I learned the search skill. The third time, I was trying to get a better look and figure out what was in Samantha's eyebrow, and the blue screen just gave me a bunch of information. Wait, it also said something about an inspect skill. Maybe I need to try and inspect something. I turn around and grab a bag of chips and intently examine it. Doritos, spicy cheese flavor. A bag of flavored tortilla chips. All they do is fry some cut-up tortillas and sprinkle some flavoring on it. Don't get too excited, okay? This kind has a spicy cheese flavor. That's it. I did it. I stare at the blue box that has appeared next to the bag of Doritos chips in my hand. I tap the box and find that it feels like I'm touching a thin piece of rigid cardboard. Also, I can move the thing around. However, as I'm moving the box around, I feel the top right corner. A red X appears and the box disappears. Oh, so it's like a browser window. I put the bag of chips back and look around for something else to inspect and grab a large candy bar. I'm rewarded with another blue box as I focus my attention on it. Big Daddy Premium Candy Bar. A chocolate-covered, fluffy, whipped chocolate bar. That's right, a creamy filling covered in a thick layer of rich, mouth-watering dark chocolate. Don't try to swallow it all at once or you might choke. Honest, it happened to a lady in New Zealand. Well, besides suddenly looking at the candy bar in my hand differently, I'm glad to see that I can control these blue boxes. I want to see just how similar these boxes are to a browser window. I try to touch different parts of the box, but only the top right corner does anything. I try to flick it, but my finger just passes through it, feeling like it's passing through smoke. I try to punch the box, with similar results. My fist just passes through it. There must be some force threshold that changes the physical properties of the box. A light touch lets me move or dismiss the box, but anything more and I pass right through it. It makes sense. Otherwise, I could build a wall out of these boxes and throw them around like ninja stars. I'm curious to see if I can talk to the box. I mean, someone or something has to write that descriptive text, right? So I lean in toward the blue box and whisper, "Hello, can you hear me? Is anyone there?" I don't get a response, so I raise my voice. Hello? Is anyone there? I hear a sound to my left and spin to find Samantha staring at me, the storage room door open behind her. Who are you talking to, dude? No one. I was just goofing around. I take the Big Daddy chocolate bar in my hand and pretend to use it as a microphone as I sing poorly, Is Anybody Out There? The good version by Kanon and Nelly Furtado, not the remake by Odious and the gang. Samantha just shakes her head at me. Man, you're weird. I stop my singing act. Yeah, I am. Was there a reason you came back here? She smirks. Yeah, you took so long getting that new box of condoms. I thought you might be testing them out back here or something. I was going to take pictures and sell them on the internet. Well, sorry to disappoint you. No free shows tonight. Guess you'll have to save up to buy this month's hair dye supply some other way. Though, I do like this week's color choice. Samantha perks up at the compliment. She pulls a strand of hair down in front of her face. Yeah? It's called Smurf Blue. I think it looks pretty good, too. I'm thinking of dyeing my hair Garfield orange next week. Okay, I'm not that interested in Samantha's hair color choices, but there's no reason to ruin things when she's actually acting nice for once. I smile and shrug. Whatever makes you happy, Samantha. She turns around and leaves the storage room, undoubtedly thinking of the next color she wants to dye her hair. I never could understand why women dye their hair. At least Samantha chooses fun colors, though. Regardless, I need to be more careful with these experiments. I don't want to get caught messing or talking with these boxes no one else can see. People will think I'm crazy. I grab the replacement box of condoms and exit the storeroom.
Chapter 9.
Back behind the front counter, replacing the box of condoms gives me an idea. If there's an Inspect Level 1, that implies that there is also an Inspect Level 2. So, I decide to leave Samantha to man the register while I take inventory of what's in the store. The process will take a few hours, but it'll give me a chance to inspect everything in stock. I start at the front of the store with all the restricted items: tobacco products, cigarettes, hard liquor, condoms, etc. Then I move on to the rest. I inventory and inspect all the drinks, then the snacks, then our small selection of prepared meals. Afterwards, I inspect household goods. Each item I inspect gets me a blue box with a description. My favorite inspections are:
Brown Bear Beer, the cheapest booze on the market. When you're on a budget, but you still need to get as drunk as a bear on hallucinogenic honey. Old Man of the Mountains beef jerky. Oh my, do you think there's actually beef in this? Blue Box mac and cheese. You realize mac and cheese is a 3-ingredient meal? Milk, cheese, and macaroni noodles. Unfortunately, even after completing an inventory for the entire store and inspecting everything, I don't get a message about getting Inspect Level 2. However, I do get Inventory Management Level 1, which just sort of makes me sad. I don't know why, but I thought these skills were like superpowers. If there are also ones for regular tasks, it makes it feel less special. At least it does until I start to wonder what the skill Inventory Management does. Inventory Management. Current level 1. Whoa! You can count stuff and see if you need to buy more stuff. That's a useful skill. Inventory management allows you to do this job faster and more efficiently. At high levels, you'll be able to take inventory at a glance. Sure, you could buy a robot to do this, but instead, you're doing it old school. Bonus! You're able to count items to inventory 25% faster, and you're better at organizing them. I stop mid-stride as the blue box appears, and I read it. Well, that's new. I didn't know I could learn about what a skill does or this bonus thing. I try to repeat how I got the information for inventory management by wondering what Inspect does. Inspect, Level 1. What, you want to know more about something? Then this is the skill for you. One of the most basic skills the system provides, It's also one of the most useful. Inspect contains information about an object, person, or thing. The user has to both be looking at something and intentionally seeking more information about it for the skill to activate. At early levels, the inspect reveals essential information. At higher levels, it will give detailed information such as material composition, social implications, and may even show hidden knowledge about the object or person. Bonus: reveals Level 1 basic information.
The blue box with the information on inspect doesn't startle me this time. As I read over the text, I'm surprised by the implications. According to the text, something called the system is providing these skills. Additionally, my guess that there are higher levels of these skills is also confirmed. Though I wonder how I reach these advanced levels, I try to access the information the same way I did with the skills. I ask in my mind, how do I increase a skill level? And what is the system? Unfortunately, I don't get any response this time. I notice Samantha watching me, and I realize I've just been standing in front of the adult magazines for the last 10 minutes, reading blue boxes she can't see. She probably thinks I've been staring at the magazines. I awkwardly nod at her and walk away from the section of the store, back to the front counter. Trying not to meet her judging eyes, I tell her, store inventory is complete. Everything going okay up here? Samantha glances back at the adult magazines, then at me. Her mouth quirks into a smirk.
Yeah, seemed like you were taking an extra thorough inventory of the magazine section. Find anything interesting?
Darn it. Samantha's not going to let this chance to tease me go. Well, it's better to tease back than just let her take all the shots. Why, yes, I thought the article on coworker romances in Chesty Bestie, issue number 126, was fascinating. It outlined the pitfalls of interpersonal relationships in the workplace. While I was hoping to make her blush, Samantha instead just laughs at me. She has a big smile on her face while she pokes me with one finger.
Yeah, you expect me to believe you were reading the articles in one of those magazines?
She laughs again, and I'm surprised at how pretty she looks when she does so. When she's actually here, I usually only see her frowning and complaining about people.
Reputation increase with Samantha.
The blue box that appears is a surprise. What in the world did I do to get a reputation increase with Samantha? I was just trying to stop her from teasing me the rest of the night. Before I can consider the topic further, the door chimes and two people walk into the store. One is a tall white guy with long blonde hair tied in a braid. He has a backward baseball cap on his head and is wearing a tank top and jean shorts. The other is Walt, a regular, who is dressed in a faded gray t-shirt with black jean pants. I nod at Walt. The two guys grab some beers and chips from the refrigerated section and bring them to the front counter. We're required by law to ask for ID whenever we sell alcohol, and Walt already has his out. I give it a cursory check. The guy looks like he's at least in his late 30s after all. I scan his items, give him his total, and he pays by swiping his phone across a little pad on the counter. The other guy, tall and blonde, I don't know. I look him over and wonder who he is.
Adam Ackerman, local resident, best known as a J. Muse impersonator. He travels to conventions, making a living taking pictures with fans of the Jay and Silent Bob films. He is also known to deal in black market items.
Well, that is interesting. It looks like I can use inspect on people, too. I decided to test the validity of the information the blue boxes are providing. As I ring up the guy's purchases, I ask, "Hey, Adam, how's the impersonation business going? The convention's treating you well?" The blonde man is taken aback by my casual use of his name for a moment. So, I decided to improvise an explanation. "Sorry, we met once at a convention. I got a picture with you." Adam nods as if he remembers taking a picture with me. "Oh yeah, sorry. I do so many of those." Yeah, the convention circuit is paying off right now. The fourth Jay and Silent Bob movie just hit theaters. I can't believe those guys are still working. But hey, we all gotta make a living. I nod appreciatively as I put his items in a bag. That was a good movie.
You've learned the skill Deception, Level 1.
I have to stifle a laugh when I read that I learned the skill Deception. Lying is a part of any customer service job. You think every time someone says, "You look great in that dress," or "You deserve this car," that they mean it? Adam swipes his phone across the pay pad and takes his items. He's smiling as he heads for the door, happy at being recognized. Before he leaves, he turns around and yells out, "Snoochie boochie, brother!" Now I do laugh. I wave at Adam and yell back, "Snoochie boochie!" As the door chimes, letting me know that the customers have left, I hear a rumbling sound somewhere outside. However, I'm too curious about this new skill to pay much attention to it. I wonder what this new skill does, and a new blue box appears.
Deception, Level 1. Whose pants are on fire? Yours are. Made you look. See, everyone does it. You're just better at it than most. Now, every time you try to deceive someone, you'll get a little bit better at it. Bonus, 25% more likely to be believed when trying to deceive others. The success of deception is based on some factors, including the type of deception and whom you're trying to deceive. Telling a cop you're an alien from the planet Orc will be harder to pull off than telling your girlfriend that those pants don't make her look fat. While I don't think of myself as a liar, even I can see the usefulness of such a skill. The door chime rings again, and I look towards the door, thinking that maybe Adam or Walt forgot something. Instead, a group of 4 20-somethings walks through the door. These aren't our usual customers. Most of the regulars are folks that live in this working-class neighborhood. During the day, people come in to get some groceries or some snacks. The night customers are usually looking for some beer or something to satisfy the munchies. These 4, however, look like they could buy most of the neighborhood. The 2 men are dressed in top-of-the-line clothes. Their jackets appear to be made out of cloned rhino skin or something. The 2 ladies with them are dressed just as well. Their sports tops and skirts look expensive and shiny. I'm not one for fashion trends, but even I can tell they're expensive. Not to mention the jewelry that the ladies are wearing. Diamond earrings, necklaces, and bracelets. I feel like I have to wear sunglasses just to look at those sparkling rocks. I look to my left and see Samantha practically drooling over the well-muscled guys in their suits. Ugh, here I thought she had good taste. I return my attention to our 4 new customers and see them casually strolling through the aisles of the small store. I can hear the ladies giggling and laughing as they point to different objects. The guys laugh right along with them. After walking around, the 4 come up to the front of the store. The tall blonde guy with wavy hair is vaguely familiar, but I can't quite place where I've seen him before. The guy, whoever he is, swaggers up to the counter. "Hey, you have any real alcohol in this shithole?" I can see Samantha tense at his attitude.
"Yeah, we have some whiskey, vodka, rum, and tequila."
He looks back at his group, and the 4 laugh at something before one of the girls says, "We'll take one of each." The blonde guy turns back to me and slams his hand on the counter.
"You hear, my date. We'll take one of each."
As he speaks, I finally notice that his words are a little slurred, and his breath makes the hairs in my nose curl. These guys must be coming back from some party or something, and decided they needed even more to drink. If it weren't for self-driving cars, these idiots would probably kill someone on the road tonight. I decide to use Inspect to get their names in case they cause some trouble in the store. Oddly, the skill doesn't give me as much detail on them as it did for the other customer.
Auden Arslock III, Level 8. Jeremy Dalton, Level 6. Amanda Binesmith, Level 4. Courtney Wakesfield, Level 5.
While I'm puzzled by the addition of information about levels, at least I know what their names are. The blonde douche at the counter is Auden. His muscular, brown-haired friend is Jeremy. Amanda is the blonde bombshell, and Courtney is the lady with the long dark hair. I'm going to guess that Courtney is Jeremy's date, since he has his arm around her and is trying to grab her boob. I turn around and bag bottles of Bacardi, Crown Royal, Jose Cuervo, and Smirnoff vodka. When I turn back, I see the blonde guy caressing Samantha's hand and waggling his eyebrows at her. She's trying to gently take her hand back and giving him a disgusted look. I put the bag of liquor on the counter, and I'm about to tell the blonde idiot and his group to get the hell out of the store when I hear a retching sound. I look past the guy in front of me and see one of the ladies in the fancy dresses bent over, hurling. Samantha pulls her hand away from Mr. Blonde, tall, and rich, then points at the girl. "Isn't that your date?" Auden turns around and sees his beautiful date wipe the last bit of bile from her mouth. "God damn it, Amanda! You got some on my shoes! What the hell?" I hear Samantha stifle a laugh, and I can't help but smirk at the sight of this rich asshole yelling at his date about his fancy schmancy shoes getting dirty. I hope he slips in the vomit and messes up his whole outfit. Auden turns back to me, his face no longer carrying a boyish smile. Instead, there is clear anger. He reaches into his pockets, grabs something, throws it at me. "Pick up this mess." The object hits my chest and lands on the counter. I look down to see $300 bills. Auden grabs the bag of liquor and takes Amanda, his date, by the arm and drags her from the store, his buddy and the other girl following behind. I'm ready to grab the mop and pick up the mess when I hear the roar of an engine. I look out the store window facing the street just in time to see a yellow sports car speed past, the 4 people who just left in the car's seats. That's where I saw that guy. That's the jerk that threw coffee at me and broke my phone. My blood begins to boil at the thought of that asshat coming into my work and screwing around with me here, too. What, is the guy stalking me now? Visions of violent retribution float through my mind when I remember that he just bought 4 bottles of liquor and is driving around town, undoubtedly drinking them as he goes. I can't help but smile at the delightful vengeance that is coming his way. I turn to Samantha, who's just staring at the pool of vomit on the floor in front of the counter. "Hey, Sam, you have your cell phone on you?" She turns to me, a puzzled look on her face. "Yeah, it's in my purse. Why?" "I was wondering if I could borrow it for a few minutes. Mine is broken. I need to report some drunk asshole driving through town in a yellow sports car."
Reputation increase with Samantha.
Samantha smiles evilly at me.
"Sure, you can borrow it, but you also have to clean up the puke."
I agree to her terms. Vengeance is worth the price of mopping.
Chapter 10.
After basking in my revenge, I have to pay the cost. I grab the mop and bucket and clean up the pile of vomit that was generously donated to the store. The rest of the night goes like it normally does. Customers come in and out. We ring up their purchases, and they leave. I chit-chat a little with Samantha, but she spends most of her time looking through some of the store's magazines or on her phone. I, on the other hand, spend most of my time trying to raise my inspect skill. After using it on just about everything I could think of in the store, and the dozen or so customers that have come through tonight, I finally raise inspect to level 2. It turns out that all that changed is that it reveals a bit more information about something. For food, it now shows how many calories it has, and what it's made out of. For people, it reveals some details I'm not sure I wanted to know. I tested the level 2 inspect out on Samantha.
Samantha Stapleton. Sam to her friends. She's been an employee of Quickie Stop Mart for 3 years. She has a 2-year-old daughter that she raises by herself. She is also secretly taking online classes to get an associate's degree in accounting. Likes alternative baby heavy metal punk rock, hair dye,
Kevin Smith podcasts, My Little Ponies, and having her hair pulled. Dislikes, uptight people, men who neither grow nor show, taxes, and the color puke green. Yeah, I didn't know all that about Samantha, and now I can't unknow it. It feels like an invasion of privacy to suddenly know all that about Samantha when she wasn't the one that told me about it. Still, it makes sense now why she's late all the time and has to leave suddenly so much. Samantha's voice breaks me out of my thoughts. When I look up, I see her holding her cell phone.
Hey man, I have to take off.
I look out the store window and see that the sun is just coming up, which tells me that it's near the end of the shift. I turn back to her and nod. Sure, Sam. The store is pretty slow this time of morning. Sam doesn't seem to expect this answer from me, and is frozen, open-mouthed, as if she was planning on justifying her early departure.
Wait, no lecture about being responsible or staying till you agreed to?
I wince at the accurate description of my usual response. However, that was before I knew about Samantha's kid. Now I can't help but think that either her babysitter canceled or something happened. I know it was difficult taking care of my sister when she was 2 years old. She was walking and talking and making messes everywhere. They don't call them the terrible twos for no reason. Yeah, Sam, we all have things to take care of sometimes. I get it. I'll let Mr. Smith know you had to take off. Just leave him a message on the office phone to tell him why. Samantha squints at me, still not quite believing that I'm not lecturing her. Still, she's not one to turn away from a good situation, and she grabs her bag and waves goodbye as she leaves. It really isn't a big deal that she leaves early. We'd be lucky to get 1 or 2 customers this early in the morning, and Mr. Smith should be here soon. I'm getting ready to count out the cash in the register when the door chimes, and in walks one of the hottest women I've ever seen. She's about 5'9" tall and has long, gorgeous red hair. She is wearing a dark green sleeveless top with a plunging neckline and a black skirt that almost reveals too much as she walks. My eyes are glued to her as she walks through the store, grabbing a few items. The mysterious beauty comes to the counter, and I have to consciously remind myself not to stare at her. I ring up her water, salad, and aspirin without saying a word. As I hand her the items in a bag, she graces me with a stunning smile. Thank you. I want to be suave and cool and respond with something like, No, thank you. You make the world a brighter place when you smile like that. Can I take you out sometime? Instead, I croak out something that sounds suspiciously like, Will you have my babies? As she walks out the door. My face pressed against the window behind the front counter, I'm trying to get one last glimpse of the gorgeous redhead when I hear a voice say, hello? Can I get some customer service here? Or is your attention only for people you want to have your babies? I turn around slowly to see a girl my age with dirty blonde hair waiting. I feel embarrassed. The girl must have been waiting right behind the redhead I had focused on. I gulp once to swallow the drool that was pooling in my mouth, straighten my back, put on my best customer service smile, and address the young lady in front of me. Good morning. How may I help you? The young woman tilts her head slightly and raises an eyebrow inquisitively. Really? Are you just going to pretend none of that just happened? Okay, I can go along with that. Smirking, she continues, I'm here to talk about some other stuff anyway, Anthony. The casual use of my name sends warning signals to my brain. Do I know this girl? Did we hook up at a party or something? I rack my brain, but I don't think that I've ever met her before. Then the question is, where did she get my name? She couldn't have gotten my name from my name tag. It reads A. Tinoco. My first name isn't on it. I use inspect on the girl. Lillian Coke, level 7. But just like with those rich kids, all I get is her name and something about level 7. I take a good look at the girl and see that she has a black backpack, whose strap she's holding in her hands, over a dark blue jacket with a hoodie sticking out of the back. She has a graphic t-shirt on underneath the jacket, and is also wearing wrinkled blue jeans and black Converse high tops. Now that I get a good look at her, she's kind of cute, too. She has blue eyes, a round face, a button nose, and a light sprinkling of freckles along her cheeks. I try to keep a calm demeanor. There could be any number of reasons that this chick knows my name. Besides, two can play the I know your name game. Okay, you need to talk to me about something? Fine. First tell me how you know my name, Lillian. Lillian smiles. The same way you now know mine? I used inspect. When she uses the term for the skill I've been practicing all night, the room starts to spin a little. I put both my hands on the counter in front of me to steady myself. All night I've felt special, thinking that I had some cool superpower or something. Now this girl is telling me she knows about it too? Nope. Time for some denial. I shake my head, avoiding her gaze. Sorry, miss. I don't know what you're talking about. Her arms cross in front of her chest. Oh? Have you recently had a bout of severe headaches and body pains? That was the system making adjustments to your body and mind. The first skill you probably learned was inspect, right? It usually is. One moment you're looking at something, and the next you've got some blue screen popping up telling you new information. Oh my God, she does know. Can she read my mind? Has she been spying on me? How does she know so much? She must see the panic I suddenly feel, because she puts both her hands up. Don't look at me that way. I went through the same stuff. Admittedly, I was much younger and had the guidance of my parents and the community to help me. You don't, though. So that's why I'm here, to help you understand what's happening to you and how you can use it. For someone like you, it's the gift of a lifetime. Okay, there are other people with this stuff happening to them? Why don't more people know about it? What does she mean, someone like me? Trying not to give anything away, I straighten up and cross my arms across my chest. I'll admit, you've made me curious, but what proof do you have about all this stuff you're talking about? She smiles as if she was just waiting for me to ask that question. Follow me and you'll have all the proof that you could ever want. Not waiting for a reply, she turns around and walks to the back of the store. Despite the cynical part of me screaming that I shouldn't trust this girl, I follow her past all the snacks and cold drinks. She stops at the door to the storage room. My first instinct is to tell her that she's not allowed in there and that the door is locked, but from the mischievous look on her face, I don't think either statement would matter. This girl looks used to going just about anywhere she pleases. Lillian's hand reaches into her pants pocket and produces a silver key which she inserts into the storage room lock. I laugh, thinking that she has a bump key or something similar that lets her break into cheap door locks. Mr. Smith invests in good locks that prevent that kind of stuff. However, when she turns the silver key, I hear a click, and the entire door changes colors from white to green. I take an involuntary step back, knock over a few bags of chips, and stare in wonder at the color change. I touch the door to make sure she didn't just pull some magic trick. Nope, it's real. Lillian giggles at my reaction. If you're impressed by that, I can only imagine what you'll do when we go inside. Quickly getting over my awe of the color-changing door, I ask, Inside the storage room? I've been in there before, and the only surprising thing you'll find there are some of the expiration dates on the energy drinks. I think some don't expire for a decade. She shakes her head and smiles as if she knows a secret and I don't. Come inside and you'll see what I mean. Lillian turns the now unlocked doorknob and opens the green door. The space beyond is dark, but I think I can hear some music coming from somewhere beyond. Did Samantha leave something on back there? Lillian's already walked past the green door and is holding it open for me with her hand outstretched, waiting for me to take hold of it. I look at her outstretched hand and for some reason start to reach out for it. However, my hand stops just shy of her fingertips as I hear the store's door chime. I turn my head and see Mr. Smith walk in the door. He hasn't seen me yet, but it won't take him long to notice I'm not at the front counter. My hand still outstretched, I turn back to Lillian. Look, you're cute, and normally I'd be thrilled to spend some time with you in a dark storage room, but my boss just came in and I need to head home. The still smirking Lillian grabs my hand gently. Don't worry, it'll only take a minute. He won't even notice you're gone, I promise. Then, before I can respond, her grip on my hand tightens, and I feel her weight shift. She pulls down on my hand hard. The move catches me off guard, and I feel myself falling forward through the green doorway into the darkness beyond.
Chapter 11.
I hear the door close and find myself fumbling around in the dark. I wave my hands around, searching for the switch on the wall. The heck with the switch. Where's the wall? My outstretched hands brush against something soft and squishy. I pause for a moment to try and figure out what it is. I squeeze the object, and I hear Lillian cry out, "Hey, keep your hands to yourself. You don't get to second base till at least the third date." I pull my hands back, glad that the darkness hides my red face. I hear Lillian fumble with something, and then a light appears in the darkness. It takes a second for my eyes to adjust, but I see that Lillian has pulled her phone out of her pocket, and the meager light from her screen illuminates part of the room. She swings the phone left, then right, searching for something in the dark. There it is. I hear a click, and the room lights up. A sudden explosion of light from the ceiling above blinds me momentarily. When I blink away the spots, I find I'm not in the convenience storage room, but an office with expensive-looking furniture and a massive, detailed wooden desk at the far end. The room has large art pieces hung on the walls and a thick, lush carpet. Windows line the left wall, floor to ceiling, and look out onto a city I don't recognize. Faced with the sudden change in locale, all I can think to say is, "Holy shit, where are we?" Lillian smiles at me, drops her backpack, and hangs up her coat on a tall oak rack in the corner of the room. She walks up to the large windows and looks out onto the massive cityscape. We are in New York City, one of the most densely populated cities in the U.S. Really? I walk over to the window and see skyscrapers. I look down and see that we must be up pretty high because all those people on the street look like little scurrying ants. I don't know if we're really in New York or not, but I know we're not in the Quickie Stop Mart anymore. Lillian takes one last look out the window, then goes and sits behind the massive desk. She motions for me to sit in one of the two cushioned seats in front of the desk. I follow her direction, still confused by the whole situation. I mean, one second I think I'm going into the storage room with a cute girl, and the next I'm in a fancy office in New York. Lillian leans forward in her seat and steeples her fingers together. She looks me up and down as if weighing and measuring me. Well, I'm sure that a million questions are running through your head. The big one is probably how you got here. I nod dumbly. Yup, that was the exact question I had. How the heck did I get here from the convenience store? It's like this lady can read my mind. No, I can't read your thoughts. It's just the question most people have when they travel through a portal for the first time. Your second question is likely, what's a portal? Well, my second question was actually, how the fuck do I get back? But it's good to know she's not telepathic. Plus, what's a portal is a much better question. So I nod. A portal is an intentional tear in the space-time continuum that allows for instantaneous transportation of matter from one place to another. Lillian pulls the set of keys out of her pocket again and jingles them in front of me. She takes the silver key she inserted into the storage room and holds it up. This key will transform any door into a portal to my home base. In my case, that means this office. I'm the only one who can use this key. Each person who's part of the system can get one and only one of these types of keys. It's a safety measure to ensure that everyone has a place they can be safe, rest, and recuperate. Lillian pulls open a desk drawer and pulls out another key, this one bronze. She tosses it on the desk in front of me.
Normally, you have to buy these from the system, but since I'm so nice, you can have this one for free.
I lean forward and pick up the key, holding it in my hand. It doesn't feel any different from any other key I've ever used, but just as I'm about to put it back on the desk, a blue screen pops up.
You've received an unbound home base key. Would you like to bind it to your person?
I stare at the blue screen. So Lillian was telling the truth. This little key has some sort of ability that modern science doesn't. What does it mean, bind it to me? Lillian gives a small shrug and a little dismissive wave of her hand.
That just means that no one can steal it from you, and even if you die and respawn, it will stay with you.
Her statement about dying catches my attention, and I look up from the blue screen. A single look at her impassive expression assures me that the mention of death wasn't a threat, but was just the way she saw the world. I'm still curious how blue screens or a key could kill me. Die? Why would I die? Lillian puts her hands up and sighs. She then opens another desk drawer, pulls out a thin book, and holds it out for me. I take the book and see that it's titled The Idiot's Guide to the System, Volume 1.
That's a primer on what the system is and a lot of the new things you'll have to start to learn now that you're a part of it. A nice gentleman in Sweden makes it.
I open the book and look at some of the chapter titles. What is the system? Interface options. Your character sheet. Social, skills, abilities, inventory, combat, respawn, portals, dungeons. I close the book for now, but there are more chapters. I'm sure I'll have time to look through it later. Instead, I consider what I've been told. Blue screens, portals, respawns. The more information I get, the more confused I seem to become. I look up at Lillian. What is all this? First it was the dream with the slime, then it was the blue boxes that told me I learned new skills, now portals and this book that reads like it's some video game manual? Lillian smirks.
Yes, in a lot of ways, the system is set up like a video game. But don't think that's what it is.
Lillian puts her hand out and taps the air like she's selecting something. A can of soda appears on the desk in front of her, and she nods towards me.
You want something to drink?
I stare at the suddenly appearing drink and shake my head. No, but I'd like some of those answers that you promised me. She taps the air again, and the soda can disappears. Lillian looks at me, and I feel her icy blue eyes judging me. She nods once, acknowledging my request.
That's fair. Ask your questions.
What's the system? The blonde cutie behind the desk scrunches up her button nose.
Well, that's a bit complicated. And to be honest, no one knows for sure. The long answer involves a complex artificial structure beneath the fabric of the reality to which most people are accustomed. A way to enhance relatively few humans to deal with the collective unconsciousness of our species. There are large tomes penned by some of the greatest minds about where it originated from and why it truly exists and for whose benefit. Why Plato's allegory of the cave is a perfect representation of. My eyes start to feel heavy at the long, complicated explanation. I never was good at philosophy, and the mere mention of Plato sends me into a stupor. Lillian must see my reaction to the long answer because she doesn't finish her sentence. Instead, she coughs once to get my attention. The short answer is that it's everything. There's a whole secret way of interacting with the world.
She taps the air, and a series of blue windows appear like a bunch of pop-up ads.
All the blue boxes.
With a wave of her hand, they all disappear.
The inventory system.
She stands up from her chair and pulls up a blue window divided into a series of smaller boxes. As she taps each box, her clothes start to change, and she's suddenly wearing a mechanized battlesuit straight out of Warhammer 40K or Starship Troopers.
The gear and armor.
She presses a box again, and a large, glowing, futuristic-looking rifle is in her hands. She points it at a chair in the back of the room, and I see her pull the trigger. A blue bolt of energy shoots out of the rifle at incredible speed, and the chair blows to pieces.
Even the weapons and combat systems. It's all part of the system, and it can make you stronger and more powerful than you ever thought possible.
I stare open-mouthed at Lillian, the girl who I thought I might get to make out with within the storage closet, now garbed in a futuristic battlesuit, holding a glowing metallic rifle longer than I am tall. I know I should be scared by the casual show of violence. I mean, what kind of life do you live where you pull out a gun and shoot something without blinking an eye? However, instead, I find that I'm excited by what I've seen. You can do all that? Then a thought occurs to me. She said I was a part of the system too. Wait, can I do all that too? While I can't see her full face through the battlesuit helmet, I can see her smile. Lillian taps the air with her oversized mech fingers, and she's suddenly dressed in her blue jeans and t-shirt again.
You may be able to one day, but not at your current level.
My what?
Your level.
I see her stare at me for a moment, and her eyes lose focus as she reads a notification only she can see.
Anthony Tinoco, level 1, no class, no job, currently a student at the Polytechnic University of Pembroketown. He lives with his mother and sister, works at the Quickie Stop Mart.
Wait, how did you learn all that? Another smirk appears on Lillian's face as she sits back down at the desk, and I notice she has a dimple in her cheek.
I told you before, I used the inspect skill, the same one you used to find out my name.
But when I used it on you, it just told me your name and something about a level. What are those anyway?
Well, first off, how much information you get from the inspect skill is determined in part by the level of the skill itself, your level, and the level of the person or object you're inspecting. I can see more information about you than you can about me. That's because I have a higher level than you and a higher inspect skill.
Then why do I get so much information about other people?
That's because they're not a part of the system, like we are. The system effectively thinks of other people as having a level of 0. So you'll get more information when you use inspect.
Okay, what's this level business? Is it like a video game, or is it something else? Lillian nods at my statement.
That's right. It's just like a video game level. You get experience points for doing certain things. When you have enough, you gain a level. That gives you more skill points and stat points that you can use to make yourself more powerful. Higher the level, the more powerful you are, basically.
Before I can ask my next question, she interrupts me.
Most of this stuff is in that manual I gave you. It'll tell you all about skills, abilities, your inventory, all that stuff. What I want to talk to you about right now is the purpose.
Purpose?
Yes, the reason why the system exists. You mentioned a dream you had about fighting a slime.
I nod in confirmation.
Well, that wasn't a dream. That actually happened. That's how all this started for you. I went to your college campus to clear a dungeon, and you followed me in somehow. When you killed that slime, you got experience points, and it boosted you from level 0 to level 1, making you part of the system.
But what was that place? That dream, the dungeon, wasn't like anything I'd ever seen before. Lillian taps her chin, considering.
That's a complicated question.
She points at the green door behind me.
That green door is a portal that connects my home base with your convenience store. It will exist for as long as I want. Anyone with access to the system can see that door, but only people I allow can come through it. The place you went was a dungeon, which have a red door that will allow anyone who can perceive the system through. It's a rare ability. Only 1 in 100,000 people can even see the dungeon door. If they happen to enter one and live through the experience, they become a system user, like yourself.
But what is a dungeon? You haven't answered that.
The dungeons themselves come in 2 types. The one you went through is called a random dungeon. They appear, well, randomly, in different places, but usually near large populations of people. No one really knows what they are, but most people believe they are reflections of the collective unconsciousness of humanity. They'll often contain representations of traditional archetypes found in popular culture, myths, stories, and legends.
So that's why I fought a slime? Because humanity's collective unconscious made a slime?
Sort of. The slime was only one creature in a type of pocket world full of monsters. I was inside at the same time you were, killing monsters and destroying the big boss. Once he died and I completed the dungeon, it disappeared. I found you lying unconscious in the basement hallway where the dungeon kicked you out when it was completed. I took you to the college nurse to recuperate, and then found you later so we could have this nice chat.
But why would you go there in the first place?
That's the thing. The whole point of the system. Yes, it gives the users some amazing gear and powers, like that plasma rifle, but the whole point is to clear dungeons like that one. If someone like me hadn't cleared that dungeon, then it would have grown more powerful. It would have started to affect the normal world around it. Unchecked random dungeons like that one can lead to social unrest, riots, increases in crime, and even wars. The dungeons also get harder to clear the longer they exist, making them more dangerous.
What do you mean dangerous? That slime didn't seem that dangerous to me.
The slimes in that dungeon were among the weakest monsters. But if that slime had managed to kill you, you would have died. One of the things that makes users able to clear dungeons is that we have levels. If I were a level 7 and died in that dungeon, I'd respawn at my home base or in a longer dungeon at a safe zone. I'd have lost some experience and maybe a level, but I'd still be alive.
If it's so dangerous, then why do it at all?
Well, for one, not everyone does clear dungeons. Some people take their ability to access the system and are creators of weapons and objects. That battlesuit you saw? It was made by a crafter I know.
Her face takes on a frown.
Other people are selfish pricks and just use the system to make themselves and their families rich and powerful.
Then she motions to the room around.
But here, with me, it's different. My family founded this company with the express purpose of clearing dungeons. There are other companies like ours, but I like to think that we must help people, which is why I sought you out to educate you about the system instead of letting you figure it out for yourself and possibly getting yourself hurt or killed the next time you walked into a dungeon.
Wait, did you say something about getting rich?
Ugh, that's what you heard? Not the part about helping people?
No, I heard that part too. Clear dungeons, help people, prevent social unrest. But go back to the part about getting rich.
Fine. It was going to come up eventually. As you clear a dungeon, you get rewards. Items, weapons, artifacts, a type of money called credits. You can use these items or sell them for more credits. You can use your credits to purchase other items from traders or crafters. You can also trade these credits for real-life money. Some people make a decent living doing this.
No, you said rich, not living decent. Looking around the room at the solid wood desk, the lush carpet, the expensive art on the walls, and the great view, you, for example, don't seem to be doing just decent.
Well, my family's been clearing these dungeons for a long time, and we've built up a bit of wealth. The more difficult the dungeon, the better the rewards. The battle armor wasn't a loot drop.
She eyes me up and down.
Look, you don't have to clear dungeons to make some credits. You could become a crafter and make some stuff people need. But if you're interested in clearing dungeons, I can offer you some training if you sign up with my company. We'll teach you the basics, help you level up, and even get you some gear. All we ask is that you turn over 30% of all the items and credit you get from clearing the dungeons.
Wait, I do all the work and you get a third of what I'd make in the dungeon?
It's 30%, not a third. But yes, we're investing in you. We give you good gear, show you where the best dungeons are for your level. We take the time to train you and point out the pitfalls. For that, we expect a small percentage of what you make. It's better than being an independent operator.
I think about that. I like the sound of it. An independent operator. It has a real American dream kind of feel to it. Besides, I'm not going to let another rich person take advantage of me. Who does she think she is, asking for 30% of what I make? Dreams of being rich fly through my mind and are only disturbed by the discreet coughing from Lillian.
You make up your mind? You want us to train you?
Not wanting to burn a bridge unless I need to, I decide not to turn her down outright. Instead, I'll buy some time to see how difficult this dungeon thing is. Thanks, but I'll have to think about it. This is all so new to me, I think I'll go over this manual and take some time to think about my options. It seems like the type of thing I should consider carefully.
A surprisingly mature decision.
She hands me a card with a phone number on it.
This is a lot to process. Take your time and call me when you're ready to learn more.
She leans in and whispers,
Just be sure not to tell anyone else about it, though. All this is supposed to be a secret. Besides, anyone that's not like us will only think you see things.
Lillian stands up and holds out her hand. I stand and shake it. She escorts me to the green door at the front of the office and opens it. The doorway is black, and I can't see anything beyond it.
Don't worry, it's perfectly safe. You've already been through there once. It'll take you right back to the store.
Yes, but how do I explain to my boss that I've been missing for the last... I try to guess at how much time I've spent here. A half hour. She laughs and pats me on the shoulder.
Trust me, your boss won't know you've gone anywhere. These pocket dimensions run at different speeds than the normal world. They're perfect for when you have to get a lot of work done.
Seeing that I'm still hesitant to go through the doorway, she gives me a shove, and I'm pushed through. I hear the door close behind me.
Chapter 12.
Passing through the darkness only takes a moment, and I find myself stumbling into a shelf. I look around and see that I'm back in the Quickie Stop Mart. I hear Mr. Smith's voice call out to me, "Anthony, there you are. I was looking for you." I turn to see Mr. Smith walking towards me from the front of the store. He doesn't look particularly angry after I've gone missing for a half hour. As a matter of fact, he doesn't look angry at all. When he reaches me, he holds out his big, beefy hand for me to shake, and I do. He smiles at me and asks, "How has school been going? You like the college life?" I'm not sure why Mr. Smith isn't angry or firing me for leaving the store. I glance at the clock on the wall and realize it says that only a minute has passed since I walked through the storage room door with Lillian. Is that what she meant by, "These pocket dimensions run at different speeds than the normal world"? Does time pass differently in these portal spaces? The repercussions of such a thing is a bit too much for me right now. I have to consciously bring my mind to the present and answer Mr. Smith. It's going well so far. It's a big campus with lots of people. Remembering that I'm still employed here, I recall some of the events that happened this morning before hearing about the system. It's surprisingly easy to slip back into the role of convenience store employee. "Mr. Smith, Samantha left early. I told her it was okay since we weren't busy." Mr. Smith nods. "Yes, I got her message. That was your call to make since you were in charge, Anthony. Anything else happen during your shift?" I tell Mr. Smith about the rich kids that came through here and how I reported them to the police when I realized they were drinking and driving. I showed him the money they left to cover the mess they made. Mr. Smith nods at my story. Yes, a good decision. Man, I don't miss the days when the cars jammed the roads and every two-bit fool could drive any way they wanted. We don't need a lawsuit for not reporting that kind of behavior either." I quickly count the money in the register and make sure it matches the night's receipts before handing the keys to the convenience store to Mr. Smith. Before I leave, I remember that I'm supposed to bring home some supplies for Marie. I grab what she needs, but when I try to pay for them, Mr. Smith waves me away, saying that I did a good job with the store and that I don't have to pay. I thank him for his generosity and head home. I catch the autobus home and walk through our front door, shopping bag in hand, by 6:30 a.m. The smell of a delicious breakfast greets me as I enter the house. I make a right after the entryway and down a short hallway into the kitchen. I can hear my mom clattering around the kitchen, the sizzle of cooking food, the smell of delectably fried potatoes. I come up behind my mom and hug her. She's short enough that I can rest my chin on her puffy hair. "Hey, Mom, I'm home."
"Be careful, I'm cooking, Mio."
She puts down the spatula and turns around to give me a quick hug back, then returns to her cooking.
"Breakfast will be ready in a minute. Sit down and tell me about your first day of college."
I briefly consider telling her everything. The weird dream with the slime, waking up in the hospital, the headaches, the blue boxes, the strange girl that came into the store with her explanations. However, looking at her tired yet excited expression, I know that telling her about my problems will just make her worry. She has enough on her plate as it is. "Oh, everything went perfect, Mom. The campus is huge, though, and there are a lot of people that go there."
"Did you get lost? I know you get lost easily. I remember when you were little, you got lost in the store and you cried like a baby until the manager found you and called for me on the speakers. Then you cried all the way home."
Man, you get lost in a department store 1 or 2 times as a kid, and they never let you forget it. I almost got lost, but there are these maps all over campus that show you where all the buildings are.
"Well, that's good. How were the classes? Are they hard?"
Not sure how to answer that since I didn't make it to any of my classes yesterday. I try to be vague. I don't know yet. It was only the first day. They didn't do much.
"Oh, well, maybe they'll teach you something today."
"No, Mom, today is a different set of classes. It'll probably be more introduction stuff." She places a big plate of fried potatoes, eggs, and fried ham in front of me.
"Oh? Well, at least you'll have a good meal before you go."
I thank my mom and eagerly pick up my fork and start to dig into the food. Oh, those potatoes are heavenly. Crispy on the outside and moist and fluffy on the inside. Mix it with the eggs and meat, and each mouthful is a journey to food paradise. My mom places a tall glass of milk with ice in it in front of me. I can't help but think that the cold drink perfectly complements the meal. I hear the sound of a door opening, and a few moments later, a sleepy-eyed Marie staggers down the hallway into the kitchen. My sister rubs her eyes with the sleeve of her nightgown and plops down onto a chair at the kitchen table. My mom quickly puts a plate of food in front of her, and the smell wakes her enough to move her to put food in her mouth. I nudge Marie with my leg, and when she looks at me, I point down at the Quickie Stop Mart bag, then kick the bag a little towards her. Her eyes light up in recognition of the essential feminine hygiene products within. She gives me a quick smile and mouths the word, "Thanks." My mom finishes up cleaning the kitchen and doing the dishes before giving my sister and I a kiss goodbye and leaving for her day job. Once she's done eating, I make sure Marie has everything she's going to need for school and head towards my room. That is, until Marie reminds me that I need to call her principal to straighten out this whole fighting at school thing. It's late enough that the principal is already at his desk when I call, and the two of us have a nice chat about appropriate behavior for young ladies. I assure him that Marie will be dutifully punished for hitting that girl. However, I also make it clear that Marie was acting to defend another person. The principal, for his part, assures me that the other girl involved will also receive punishment. When I hang up the phone, I see an angry-looking Marie staring at me with her hands on her hips.
"What do you mean you'll dutifully punish me? I didn't do anything wrong. All I did was hit that smack-talking tramp Susie in her lying mouth."
I wave my hands at her to stem the tide of righteous teen anger coming. "Calm down, kid. I told the principal you'd be punished. I didn't say what I'd do." Before she can react to my statement, I start to ruffle her hair and tickle her. She isn't prepared for my tickle attack and starts to squirm and laugh. By the time I'm done with my punishment, she's a giggling, laughing mess. "There, you've been dutifully punished," I tell her as I sit down at the kitchen table to catch my breath. I motion for her to sit down at the table as she gets up. "Marie, you know you have to figure out a way to deal with this girl at school without using violence, right? I mean, I get that she attacked your friend and you were right to defend her, but that isn't going to solve your problem with her. She's going to come after you again, maybe not with fists, but with words and rumors. Marie puts her head on the table and sighs dejectedly.
I know, but what am I supposed to do?
I honestly don't know. The rules for boys are different than they are for girls. If some guy had a problem with me, we'd meet somewhere private, fight it out, and that would be that. I don't think that's how it works with girls, though. You'll have to figure out how to deal with this. You can choose to turn the other cheek and ignore her, or you can go on the offensive and start your own verbal attacks. Though the last choice would make you as bad a person as she is.
That's your advice?
I smile and shrug. Sorry, that's the best I have for dealing with teenage girl problems. Not ever having been one myself, I lack experience dealing with those kinds of situations. Marie gets up from the table and goes back to her room. It's amazing how she can make even her walk look sulky. I know she'll get herself ready for school and get a ride with Becky's mom. So I head off to my room.
Chapter 13.
Walking into my room, I close the door behind me and lock it to make sure I'm not disturbed while I look through the book Lillian gave me. The Idiot's Guide to the System, Volume 1. I change out of my work uniform and sit on the edge of my twin-sized bed. I take the book out of my pants pocket and flip to the table of contents. Where to start? I guess I'll have to learn about it all at some point, but I'm not the type of guy who reads game manuals. Sighing, I decide to start at the beginning with, what is the system? Reading the first chapter almost puts me to sleep. It's a lengthy description of what Lillian already told me, except that it has the full, complicated details, including footnotes. I'm surprised by the length of the text. It has to be at least 30 pages long. When I look at the book itself, it doesn't look that long. Before I fall asleep, I skip ahead to the next section, Your Character Sheet and You. This one is at least a bit more manageable.
Your character sheet and you. So, you've finally gotten bored with the section on the system? Don't worry, everyone does. Here's the good stuff, your character sheet. To call it up, you just have to think or say out loud, character sheet, with the intent to pull yours up. The intent is the key with the system. After all, you don't want a bunch of blue screens popping up when you say system words during your everyday speech. Go on, try it now.
Well, this part's at least a bit more interesting than the section on the system. I do as the guide suggests and say out loud, character sheet. Just like the guide said, mine pops up.
Anthony Tinoco, Level 1. Unspent stat points, 4. Unspent skill points, 10. Health, 80. Mana, 120. TP, 100. Strength, 8. Dexterity, 8. Constitution, 7. Intelligence, 11. Wisdom, 9. Charisma, 9.
From the few RPG games I remember playing, that's a character sheet all right. If I recall correctly, health is my life force, and if it reaches 0, I die. Mana is some kind of magical energy. Does that mean that I can cast spells? I don't have any idea what TP is, though. The words below that are my stats, the numerical representation of my physical and mental traits. I wonder how health, mana, and TP are calculated in relation to those stats. Instead of guessing, I continue to read the section of the manual.
By now you've opened up your character sheet. Congratulations! You'll be looking here often, especially as you level and get new equipment. If you haven't already done so, remember to distribute any unspent stat points that you have. Just press the little plus sign next to the stat you want to improve. Feel free to play around with the distribution of points. It won't save until you think or say, Save Character Sheet.
I read the next section as it explains what each stat represents. It's all relatively straightforward and as expected. I note that TP stands for Tech Points and is the technological equivalent of mana, fueling technological-based abilities. There aren't any examples in this section, but it does suggest that I see the Abilities section for more information. Instead of jumping into another section, I play around with the unspent stat points. I add a point to a stat, then another, just to see if there's any change to the health, mana, or TP count. As far as I'm able to tell, every point added to Constitution adds 10 points to my health. Intelligence adds 10 to my mana, and Wisdom adds 10 to TP for every point added to it. The rest of the stats don't seem to have any effect that I can discern right now, so I add 2 points to the Constitution, 1 point to Intelligence, and 1 point to Wisdom. When I say Save Character Sheet, I see the change is made.
Anthony Tinoco, Level 1. Unspent stat points, 0. Unspent skill points, 10. Health, 100. Mana, 130. TP, 110.
Well, I have that character sheet stuff sorted out. I'm definitely not going to be one of those jerks that forgets to spend his stat points. Since I already have a few skills, I decide that I want to know more about what they are, and so I skip ahead in the manual to that section.
Skills. Skills, skills, skills. They're the bedrock of much of what you'll be doing with the system. There are an almost infinite amount of skills available. You can access the list of skills by thinking or saying skills. You can refine the list by changing the display parameters. Bonuses from skills come in one of two forms, active and passive. Some skills need to be activated before being used. A common example is the Inspect skill. It will only activate and give additional information when a person is actively inspecting something or someone. A passive skill bonus will be on and earn experience all the time. For example, the Run skill gives a bonus to movement all the time, no matter what activity the user is doing. The most powerful skills have prerequisites, so plan accordingly. You get 10 skill points every time you level that you can spend on any skill to which you have access. You can unlock a skill and get it to level 1 by either spending 1 point on that skill or by performing that skill in real life. For example, want the Read skill? You can spend 1 skill point to get it to level 1, or you can read until you get it. However, some skills like telekinesis can only be unlocked by spending a skill point. Upgrading a skill is more challenging than it seems. Practicing a skill enough will raise its level, but the higher the level, the harder and more time-consuming it is to level that way. If getting a skill to level 2 takes about 8 hours of practice, then getting it to level 3 will take 16 hours. And getting it to level 4 will take 32 hours of practice. You can also upgrade a skill by spending skill points. However, the higher the level, the more skill points are required to upgrade it. To unlock a skill and get it to level 1 costs 1 skill point. Upgrading it to level 2 costs 2 skill points. Upgrading it to level 3 costs 3 skill points, etc.
Well, I guess it makes sense now. I learned Inspect when I was examining something and Inventory Management when I was taking inventory of the items in the store. That means there are probably a lot of skills I can unlock just by doing regular stuff. I say, Skills, and a new screen appears. At the top of the new blue box is a user interface that has a search function and Sort By drop-down menu. The Sort By menu can be modified to organize the list in descending or ascending order by name, skill point cost, current level, or by the group. The search function has an AND or NOT options with multiple boxes so that just about any combination of parameters can be explored. I see why they have a search feature while scrolling through the skill list. The full list of skills seems unending. Some skills have 6 or 7 prerequisites, including things like stats, race, faction, and other skills. Just a brief skim through the list amazes me and makes choosing something daunting. I mean, what the heck are ablative natural armor or Elysian time fracture repair? I use the search function to whittle down the list. I eliminate all the skills that have prerequisites. I mean, I'm just starting out. No point in looking at stuff I just can't use yet. There are a lot of skills left, so I organize them by grouping. There are combat skills, crafting skills, academic skills, magic skills, tech skills, stealth skills, and more. At least the groupings help me get a better idea of how to view all the skills. While I'm sure I'll need a variety of skills if I plan to try to clear a dungeon on my own, the group that intrigues me the most are the academic skills. I mean, I'm supposed to have class this afternoon. What if there's some super skill that lets me become a genius or something? I see some skills that initially sound like real duds, scanning through the academic skills, reading, mathematics, writing, analyzing. However, after reading the skill descriptions, it seems like each could help me out. The bonus from reading improves the speed at which I can read. Even at level 1, I'd get a 25% bonus. The math skill points out flaws in mathematics and at higher levels will solve math problems on its own. Writing skill stimulates the part of your brain that puts words together and increases the chance of breaking through writer's block with a minigame. However, analyze seems like the broadest skill in the group. It aids in breaking down problems and information and seeing connections. According to the description, it increases the effectiveness of inspect, too. There are way too many options to choose from right now, and I realize that planning out a path to optimize my skills so that I can get advanced ones and ones with prerequisites are going to take some time and maybe a spreadsheet. I might want to ask Lillian for some advice in this area so I don't waste any skill points. However, I suddenly realize that there are some skills I know I can use if I'm going to work out my plan to become rich by independently clearing out dungeons. I use the search function to look for the keyword dungeon. There's a long list of results that come up, including some kinky ones, but I focus on 3 skills that I think will help me with my plan.
Dungeon Scan allows the user to scan for dungeons within a specified radius. Higher levels increase the radius of the scan. Dungeon Inspect, sub-skill of Inspect, allows Inspect to work on dungeon doors, providing information about the dungeon. Dungeon Mapping, sub-skill of Mapping, allows mapping to work in a dungeon, allowing for automatic recording of the area to a special map of the dungeon.
Dungeon Mapping has a prerequisite of the skill Mapping Level 1, and Dungeon Inspect requires that I have Inspect Level 1. I decide that it's worth the investment of skill points. Otherwise, I'll never be able to find a dungeon on my own, and there goes the entire plan. From my initial 10 skill points, I spend 1 on mapping, then 1 each on Dungeon Scan, Dungeon Inspect, and Dungeon Mapping. That leaves me 6 skill points to save for other skills I may want or need. The abilities section of the guidebook is a lot smaller than the skills portion.
Abilities. Abilities are much rarer than skills since they have to be inherited, taught, or earned. Some books were discovered that teach abilities, but these are rare and very valuable. Other abilities are passed down genetically from parent to child. Some abilities are taught by a master of a particular branch of magic or technology. Some abilities are earned as a reward for special quests bestowed by the system. Each user has 1 randomly chosen ability assigned to them when they become a part of the system. To view your abilities, just think or say abilities with the intent to view your own.
I say abilities, then a new window appears. I realize that the room is starting to get a bit crowded with blue boxes, and I close the ones that I'm not using anymore. My ability screen displays 1 word: absorb. When I think of the ability, a new window pops up.
Absorb, Level 1, SSS, active. The user has the chance to absorb the essence of a defeated foe from their corpse. The chance of absorption is based on the difference in level between the user and the foe. If the user has a higher level than the foe, then the chances of absorption being successful upon activation are increased. If the foe has a higher level than the user, the chances of absorption being successful are decreased. To activate, touch the body of a defeated enemy and think or say, "Absorb," with the intent of activating the ability.
Well, at least I have one freebie from the system, though I'm not sure what absorb the essence of a defeated foe means. The section on portals is almost exactly as Lillian described. Red door, dungeon. Green door, home base. However, the manual adds an additional type of door. Blue, commercial. Apparently, some people purchase a unique type of portal key meant for business. The system offers them exclusive perks and upgrades not provided to a home-based type. Speaking of which, I forgot to bind my home-based portal key to myself. I know Lillian said to do it immediately, but I forgot in the confusion of her explanations. When I pull the key out of my pocket and hold it up, another prompt appears.
You've accessed an unbound home-based key. Would you like to bind it to your person?
I say yes. Then the prompt changes.
Congratulations on finding your home-based key. Would you like to set your home base now?
I don't have any idea what this means, and I flip through the guidebook to the home base section.
Home base. Be it ever so humble, there's no place like home base. Your home base is more than a place to rest your head and recuperate. It's a safe, private space that you can develop. To initialize your home base, hold your portal key in your hand in the room you want to designate as your home base and follow the prompts the system gives you. Your home base is the only place that you cannot be harmed or killed by default. A user may change this setting to his or her home base, but the system charges an outrageous amount to do so, and guests are notified of this change before entering. The user determines who enters a user's home base. They may grant and deny access to their home base at any time by holding their portal key and thinking or saying, "Home base permissions." Upgrading your home base is one of the joys of having one. Once you initialize your home base, you're given access to a simple version of the system store and can purchase and sell a variety of products. With the Level 1 store, all users are given access to buy or sell simple products, including upgrades that they can make to their home base.
Whoa, that's some cool stuff right there. I can upgrade my home base? I wonder what kinds of things I can upgrade. Then I realize I don't have to wonder. Holding my home base portal key, I look at the still floating prompt.
Congratulations on binding your home base key. Would you like to set your home base now?
I answer yes. A pencil-thin beam of light explodes from the key in my hand. The light scans every inch of the room, from floor to ceiling. Then the light disappears back into the key, and I'm left blinking spots away. When the spots clear, I see a new prompt.
Congratulations on initializing your home base. To see your current benefits, think or say home base bonuses. To access the system store, think or say system store.
I pull up the home base bonuses.
Home base bonuses. Non-PvP or PvE zone. Health regeneration, plus 10%. Mana regeneration, plus 10. TP regeneration, plus 10%.
Not bad, I think. I don't have a point of comparison, but I figure any type of bonus is better than nothing. Next up is the system store. I pull up the store by thinking the proper command, and two windows pop up. The first is a blue window labeled System Store, with tabs along the top of it with a different stock. The second is a small window with a message.
Welcome to the System Store. As a first-time visitor, you will be granted 5 credits.
Oh, free money! That's always a great deal. I dismiss the message and hear the sounds of a cash register as another message appears.
5 credits have been added to your inventory.
My inventory? I open the guidebook again and flip to the section on inventory. The book says that I have an additional dimensional space, called an inventory, set aside to hold items. I call up my inventory and it's just another blue box subdivided into 6 smaller boxes. I touch the guidebook to one of the boxes and it disappears from my hand, and a miniature version of it appears in the box I touched it to. I tap the small book in my inventory and it reappears, floating in front of the inventory window full-sized once again. The book floats there for 5 seconds, then drops, and I wince in pain as the edge of the book hits my unprotected foot. I rub my foot, then pick up the book and place it on the bed next to me. Looking at the inventory screen again, I see in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen is written, Credits, 5. Well, that's an easy way to keep track of my money. Too bad I can't deposit my regular money here. The inventory screen would make the best wallet ever, since no one else could see it. I close my inventory and return my attention to the system store window. It has several tabs along the top of the window for the different items in the store. From left to right, the tabs read All Items, New, Popular, On Sale, Consumables, Weapons, Armor, Upgrades, and Miscellaneous. It also has a small search bar that can be used to look for items or specific keywords. The New tab has what I can only assume are the newest items. The Popular tab has items and upgrades that are the most purchased. The On Sale tab has discounted items. I'll have to remember to come back there. Consumables are items that are one-time use only. Items like potions, spell scrolls, ammunition, and the like. Weapons and armor are self-descriptive. I'm surprised by the different types of basic weapons and armor available in the store. There are all kinds of medieval weapons, like spell wands, swords, shields, and chainmail. However, there are also handguns, machine guns, retractable batons, and bulletproof body armor. Even more fantastic are the futuristic items like laser pistols and energy shields. Heck, there's even a battlesuit like the one that Lillian had, though the one in the store isn't nearly as cool looking. The Miscellaneous tab has a collection of tools and items that just don't fit in the other categories. There's everything from rope and duct tape to lockpicks and hacking tools. There's even a rather expensive artificially intelligent assistant program. There are also cosmetic items in this tab, things like costumes and hats that don't provide any real benefit, but change the way I'd look. Well, it's good to know I won't ever have to worry about getting a Halloween costume again. There's also a Sell tab, but with a bunch of boxes that remind me of the inventory space and a big Sell button at the bottom. I guess that this is the tab I can use to sell things to the system. I grab a shoe from the floor and test the Sell feature. I tap the shoe against one of the boxes in the Sell tab. The shoe disappears from my hand and appears on the store screen. Above the Sell button, a 1 appears next to the word Credit. I assume that means that my shoe is only worth 1 credit if I wanted to sell it. I tap the icon of a single shoe, and it appears in the air in front of me, and I grab it before it falls, then toss it in the corner of the room. The Upgrade tab is what catches my eye. In this section are all the upgrades that can be purchased from my home base and me. I can upgrade the system store so that it shows more advanced items, and can access the bazaar, a place users put up items for auction. I can also upgrade the bonuses that my home base gives me. I can increase the regeneration bonuses to health, mana, and TP. Most amazingly, I can add new bonuses. The one that seems the most interesting is the time compression option. It would let me change how much time passes in the real world when I'm in my home base. The cheapest option is a 10% time compression, which means for every 60 minutes I spend in my home base, only 54 minutes will have passed in the real world. However, the upgrades on that feature go all the way up to 50% in the store, which means that only 1 hour would pass in the real world for every 2 hours I'd spend in my home base. Not only can I upgrade my home base, but I can also upgrade me. Well, the system parts of me. I can upgrade the number of slots I have in my inventory space. I can purchase themed user interface packs that change the way the system looks. I can make it all themed for things like a hacker, fairy princess, noir, or after various video game and movie characters. I especially like the Spider-Man theme that changes the color scheme to blue and red and adds webs. None of the user interface themes change how it works. It's all cosmetic. But it is good to know that I could change it if I wanted to. Now I'm not sure what the dollar to credit conversion is, but things in this system store are expensive. I mean, they gave me 5 credits, and the only thing that gets me is a can of super ultra wake me up coffee drink. Even the cosmetic stuff starts at 20 credits. The cheapest weapons and armor are hundreds of credits. Don't even get me started on the good stuff in the store. That battlesuit? 198,000.17 credits. Why did they add on the .17? I don't know. But it seems like a dick move because nothing else in the store costs 83 credits. So the 83 credits are just going to sit in your inventory forever, taunting you. So I buy the one thing I can afford, the coffee drink. On the outside of the can, it promises to make you feel like you had a full night's rest. If I plan to check out a dungeon today, I'll need the boost in energy. I pop open the tab on the drink and take my first swig. Not bad. It tastes like a sweet coffee drink with a bit of a metallic aftertaste. A feeling of euphoria and refreshment comes over me as soon as I finish off the drink. I notice a small icon appear in the top left corner of my vision. I look at it and it expands. Nectar of the Gods buff. For the next 12 hours, you will not need sleep and will function as if you've already had a full night's rest. However, there may be some side effects at the end of the 12 hours. Well, there you go. It's official. I love this drink. I wonder if I can just pound one of these things every 12 hours and just stay up indefinitely. Well, time to change into some day wear and get to that dungeon. It's not going to clear itself.
Chapter 14.
All energized from the coffee drink, I head to the auto bus stop and jump on the first one that comes. Since I don't have any idea where a dungeon will be, I don't have a particular destination in mind and figure I'll just ride the bus and scan for dungeons until I find one. I pull up the information on the skill Dungeon Scan.
Dungeon Scan, Level 1. When activated, a scan for dungeons is done in a 50-yard radius from where the user is located. Higher levels of this skill increase the radius of the scan. The highest levels of this skill add options to scan for dungeons with particular characteristics.
Not being sure how to activate the skill, I open the guidebook, but the book provides no guidance on this particular skill. So, I think about how I activate most of the commands for the system. I just say or think the right keyword with the intent of using it, and it happens. So, I think Dungeon Scan while focusing on my desire to find a dungeon. A thin beam of white light shoots out of my chest and extends about half a football field's length away. Then the line rotates around me on a horizontal circular plane, passing through everything around. No one else seems to notice the line, and I can only assume that the line is only visible to users, or maybe just me, since I'm the one with the skill. The scan only takes a few seconds, and when it's complete, a blue window pops up.
No dungeons detected in scan radius.
Well, I can't say I'm not disappointed. I was hoping I'd find something right away, but I can't expect a dungeon to land right in my lap. It takes 3 hours of riding the bus, transferring lines, and scanning before I finally get a hit.
Dungeon detected within scan radius.
I grab my backpack and get off the bus, but I'm not sure how I'm supposed to find the dungeon. But at least I know that one is nearby. I know that the dungeon scan skill has a 100-yard radius, and I try to eyeball that distance from my location. Looking around, I see an empty parking lot and a 2-story indoor mall, so I can only guess the dungeon is somewhere in the mall. I haven't been to one of these in years. I remember when I was in junior high, some of the guys from school and I would meet up here to check out the cute girls. I would tell my mom that I was going to study, but I would really take the bus here to meet up with friends. We'd walk around, pretend like we had enough money to buy stuff at the stores, and, of course, check out the cute girls. Occasionally, one of the guys would get up the nerve to talk to one of the girls our age. When it was my turn, I froze up big time. I thought it was so scary to approach Ruth Quiroz when she was with her friends that I couldn't say anything besides, "Hey, you look nice." The group of girls all giggled and laughed, then walked away. That's what actually happened. However, my school friends heard an entirely different version of events. They heard the version where I was a smooth operator and had no problems laying down the compliments and jokes. This mall looks like it's seen better days. There are only a few people coming in and out of the place. The outside looks like it could use a fresh coat of paint, and the big Macy's sign outside is missing a letter. It just says, Max. As I walk toward the mall entrance, the doors slide open with a slight squeal, and I'm greeted by a gust of air as I walk in. Another squeal tells me the doors have closed behind me. Just inside the entrance is a store dedicated to anime, next to a puppy model agency masquerading as a pet store. Next to that is a hair salon and a Wetzel's Pretzels. Even though this isn't the mall I used to visit as a teen, it feels very similar. All the same stores are here. The jewelry stores, the shoe stores, the food places. Heck, there's some poor kid wearing clown colors putting hot dogs on sticks. However, what isn't here are customers. I mean, there are people here, but they're mostly older retirees and some moms walking around with their kids. The more I walk and look, the more I notice that there are lots of spaces that are empty or have old signs in the window saying, "Coming soon," that have obviously been there for years. Walking past the food court, I see a clock and note that it's almost 1 p.m. I realize I'll have to go home in a few hours since I still have to make dinner for Marie before I leave for my evening classes. After a half hour of walking around, I catch a glimmer of red out of the corner of my eye. On the second floor, in the farthest corner of the near-empty mall, was a bright red door. I start to feel a slight tension in my shoulders and a vague sense that I should not be here as I walk toward the door. When I look around me, I notice that not a single person is in this area. I look back towards the main walkway and see people moving in a hurry. Not one person even glances this way. It's like their brains are telling them not to look over here. Still, this is why I'm here. I turn back to the red door, which has replaced the usual glass door to an empty shop. It's a bit odd. If I look to the left or right of the red door, I can easily see into the empty store through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Walking up to the red door, I use Inspect on it. Dungeon. Recommended for levels 1 to 5. Well, it seems like I lucked out. I hadn't realized that there would be dungeons that were out of my league. My hand touches the doorknob of the red door, then pulls back. Am I really going to go inside one of these again? What if it's some hellscape full of evil demons that think that brown people taste delicious? Sure, the last one wasn't that bad. I mean, a slime did try to kill me, but I showed it who's boss. That's right. These dungeons aren't that bad. I've been in one before and kicked that slime's ass. Before I can change my mind again, I grab the knob with both hands, turn it, and open the door. I rush inside before my courage leaves me.
Chapter 15.
Walking through that doorway is probably the most difficult thing I've done lately. All the old stories of people disappearing mysteriously and never being heard from again pass through my mind. I can't help but wonder how many of those stories were just about people that accidentally discovered a dungeon but never came back. But this is something I need to do. Lillian said that people could become rich clearing dungeons, and my family can use the boost in income. I open my eyes, not sure what I expect, and am greeted by darkness. I rub my eyes and turn around, glad that the red door is still behind me. It takes a moment for my eyes to adjust, but I can see rough stone all around me, and I can only guess that I'm in some cave. I take a step to my left, and the red door disappears. Panicked, I reach out, but my hand passes through space the door once occupied. It's my worst fear come true. I'm trapped here. I take a step to my right, ready to freak out, but the red door suddenly reappears. I reach out again and touch the solid surface of the door. Not sure what's happening, I take a step to the left again, and the door disappears. I take a step to the right, and it reappears. I take another step to the right, and again, the door disappears. This must be why anyone that stumbles into one of these things has a hard time getting out again. The door out is only visible when you're looking at it at a particular angle. I gather some of the loose rocks and place them on the ground in the shape of an arrow pointing directly at the door, so when I come back, I know just the correct angle to see the door. That settled, I quickly open the red door and step through and back just to make sure that I can leave whenever I want. Okay, even if something here tries to hurt me, it's good to know I can just leave. Okay, Anthony, get your shit together. You're not here to screw around. You're here to figure out a way to get paid. While on the bus, waiting to find a dungeon, I'd considered some ways that this might work. 1. I get paid in credits for killing creatures in the dungeon. 2. I get items or loot that I can sell for credits. 3. There may be some big payout for quests in here, or just from clearing the dungeon. Any way you look at it, there's some way to make some money here, assuming I can change credits into dollars. Near the door is a glowing blue crystal the size of a basketball floating above a pedestal. Curious to see if I can sell the crystal, I try to take it, but the moment my hand touches it, a blue screen appears. Would you like to bind at this respawn crystal? I have to pull out the Idiot's Guide to the System, Volume 1, to look up respawn crystals. Apparently, these crystals are found at the beginning of every dungeon. A system user can bind there, and if they die in the dungeon, they'll respawn there instead of their home base. The system user can rebind at his home base at any time, and once the dungeon is completed, the user is automatically rebound to their home base. Well, that makes sense. Why would anyone want to keep respawning back at their home base, which may be far, far away? I say, yes, out loud, and the crystal glows briefly, and the notification disappears. I tighten the straps of my backpack around my shoulders and walk forward through the cave system. I have to climb a few rises, but after about 15 minutes, I find the exit of the cave system. Outside the cave is a small forest of trees. I make my way through the brush and the trees until I come to a clearing that looks out over a cliff, and I realize that I must be on a mountain somewhere. The view from the cliff gives me a great look at the landscape. At the base of the mountains is a thick forest. From here I can see a trail that leads down the side of the mountain to a thick forest. Beyond that are plains that have stone buildings. The structure that dominates the horizon is a massive castle. The castle seems covered in a weird red fog. I start down the trail that leads down the side of the mountain. I follow the trail until I see movement along the trail. I slow down and peer at the moving shadow and see the face of an old man sitting under a rocky overhang. There's a pile of sticks in front of the old man in the cloak that's likely an unlit campfire. I slowly approach, wishing I had some weapon in case this guy is the first monster I'm supposed to kill. As I get close, the old man looks up, smiles at me, and says, "Hello, hero. I've been waiting for your appearance." To say I'm surprised that this guy knew I was coming would be an understatement. I mean, I didn't even know I'd be here. Hey, you been waiting for me? Still looking at me but not reacting to my question, the old man continues, "The prophecies have foretold your coming, and the stars have aligned to summon you to these dangerous lands." I try to interrupt the old man by asking, "Wait, what prophecy are you talking about?" However, he waves his hand in the direction of the castle and continues speaking as if he didn't hear me. The land yearns for freedom from the grip of the evil overlord, King Cannon. Only you can free the princess from the castle and restore her to her rightful place on the throne. Will you save Princess Plum?
Quest: Save Princess Plum from the evil overlord King Cannon. Reward: 1000 XP, 1000 credits, clears dungeon. Do you accept?
Okay, this all seems way too familiar. Save the princess from the evil king? Really? Lillian said that these dungeons pull from the collective unconsciousness of the masses, but she didn't say they were so cheesy about it. Regardless, at least this answers a question I'd had about how to clear the dungeon. Save the princess. Got it. I accept the quest. The old man nods sagely and looks past me. I'm not sure if he's a person or just some kind of NPC, so I try to ask him a few questions. But he doesn't answer anything until I ask, "Is there anything else you can tell me?" He then proceeds to give me a detailed history of the area and how it used to be. I'm bored to tears within moments and just walk away, leaving the old man speaking to empty air. That answers that, old man NPC. The pathway leads directly into the forest at the base of the mountain. I lose sight of the castle in the distance since the skyline is blocked by the canopy of trees. Within moments of stepping into the forest, a familiar monster blue blob appears. It rolls from behind the trunk of a tree, and I immediately look around for something to hit it with. A fallen branch on the forest floor looks like a good bet, and I pick it up. The blue rolling slime doesn't seem to be moving with quite the same alacrity as the last one I fought. It pauses its roll, and I see two googly eyes roll forward, and I realize this thing isn't the same type of slime as I fought after all. I use Inspect on the creature, and a blue box appears, telling me about the creature.
Blue blob, level 1. Health 10 out of 10.
Oh, well, this shouldn't be so bad after all. I raise the branch in my hands for an overhead swing and bring it down squarely onto the blob. A red 1 floats from the creature. I sigh in frustration. I'd hoped that becoming a user would let me do more than 1 damage. The blue blob only vaguely recognizes that it's even being attacked and looks around for the source of damage. When it spots me, it rolls in my direction. It's relatively simple to step out of the path of the blob and hit it as it passes. Only once am I even damaged, and that's when the blob rolls over my foot, causing an intense pain there and 5 points off my health. After hitting the blob for the 10th time, the branch in my hand breaks in half. Thankfully, the blue blob's health also hits 0, and it stops moving. After about 30 seconds, the body disappears in a flash of white light.
You've defeated a blue blob, level 1. You receive 5 XP.
In addition to getting the 5 XP from the blob, I pick up 2 squishy blue balls. Inspecting them tells me they're called blue balls.
Blue balls. Ouch. You have a serious case of blue balls here. Formed from the remains of a blue blob, these items are most commonly sold to vendors. Rumor has it they can be charged with elemental energy.
I open up my inventory and toss the balls into one of the slots. Thankfully, the balls stack and only take up 1 slot. Walking through the forest, I find 4 more blue blobs and kill each with a branch from the forest floor. It's annoying that the branch breaks after only 10 hits, but there are plenty of them around. I only take 2 more hits from the blobs, but that equals 10 points off my health, bringing me down to 85 out of 100. Curious about why the branch keeps breaking, I inspect it.
Tree branch. Tree branches are dropped by the trees around you. Duh. These branches may be used as impromptu torches, parts for more complex weapons, fuel for a fire, or as a basic bludgeoning weapon. Note: if used as a weapon, user must have the bludgeoning weapon skill to use effectively. As bludgeoning weapon, damage 2 to 3. Durability 10 out of 10.
Oh, so that's why I'm only doing 1 damage. I don't have the right skill. I open up the skill menu and look up bludgeoning weapons.
Bludgeoning weapons. This skill lets you effectively use blunt objects as weapons. Trying to use a bludgeoning weapon without this skill will significantly reduce that weapon's damage. Raising the level of this skill increases the damage done with weapons of this type.
While I'm sure I could earn the skill for bludgeoning by swinging this branch around enough, I honestly don't want to wait. The extra damage will make killing these blobs much easier. So I spend 1 skill point to get bludgeoning weapons to level 1. The next blue blob I encounter only takes 5 swings to finish it off. Plus, the branch hasn't broken yet. Inspecting the branch again shows it still has 5 out of 10 in durability, so each swing must knock off 1 point. Walking deeper into the forest towards the castle, I encounter a new type of monster. It would remind me of a walking nose if it had eyes and feet. I inspect it.
Goombi, level 1. Health, 15 out of 15.
Wait, a Goombi? At first I thought this dungeon was a Zelda ripoff, but now it looks like it's also taking inspiration from Mario Brothers games. The Goombi is much faster than the blue blob and uses its feet to kick me for 7 points of damage before I'm able to discern a pattern to its attacks. Each time it's about to execute a flying kick, it takes a double step. Otherwise, it will run up and try to kick me in the shin. It's also much harder to hit the Goombi since it tries to dodge my blows. I find it easiest to avoid the creature's kicks to my shins and wait for a flying kick. Then, once the Goombi is committed to the attack, I swing the tree branch like a baseball bat and knock the monster out of the air. Each time I do this, it sits stunned for a few seconds on the ground afterward, and I can get in a free additional attack. Even though I do more damage with the tree branch now, I'm not able to finish off the Goombi before the branch breaks. I'm able to pick up another one from the ground, but I can see this becoming a problem in the future when I face off against more challenging opponents. I only take 5 points of damage before I'm able to finish off the Goombi. The body disappears in a flash of light, and a blue box appears.
You've defeated a Goombi, level 1. You receive 10 XP.
Once the body disappears, a pair of small shoes is left. I inspect them, but the description only says that they can be sold for credits, so I drop them in my inventory, taking up the second slot. I pull up my character sheet to see how I'm doing on health.
HP, 72 out of 100. Mana, 130 out of 130. TP, 110 out of 110.
I notice that I'm about a third down in my health, but that it doesn't seem to be regenerating. I also note that my mana and TP are full. I wish I had some special move to help me kill these monsters faster, when I remember that I have that ability Absorb. I pull up the ability to see what it does.
Absorb, level 1. SSS, active. The user has the chance to absorb the essence of a defeated foe from their corpse. The chance of absorption is based on the difference in level between the user and the foe. If the user has a higher level than the foe, then the chances of absorption being successful upon activation are increased. If the foe has a higher level than the user, the chances of absorption being successful are decreased. To activate, touch the body of a defeated enemy and think or say "absorb" with the intent of activating the ability.
Well, it's not a combat ability since I can't use it until after the fight is already over. The skill does explain why the bodies don't disappear right away, though. I imagine several skills or abilities utilize the body of a monster. It's a shame I don't have a necromancer spell. Then I could raise an army of Goombis and blue blobs to fight for me. I imagine an army of rolling blobs following me to conquer the world. My daydreaming is interrupted by a hard kick to my back, which sends me tumbling forward to the ground, a red number 7 leaving me. When I'm able to look around, I see a new Goombi has appeared and is already running towards me, ready to attack again. I roll onto my side, losing the half-used branch I'm holding. The move seems to catch the Goombi off guard, and he has to slow down to turn to face me. I use the time to get to my feet, but am not able to do much else. The Goombi runs up to me and starts to kick my shins. Each attack doesn't do much damage, but a bunch of red ones leave me with a flurry of kicks. Angry, I kick the thing like it's a soccer ball, and I'm pleased to see it go flying through the air. A single red one floats away from it, and it lands with a thump. While I'm annoyed my great kick only did 1 damage, I can guess that's because I don't have the appropriate skill. I probably need goalie kick attack skill or something. Still, the attack puts the Goombi far enough away to give me a chance to pick up a tree branch from the forest floor. I'm not sure if it's the same one I had before, but it doesn't matter. If it breaks, I'll pick up another one. The rest of the fight isn't too hard, and I only take another 4 points of damage before the Goombi lies still, his health points finally hitting 0. I remember I wanted to try my ability Absorb, and that I only have a few seconds before the body disappears. I kneel down, put my hand on the body of the deceased Goombi, and activate Absorb. I feel a pull of energy, and my hand glows white, absorbing the body it's touching. Nothing is left of the Goombi body after the white light fades away from my hand.
Absorb has failed to capture the essence of the defeated foe. Please try again.
What? So it takes the body and doesn't do anything? It doesn't even leave any loot now. I pull up the description of the ability. Well, doesn't that figure? The description says, user has the chance to absorb the essence of a defeated foe from their corpse. Ugh. Ugh. That means that the skill isn't guaranteed to do anything. It only has a chance at working. But it still doesn't say what it does. I check my character sheet, and it seems that the ability uses 10 points of TP. Well, I might as well call it a day. A quick check on my health shows it's at 57 out of 100, and not improving any. I can only guess that if I want to recover my health in here, I'll have to find some spell or item. I turn around, intending to head back to the cave and the red door, when I realize that I don't have any idea how to get back there. I look around, and all the trees look the same to me. A sense of being lost grows in me, and I have to push down the panic welling up. I wish my phone worked so I could at least see a map or something, when I remember that I purchased both the mapping skill and the dungeon mapping sub-skill. I say map, and a blue window appears with a map on it. Most of the map is covered in black, but the areas that I've walked through are revealed. There's also a little arrowhead in the dead center of the map that I assume represents me. I turn to the left and right, and the little arrow turns with me on the map. Yup, that's me. Backtracking using the map is more time-consuming and difficult than I thought it would be. The map stays oriented with north being up, but I turn around all kinds of ways as I walk, making it difficult to orient myself. I find I have to change the size of the map and hold it in one hand as I walk, or it will just stay stuck in the air. Unfortunately, the effort of trying to follow the map distracts me from what's happening around me. This leads me into unintentionally walking into several fights. I feel like it takes at least another hour to reach the cave entrance, and along the way I take 28 points of damage from 2 Goombis and 3 blobs. The last kill gets me just enough experience points to make level 2. At least, that's what the system message says as I'm enveloped in bright light. I don't think it's the best idea to go looking through my character sheet in the middle of this forest, so I make a mental note to look over everything when I get back home. One thing I work on during the walk back to the cave is figuring out what Absorb does. So I use it on each of the bodies that are left over after the fights. I understand that by using the skill, I forego any loot they may have dropped. However, figuring out exactly what this ability does might mean the difference between winning a fight and losing it someday. I use the ability on the remains of each monster I defeat, but it's not until I kill and absorb the last blue blob outside the cave that I finally get something other than a failed to capture the essence of the defeated foe notification.
Absorb has successfully captured the essence of the defeated foe. You've learned the ability Roll.
Excitedly, I look up my abilities and see Roll sitting right under Absorb.
Roll. G. Active. Ready to roll? For a small TP cost, you can roll with increased speed when you activate this ability. To activate it, just think or say roll with the intent to use the ability.
Well, I might as well test this thing out before I leave, right? I mean, it would attract a bunch of attention if I tested it out in the mall. What if the ability gives me Sonic the Hedgehog powers and I can roll and spin in a little ball or something? As I face the cave entrance, I say, roll, and feel myself fall forward. I think I'm going to hit my head, but my body automatically tucks my noggin down, and I see the whole world spin around as my body rolls forward along the floor. I try to scream, "Stop, roll!" but it just comes out roll. Again, I feel another burst of momentum as my body rolls forward again out of my control. I'm grateful when my body slams into the cave wall and comes to a stop. I think I see a red 5 float away from me, but it's hard to tell since I'm upside down. I get to my feet with a bit of effort and have to put a hand out and lean against the stone wall of the cave to steady myself. Once the room stops spinning, I walk into the cave and make my way to the red door. I can't see it at first, but I remember the arrow I made on the floor out of rocks. The door appears as I stand behind the arrow, and I walk through it.
Chapter 16.
As I exit the red door on the side of the mall, I suddenly have a greater appreciation for air conditioning. The world on the other side of the door was a bit warm for my taste, and all that walking and monster killing worked up a sweat. I hear the door close behind me, and I just stand there, my eyes closed, enjoying the cold air for a minute. Opening my eyes, I'm worried about how much time has passed. I mean, I'm still supposed to make dinner for Marie and go to my evening classes, and I had to have been inside that dungeon for at least 4 or 5 hours. As I start to jog along towards the mall escalator, I catch a glimpse of a clock above the food court. The sight causes me to stop in my tracks and stare. The large clock face says that it's only 3 p.m., which means that only 2 hours have passed since I entered the dungeon. That can't be right, can it? I mean, I climbed down the mountain, talked to that old man, and wandered through the forest fighting monsters. My sense of how much time has passed is usually pretty spot on. Then I remember one of the features that I can upgrade at my home base slows down time outside the base. Perhaps this is the natural characteristics of the dungeons? I shrug. Whatever the reason, I won't turn up my nose at a couple of extra hours to get stuff done. I take a single step towards the escalator when another aspect of this world recalled to my mind. The home base key. Here I was, ready to take a long, hour-long bus ride back home when I have a magic key that will create a portal to my home base, my bedroom. I elicit strange looks from the people in the mall as I do a little happy dance at all the time and money I'll save not having to take a bus ride back home anymore. Hell, I could travel to faraway lands on a one-way plane ticket and return home instantly. I could make a killing as a transporter. I mean, assuming people only wanted to make a trip to my home. I backtrack and walk up to one of the empty shops next to the dungeon. Looking around to make sure that no one is watching, I take my home base key out of my inventory and insert it into the glass door. The transformation into a green wooden door only takes a moment, and when it's complete, a blue box appears. Congratulations on using your home base key for the first time. Would you like to establish a connection to this location or a one-time portal? Unsure what the system message means, I look it up in the guidebooks. It takes me a minute to locate the information on portals, but it seems like I can create a semi-permanent portal between any location in the world and my home base, allowing for quick travel as long as the connection exists. That must be what Lillian did when she took me to her home base in New York. I was able to travel between the two locations without any problems. According to the guidebook, only one of these connections can be established at a time, and one connection between places has to be disconnected before another can be created. Otherwise, it's just a one-way portal to my home base that disappears as soon as I walk through it. Well, that's reassuring. At least I know I'm not leaving some open door to my home base for anyone to walk through. I answer the prompt that I want to create a one-time portal, and it disappears. Opening the green door, I see black beyond the doorway. Trusting that I'm not entering some black hole, I confidently walk through the door into the dark. At first, the all-encompassing blackness surrounds me, and I panic for a moment, thinking that something has gone wrong. Then, slowly, the darkness fades away, and I find myself standing by the open doorway of my room. The green door closes behind me and then transforms into the door to my room. Looking around my messy room, I can't help but smile. Well, that is neat. A quick return trip from the dungeon running. Then I remember how long it took me to find the dungeon, and I realize I'm not sure which mall I was at. I slap my forehead at my stupidity. I rode around rather randomly on that bus for hours just using Dungeon Scan. Once I found it, I totally forgot to write down where the dungeon was. God, I wish my phone worked. I would have just looked at my map. I slapped my forehead again. Duh, I used one of my skill points to get mapping. Sure, I mostly got it because it is a prerequisite for the dungeon mapping skill, but that doesn't mean it hasn't been working this whole time. I say, map, and see another map pop up of my room and the house. I zoom out and see the parts of the neighborhood I've walked through since I got the skill. If I follow the non-blacked out area, I can see the places the bus took me. Even better, there's a red pin on the map marking where I found the dungeon. I do another little happy dance since I don't have to figure out where that dungeon's located again. Man, this system thing is kind of cool. My little dance over, I sit at the edge of my bed and pull up the system store window and tap on the sell tab to see what I can get for all my loot. Unfortunately, the loot isn't worth as much as I was hoping it would be. The blob balls are only worth 1 credit apiece, and the Goombi shoes are worth 2 credits. It looks like I picked up some trash items. Still, after selling them, I have a total of 10 credits in my inventory. Looking for all the items in the store by price, I see I can afford to buy 2 more Super Ultra Wake Me Up coffee drinks, or I can save up to buy a minor health potion for 20 credits. I opt for the 2 coffee drinks, because I still need to be awake for class later, and my current buff has a timer that says it's only going to last another 3 hours. That sounds a little off, until I realized that the buff continued to count down when I was in the dungeon. I dropped the coffee drinks in my inventory and closed the system store. No use browsing through it without credits to spend. Instead, I pull up my character sheet to see how that level up affected me. Viewing the character sheet, I see that I now have 4 more stat points and a total of 15 skill points to use. The only base difference that I can see that my new level has is that it increases my health, mana, and TP by 10 points each. I already know that increasing Constitution, Intelligence, or Wisdom will raise health, mana, or TP respectively by 10 points for every stat point invested. Since I've been using my Absorb ability so much, I figure I need to raise my TP pool. I know that when I play video games, I usually play as a caster, and I'd like to learn some spells at some point so that I don't have to keep picking up sticks and bashing things with them. So I decided to invest some stat points in Intelligence also. 2 stat points go to Wisdom, and the other 2 go to Intelligence, and see the difference in my character sheet.
Anthony Tinoco, Level 2. Unspent stat points, 0. Unspent skill points, 15. Health, 110. Mana, 160. TP, 140. Strength, 8. Dexterity, 8. Constitution, 9. Intelligence, 14. Wisdom, 12. Charisma, 9.
I say, save character sheet, and feel an intense pressure in my head, but it's gone the next instant. My mind feels clear, and I'm suddenly able to connect little bits of information that I hadn't thought of before. I realize that in addition to the boost to mana and TP, increasing Intelligence and Wisdom also have real-life effects. That's probably the reason I realized earlier today that there would be skills specifically for finding dungeons. I just increased my Intelligence and Wisdom, so I was able to see the connections. I'm rather curious about exactly how those two stats affect the human mind. I realize that I don't have to guess. I can test it between now and my next level up. I pull out an old SAT prep book I have and start to flip through the pages. I chose math since I'm already pretty good at that and start to take a sample test. Already I find that the answers are coming to me a little faster than I remember them coming when I took it in high school. I remember theorems and formulas that I haven't used in months. I also see patterns in the trigonometry questions that I remembered struggling with. By no means is the math section a breeze. I still have to write down calculations and proofs, but it seems a bit easier. When I check my answer against the test key, I get a score of 89%, which means even with those raised stats, I still make mistakes. When I was preparing for the SATs, I wrote down how long it took me to complete each section, and when I finished this time, I realized that I've beaten my best time by a full 10 minutes. I mean, I know that doesn't seem like a lot, but my best time was after I'd been studying for weeks straight and taking prep courses. I consider taking the other portions of the SATs, but realize that I won't likely get any more useful data from that. I can already guess that intelligence relates to information absorption and recall. Wisdom probably refers to the ability to connect that information to actual use and capacity to understand connections. It's kind of cool. I briefly wonder if I've increased my IQ. Then I remember that I don't have to wonder. I log onto our home computer and find a web page with an IQ test. I complete the test in a little over an hour and get a score of 112 on the Stanford-Binet scale. According to the results page, that puts me in the low end of high average intelligence. Is it weird that I feel a little disappointed? I mean, high average intelligence is good, but that means that before I increased my intelligence and wisdom, that I was likely just of average intelligence. I never thought that I was a genius or anything, but I thought of myself as smart. But then again, I'm sure everyone thinks that they're smarter than they are. I shrug it away and make a note in the SAT book of the IQ results, and that I'm to repeat the test after I level up again to see if there's any difference. As soon as I finish the note, I hear the front door open. I glance at the time on the computer and realize that I've been going through all this system stuff for over an hour. I bookmark the IQ test page and then close the browser and head to the dining room to say hello to my sister. What I see when I get to the dining room is not encouraging. My little sister Marie has already dropped her backpack in the hallway, gone into the kitchen, and is currently eating ice cream out of the container with a spoon. She sees me walk in the room and waves with one hand while the other spoons another bite of ice cream into her mouth. I lean against the dinner table and wave back. Isn't it a little early to be hitting the hard stuff? She sticks her tongue out at me, and I see green from the mint chocolate chip ice cream.
Nope, it's just the right time of day for it.
She frowns at me and continues,
I've had a bad day. That bitch Susie is still harassing Becky and me. She keeps trying to spread rumors about how the two of us jumped her with our Chola gang friends.
She shakes her head and wags one finger.
But too many people saw me take her single-handed to believe that bullshit.
I walk up and give my sister a big hug. I feel her curl in a little as she puts her head on my shoulder. I know it sucks right now. It never feels good when someone is making your life difficult and making fun of you. But I'm proud that you're not retaliating. It shows real maturity. Marie pulls away from my hug and looks up at me, her nose crinkled up and her eyebrows drawn down. Well, that's a guilty face if I've ever seen one. Oh, have I spoken too soon? She shrugs and gives me a guilty smile.
I guess I'm not a mature 14-year-old. Becky is coming over in a little bit, and we're going to plan our Stick It to Stacy campaign. We're going to watch some old movies for inspiration. The internet recommends Mean Girls the Reunion, Odd One Out, and Easy A.
I'm not sure where to go from here. I mean, yeah, I could lecture Marie about taking the high road and ignoring Stacy. However, the truth is that girl Stacy is probably going to keep being a bully until someone makes her stop. So I take a step back and tell my sister, look, kid, You're old enough to make your own decisions. I can't officially condone what you might be planning to do, but promise me you won't do anything to hurt her or get yourself in trouble. Mom works hard to pay for your tuition to that fancy school, and she'd be super sad if you got kicked out." Marie wiggles her nose at me, sighs, and nods.
"Okay, I promise not to do anything that will get me kicked out of school."
A blue screen pops up.
"You've learned the skill Guilt Trip, Level 1.
Oh, come on, you stupid system. That can't be a real thing. I mentally call out the name of the skill, and another blue screen appears.
Guilt Trip, Level 1. So, you've learned how to manipulate people with guilt? Well, you've joined the ranks of parents and authority figures everywhere. Don't worry, the power to guilt doesn't make you a bad person. It's just another tool you have to manipulate people to do your bidding."
Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle. It is a real thing. My mom must be like level 100 in this skill. I tousle my sister's hair, and she sticks out her green tongue at me, but smiles afterward. She gets herself a small bowl of ice cream before heading to her bedroom. I get started on dinner for the three of us, since Becky is coming over. I make some simple chili beans, since I know Marie and Becky can either eat them by themselves or use them for nachos or chili dogs. In a small pot, I put a few teaspoons of blended chipotle chilies with sauce, diced tomatoes that have been pulsed a few times in a small food processor, and rinsed red kidney beans. I add a couple of teaspoons of sugar to balance the heat from the chilies, some salt and pepper to the mixture, and bring it to a simmer. While that's going, I take out our trusty skillet and on medium heat add some oil. Once that's heated, I add in a large diced onion, some chili powder, cumin, and a little salt. Once the onion is cooked, I add some minced garlic and some ground beef. After the ground beef has browned at high heat and mixed with everything else, I add the small pot of diced tomato, chipotle, and beans to the skillet, and let the whole thing simmer on low heat for 15 minutes. The smell of the chili permeates the kitchen, and the food is ready in time for Becky's arrival. The girls get bowls of chili and giggle their way back to Marie's room to start their mean girl research. After eating a bowl of the chili beans myself, I store the rest away in the fridge and get cleaned up and ready to leave for class. Before I go, I make sure Marie knows there's stuff for chili dogs and nachos if they get hungry later. The bus ride to campus is rather uneventful compared to my life-altering first day. When I think about it, it's difficult to believe how much my life has changed in just a couple days. Once I'm on campus, I pull out the map and class schedule I printed up at home. This time I make sure to circle exactly where all my classes are located in advance on the map so I wouldn't wander into any other abandoned buildings. My afternoon and evening classes aren't that hard since it's the first day. The afternoon class is an English course, and the evening one is biology. I don't have a major yet, so when I was picking out courses during registration, I decided to try out a broad spectrum of classes. I added in anthropology as my Easy A class based on the comments I read about it online. Still, the day is mostly spent listening to professors reading their syllabus and waiting in line for textbooks and required reading materials. I'd planned on getting most of this stuff in digital format, but with my phone dead, I have to go with the physical copies. It costs a surprising amount of money to buy all that stuff I need for just these 2 classes, and I reluctantly put the expenses on my one credit card, since my student loan doesn't cover this stuff. Thankfully, I don't have to lug all these books across campus to the bus stop. I gladly use my home base key on an empty classroom door to create a one-time use portal home. As I enter my room and put down my textbooks, I think again about how cool the system is, and how I'm already benefiting from it after just 2 days. Lillian was right. This thing is going to change my life.
Chapter 17.
Gosh darn it! At least, that's the clean version of what I scream as I respawn in my room. The truth is, it was a long stream of curses and expletives. Once I calm down, I pull up my character sheet and lament that just a few moments ago I was level 6. Now, after my death, I've been knocked back to level 5. I sigh as I sit in bed and remember the progress I've made the last 6 weeks and how it all got away from me. After discovering the dungeon in the mall, the last 4 weeks fell into a routine pretty quickly. Mondays and Wednesday I had anthropology and math class in the morning. I would port home to study for a few hours, do homework, get dinner ready, then go to work where I practiced system skills. Tuesdays and Thursdays, I came home for breakfast with my family, get some sleep, hit the dungeon in the mall, then went home to make an early dinner. Afterwards, it was English and biology classes, then port home to study and sleep. Fridays, I hit the dungeon again for a few hours until the afternoon, then I ported home to rest before the night shift at the Quickie Stop Mart. Saturday and Sunday, I worked during the afternoon for half shifts but had the nights free. There were always 2 things I always made it a point to do. I was home for breakfast, and I always made dinner for Marie. Mr. Smith would ask me to stay for overtime some mornings after work. However, I always declined, even though the pay is time and a half. I know it sounds silly, but the mornings are the only time of day my family gets to see each other, and I'd rather do that than get overtime hours. The weekends were my mom's only days off, and Marie and I tried to let her sleep as much as possible. When we were little, the weekends would be the time Mom would organize things for us to do as a family. She'd take us to the park to play, or to the public swimming pool, or to the museum on their kids are free days. In retrospect, I think she was trying to make up for the time she felt she lost with us during the week, even if it cost her some much-needed rest. Now, Marie and I do things on our own during the weekends. I work part-time, and Marie hangs out with Becky and does stuff with cheer and her other after-school activities. Mom is always up by the time we come home in the afternoon, though. She has a meal and something for us to do as a family. While I love my mom, it worries me sometimes that she seems to sleep so little. I mean, I'm tired as heck from my part-time job and school. I don't know how she does it. But she must know what she's doing, right? On a more personal note, Samantha from work kept appearing on my shifts, and we started to get along better once I knew something about her. I kept getting reputation increases with her every time we talked, and I noticed that when I talked about things she liked, it went up even more. When she started to flirt with me, I was rather surprised. I would have never thought she'd be interested in me. But then again, I rarely understand why women do things. The 2 of us went out a few times, and I found that she's pretty hot when she wears something other than a work uniform. However, the places she liked to go didn't exactly appeal to me, and I had a hard time thinking of her as a casual hookup when I knew she had a kid. I don't go past third base with her, and things just sort of fizzled out after a while. The 2 of us still joked around at work, but we stayed work friends. In addition to being able to increase my reputation with Samantha, the system has provided some other great benefits. I get into the habit of using inspect on everyone and everything as I go through my daily life. School, work, home, everywhere. So it's not a surprise that after a couple of weeks of practice, I'd raised it to level 4, and I saw even more information when I used it. For example, there was this hot brunette in my biology class that I flirted with. At first, I didn't want to use inspect on her just because I felt like it would ruin some of the fun of getting to know her. Then she suggested we get together for some private study time at her place. I was surprised by the offer, as we hadn't gone out together yet, so I used inspect since it had just leveled.
Jessica Fletcherson. An independently wealthy young woman in her 20s, Jessica spends her time attending college and researching her next novel. She writes a successful series of murder mystery novels under the pen name I Titty and considers herself an amateur detective. Likes neat penmanship, old-fashioned typewriters, forensic science, and surprise endings. Dislikes rude behavior, people that ask too many questions, and determined FBI agents. Bonus info. Several of Jessica's ex-boyfriends have gone missing, and the murder rate in her hometown of Cabot Castle is surprisingly high.
While I thought it could be fun dating someone wealthy for once, the insinuations from the bonus info put a huge damper on my libido. Of course, I politely declined, citing family obligations, and I made sure I didn't ask her any more questions about her past. One anonymous tip to the FBI later, and Jessica stopped showing up for class. The inventory management skill turned out to be a much better skill than I initially thought. Every level I gained in it added 1 box to my inventory space. I mean, yeah, I could have purchased more inventory space as an upgrade from the system store, but this way it was free. It was a little hard to train, though, and I only increased it to level 2, but still, free inventory slots. From my time in the dungeon, I increased my bludgeoning weapon skill to level 3. The higher level in the skill meant that I increased my chances of landing a blow, and I find that hitting monsters with those branches does slightly more damage. Since I plan to continue with school even though I'm trying out this dungeon thing, I grabbed some new skills to help me academically. The speed reading skill increased reading speed without sacrificing comprehension. The mental math skill made the math calculations I did in my mind easier and faster. Finally, the analysis skill was one of those always active skills that worked with others to boost their effectiveness. Once I got it, I found I saw new points in the stuff I was reading, and the more complex math problems I worked on became easier as I saw how their parts fit together. Even the information I got from Inspect was more detailed, especially when it came to people. It's like my brain was always studying things in the background. While the new academic skills were handy for classes, they weren't that helpful in furthering my plan to become a rich dungeon cleaner. I spammed Dungeon Scan whenever I left the house and increased it to level 3, which increased the range of the skill to 70 yards. However, I didn't discover any new dungeons. Mapping only increased to level 2, but dungeon mapping increased to level 3. Since they're background skills, I think I need to go new places for the skill to increase in level. But the new levels in mapping were neat. They started to map out new locations with pins. Speaking of the dungeon, I was able to fight my way to the castle by week 2. The forest area near the cave only had 2 types of mobs, the blue blobs and the goombies. The plains beyond only had 1 type of monsters, short, fat-headed goblins that wielded either wooden clubs or short bows. Initially, they were not hard to kill, but as I got closer to the castle, they started to work in groups. Thankfully, I could use the weapons they dropped. Though the clubs they used did more damage than the wooden branches, they still broke after a certain number of hits. So I tried to have a couple of spares in my inventory. I tried to use the bows and arrows, but I sucked at aiming, and I could only get off 1 or 2 shots before the monsters got too close and I had to switch to the club. I also discovered how to sneak up on goblins who had their backs to me. I got a bonus on the damage I did, which helped me kill the goblins a little faster. Still, fighting goblins was a bit more challenging than fighting the goombies that attacked in a straight line, or the blobs that just stood there. The goblins seemed semi-intelligent. They dodged my strikes and counterattacked when I was off balance. In groups, they even had their ranged bow users hang behind the club users. I encountered my first experience with death within the system when I came across a group of goblins that used this tactic. By the time I defeated both club users, the bow user whittled my health down to 0. Death was a severe shock to the system that I recommend everyone try to avoid. As my health neared 0, the edges of my vision turned red. Yet even as my last health point disappeared, I still felt every arrow that pierced my body. If anything, dying momentarily intensified the pain. Then, pop. The next thing I knew, I was opening my eyes back at the beginning of the dungeon, standing in front of the respawn crystal, whole and unhurt physically, though my mind didn't quite believe it until I stripped naked to make sure there weren't any wounds anywhere. It wasn't until after I was sure that I was uninjured that I noticed the notifications floating in the air. You've been killed by Goblin Archer. Respawn in 3, 2, 1. You've respawned a respawn crystal. You lose 30 XP.
XP needed to level 3, 42.
My concern over my health quickly turned to anger at the experience loss. It turned out that there's a 30% experience point penalty when you die. This one death lost me all the experience points I'd earned over the last few days. I was almost to level 3 when I died, and I'll admit that I raged a little in my room at the loss of experience points. After I calmed down, I was more determined than ever to improve my monster killing skills. I thought I was being smart by spending most of my dungeon earnings on a simple laser pistol for 120 credits. It only did 3 to 5 damage per shot, but according to the description, it used my TP as a source of energy, which meant that at the cost of 5 TP per shot, I could squeeze out about 28 shots before I ran out of TP. Unfortunately, when I tried to use it in the dungeon, I got a message that high-tech equipment wasn't allowed in this dungeon, which meant I wasted all those credits. I stashed the laser pistol in my inventory for another dungeon. My death and respawn also inspired me to learn from the goblins' tactics. I figured out the reach of the club wielders and how to dodge their attacks. When they missed, I counterattacked and smacked them on their football-shaped heads with a club. When the goblins grouped up with bow users, I learned to stay mobile. I drew the club users away, then dodged around them and rushed the bow users. Once the archers were dead, the club wielders were relatively easy to kill. A similar tactic worked on a large group of club-wielding goblins. I hit one, then ran away, drawing just that one away to a place where it was isolated. Then it was easy to kill the solo goblin. Occasionally, I had to retreat in earnest if I attracted the attention of 3 or more goblins in a group. By the time I finally reached the castle, 2 full weeks have passed, but I'd regained the XP I lost and made it to level 3. I dropped 2 points into intelligence and 2 into wisdom, and found my health up to 120, my mana at 190, and my TP at 170. The castle itself was a maze with 3 levels of monsters. On the first level were skinny versions of the goblins that used spears. They patrolled the hallways and attacked alone. The monster was good with its chosen weapon, and I found it hard to get past the spear in the narrow corridors of the castle. It wasn't until I noticed that the creature kept trying to attack my head that the idea of using the roll ability occurred to me. The next time the spear goblin tried to stab me in the head, I activated roll and found myself tumbling under the extended weapon. When I came back up, I was close enough to use my club and killed the creature with a few strikes to its head. I picked up the spear the goblin used, but found I couldn't use it well until I spent a skill point to unlock the piercing weapons skill. I used the extra reach of the weapon to devastating effect on the rest of the first level of the castle. On the second level, there were a series of ledges I had to climb up and walk along. There were giant, man-sized snapping turtles along the way that walked upright and threw a seemingly endless supply of hammers. Even though I recognized the creature as a rip-off of the Hammer Brothers from Mario games, they killed me once by knocking me off a ledge I was trying to climb, making me fall to my death. When I went back again, I had to time my jump to the ledge the hammer thrower is at, and can kill it. Once I beat all the hammer-throwing turtle men and made my way past the ledges, I made it to the final floor. The final floor was just a long hallway that led to the boss room. The boss that guarded the princess turned out to be a weird mashup of a long-necked dragon wearing a crown with a spiked turtle shell. When I used Inspect on him, I learned how outclassed I was.
King Cannon, level 4. Health, 200 out of 200. Mana, 150 out of 150. King Cannon is the dungeon boss that kidnapped Princess Plum. While he did so out of love, it doesn't make it any less creepy. Abilities: Fireball, Turtle Defense. Weakness: Cold, the love of a good woman.
When I walked into the boss room, the door behind me slammed shut, locking me in. King Cannon had some long-winded speech about him being in love with Princess Plum and that no plumber was going to come between the two of them. I could only shake my head at the bad dialogue. When he was done, he attacked by shooting fireballs that did 30 points of damage each time they hit. As you can imagine, it didn't take long for me to die. After I respawned, I returned home and looked through the system store for something that would protect me from the fire, but only found a fireman's jacket that reduced fire damage by 10%, and even then, it was way out of my price range. Instead of immediately going back, I took a few days to puzzle out a way to beat the boss. I knew there had to be some trick or strategy that I just wasn't seeing. I beat the Goombies by figuring out when it would leap kick. I learned how to kill the goblins by figuring out how to counterattack and lead them away into more manageable groups. The spear wielders I was able to defeat using the ability I absorbed from the blobs. It wasn't until I remembered that ability that a plan started to form in my mind. With my increased inspect skill combined with analysis, I was able to see what special abilities each monster in the dungeon had. The blobs only had the roll ability. The Goombies had a flying kick ability. The club-wielding goblins had an ability called Smash that brought their club down in an overhanded attack for extra damage. The archers don't have any abilities, but the spear wielders had one called Stab. The hammer throwers had just the one that I'm looking for, though. They had a unique ability called Hammer Time that let them throw hammers in an arc. I leapt for joy when I saw what the ability did, and it fit right in with my plan. The first step of my preparation was to trick the hammer thrower into wasting ammo. I stepped into his aggro radius, and then once he started throwing his hammer, I stepped back out of range of his arching hammer throws. It's a tactic I remember using playing those old 2D games. Here, the thrown hammers didn't disappear, and I collected the stackable ammo in my bag. They stacked into groups of 20, but I had to pull them out one at a time to use them. After I got enough ammo to fill my inventory, I killed the hammer turtle and used Absorb. I cleared out the second level of the dungeon and killed 7 hammer turtles, but don't get their special ability. I had to climb back down to the first level of the castle and spend time killing the spear goblins until the hammer turtles respawned. When they did, I headed back up and killed them all again. I repeated this cycle until I finally got the ability Hammer Time.
Hammer Time, Level 1. F. Active. This is a unique ability that launches a hammer as a ranged attack. To activate, think or say Hammer Time. Note: wearing parachute pants while using this ability increases damage by 20%, but lowers reputation with all females.
After reading the ability description, I seriously considered buying some parachute pants, but dismissed the idea. After all, I'd have to wear them in public to the dungeon, and that would draw way too much attention to my studly self. As soon as I had the ability, I practiced throwing hammers, only to discover I sucked at it. Even with the ability, I only hit my target 1 out of 5 times. I realized that there was probably some skill I was missing. Sure enough, when I searched through the skill menu, I found a throwing skill which increased my chances of hitting a target. According to the skill description, my dexterity skill also played some role in my accuracy. Over the next few days, I was able to grind out my throwing skill to level 3 by using Hammer Time to kill absolutely everything I can in the dungeon. Anytime I needed more ammo, I just returned to the hammer-throwing turtles and used the exploit I discovered to fill my bag with throwing hammers. This not only netted me lots of loot, but enough experience to get to level 4. Since I knew I need the extra help of aiming for my plan to kill King Cannon, I invested 4 stat points into dexterity, which brought the stat to 12. The physical benefits were astounding. I found that I could run faster and move more fluidly. Additionally, dodging the weapons of the goblins became much easier, and I noticed the increased rate in which my hammer throws hit. With all the loot I got while grinding, I was able to afford that fireman's jacket and a few pieces of simple leather armor that raised my physical defense. Once I was able to hit my opponents 4 out of 5 times, I decided I was ready to try to beat the boss again. I made my way to the third floor of the castle without taking much damage, and prepared myself for the boss mentally. I bought some small health potions just for the occasion. However, each potion took up a single space in my inventory, so I was only able to bring 2 health potions. I went over the plan in my head once more. I nodded and reminded myself that the worst that could happen is that I died again and I lost some XP. Well, that and the pain of being burned to death. I stepped through the door to the boss's room and heard it close behind me. That was it. No turning back. I have to sit through King Cannon's speech again. I tried attacking him while he was talking, but the attack didn't do any damage. Instead, as he spoke, I walked across to the other side of the room at maximum range of my hammer throw. When the boss finished his speech, he began attacking with his fireballs. I used roll to dodge the fireballs and hammer time to toss hammers at him. Each time I used the ability, a new hammer was automatically taken out of my inventory, placed in my right hand, and thrown at the target I'd focused on. I found that attacking the spiked shell did less damage than attacking the boss's head. However, it was a surer hit, since the head weaved back and forth, making it a moving target. I take a few fireballs, but between the fireman's jacket and the health potions, I was able to stay alive long enough to whittle down the boss's health. When the last hammer was thrown, and the last sliver of health disappeared, King Cannon looked at the caged princess and croaked out, "Remember that I love you," then died. I quickly used Inspect on him and see he had 2 abilities, Fireball and Shell Defense. I had to decide whether or not to use Absorb to try and get one of those abilities, but before I could make up my mind, my time ran out and the body disappeared, leaving a small bag of loot. The bag of loot had 3 items, a large green gem, an empty spiked turtle shell, and a large golden key tagged as a quest item. I transferred the items to my inventory. When I approached the purple-haired princess in her purple ballroom gown, she started to thank me for my bravery in fighting the evil King Cannon. Even though he kidnapped her, she still spoke of the boss with a modicum of respect. When I touched the golden cage, a blue screen appeared. "Would you like to free Princess Plum from captivity?" I carefully considered my next move. Yes, I could free the princess and complete the quest I got from the old man, but that would also complete the dungeon and make it disappear. At least, that's what it said in the Idiot's Guide to the System, Volume 1. Yeah, the experience points and credits from the quest reward would be useful, but I didn't know when or if I'd be able to find another dungeon. Even if I did find another one, who said it would be at my level? Alternatively, I could just leave the room and use the dungeon as my personal experience point mine. I thought about why I was doing it, and the answer was simple. I said no, and walked away. The princess just stared at me open-mouthed, not believing that I hadn't freed her. She lost her cool as I walked out of the room and said some very unprincess-like things to my back. The next 3 weeks are spent grinding for experience points and credits. With the Hammer Time ability, none of the monsters in the dungeon are a big challenge at first. It takes a full day for the boss to respawn, and I decided that the loot rewards just aren't good enough to justify the loss of a chance to absorb its abilities. Each day, I would pop into the dungeon, kill the boss, and absorb his remains after beating him. The experience points were always a plus, but for some reason, I just didn't get the abilities the boss had. I did get every other ability that the other monsters in the dungeon had. Thanks to my analysis skill, I figured out that if I fought a monster at a lower level than me, it only took about 10 absorbs to get an ability. If they were the same level as me, then it took about 20 absorbs. Unfortunately, I seemed to have a much lower chance of absorbing the abilities of a monster that had a higher level or a boss. Over the course of those 3 weeks, I also noticed that the monsters in the dungeon started to change as the red fog around the castle spread out. I hadn't noticed it at first, but the red fog spread through the plains and then the forest. Whenever I found a monster in this red fog, it seemed to get stronger and harder to kill. The blue blobs turned into red blobs and took twice as long to kill. The Goombies transformed into spiked Goombies and had spikes on their shoes that did additional damage when they kicked me. The goblins all turned red and got better weapons that did more damage. Short swords replaced clubs, crude bows became long bows with much better range and damage. The spear wielders got armor, and I had to knock off their helmets first before I could kill them with the hammers. The hammer throwers grew spikes on their shells and could shoot them out when I got close. The boss got even tougher. He didn't get any new abilities, but his health pool grew, and the damage his fireballs did also increased. Thankfully, this increased challenge also increased the quality of loot the monsters drop. Unfortunately, I couldn't sell any of it at my level 1 system store. I even claimed a full set of studded leather armor and some swords with increased durability, but it ended up in the collection of gear at my home base. I was able to sell off simple gems and monster parts, but the good gear just got piled up in my room. At the end of the 4th week of exploiting the dungeon, I just reached level 6 and had realized that I stopped getting any experience points from a monster that's more than 5 levels below me. It's also at this point that I experienced my first death since I got the Hammer Time ability. I wasn't even killed by the boss this time, but by a group of goblins that were better armed and had more hit points than me. So here I sit, respawned, trying to figure out what to do next. This last death knocked me back down to level 5. Looking over my character sheet, I can't help but sigh again at the loss of the skill points and stats I'd gotten when I got to level 6. While the loss of XP is horrible, it's a wake-up call that the challenge level of the dungeon has gotten too much for me and outpaced my level growth. Between the recent death, the pile of unsellable loot, and the stack of credits I haven't figured out how to convert to dollars, I decide it's time to call up Lillian and see if she can help me out.
Chapter 18.
Returning home via the portal, I change into some jeans and a t-shirt, then sell off my latest haul of stackable junk in the system store.
Blue balls, 8 times 1 equals 8 credits. Goombie shoes, 6 times 2 equals 12 credits. Goblin horns, 2 times 3 equals 6 credits.
The 26 credits are added to my inventory, and I now have a total of 324 credits. Walking over to my closet door, I add another steel sword to the growing pile of loot that I'm storing there.
Steel longsword, 3. Longbow, 5. Halberd, 3. Steel short sword, 4. Leather armor set, 3.
I stare at the pile of weapons and armor and wish I could sell it all off. My mom came in to clean my room the other day and discovered it all. I had to make up a story about joining a LARPing group at school. Then I had to explain to her what LARPing was. Yes, I know they usually use foam weapons for their live-action role-playing games, but my mom doesn't know that. My mom was just glad that I was making new friends and that I wasn't becoming an arms dealer. I'm just glad I kept the laser pistol in my inventory. She'd have freaked out seeing a gun in my room. After storing the item and closing the closet, I sit on my bed and check out my character sheet. A week ago, I figured out how to see exactly how much more experience I need to get to my next level. The Idiot's Guide to the System, Volume 1, has experience requirements.
Player XP requirements to level 1. 1. 2. 100. 3. 200. 4. 400. 5. 800. 6. 1600. 7. 3200. 8. 6400. 9. 12,800. 10. 25,600.
Additionally, if I focus on my level in the character sheet section, a small blue window pops up telling me how many experience points I need till my next level.
Experience points needed to level 6, 225.
I sigh at the loss of experience points from my last death. Get up and head into the kitchen to call Lillian. I've kept her card in my wallet since we first met, knowing that I might need to call her for assistance at some point. I dial her on the phone in the kitchen. While the phone rings, I recall that I have to deposit my check from work at the bank, and I still need to purchase a new cell phone. Maybe I'll get the new iPhone 32. My mind is still contemplating whether I should get an Apple device or an Android phone when Lillian answers the phone. I can't help but say the first thing that pops into my head, "What do you think is better, Android or Apple?"
Anthony?
Yeah, it's me. I wanted to get a new phone with my dungeon clearing earnings, but can't decide whether to get a new iPhone or some Android device.
Is that why you called me?
Well, no, but since I have you on the line, I figured it couldn't hurt to ask.
Well, I have a policy never to discuss religion, politics, or enter into the Apple versus Android debate until at least the third date. So I'm afraid I can't help you decide. Was there another reason you called?
Is it me, or did I detect a slight note of hope in her voice? Well, you told me to call you if I had any questions about the dungeons or the system. I'm stuck. I have a bunch of loot I can't sell at the system store, and I also have a bunch of credits I'd like to change into dollars, but I don't know how. It's not exactly something I can Google. There's a moment of silence.
So you found a dungeon and have been going inside?
Yeah. I happened to come across one in the area and thought I'd check it out, and happened to pick up some stuff I can't sell at the system store in my bedroom. I hear a snort and small giggle.
You made your home base your bedroom?
Yeah, is there something wrong with that? There's a definite note of amusement in her voice as she answers,
No, it's just not something most people do. Your home base is where you plan for dungeon diving. Set up crafting stations, trade stations, research stations. It's usually more of a place of business.
She stifles another laugh.
I mean, it's hard to plan a 12-man dungeon dive if everyone has to sit on your bed and try not to touch the crusty socks you have laying around.
Oh, I didn't know all that. See, this is why I'm calling you. I need your feminine wisdom.
Okay, you don't have to butter me up. Use the port system to link up to my home base, and we'll talk about all this in person.
The what?
The port system. Haven't you been reading the guidebook I gave you?
Well, I read the parts I needed and sort of skimmed through the rest.
Oh, God, you're such a noob. Just read the part of the port system and use the business card I gave you to establish a link with my home base. Then you can come over and we can talk in person.
We say our goodbyes, and I hang up the phone. Back in my room, I pull out The Idiot's Guide to the System, Volume 1, and look up the port system.
Port system. Do you want to travel to faraway lands but hate waiting in those long lines at the airport? Well, now you can travel instantaneously using the port system. For a measly 100 credits per link, you can establish a connection to another place on Earth and teleport there. The best part? Once the connection is established, you can travel there as often as you like. To set the connection with a typical real-world location, you just have the spatial and temporal coordinates of that place. This information can be found using the mapping skill. Establishing a connection, a home base, or other system location requires special data. Users often share this data through handheld devices or unique business cards embedded with the needed data. Additionally, linking with a user's home base or system business requires permission from the owner of that system property that will be requested when trying to establish the connection. Even if permission is granted, it can be revoked at any time. So, you don't have to worry about your ex porting into your home base while you're not there. Unfortunately, because of their temporary nature and the danger associated with them, you will not be able to establish a direct connection to a dungeon. To establish a link to another location, You must enable the port system in your home base settings, then access the port system by thinking or saying Port System. Then choose the option Establish Port Link and follow the directions given by the system.
I put the guidebook down and pull up my home base settings. I scroll through the blue screen that pops up until I find the option for the port system. I enable it and close the window. Then I call out, "Port System!" and another blue window appears in midair.
Welcome to the port system. Establish port link. Travel to established link location.
I tap the options to establish a link and the text in the blue screen changes.
Please enter the spatial and temporal coordinates of the location you wish to link to.
A virtual keyboard appears beneath the blue window. I'm not sure what to do since I don't know the spatial or temporal coordinates for Lillian's home base. Then I remember she said to use the business card she gave me and pull it out of my pocket. Looking at the card, I don't see anything except the phone number I used to call her. However, the system seems to know what to do. When the card comes into contact with the virtual keyboard, a light envelops the card and new text appears in the blue window.
Coordinates detected. Scanning. Coordinates found. Establishing link. Link requires permission from user. Requesting permission. Permission granted. Link established. 100 credits have been removed from your inventory. Would you like to travel to location Monster Squashers Inc.?
Well, that's a unique name to call your home base. Then again, I used to game under the handle Cool Dude 2020 when I was a kid, so I don't have room to talk. I shrug and tell the system that I'd like to travel to that location. My bedroom door starts to glow, and I walk over to it. Turning the knob, I open the door and peek through to see that I've opened the door to Lillian's office. The room looks different from the last time I was here, and I see her sitting on a couch facing the wall of windows that look out at the New York City skyline. Lillian turns her head at the sound of the door opening. When she sees me, she smiles and gives me a friendly wave.
Hey, Anthony, come on in.
I walk through the door and notice the other changes in the room. The big, intimidating desk is gone, replaced with more casual furnishings. In the center of the room are 4 overstuffed chairs, each with a small end table next to them. There are 3 long wooden tables along the right wall with piles of papers on 2 of them. On the one closest to me are mugs, bagels, fruit, donuts, a pot of strong-smelling coffee, and various condiments. My stomach grumbles, and I remember that I haven't had lunch yet. I turn towards the windows when I hear a small snort and see Lillian laughing into her hand.
If you're that hungry, please help yourself to the food that's there.
I'm slightly embarrassed that my stomach is growling, but I'm not one to turn down free food. I saunter over to the table of food, and while I'm piling fruits, donuts, and other treats onto a plate, I casually glanced over at the pile of papers. They're mostly forms filled with numbers, expenses, sales receipts, and billing slips. There's a few that have something to do with a national competition, but I can't make out more than that. When I turn around, I almost run into Lillian, who has snuck up closer than I'd thought she could. I see that she's wearing tight, faded blue jeans with a hole in the knee, a black shirt, and a light brown cardigan. Her blonde hair is tied back, and she looks up at me with a bit of mischief in her eyes.
Notice anything interesting?
I'm taken aback by how quietly she's approached, but I guess that's what you get when you can't afford thick carpeting like this. You have a nice spread. She raises an eyebrow at me. I realize how the wording might sound and correct myself. I mean, the food looks nice, and you look tasty. Her eyebrows shoot upwards, and she presses her lips together. Oh no, I didn't mean it that way either. I mean, the food looks tasty. You look nice. Lillian breaks into a full grin, seeing how uncomfortable I've become, and she's kind enough not to tease me anymore. She leans in and playfully punches me in the shoulder.
That's fine, Anthony. I get what you're trying to say.
She gestures to the comfortable-looking chairs in the center of the room.
Why don't we sit here and you can tell me about how things are going for you?
I nod, happy to move past my awkwardness. I don't know why Lillian makes me this way. I swear I'm much smoother with the ladies usually. Heck, they called me Tony the Tantalizer. Okay, well, only one girl I dated called me that, and I'm pretty sure she meant tenderizer, since I was holding a mallet at the time tenderizing the steaks I was making. Still, she said it, and it counts. I sit in one of the overstuffed chairs and put the plate of food on the table next to it. I nibble on some strawberries as Lillian takes one of the other chairs and lifts it straight up into the air and places it across from me. The sight of this 5'5" woman casually tossing around furniture makes me smile. I can only guess that she's put some stat points into strength, or maybe she has a furniture moving skill or something. She sits down in the chair, crosses her legs, and leans against an armrest.
So, you mentioned on the phone that you found a dungeon. I'd hoped you would have hooked up with me before you started on that kind of stuff. It's dangerous to do alone, especially if it's your first time.
She shrugs once before continuing.
Oh well, what's done is done. It apparently didn't kill you. Tell me about it.
I lean back in the comfortable chair and take another bite of the food on the plate. Then I launch into storytelling mode and tell Lillian about the last few weeks. It's an interesting thing trying to summarize all that time I spent in the dungeons. I tell her about all the times I died and what I learned from each experience and how each made me a more capable fighter. She tilts her head as she listens to me describe the types of monsters there were at the beginning and the ones that have shown up recently. I also try to casually mention the stack of weapons I can't sell and that I need to figure out how to convert credits to dollars for my long-term plans to work out. Lillian listens attentively as I talk, and when I finish, she asks,
You mentioned your long-term plans. What are those?
To be honest, I'm not entirely sure. I mean, I have aspirations and vague ideas of what I want to do with my life. I know I want to do something I like, something that pays enough to take care of my family. I figured I'd try to be a teacher, engineer, doctor, or maybe start my own business. I don't know. My big goal in high school was just to get accepted to college. At least, that was the plan before I became involved in all of this. I gesture around her home base to indicate I mean the system stuff. Now I see an opportunity that no one else I know has. There's so much potential with this system stuff, it's almost scary. I mean, I'm already doing better in college than I thought I would, thanks to the academic skills I purchased. I've looked through the list of skills I can buy with the 40 skill points I've saved, and some of them sound like they could make me quite powerful. Then there's the dungeon, a veritable goldmine for credits and experience points. It was when I started to put more stat points into my intelligence and wisdom that I realized exactly how much power the system gives users. Lillian nods in agreement.
Yup, that's true. The system gives people like us the opportunity to be powerful.
She squints at me, and I assume she's using some skill.
You're level 5 now, and you feel pretty powerful. Imagine what it'll be like to be level 100 or 200. I know a couple of people that are that high level. They're old, but the very air crackles with power when they're in the room. Is that what you want?
I think for a second. That sounds tempting, but something is off about the idea. Level 100. That means they've had 400 stat points to add to their character sheet. My intelligence is at 18, and I feel like I'm a lot smarter than before. I can only imagine what it must be like to have all your stats in the hundreds. How much above the regular, ordinary man must they feel? It must be terribly sad and lonely to be like that. I realize that I didn't just think those last words, and see Lillian looking at me contemplatively. I smile and quickly try to explain. I mean, being that powerful and not like everyone else. Understanding so much and that you can hardly talk to anyone without them boring you after a second. Or being so strong you can never hold your lover for fear of accidentally killing them if you squeeze them too tight. Lillian nods thoughtfully.
Yeah, that's how it is, basically, with those kinds of people. They can do just about anything, and yet can't do the most ordinary things.
No, I don't want that. Right now I want to be able to take care of my family. That's enough of a goal. So, how about you help me do that? Care to explain how to turn credits into dollars? Lillian smiles at my question.
Sure, it's not a secret or anything. You just have to upgrade your system store. Each time you upgrade it, you get access to more powerful store features and better basic items to buy and sell. At level 2, you get access to the bazaar, a kind of online auction house for users. At level 3, you can convert credits to any real-world money you want.
I feel crestfallen at the news. It costs 500 credits to get the first upgrade. I can only imagine what the second upgrade will cost.
Don't look so sad, Anthony. I told you before, if you join my team, you'll get access to the best gear and places to sell your stuff.
A window pops up in front of her, and she turns it around so I can see it. It's the system store for her home base. Just scrolling through the items in the system store, I can tell that it has a heck of a lot more upgrades than I'll ever be able to afford. It has level 200 basic gear, a tab for the bazaar, a currency tab, a quest tab, a job tab, and much more. How did you get all this upgraded? It must have cost you a fortune.
It did. It cost me my entire family fortune.
Huh?
I grew up with the system and all the skills, levels, and stuff. Both my parents were users. Both their parents were users. With all that time grinding out dungeons, the family had amassed a rather large fortune by most people's standards.
She wistfully looks out the window to her right and continues,
Then they all died. After estate taxes, lawyers' fees, and all the pieces extended family took, I inherited enough to live a life of comfort for the rest of my life. Instead, I started this firm.
She turns back to me, and I see an intensity in her eyes I'd never seen before.
You see, my parents taught me that the system gives us these powers to help other people. We are the only beings on this entire planet that have the tools to destroy the dungeons. If we don't, then everyone suffers.
She leans in towards me and continues,
I've seen dungeons get out of control before and turn hard-working neighborhoods into cesspools of crime and hate. These things have influenced whole countries. Wars have started. And from what you've told me, you've been letting one grow too powerful as you milked it for experience points. Have you noticed what it's done to the neighborhood it's in? Or were you too busy looting weapons?
I have to think about what she's asking. Sure, the corner of the mall where the dungeon is at has been getting worse. Businesses seem to close around it, but I just thought that was the economy, or that malls in general aren't doing well. Maybe.
There's no maybe about it.
She calls out,
John, can you come here, please?
After a moment, a skinny, dark-haired man with thick glasses enters from one of the corners at the back of the room. He strides confidently up to Lillian, acknowledging me with a nod. Lillian introduces us.
Anthony, this is John, my tech guy. He specializes in crafting tech items, but also has a kick-ass AI that lets him gather statistical data like no one's business.
Gesturing to me, she introduces me.
John, this is Anthony. He's a new user. Barely a month old, and he's already screwed up his first dungeon.
Confused as to why she seems so angry all of a sudden and how I messed up, I ask, What do you mean? Lillian doesn't let me finish. Instead, she holds up a hand to me to silence me and asks John,
Can you pull up the crime and economic data around...
She turns to me.
What mall is the dungeon in again?
I tell her its name, and she has John pull up the data. John, for his part, doesn't question why she wants the data. Instead, his eyes light up as he pulls up a series of blue screens and starts to tap away at them. After a minute, he turns one of the windows around for Lillian to see. This is the data from the area for the last 6 months. As you know, the area around the mall has been declining for the last few years as fewer people shop there. But in the last month, the activity has dropped dramatically. Economic growth has plummeted in the mall, and 6 businesses have closed up shop. Additionally, overall profitability has decreased by 40%. Overall crime in the vicinity has increased by 30%. There are more reports from police of illegal drug activity in the area documented as well. Lillian thanks John, then he backs away, giving me a sympathetic look and mouths, "Good luck," before turning away and walking through the door in the back.
Do you see what I mean now?
Are you saying that I'm responsible for all the stuff happening? Lillian quickly shakes her head.
No, that neighborhood was already moving in that direction before the dungeons showed up. Remember when I told you the dungeons are the manifestation of the collective unconsciousness of people? Well, it works both ways. If a dungeon isn't cleared, it grows more powerful, and it starts to affect the minds of the people around it. At first, people just find that they start having darker thoughts. They feel depressed and anxious as the dungeon becomes powerful. Then it starts to influence their minds and hearts, encouraging the darkness there to grow. People on the edge of making bad choices suddenly have no problem making them. Then the dungeon becomes even more powerful and starts to attract people with darkness in their hearts to the area. People that are usually on the wrong side of the law and people that don't mind hurting others to get what they want. How fast this happens is a mystery, but it always does. Any wild dungeon out there always causes these types of problems, and it only gets worse the longer the dungeon exists.
I wonder at the statistics shown. Was I messing up that neighborhood by not clearing the dungeon when I had a chance?
Thankfully, it's not too bad yet. Sure, crime is up, but there's no increase in the murder rate or violent crime. You and I are going to go right now and clear that dungeon before things get worse, okay?
I nod mechanically, shaken by what I could have caused. Imagine if someone was killed because some psychopath was drawn to the dungeon in the mall. How could I have lived with myself? I feel my hand being taken and see Lillian pulling me up out of my chair. The plate of food drops from my lap, and I wonder how I could have been hungry when people are being hurt by what I didn't do. Lillian leads me to her office door and tells me to take her to the dungeon.
Chapter 19.
The first stop on our journey to the mall is for me to use my home base key to get us to my house. It's a moment's effort to turn the key and create a portal to my room. When I bring Lillian, though, I'm embarrassed by the state of my room. There are clothes all over the floor, a plate with a half-eaten sandwich in the corner. I kick a pair of dirty underwear under the bed. Lillian looks around my cramped room and wrinkles her nose.
My, what a lovely place you have here.
She bends over and with 2 fingers picks up a crusty gym sock that's stuck to itself and looks like an accordion. She looks at me with a slight look of disgust.
You don't have many guests, do you?
I snatch the sock from her fingers, hearing a crunch from the sock as I do, and throw it into the corner of the room. No, not usually. I work, I go to school, I take care of my sister, and I sleep. If I meet up with friends, it's not here. I scratch my head as a realization occurs to me. As a matter of fact, I think you're the only person I've brought here since we moved in. Lillian puts a hand to her chest and bows mockingly.
I'm honored.
I bow back and say just as mockingly, you should be. When I look back up, I see that most of the anger from earlier has gone, and that there's a small smile on her lips. Man, I'll never understand women. One minute they're happy, the next they're angry, and the next they're teasing and joking again. Maybe I'll understand women better after I get married. I shake my head to clear that thought away and give Lillian the 2-cent tour. I point out my bed and my closet full of weapons that I can't sell. Lillian says that on the way back she'll take all the weapons with her and she'll give me some credit for them. I accept the offer since I can't do anything else with them. She also points out that if I upgrade the system store to level 2, that I can start adding extra space to the room by buying home base add-ons. Things like a training room or a kitchen or a workshop. Turns out that's what those doors at the back of her office were. I thank her for her advice and the tour ends. I walk out of my bedroom. The two of us are just walking through the dining room when I hear the sound of a pan hitting the stove. I lean to my right to peek into the kitchen and see my mom, still in her soft cotton robe, cooking. I realize she's just getting up after sleeping in on her day off. I try to back away slowly without making any sound, since I'd rather not explain why I'm bringing a girl from my room. Unfortunately, the fates are against me. Lillian, seeing my furtive movements, asks in a concerned voice, "Is everything okay, Anthony?" Even though she spoke in a normal voice, she might as well have shouted. I see my mom start to turn, and I know that it's too late to escape unnoticed. My mom turns around from her cooking and sees me, a loving smile appearing on her tired visage. "Hello, mijo. I didn't know you were home. Are you hungry?" She takes a few steps forward, her arms outstretched for a hug, then sees Lillian standing next to me. The smile on her face doesn't change, but I notice a considering look in her eyes. My mom walks up to me and hugs me, but her eyes never leave the blonde, fair-skinned girl standing next to me. Weighing and judging Lillian with her eyes, my mom asks, "So, who is this lovely, well-dressed young lady you have with you, Anthony?" Feeling a tension in my neck suddenly, I force a smile on my face as I disengage from my mom's hug. "Oh, Mom, I'm so happy you're up. This is Lillian. She's... Wait, what do I call her? My friend? My potential boss? My guide into a world of dungeons and monster killing?" Lillian, thankfully, is quick to pick up the conversation. "I'm his girlfriend." She holds out her arm for a handshake, but my mom bypasses it and hugs her instead. I can tell Lillian wasn't expecting the move, as her eyes bulge slightly and she awkwardly hugs my mom back. When my mom lets Lillian go, I see that my mom's attitude has changed. There's still a shrewd look in her eyes as she talks to Lillian, but there's also a genuine smile on her face. I think she's happy I brought a girl home for her to meet. Even though I protest that Lillian and I have to get going, my mom pulls Lillian to a seat at the table and grills her about how the two of us met. Lillian rolls with the conversation and tells a beautiful tale that weaves the truth of how we met with a fictional romance. According to Lillian, the two of us met at the college. I followed her to class thinking it was mine, only realizing that it was a class on women's history in the U.S., but felt too embarrassed to leave and admit my mistake. Lillian took pity on me and helped me escape without being noticed. She then gave me her phone number and pointed me toward the correct building where my actual class was. I called her that night to thank her for her help and to ask her out. Apparently, I was amusing and romantic on our first date, which won her over. We've been dating since. I'm rather impressed by Lillian's ability to tell a story. She even added details about me telling her about my family and my work at the Quickie Stop Mart. Now, because I go along with the story and my mom believes it, I get a level of the deception skill, which I sort of feel sorry about, but it's better than trying to explain the reality of the system. That Lillian and I teleported into my room and that we're going to go kill a bunch of monsters in a dungeon to prevent the further degradation of the area around the mall. After Lillian promises to come back for dinner sometime, I'm finally able to pull her away from my mom and out the front door. Lillian is openly laughing as we walk away from my house towards the bus stop. I ask her why she said she was my girlfriend. Lillian shrugs and answers, "Well, you seem to be stuck, so I said the first thing that came to mind. I figured it would be less suspicious than claiming I was a stranger that had wandered into your home, and I certainly didn't want your mom to think I was some booty call." Seeing my expression, she laughs and continues, "Besides, it will be a great cover for all the time we'll be spending together." "What do you mean?" "I mean, now that you've joined my team." "I never said that I'd join your team of dungeon clearers." She turns to me and smiles. "Oh, but you will. I'm sure of it. You need my facilities to turn credits and loot into dollars. I can also offer you a discount on equipment and training. I can use your help clearing dungeons and claiming bounties. It's a win-win for everyone." Lillian walks ahead before I can say anything to counter, forcing me to increase my own pace or be left behind. We reach the bus stop just as it's pulling in and ride mostly in silence. Lillian asks about my classes at the college, and I tell her what I'm taking this semester and how it's going so far. She offers to let me study at her office whenever I want, since she has the time dilation upgraded at 4:1. I thank her for the offer. As the bus makes its way to the mall, I find myself considering Lillian's offer more and more. Why not join her team? Why the hell am I so reluctant to take her up on her offer of employment? I mean, she's already helped me. She's explained about this whole system thing and pointed out ways for me to make money from it. If it weren't for her, I'd still be stumbling around with only a few skills that I could practice at work. She's also offering to train me and provide even more guidance, something I dearly need, especially in choosing the best skills, so I don't waste the 40 skill points I have saved up. She's already helped without asking anything back. I take a look at her and wonder why I can't just take the offer. If I'm honest with myself, it's partly the way she dresses and her place of business. She's apparently wealthy. She has some expensive-looking name-brand clothes and a fancy schmancy high-rise office in New York City. She can afford to swap out furniture in the place like it's nothing, and she can afford to upgrade her home base to levels I don't think I'll ever be able to. Another part of it is just the suspicion that there's something she's not telling me. I mean, why does she need me? She's rich. Why can't she hire someone more experienced for her team? Is this some charity offer? You know, help the poor brown boy who's new to the system and have something to brag about with her rich friends? Lillian looks up from scrolling through her phone and smiles when she sees me looking at her. My heart skips a beat at seeing that smile, and I chastise myself for thinking so poorly of her. No, she's never given me one look of pity or looked down on me. Still, I just can't shake the feeling there's something she's not telling me, and until she does, I just can't take her offer. The bus finally arrives at the mall, and I notice just what Lillian and John meant by the area being affected by the dungeon now. There are no cars in the parking lot of the mall, and the outside looks even more run down than when I first came down here. Walking from the bus stop to the front entrance, we see several figures loitering around with long-sleeved jackets and their hoods up even though it's a bright, warm day. The practically empty mall has only a few people walking around inside on a Saturday, and all the people working in the stores give us suspicious looks as we walk past. I lead Lillian to the second floor of the mall and take her to the dungeon. She tisks when she looks at the dungeon door, and I see her focusing on it. I realize I haven't used Inspect on the dungeon since I first found it. I focus my attention on the red dungeon door, and a blue box appears.
Dungeon, Zeldario Mash. Recommended for groups of levels 4 through 9. Classification, Fantasy. Restrictions, no high-tech weapons or abilities.
Wow, that's a lot more information than I got the first time I inspected the dungeon. I guess increasing those levels in Inspect paid off. What's more concerning, though, is that the proof that the dungeon has grown more powerful has been right here the whole time. When I first looked at it, it recommended for levels 1 through 5. Now it's for groups of levels 4 through 9. No wonder I got killed last time trying to solo it. I inspect Lillian, wondering if the two of us can handle the entire dungeon by ourselves.
Lillian Koch, level 9.
Even with my increased level in Inspect, I still only get her name and level. It must have something to do with the difference in our levels. I mean, wow. The last time I used Inspect on Lillian, she was only level 7. Now she's level 9. I guess that means we'll be okay in the dungeon. Lillian opens the red door and steps inside. She disappears the moment she crosses the threshold. Is that what it looks like when I walk through one of these doors? I can only imagine what some average person would think. I imagine them opening and closing a regular door, trying to figure out how I disappeared, or find the trap door. Someone might even think I'd stepped through a portal to a magical Harry Potter world. I imagine a dungeon appearing in a train station in London and rumors spreading that someone disappeared near Platform 9. Then gaggles of people running into brick walls and posts, trying to find the right place to get to Platform 9 3/4. I'm pulled from my musings by a cough and see Lillian poke her head out of the doorway expectantly. I quickly follow her through the door into the dungeon. Once in the dungeon, Lillian pulls up her inventory and her outfit transforms. She goes from ripped jeans and a cardigan to full, heavy plate mail with glowing magical runes. Lillian has a massive two-handed sword strapped to her back. Only her head is uncovered, though she has a helmet in her gauntleted hands.
Well, get changed into your battle gear, Anthony.
Still stunned by the complete change in both her demeanor and outerwear, I pull up my inventory and tap on the simple leather armor set. There's a quick flash of light, and I find myself covered in tough leather. I look down at myself and feel underdressed compared to Lillian, whose armor practically glows with power. However, if Lillian thinks less of me for my cheap beginning armor, she doesn't say anything as she starts to walk through the cave. I have to jog a little to catch up with her. She moves surprisingly fast in all the heavy-looking metal armor. I guess she's invested a good number of her stat points into strength and constitution. There's no other way she could walk around in that stuff without being exhausted. Lillian exits the cave and scans the area, looking for the land below the mountains. The forest, the plains, and the large castle from which a blood-red fog spews forth to cover the land. She turns to me.
What's the quest line that beats the dungeon?
I tell her about the old man down the path and the quest he gave to defeat King Cannon and free Princess Plum. She nods as if she's heard the quest before.
Okay, I'll invite you to group up with me. Just accept the invitation and share the quest with me.
A blue box pops up in front of me.
Lillian has invited you to join her group. Do you accept?
I think yes, and a small portrait of Lillian appears in the upper left corner of my vision. Unlike the other system boxes, this one seems locked in place even though I move my head. Next to the portrait are 3 horizontal bars, a red one, a blue one, and a yellow one. I can only assume these bars represent her health, mana, and TP. Hey, why can I see your health, but I have to look up my character sheet to see mine? Lillian sighs wearily.
Why haven't you read through the guidebook? There's a whole section in there about customizing your user interface. You can see any of your group's info by simply selecting the options in your user interface section. You can even save particular settings with a unique name that lets you activate or deactivate them.
I really should read through that entire guidebook sometime. I call out, "User interface!" and a blue window pops up with a bunch of choices to change the way I see things. I can have damage notifications come up instead of seeing red numbers float from myself. I leave that as is. I mean, who wants a bunch of pop-ups about damage distracting you in the middle of combat? I do select to see my health, mana, and TP bars. The horizontal bars pop up, and I have to resize them, move them to the bottom left corner of my vision. I also set them to become translucent unless I look directly at them. I also enable them to flash when they're below 20%, so I know I need to take a potion or run away. There are a ton more settings I can alter or turn on, but I ignore the rest for now since I'm not sure how I want to set everything up. And Lillian is giving me the stink eye. I'm all set. Thanks for telling me about that. Why don't you have your health bar where you can see it? She shakes her head at me.
I do see my health bar. The changes to your user interface are things only you can see. I mean, who wants to walk around seeing other people's boxes hanging out?
That makes sense. Lillian reminds me that I need to share the quest with her. I sheepishly tell her that I don't know how, and she gives me another look that tells me I need to read that guidebook. It turns out it's a simple matter of calling out for the quest log and pressing a little button next to the quest description labeled Share Quest. With the quest for the dungeon shared, Lillian pulls up her quest log and reads through the details. It only takes her a minute to read through the details and close her quest log. Lillian starts walking down the mountain trail at a quick pace. I follow behind as she walks past the old man and heads straight into the forest at the bottom of the mountain trail. She completely ignores the blobs and goombies, and those monsters seem to sense how much more powerful she is than them, and they run when she approaches. The goblins, however, aren't that smart. They rush to attack her in large groups, and I'm worried at first since the attack has killed me before. However, Lillian pulls the giant two-handed sword off her back and cuts down 3 or 4 goblins with every swing of her blade. Within moments, only the goblin archers in the distance are left. Lillian must activate some ability or skill because she bends her knees and leaps through the air towards the archers. She lands with such force that a small crater is created, and the goblin archers fall. Before they can rise, Lillian is already swinging the blade, killing them with quick, efficient strikes. I want to pause and pick up the dropped loot, but Lillian is already moving forward towards the castle. Lillian dispatches 3 more large groups of goblins with little trouble before we reach the large castle from which the red fog that blankets the land springs. Unfortunately, according to Lillian, we're not getting any experience points since she's more than 5 levels above the monsters. I equip the throwing hammers before entering the castle, but Lillian doesn't wait for me. I have to run to catch up with her, and by the time I've entered the front gates, there's already a trail of goblin corpses in the hallways. She leaps through the 2nd level of the castle, scaling the platforms. She takes a few hits from the hammer-throwing turtles before she can leap to their platforms and slices them in half, giving the phrase, "turtle on a half-shell," new meaning for me. We've reached the boss's room in record time, and Lillian takes a moment to inspect King Cannon while he gives his speech about how much he loved Princess Plum. I do the same to see what level the boss is now.
King Cannon, level 9. Health, 450 out of 450. Mana, 350 out of 350. King Cannon is the dungeon boss that kidnapped Princess Plum. While he did so out of love, it doesn't make it any less creepy. Abilities: Fireball, Turtle Defense. Weaknesses: Cold, the love of a good woman.
While he's finishing off his speech, I move off to the side so that I'm ready to use hammer time. However, Lillian switches equipment. She trades in her 2-handed sword for a 1-handed axe and shield. The axe has a thin layer of frost on it, and the shield has glowing red runes. When King Cannon finally finishes his speech, I launch my first hammer through the air towards the boss. Before it can even land, Lillian is rushing forward, lashing out with her frost axe. She's cracked King Cannon's turtle armor and is using her axe like a lever to widen the opening when my hammer hits the boss's back. He barely notices my attack and turns as he inhales and blows a stream of fire at Lillian. She doesn't dodge like I would. Instead, she raises the shield on her left forearm and takes the attack head-on. I watch in fascination as the blast of flame that would have sent me for respawn barely reduces her health bar. I continue to use hammer time on the boss, but my attacks do minuscule damage compared to the chunks of life each one of Lillian's axe chops does to King Cannon's health. After a few minutes, the boss falls to the ground dead, the weight of his body shaking the castle.
Your party has defeated the boss monster King Cannon. Level 9. You receive 90 XP.
I do a little happy dance at finally getting some experience points from this dungeon run. Then I remember that this will likely be the last time I'm in this dungeon and move to the body of the fallen King Cannon. I touch the shelled back of the boss with one hand and cross the fingers of the other as I activate Absorb. The body of the boss disappears, and I get a notification from the system.
Absorb has successfully captured the essence of the defeated foe. You've earned the ability Fireball.
I scream with joy as I read the notification. After all the times I used Absorb on this boss, I finally got an ability from him. I pull up the ability's description.
Fireball, level 1. E, active. Some people just want to watch the world burn. Now you too can become one of them. You're now able to harness the raw power of fire and shoot a ball of red-hot fire from your palm. Be careful where you aim because you're not immune to your power. To activate, think or say fireball with the intent to use the power.
I can't wait to use my new ability. I stretch out my right arm like I'm getting ready to catch a baseball and yell, "Fireball!" A red ball of flame the size of a baseball shoots from my hand and corkscrews through the air until it hits the castle wall, where it bursts apart. The flames cling to the stone wall for a moment before burning out. I do another happy dance, and this time it turns into a full-blown happy jig. The best part of the ability is that it uses mana and not TP. I finally have a use for my mana.
How the hell did you do that?
Lillian's voice cuts through my merriment. I turn towards the sound of her voice and see her standing with her mailed hands on her hips, her helmet in the crook of one arm. She's looking at me with an expression of mirth at my crazy dance moves and curiosity at how I just shot a fireball. I run up and hug her, too happy to realize she probably can't feel the hug through all her metal armor. I tell her that I finally got the boss's ability to throw fireballs after trying for weeks. From her confused expression, I can tell she doesn't understand, so I explain about my ability Absorb and how I get a chance to absorb a monster's essence and get their abilities. I emphasize that it's only a chance and that it's much harder to get a boss's ability or any creature with a higher level. Lillian's eyes widen as I describe the ability, and her mailed hand grabs my arm as she asks me to show her the ability description. I do so, and wonder at the happy expression on her face.
Absorb, Level 1. SSS, Active. The user has the chance to absorb the essence of a defeated foe from their corpse. The chance of absorption is based on the difference in level between the user and the foe. If the user has a higher level than the foe, then the chances of absorption being successful upon activation are increased. If the foe has a higher level than the user, the chances of absorption being successful are decreased. To activate, touch the body of a defeated enemy and think or say Absorb with the intent of activating the ability.
Do you know what this means? She shakes her head and continues, No, of course you don't. Well, I'll tell you. She points to a line in the ability description. You see that part that says SSS? That is the rarity level of ability or magical power. I frown at it, vaguely recalling something like that from some old video games. Lillian continues to explain. The system starts the rarity scale at the most common abilities, G, then F, then it continues all the way up to A. Wait, since S is below G, doesn't that mean my ability is like super stupid or something? She shakes her head.
Nope. Instead, after it goes to S, then SS, and finally SSS.
Oh, I guess that means it's super, super, super rare then?
You have no idea. With the right preparation, that ability of yours gives you an edge over every other user in the system.
What do you mean, an advantage over other users?
The description of your ability says that you can absorb the essence of any defeated foe, not just a dungeon monster. That means you could absorb skills from other users. And that's just at its current level. I can only imagine what it can do if you level up.
There's an almost predatory light in Lillian's eyes that I just don't understand. Why would I want to absorb some other user's abilities? Aren't we all trying to help the world by clearing dungeons? Lillian shakes her head sadly at me.
No. I wish that's how the world worked, but it isn't. I told you some people only use the system and the dungeons to make themselves rich and powerful. Well, those kinds of people don't like to share that power. Some of those people even go out of their way to hurt and kill other users so that there's less competition for the resources of the dungeons. Some people even do it just for fun and to test their skills out against other users.
But even if they are killed, they can't die, right? I mean, they'll just respawn at their home base. Lillian nods at my statement.
Sure, at least until they run out of levels. If a user is killed when he's at level 0, he dies permanently, just like anyone else.
Wait, users kill other users? I thought I was gaining some safety by becoming powerful, but now Lillian is telling me that I may become a target for some asshole player killer?
That's why you have to join my team. We can offer you all the training you need and help protect you until you're strong enough to protect yourself.
My mind is still reeling from the revelation that I may be a target, and I blurt out the first thing that comes to my mind on her offer. No. You keep making these offers to help me, but I know something's not right. No one offers to help someone else without wanting something in return. What are you hiding from me? Lillian's expression becomes guarded, and she takes a step back from me.
I'm not hiding anything. Everything I've told you is true. I've been nothing but kind and welcoming to you.
I know I'm cruel. That it's true Lillian's been kind and helped me more than I ever thought some stranger would, but I press on anyway. If someone is going to hurt me, I need to know who's offering to protect me. I take a step towards her and look straight into her eyes. No! You've been hiding something from me. You could have left me alone after you dropped me off at the college hospital. Instead, you tracked me down and told me all about the system, neglecting to mention the danger it posed. You told me about the treasures offered, hoping to tempt me into joining your company with the promise of wealth and power. Even now, you've only told me about the danger from other users to try and scare me into joining you. But why? Why me? Why are you pushing so hard? Why, with all your money and power, do you need a guy like me? It's not because of my rare ability. You just found out about it. So why? Only now that I'm done do I realize that I'd been yelling. I can't take it back, though, and I can't apologize. My plans and how I take care of my family depend on knowing what's happening here. Lillian looks like she's on the verge of tears and turns away from me. She hasn't answered me. She may not be able to give up her secrets so easily, so I use my last card. Fine. You don't want to tell me. That's your right, but I can't work with someone I can't trust. Either you tell me what you're hiding, or you can forget about me ever joining you. I'll figure out the rest of the system stuff on my own. The words almost burn my throat as they come out. Lillian's been good to me, and even though I've only known her a short time, I like her. But she has to understand how serious I am. My mom told me a long time ago that my dad left because he had too many secrets and it destroyed our family. I won't let something like that happen again. Lillian turns towards me, tears glistening on her cheeks, but anger in her eyes too.
You want to know what I'm hiding? Fine. I need you because I can't get anyone else to join my company. The other groups have blacklisted us. They've either hired or threatened every independent user I've approached to join my team. They're determined to run me out of business because I'm a threat to their power and wealth.
That doesn't make sense. You said you had a whole team that would help train me. What about John? He works for you. Lillian shakes her head and laughs bitterly.
I lied. I've spent nearly every credit of my family fortune in that office and the upgrades. I have enough money to staff a team, but that's it. Within a year, I'll be broke. John is an old friend of my father's that's a genius with tech. He doesn't care about money as long as he has a lab to work on his crafting. I promised him that lab and delivered.
No one else would work with you?
You don't understand the kind of power some of these system companies have. They have credits to burn and are more than willing to use their wealth to bribe users. However, there was one other friend of my father's, Daniel Edinburgh, that was prepared to go against the other companies. He was a swordsman and the damage dealer on the team. But Daniel disappeared 3 months ago. The companies are spreading the rumor that he was deleted permanently as a warning to others that may be thinking of joining my company.
Lillian sits on the stone floor, her armor clanking loudly. She looks up at me and wipes her cheek with the back of her hand, which looks weird covered in metal.
You're right, Anthony. You should stay away from me. While the offer of training and equipment is real, you'll only be putting a target on your back if you join me. The truth is that I need you more than you need me.
She gestures to where King Cannon's body was a few minutes ago.
Hell, with your rare ability, you could join any of the big companies and write your ticket.
I walk over to Lillian and sit beside her. I put an arm around her, and she unconsciously leans her head on my shoulder. I'm sorry I yelled at you, Lillian. I didn't mean to bring up so many issues. I just can't trust someone that can't be honest with me. Is there anything else you need to tell me?" She looks up at me. Her eyes are a bit puffy.
"I also think you're kind of cute and like that your mom thinks I'm your girlfriend."
I laugh. "Okay. Then I formally accept your offer to join your company. We can talk terms when we get back to your office." The pure joy and happiness I see in Lillian's face as she smiles at me lets me know that I've made the right decision.
Chapter 20.
After a round of hugs from Lillian and many promises from her that I won't regret joining her, she realizes that the dungeon hasn't disappeared yet. I tell her that we have to free the princess first. Lillian looks around for the key, and I realize that when I absorbed the boss, I must have given up all the loot he was going to drop, including the quest item. I'll have to watch out for that in the future. I'd hate to mess up a quest because I lost the last important piece. Still, in this instance, we're okay. I still have the key from the first time I beat King Cannon and use it to open Princess Plum's cage. The princess steps out of the cage, hugs Lillian, and thanks her for rescuing her from the grasp of the evil King Cannon. The princess turns to me and, faster than I can blink, slaps me on the cheek. I see a red 5 float away from me, but am too stunned to respond. I guess the princess is mad that I didn't free her sooner. As Princess Plum walks regally away, the world around us starts to shimmer and fade. There's a burst of pixelated light, and when I blink away the stars in my vision, I find myself back in the mall outside the formerly red door, facing an empty shop. A blue window pops up.
"Congratulations on clearing the dungeon. You've completed the quest, Save Princess Plum from the evil overlord King Cannon. You receive 1,000 XP and 1,000 credits."
I'm enveloped in bright light, and I get another system message.
"Congratulations! You've reached level 6.
My fists shoot up and punch the air as I jump in excitement. Checking my character sheet, I see not only did finishing that quest get me to level 6, but it gets me a good way to level 7.
Experience points needed for level 7, 2,335.
My joy at leveling is cut short by a sharp voice. "Freeze, you two!" Instinctively, I stop moving, obeying the commanding tone, which leaves me looking like I'm poking the air since I'd just closed my character sheet. Slowly turning my head to the left, I see a short, wrinkly man with thick Coke bottle glasses, wearing a brown uniform with black lapels, and a thick belt with a flashlight and a can of mace. Lillian laughs softly as we realize it's a mall security guard, and we unfreeze. I smile and wave at the old security guard. "Everything okay?" The guard's wrinkly right hand drops to the pepper spray on his belt. "What are you two doing over here dressed up like that? It ain't Halloween for a couple more weeks." I realize that we're still wearing all the armor and weapons we were using in the dungeon. I don't have a very good explanation, but Lillian seems prepared with an answer. She gives the guard a dazzling smile and takes my arm in hers.
"Oh, officer, we were just on our way to a cosplay party and thought we'd stop by the mall for a quick bite to eat."
The older man wrinkles his nose and looks confused, but takes his hand off the pepper spray. "A what party? Is that like a Halloween party?"
"A little. We're just dressing up as our favorite anime characters. I'm Saber from Fate/Stay Night, and my date is Ranta from Grimgar of Fantasy and Ash."
"Anime?" he asks, his brow wrinkled in concentration. He snaps his fingers and points at Lillian. "Oh, now I remember. Those are those cartoons from China, right? My granddaughter watches that stuff." My inner nerd aches to scream out corrections to the guard. That anime is not just cartoons from China. I mentally prepare a list of corrections, examples of great anime programming, and its influence on modern animation. Lillian must sense my agitation because she quickly agrees with the guard.
"Yes, that's right. We're dressed up as our favorite cartoon characters on our way to a party. There's nothing wrong with that, is there?"
Cartoon characters? Did she just reduce the detailed art form of anime production to cartoon characters? The guard smiles at being told he's correct. No, miss, nothing wrong with that. I just thought it was odd to see two people over here dressed funny. He lowers his voice a little as if parting some bit of gossip. You see, lots of shady people been hanging around here lately, so I have to keep a particular eye out for troublemakers. Lillian nods vigorously.
Oh, thank you for that, officer. I feel safer knowing you're around.
My eyes widen in surprise as I see the old guard blush and his thick glasses get a little steamy. He tips his hat at Lillian and says, No problem, miss. You two have a good day. He then turns around and walks away with a little bounce in his step. Watching the receding figure of the guard, Lillian whispers to me, Quick, let's get back to your home base. Nodding in agreement, I quickly take out my home base key and put it into the glass door of the empty shop in front of us. The door transforms into a green door to my home base, and the two of us walk through it. Once back in my room, the first thing I ask Lillian is, Do you believe that anime is just cartoons? Lillian narrows her eyes at me as she taps the air in front of her and changes into the casual clothes in which she started the day. Lillian sits on the edge of my bed as she shakes her head.
No, of course not. But that old man wasn't going to leave us alone if we started to argue with him. It was better just to agree so we could leave. I mean, what were you going to say, dressed in your leather armor? Realizing I haven't changed, I open my inventory to replace my clothes. A brief flash of light later, and I'm back in my jeans and t-shirt. The two of us don't hang out in my room long. I grab the weapons I'd been hoarding in my closet, and the two of us port to Lillian's office. Chapter 21.
Lillian and I only spend a few minutes at my home base. We grab the weapons I've been stashing in my closet, and we port over to Lillian's office. Once at her office, she taps a few buttons on a system screen I can't see, and the massive wooden desk that was there on my first visit replaces the couches in the center of the office. Sitting behind the desk, Lillian examines the weapons I placed there.
Okay, Anthony. I'll give you 370 credits for all 18 weapons. If you want to check out what you'd get from the system store, I'll let you use a terminal, but I can assure you that you'll get less. The only reason I'm buying them at that price is that John can break them down into base metals for his projects. She could be lying to me, but I doubt it, since a quick check of the system store would tell me if she was. I accept the offer, and the credits in my inventory increase to 1,594. She also converts the credits to dollars for me at a market rate of 1 to 1.5, meaning that I get $2,391. Holding the money, I mentally woo-hoo. It's not a lot compared to what other people make at a full-time job, but it's a lot for me. It's about what I make in 2 months working part-time at the Quickie Stop Mart. I earned this clearing that dungeon in my spare time. God, that sounds like a script for a stay-at-home work ad. Want to earn extra cash but don't want to work an actual job? Try dungeon clearing. I received over $2,000 just clearing dungeons in my spare time. You can too. I shake my head to clear the image of me in a TV ad. After handing me the money, Lillian pulls a sheaf of papers out of a desk drawer. Okay, Anthony, here is the contract to work for us. She hands me the papers and continues on as if giving a rehearsed speech. You'll note that it's a 1-year contract with standard dungeon clearing clauses. We offer a 2,000 credit signing bonus. By working for Monster Squashers, Inc., you agree that the company gets 30% of all rewards you get for dungeon clearing, bounties, or other quests. You have first dibs on any item that you get in the dungeon or as a reward use. However, the company has first choice to buy anything you can't use directly. The remaining items will be sold through the company with the user keeping 70% of the profits. I frown at the explanation of terms. Most of that seems to benefit your company more than it does me. Lillian nods as if expecting the statement. That is true. However, there are lots of benefits for you. The system store here at the office is already upgraded to get you a better price when you buy new gear. Not only that, but John has his trade skill, which means he can get you even better deals at the bazaar, where users sell items directly to one another. Plus, any gear the company buys or collects goes in the vault that noobs get to borrow or teams can use for special missions. Of course, the biggest benefit is the organizational structures we have in place to get you earning as many experience points and credits as possible.
I hold up my hand to stop the sales pitch. Okay. I already told you that I'd sign on. You don't have to keep going. She smiles at me, and I see her cheeks redden.
Sorry. I've practiced that speech so many times trying to get people to join the company that it just comes out on its own sometimes.
I nod and ask for a pen to sign the contract. Even though it's only a 1-year deal, I'm already coming out ahead. Between the 2,391 in my pocket and the 2,000 credits coming, I'll have enough to get myself a new phone and buy some new gear. Lillian gladly gives me a pen, and a few squiggly lines later, I'm an employee of Monster Squashers, Inc. A moment later, I get a notification that 2,000 credits have added to my inventory. Lillian stands up and leans across the desk, holding out her hand to me. As we shake, she smiles, and the room seems to brighten. I hear a polite cough and realize I've been shaking her hand for almost a minute now. Embarrassed, I quickly let her hand go. Part of me aches to hold her again. I may be imagining things, but I think there's a hint of red in her cheeks, too. Whether it's from embarrassment or interest, I can't tell. She continues to smile at me and plops back down in her seat.
Okay, now that that's all done, we can start getting you trained. I know you've been trying some stuff out on your own, but we want to get you set up for success. So, what kind of user are you going to be? Frontline fighter? Tank? DPS? Support? Maybe you want to be a crafter like John?
I look at her in confusion. I wasn't expecting these kinds of questions. I'd expected to look through some gear and start killing monsters in some dungeon somewhere. Seeing the look on my face, Lillian says,
I see you haven't thought about it yet. Well, there's no rush. The system games aren't until September, and we have until January to register you for any events. We have plenty of time to work out what you're good at.
The system games? Is that some weird take on the Hunger Games? If it is, we're in trouble because I am terrible with a bow. Lillian laughs at the joke.
No, it's an event held once every 4 years, sponsored by the largest companies that use the system, but organized by the governing users. They create a group of challenges and events that users can participate in to get money and prizes. The individuals or groups that do the best get some fantastic rewards. This year's big prize is a dungeon core.
Lillian's eyes light up, and she claps her hands together excitedly when she mentions the dungeon core. I smile, sure she's going to chastise me for not already having looked it up in the Idiot's Guide to the System, but ask, what's a dungeon core?
Oh, well, I guess you wouldn't know about those yet.
She leans forward, an excited look in her eyes.
You know the dungeon we just cleared?
I nod.
Well, imagine that you could create your dungeon like that. Only this kind doesn't hurt anyone by existing. Plus, you could summon your monsters, decide its theme, generate specific types of loot, design the various levels of the dungeon. A dungeon core lets you do exactly that. It's an incredible source of income and experience for the owner. Users from around the world travel to the few in existence and pay huge fees to explore them.
Wow. I can only imagine what it would be like to create your dungeon. No wonder it's the top prize.
She continues, if we can win the top prize, our company will be set. So we need as many entrants as possible, especially if we plan on entering any of the group events. The minimum team size is 3. Part of what we'll be doing with you is leveling you up and training you for some of these events. So, go home and think about what kind of role you want to have on the team.
Sure thing, boss. Lillian frowns at the term, and I correct myself. Lillian.
That's better.
A quick hug goodbye, and I'm stepping through the portal to my home. Sitting on my bed, I remember that I leveled up when we cleared that dungeon, and quickly pull up my character sheet. I see that I have 4 stat points to use. and now have a total of 50 skill points banked. I decide to save the skill points till after I determine my role on Lillian's team. After all, I'd hate to spend the skill points and never use the skill because I decide I'm better at something else. The stat points go into intelligence and wisdom, 2 in each stat, bringing my intelligence up to 20 and my wisdom up to 18. As usual, the moment I save the changes, my mind and body feel woozy. When the dizziness passes, I feel a sense of clarity and insight that I've come to associate with an increase in those mental stats. Suddenly, remembering I have work in a few minutes, I change into my Quickie Stop Mart uniform as I run out the door, giving my mom a quick kiss on her cheek goodbye before leaving.
Chapter 22.
I'm finally able to get a new cell phone with the extra cash. It's nothing fancy, just a basic smartphone, but at least I can call my family if I'm going to be late coming home again. School and work are pretty easy the next week. Without another dungeon to clear, I'm able to spend more time studying. I gain even more free time since I paid for a port to the school. No more riding the bus to college for this guy. I've also been able to raise speed reading, mental math, and analysis all to level 4 without spending extra skill points. Due to the combination of extra study time and my improved academic skills, my midterms are easy, and I score A's on all my tests. Work, though, has become more tedious. Inventory management and inspect can only be used so many times before they stop increasing in skill. Inventory management is stuck at level 3, and inspect at level 5. I'm not sure if it's the result of my analysis skill or my improved intelligence, but I know that it's taken me 64 hours of practice to get inspect from level 4 to 5, and that I can look forward to 128 hours of practice to get it to level 6. It's that, or spend 6 skill points. However, Lillian seems to have plans for all those skill points. Since I never told her what I wanted to train in, she brought me in for testing to see which role in the party I would be best suited. Lillian's office has a training room that will let you fight holograms of different monsters or create simple scenarios for practicing skills. You don't get any experience points from killing the monsters or completing the scenarios, but it's good practice. Lillian has me try out the leading roles in a group, including the appropriate armor and weapons. As a tank, I wear heavy chainmail and wield a shield and longsword. The tank's job is to keep the attention of the monsters and use superior defense and high hit points to absorb the damage in the fight. Unfortunately, I just don't have the skills. Even when the training program lets me pretend to have a taunt skill, I just forget to use it as I should. The scenario given to me is one of protecting a group of innocent and buxom women from a pack of wolves. I'm supposed to use my taunt skills to keep the wolves' attention on me until I can whittle down the health of the wolves, but I keep losing the monsters' attention, and they keep killing the women. I also try the healer/support role in a scenario. I made a healer in a virtual group of 5 and given spells to heal the team members. I'm also given 2 buff spells that enhance a team member's damage and defense. The 2 support spells only last a minute and have to be recast. The whole situation becomes a tedious grind of watching each team member's health bar and timer that indicates when their buffs wear off. Even though I'm not bad at the job, it's just so boring that I know that it's not something that I want to do full-time in a group. It's not until I try out the role of damage dealer that I find my place. I'm first equipped with light leather armor and a knife and given the role of thief. I can sneak around and backstab for lots of damage. Unfortunately, while I enjoy dealing out damage, I just don't have the health pool to go toe-to-toe with monsters in a stand-up fight. Still, the experience shows me that I enjoy dealing out damage more than I like taking or healing it. Honestly, in the video games I play, I create jack-of-all-skills characters capable of doing a little of everything and taking care of themselves. The last role I try out is the ranged damage dealer, whose job it is to hurt the enemy from afar. I'm given the task of mage with several spells, and I find it easy to keep my distance from the monsters and kill them from far away, while the tank in the virtual group keeps their attention focused on himself. If a monster breaks away and runs after me, I have no problem leading the monster on a merry chase, firing my spells back at it. It's quite fun. Decided on my role as a ranged damage dealer, the only question now is which skills to invest. There's an almost endless list of skills, and I want to get the ones that will help me the most. Lillian suggested purchasing the skills Ranged Magic and Firearms. She said that I'd need to get both of those before I can purchase related skills like Rifle and Handgun. John points out that if I want to use any high-tech weapons, I'll need skills in laser technology, plasma technology, and nuclear technology. He also suggests general skill investment in computers and bionics. Lillian tells me that she's scheduled some time at a user dungeon for me so that I can level up and use Absorb to get some new abilities. A user dungeon?
Remember how we talked about a dungeon that's controlled by a user? Well, this is one of them. This one in particular is pretty popular around Halloween since it's zombie-themed. There are lots of mission types that you can sign up for with the owner of the dungeon. We have you signed up for an escort and defense mission this weekend with some other low-level users.
Wait, why can't you, me, and John just clear some regular dungeons? Wouldn't that get me some levels too?
True, it would, but you'd hardly earn any experience since John and I are so much higher level than you. We'd be power leveling you so you wouldn't learn much from the experience, and you wouldn't improve your skills much.
That makes sense. I can't learn how to be a good team member until I have more experience under my belt. My only concern is money. To go on this training mission, I'm going to have to skip my shifts at work. I feel a little silly asking this, but will I get paid for going on this training course thing?
This training course thing costs us credits to set up, a lot of them. But we also need to get you at a higher level and some experience working with other people.
It's not that I'm trying to sound ungrateful, but I still have bills to pay. If I'm going to be skipping work, I need to be making money while I train.
That's reasonable. Well, whether or not you make money this weekend is up to you. User dungeons work just like regular dungeons. The monsters you kill give experience points and drop loot. You can either take the loot or try to get some new abilities with your Absorb skill.
Isn't it always that kind of choice? Loot or abilities? Choose one and you lose out on the other. Well, I'm in then, if I can make a few bucks and earn some experience points.
Chapter 23.
The next weekend, Lillian and I teleport to Arizona, where I'm scheduled to join a team of other users to clear this mission. We port to an old, run-down-looking hotel in the middle of the desert. Apparently, the user that runs the dungeon uses each of the rooms as port sites that take the teams or individuals to their areas of the dungeon where they can start their missions. According to Lillian, the zombie dungeon is geared towards training teamwork and non-magical skills. The user who runs the dungeon is a huge fan of the zombie genre of movies and TV shows. He has a huge variety of zombies in his dungeons, everything from the George Romero slow-moving zombies to the World War Z speed zombies. He even has special missions that recreate the scenes from movies and TV shows. I'd be pretty excited to come back sometime to reenact the journey to the pub from Shaun of the Dead or the attack on the prison from The Walking Dead. However, in line with that obsession with zombie films, the user that runs the dungeon has also set rules that prevent magic and high-tech weapons from functioning in the dungeon. So no magic missiles or laser cannons will work inside the dungeon. The tech level allowed is just about what is used in the real world, except users that come into the dungeon can't bring in any weapons, armor, or items. They must use only the things they find in the dungeon. The idea is that users learn to be resourceful and work together. With those rules in mind, I'm standing in the hotel lobby wearing my regular blue jeans and a Firefly Season 2 t-shirt. Fox finally made that second season of the show, and it was worth the wait. I meet 3 other users who are all about my level. However, I'm quite surprised to find that they're all teenagers. Nancy, Frank, and Joe are teens that attend some exclusive academy in the Midwest and have only recently been allowed by their parents to start training using the system. Nancy is level 6 and the oldest of the group at 16. Frank is 15 and is level 5. Joe, the youngest, is 14 years old and is level 4. Even though I'm only a few years older than them, I still feel like I'm their babysitter. The 3 teens give their mom and dad a kiss goodbye before walking through the portal to the zombie dungeon. I awkwardly wave goodbye to Lillian, who I hear whisper to the other parents,
"They grow up so fast, don't they?"
There's a flash of light as I step through the dungeon door, and when it clears, I see the zombie world dungeon. The 4 of us are standing on a deserted highway that runs through the middle of a thickly wooded forest. Strewn along the road are abandoned cars, human remains, and debris. The world seems eerily silent, and the only sounds are that of the wind blowing through the landscape. The 3 teenagers walk to the respawn crystal and bind to it, then start talking to one another. I walk over and bind to the respawn crystal too, then up to the group to see what the plan is for the mission. Since I'm the oldest of the 4 of us, I assumed that I'd be taking charge of the mission. However, it seems like the oldest girl has other plans. Before I can say anything, she turns and tells me, "Okay, new guy, me and my brothers have been working together for a long time. And since you're new to the group, that means you follow my lead, and I'm sure you'll do fine. First things first, we have to find the group we're supposed to be escorting." Frank adds, "Yeah, just follow us and you'll do fine, kid." Turning to speak to his sister, he says, "We should also scavenge for weapons and supplies along the way." Joe nods in agreement, as if he's used to simply listening to his 2 older siblings. Not wanting to disrupt the authority Nancy has over her brothers, I only shrug and ask, "You 3 ever done this mission before?" Nancy answers, "Not this mission in particular, but we've done one in this zombie world before." I smile at her and suggest, if we need to find the group to start the escort mission, I propose that we spread out and look for signs of them. The girl rolls her eyes, huffs in irritation, and says, "I was just about to suggest that, okay?" Then, turning to each one of her brothers, she orders, "Frank, you take the left side of the road. Joe, you and what's-his-name take the right side of the road. I'll take the center and also look for stuff to scavenge from cars as we walk." I can't help but smile at Nancy's take-charge attitude. I'll have to remember not to give out orders. After all, this isn't my family. It may be difficult not to default into boss mode because my sister is about Nancy's age. Each sibling moves into their assigned position and starts to walk along the road. Nancy quickly outpaces her brothers as she jogs to the abandoned cars, looking inside each for scavengeable items. Frank, on the left side of the road, scans for danger and signs of other people. Joe, short for a 14-year-old, moves to the right side of the road near the forest and mimics his brother, scanning as he walks. I have to jog a little to catch up with the kid. "Joe, is it? I'm Anthony." I hold my hand out for him to shake. His bowl-shaped sandy blonde hair swings as he turns to look at me. Seeing my outstretched hand, he shakes it and smiles at me. "Hey, Anthony. Nice to meet you." He sneaks a look at his sister, Nancy, then turns back to me. "We shouldn't talk so loud, though. Nancy will get mad if we make too much noise." I lower my voice to a whisper and ask him, "Does your sister always take charge like this?" The kid smiles at me, and I see that he has a gap between his 2 front teeth that makes his smile extra charming. "Yeah, she's always bossy like this when Mom and Dad aren't around." He glances to see if his sister can hear him, then adds with a slight giggle, "I call her nagging Nancy when she can't hear." I have to stifle my laughter at the kid's nickname for his sister. I wonder if Marie has a similar nickname for me. Maybe when I'm not around she calls me Argumentative Anthony or Too Tough on Me Tony. We travel down the road for about an hour before Frank finds human tracks leading into the forest. During that hour, Nancy has found a purse, an assortment of nuts and bolts, a first aid kit, a baseball bat, and a large canteen. Joe has scavenged some berries, and I have made an improvised weapon out of a fallen branch. One thing that the Zelda Mario dungeon taught me was that anything could be a weapon. The stats on the weapon aren't great. It does 1 damage and has a durability of 10, but it's better than not having a weapon at all. When Frank finds the tracks that lead into the forest, he calls out, and we all walk over to him. After examining the tracks for herself, Nancy agrees that this is probably the trail we're meant to follow. She hands the baseball bat off to Frank, gives the empty canteen to Joe, and keeps the purse, the first aid kit, and the nuts and bolts for herself. Then she orders the group to follow the trail. These kids must have some unique tracking ability because all I see is the forest floor. Still, I follow their lead since I don't have a better idea. We follow the trail for 10 minutes before I hear an odd crying sound. I ask the group to stop, and though Nancy gives me a dirty look, the rest of the group stops. I close my eyes and listen intently. I'm about to chalk up the sound to my imagination when it repeats. Someone is crying for help ahead. Without thought or explanation, I run ahead towards the cry for help. Crashing through some bushes, I see 2 people being attacked by 3 zombies. A lanky black man is on the ground clutching his arm. Defending him against the zombies is a thin blonde woman wielding a knife. I rush forward, smashing the branch in my hands over the head of one of the zombies. I see a red tube float away from the zombie. The zombie turns toward me, and I see its rotting visage glare at me. The flesh on its face has chunks missing, as if they have fallen off, and one of its eyeballs hangs from its eye socket. The creature shuffles forward and takes a swipe at me with its jagged, broken yellow nails. I move out of range of its clawed hands and avoid the attack. The undead creature continues to stumble forward, arms outstretched. I take a couple of swings at the creature, and while I do damage, it seems to shrug off the hits as it continues to move forward. I hear a shout behind me, and turn to see Nancy, Frank, and Joe charging into the fight. The trio rushed past me and worked as a team to draw away the other zombie attacking the woman with the knife. The few seconds it takes me to notice this almost costs me dearly, as the zombie finally catches up to me and tackles me to the ground. The weight of his body presses down on me as we crash to the ground. I'm able to shove the branch against the creature's neck, preventing it from tearing out my throat with its jaws. However, its sharp fingernails slash at me, causing red 3s and 4s to float away from me. The creature's putrid breath is almost a weapon on its own, and I almost gag at the smell of decay. It takes me a minute to get my feet under the zombie's body and kick out, sending it flying away from me. Getting back to my feet, I see the zombie on the floor struggling to get up. Taking advantage of the creature's position, I repeatedly hit the zombie with the branch in my hands until the branch breaks. With no weapon, I improvise and stomp on the creature until it stops moving.
You've defeated a zombie shambler, level 5. You receive 25 XP.
I ignore the notification and look around to make sure the other zombies are taken care of. Nancy and her brothers have already taken care of their zombie and are helping the woman with a knife deal with the last one. With one last crack of the bat, Frank finishes off the zombie, and it falls to the ground dead. Well, dead again. The immediate threat gone, I take a moment to catch my breath and check out my health. I'm down to 120 out of 150. Ouch. If one zombie can do that much damage, I can only imagine what a group of them will do. I need a better weapon. Maybe something ranged. Thoughts of wielding a crossbow like Daryl pass through my mind. I can be the badass crossbowman of the group. Well, except that I don't know how to use a crossbow, and I don't think I can pull off the biker look. While I pull my mind from thoughts of becoming a zombie-killing badass, Nancy is treating the wounds of the 2 people. The man on the floor has his left arm wrapped in gauze, and the blonde woman sits next to him, holding his right hand. While everyone is distracted, I use Absorb on the zombie next to me.
Absorb has failed to capture the essence of the defeated foe. Please try again.
Drat. I bet these zombies have some cool abilities too. Oh well, I'm sure I'll have plenty of opportunities to try again. While the two new people are distracted, I use inspect on them.
Susie, NPC. Health, 24 out of 30. Susie is a Southern belle that is protective of her family and is a valuable member of the survivor group. Wife to Thomas. Thomas, NPC. Health, 19 out of 30. Thomas was an IT consultant before the zombie apocalypse. Now he's struggling to make sense of the brutal place the world has become. Husband to Susie.
Oh, so they're NPCs, not users. Also, they have health bars, which means that they could be killed. No bueno if these are the people we're supposed to escort. Even though I already know their names, it's only polite to introduce yourself. I walk up to the sitting couple and kneel down to speak to them. Hi, I'm Anthony. What's your name? The blonde woman looks up and answers in a Southern accent.
Hi, I'm Susie, and this is my husband, Thomas. Thank you for saving us.
Nancy, finished bandaging up their wounds, says, You two out by yourselves in the woods seems dangerous. What are you doing out here? Susie looks slightly embarrassed, but answers,
Yes, it was a little foolish of us to be out here alone, but we didn't have much choice. The group we were with was running out of food quickly. We left to try and find help or more supplies. Will you come and help us? Save the Survivors, Part 1. Escort Susie and Thomas back to the group of survivors they left. Once there, speak to the leader of the group. Conditions. Both Susie and Thomas must make it back to Survivor Group alive. Reward, 100 XP. Do you accept?
Nancy nods as if expecting this response. Can you give us a moment to talk about it as a group? I start the conversation off. Is it just me, or are these NPCs pretty well spoken? The last NPC I talked to had a script he kept repeating. Little Joe laughs and answers, Don't you know that people can get better brains for their characters? Frank ruffles his brother's hair and clarifies, What Doofus here means is that dungeon owners can invest in better personalities for the NPCs they use. You must have only been in some low-level dungeon. High-level dungeons and ones that have been around longer have more complex creatures. If a dungeon is old or just high-level, the monsters can be super smart and dangerous. Nancy adds with a know-it-all attitude. That does make sense. The monsters I fought in that bad Zelda clone dungeon got progressively smarter and harder to fight. It makes sense that the non-player characters would get smarter over time too. Okay, that makes sense. Now, what about this quest? Could it be a trap? I've seen way too many episodes of The Walking Dead to trust some random people. Nancy shakes her head. No, I don't think so anyway. Usually you have to sign up for a trickier zombie experience like that. Some people use them to train their truth-telling skills or deception skills, but we all signed up for group training. I think it's legit. I shrug, not having been to a place like this before. I accept their quest. Let's see where this takes us. The two lead us through the forest to a small encampment in a clearing in the woods. As soon as the couple steps into the boundary of the camp, a small blue screen pops up. You've completed the quest, Save the Survivors, Part 1. You receive 100 XP. Dismissing the notification, I examine the group of people we're going to be dealing with. The camp has about 4 tents and 10 people. Everyone is a little on the thin side, but seem to be healthy otherwise. While their clothes are dirty and worn, they've kept themselves relatively clean. A tall Hispanic man with shaggy black hair that curls at the ends greets us. He's wearing jeans, a plaid long-sleeve shirt, and black hiking boots. Susie and her husband introduce the man as Juan. Juan is genial but also wary of newcomers. He questions the 4 of us about how we survived up until now. Oddly, it's Frank who makes up our backstory. He tells Juan that Nancy and I are school friends and that we saved him and his brother when things went south in the world. The 4 of us have been scavenging from homes and markets and making our way killing zombies. I'm surprised that Frank is such a good storyteller, and I try to play my part and back up his tale. Juan seems suspicious, but accepts our story. I guess this NPC's brain doesn't let him get too far off mission. He explains that the group is heading towards a safe haven and that we're welcome to come along as long as we are going to help protect everyone from zombies along the way.
Save the Survivors, Part 2. Escort the group of survivors led by Juan to safe haven. Conditions: 8 of the 12 survivors must make it to safe haven alive. Reward: 1,000 XP. Do you accept?
Nancy was right. The quest starts here. I accept the quest and thank Juan for his trust in us. Another survivor from his group runs up and asks for him, and he leaves to deal with whatever issue has come up. Turning to Nancy and her brothers, I say, well, at least we don't have to keep everyone alive, just... I do the math in my head and finish, 2/3 of them. At the same time, little Joe says,
66.667% of them.
I look down at the happy kid, and he says,
I have my mental math skill to level 7. What's yours at?
I can't help but smile back at the grinning kid. He's so proud of himself. Instead of answering him, though, I address the rest of the group. So we have to arrive at safe haven with at least 66.667% of survivors. I don't know about the rest of you, but it seems unlikely to me that we can protect this whole group with a baseball bat and purse. Nancy nods.
I agree. Our priority should be for us to find or make better weapons.
Her stomach grumbles, and she clutches it, embarrassed. Frank points and laughs at his sister until his stomach grumbles. So I think we should put eating in a priority position. I say, remembering that the last time I ate was this morning. The 4 of us split up to scavenge for food and weapons. Little Joe is the best at finding food and comes back to camp with mushrooms, dandelions, and cattails. I'm able to find a ball-peen hammer, and Frank finds a rusty kitchen knife. Nancy does the best of everyone by only asking the other survivors for help. She gets us 4 cans of food and a .22 caliber rifle. Nancy says it's a Marlin Model 795 and has a magazine that holds 10 rounds. She has a half-empty box of ammunition, but thinks we shouldn't have too big of a problem finding more rounds in any decently sized town. I'll have to take her word for it, having never used a gun myself. That evening, we're introduced to all the other survivors. It's obvious which has been around the longest in the dungeon after meeting all of them. Some of the members of the group seem almost human in their ability to express themselves. Other NPCs do little more than repeat the same lines again and again. I'm sure there's some unique dungeon master ability that lets someone invest this type of intelligence on some creatures, but I don't know what it is. After eating, the 4 members of my group head to bed. With the time dilation between the dungeon and the real world, we should have 6 days in the dungeon.
Chapter 24.
On the first day of our escort mission, everyone in the camp gets packed up, and we all head towards the highway. We're supposed to follow it for a few days, pass through a few towns to scavenge, and then move off the road to wherever safe haven is. The first couple days guarding the survivors on their trip to safe haven are a bit boring. We're attacked by a total of 6 zombies as we walk along the highway toward a small town called Blumpkin. No one dies in the attacks, but they give me an idea of what to expect from the survivors. Juan, the leader of the group, is quick to respond to the threats and quickly dispatches zombies with a large Bowie knife. Susie, the blonde woman we rescued, doesn't actively attack the zombies, but takes defensive action when they attack. She guards her husband Thomas like he's made of diamonds. Most of the other survivors huddle together in fear, and only one runs away into the woods. He comes back after the attack, but I mark him as a liability in my mind. Nancy, Frank, and Joe are professionals. Even though they're just kids to me, they take each attack seriously and work as a team to fight off the zombies. Nancy shoots the zombies that are still shambling over to the group. The noise of the rifle, though, attracts the zombies towards her. Thankfully, Frank uses his baseball bat to push back or disable the zombies with strikes to their knees. Joe, wielding the kitchen knife, helps finish off the zombies that Frank has knocked to the ground. I work alone. I take on a few zombies, and I finally get a chance to inspect one.
Zombie Shambler, Level 5. Health, 50 out of 50. TP, 5 out of 5. The simplest and most common of zombies. The Shambler moves at a walk until it senses a meal. Then they will attack en masse to overwhelm an opponent. Abilities: Bite, Iron Grip. Weakness: Fire. Attacks to the head.
From the description, these are the classic zombie model. Slow-moving but strong and tenacious if they get a hold of you. I fight them one at a time, darting in for a strike to a decaying skull and then darting out before they can attack back. I take out 2 Shamblers this way, earning me 50 experience points. The fight just about over, I'm kneeling down and using Absorb on the second zombie I killed, and I notice that one of the kids has gotten separated from the group of survivors. I'm filled with a sense of foreboding, as every single zombie film I've ever seen has taught me that such a situation is ripe for tragedy. And sure enough, a zombie someone thought they'd already killed starts to crawl towards the little girl. Either the little girl doesn't have the intelligence to recognize the danger, or just hasn't been around long enough. But either way, the zombie's only a few feet from making a snack of her. Even if I run, I know that I won't make it in time, and no one else seemed to notice what's happening. The zombie's reaching out for the girl when I do the only thing I can think of, and throw the hammer in my hand. I'm not sure how it happened, either because of the many hours I've spent practicing the move or just because of stupid luck. But as the hammer leaves my hand, I activate Hammer Time. The ability seems to struggle with the ball-peen hammer for a moment, then it kicks in, and I see the object arc through the air and land with a bone-crushing force on the skull of the zombie. I see a single red 6 float away from the zombie, and the last of its health leaves it. Only after the fight is over does the little girl notice the undead zombie. Then she starts to cry, and one of the huddling survivors runs from the group to pick her up and take her back to the group. I can only be relieved that I was able to save the little girl. I mean, part of me knows that she's not real and is only a construct of the dungeon, but another part of me remembers Marie at that age, and how she got hurt all the time just being a curious kid, and I can't help but feel some empathy towards the survivors, real or not. I wince at how gross rotten brains look and smell as I retrieve my hammer from the zombie's skull and dismiss the notification about the experience points for the kill. As I wipe the brains off my hammer on the grass by the road, I hear someone say, "Wow, that was a pretty lucky throw." I turn and see Nancy. She has her rifle in her hands. "I saw that zombie moving towards that little girl, but I couldn't shoot because I might have hit the girl. Then your hammer comes out of nowhere and kills it. That kind of throw is amazing." I shrug, not sure if I should tell her about Absorb and how I got the ability to throw like that from a monster in another dungeon. I suspect it's something I should keep to myself. After all, who knows who Nancy would tell. Thanks, it's just luck that the hammer hit like that. I shrug and look away from her. I'm honestly not sure what I was thinking. I threw away my only weapon. If there were any more zombies around, I'd have been in trouble. Nancy nods in agreement. "Yeah, you're right. We should all have backup weapons in case something happens to our primary ones. I'll make sure Frank and Joe keep an eye out for anything we can use." She smiles at me and adds, "Though I'll tell him you got first dibs on any hammers." We reach the outskirts of Blumpkin on the 3rd day. Most of the survivors opt not to travel through the town for fear of zombie attack. Instead, they plan to travel around the town and continue towards Safe Haven. However, Frank and I want to search through some of the buildings to scavenge for food and weapons. Nancy isn't pleased with the idea, but understands that we need supplies. Little Joe wants to go with his older brother, but Nancy refuses to let him go. He walks off sulking. Frank and I enter Blumpkin, passing a sign that tells us the population of the town is 3,000. The two of us creep from building to building, avoiding the groups of shamblers that wander the town. We enter a hardware store through an open window at the back of a building. We find lots of construction materials as well as all the tools you could ever ask for. Frank goes to the cash register at the front of the store and finds a loaded shotgun under the counter. There are only a handful of shells, but he's glad to have gotten another weapon and dropped the baseball bat into his inventory. I realize I'm missing out on a golden opportunity in the hardware store. Last night I left camp and tested out all the abilities I absorbed from the last dungeon. Roll, flying kick, smash, stab all work, but Fireball doesn't, since it's the one ability I have that uses mana and not TP. Still, that means that I have lots of options for weapons now. I grab everything I think will make useful weapons: hammers, knives, picks, axes, sledgehammers, and shovels. I also grab everything else I believe that we may need: duct tape, nails, wire, saw blades, rope, anything else that's stacked in my inventory. Once Frank and I clean out the hardware store, we leave the way we came in and head to the grocery store. It's a little touch and go, and we have to wait under a metal dumpster while a large group of shamblers goes by. The extra disturbing thing about the shamblers is that they seem to be led by a tall purple zombie with a mutated face. It had no hair and resembles a stretched-out human with limbs out of proportion. I'm able to inspect the new zombie by poking my head out from under that trash dumpster.
Zombie Howler. Level 8. Health 80 out of 80. TP 15 out of 15. The Howler is an unusual zombie that howls loudly when it spots prey, alerting all nearby zombies. The Howler, though relatively easy to kill, is dangerous because of its ability to gather other zombies into a horde. Abilities: Bite, Howl. Weakness: Fire, attacks to the head.
The group only leaves when the tall purple howler sees a deer run through the streets. The purple zombie let loose a piercing scream that echoes through the streets and takes off at a run after the poor deer. Frank and I don't look to see what happens to the animal, and instead take the opportunity to sneak into the small grocery store. The smell of rotten and spoiled food clings to me as I enter the store and find it mostly ransacked. My Quickie Stop Mart training kicks in, and I automatically start taking inventory of what's left in the store. When finished, I not only made progress in increasing my inventory management skill, but also found 6 candy bars, 10 cans of vegetables, and a box of coveted zombie apocalypse gold. Twinkies. I'm out of inventory space, but thankfully Frank has some spots left in his inventory. The rest we load into plastic bags and have to carry. The streets are empty as we exit the grocery shop, and it's a clear path out of town. I spot a pickup truck and convince Frank to let me try and hotwire it. If I can get it to work, we'll have a way to get all these supplies and the survivors to Safe Haven quickly. If I can't, we're just out the few minutes it'll take me to try. The truck is an old Ford F-150, and I use a coat hanger from a nearby used clothes store to pop the lock on the driver's door. I unlock the passenger side door, and Frank climbs in and puts the grocery bags on the floor by his feet. I take one of the screwdrivers from my inventory and unscrew the plastic panel under the steering wheel and remove a metal plate and find a lot more wires than I was expecting. I glance up at Frank and saw him watching me intently. I smile confidently while inside I realize that just because I watched a YouTube video once on this doesn't mean I know what I'm doing. Still, how hard can it be? If I remember correctly, I pull some wires from the starter and touch them. Then the motor should start. I pull the thick black wire out and touch it to several other wires, creating a spark, but not much else. It's not until I stick it in a small gray box near the steering column with a bunch of colored wires that something happens. When the wire goes in, there's the sound of the motor starting, but also every other part of the vehicle starts up too, including the truck alarm. A loud, ear-piercing horn starts to blare, and I hit my head on the steering wheel trying to get out of the truck. When I'm finally out of the truck, I see that Frank has wisely abandoned the bags of food and is already running away towards the other side of town where we're supposed to meet up with the rest of the survivors. As I start to jog towards him, I hear the unmistakable scream of the howler.
Chapter 25.
Frank and I run as if our lives depend on it. Well, they do depend on it. We're being chased by a horde of zombies. Thankfully, the zombie horde as a whole is relatively slow, and we're able to outrun them. However, the call of the howler has attracted zombies from all over town. As we run through the streets of Blumpkin, more and more of the undead come out from shops and alleys. We're able to dodge and weave around most of them, but have to stop and reroute our path when large groups of them block the main road. We dare not stop to fight, or we'll be overwhelmed by the mass of shamblers coming up behind us. After what seems like forever, we finally make it to the other side of town, where the rest of the survivors are waiting for us. Understandably, they're not pleased to see us being followed by zombies. Thankfully, while Frank and I were salvaging and traveling through town, one of the survivors was able to hotwire a couple of abandoned SUVs and siphon enough gas to get them running. The whole group of survivors plus the 4 users are barely able to squeeze into the vehicles, and we get onto the road just as the first shamblers from the horde reach us. The 2 SUVs' tires screech as they burn rubber to escape. Our little caravan gets back on the highway, and we put a few miles between Blumpkin and us, at least until it starts to get dark. Then it becomes too dangerous to navigate on the highway and try to avoid abandoned vehicles, debris, fallen trees, and other obstacles. We pull the vehicles onto the side of the road and try to get some sleep. I don't know about the other survivors, but I don't sleep well, plagued by nightmares of zombies devouring my flesh and then becoming one of them. The next day, we skip breakfast and get out on the road as soon as there's enough light to see what's on the road. Even though the vehicles can't travel more than 20 miles per hour because they have to navigate around the various obstacles, we still arrive at Safe Haven by mid-afternoon. Unfortunately, Safe Haven isn't the paradise we thought it was going to be. The settlement is located off the highway, through some winding dirt roads, up a hill in the forest. The forest has been cleared away from the massive 10-foot wall that disappears around a curve and surrounds Safe Haven. When the SUVs stop, everyone gets out and stares at the gates to the community. 2 massive metal gates lay broken and hanging off their hinges, blocking the road. The vehicles can't drive past the gates, but there's more than enough room to make it through on foot. Once the last member of the survivor group walks past the fallen gate, I get a notification.
You've completed the quest, Save the Survivors, Part 2. You receive 1,000 XP.
While I'm glad to get the experience points, I'm as disappointed by the state of Safe Haven as the survivors are. The gravel road crunches under my feet as I walk inside the gates. It looks like Safe Haven is a converted housing tract with rows of 1- and 2-story homes. There are shiny solar panels on the roofs of each house that provide power. There's a massive field of vegetables growing in the middle of the community. It looks like the perfect place to start over. There's food, water, electricity, and a wall to keep the zombies out. What it doesn't have is people. Where the heck is everyone? I turn to see that it's Nancy who's spoken, Frank and Joe standing behind her. Her hair is tied back in a ponytail today, and she looks tired. Her shoulders hunch forward slightly, and her eyes are red. She had her rifle out and aimed at the ground, but her expression shows that the situation worries her. I'm confused myself. I think the whole place may be abandoned. If anyone were still here, they would have heard us coming and come to say hello. Nancy nods in agreement. It's weird that the mission isn't over. We signed up for an escort mission and it's done, so why hasn't the dungeon ended? There's a shout and a scream from somewhere ahead of us, and the 4 of us run to see what's happened. We pass the homes and the garden and run all the way to the far side of the complex and the wall that protects the side. Well, the wall that should be there. Instead, there's a beat-up pickup truck that's crashed through the wall. On the ground are parts of the smashed wall and truck, along with a mass of dead, half-eaten bodies. Even though I know that this scenario has all been set up by the user that runs the dungeon, I can't help but feel horrified at the sight. Either someone accidentally crashed into the wall and a zombie horde happened to be close enough to overrun the town, or this was intentional. Either way, Safe Haven isn't all that safe at the moment. There's another scream, and we run to find one of the people from the survivor group crawling away from a zombie. Well, what's left of the zombie. Only the upper half of the zombie is clawing its way towards the survivor. Nancy ends the zombie with a single shot to its head, and her brothers help the survivor get to her feet. Juan and the rest of the survivors arrive a moment later, weapons in hand, ready to fight. I raise my hands to calm them down. It's okay, guys. We already took care of it. It was just a single zombie. Juan shakes his head. No, I'm afraid it wasn't. We've already found 4 others around here. We put them down, but we'll have to clear every building before we can start to get settled. Wait, you plan to stay here? Yes. Safe Haven is going to be our new home. Pointing to the truck and the battered wall, I yell, "Do you not see that giant hole in the wall there? This place isn't safe." Juan gestures around him. Do you not see the homes, the solar panels, the food just waiting for harvesting? Yes, the place needs some work, but we can rebuild the walls and improve security measures. I look around and see the determined looks on all of the survivors' faces and realize that nothing I say is going to change these people's minds. I feel a hand on my shoulder and angrily turn to see Frank staring up at me. He has a small smirk on his face and he tells me in a low voice, "Calm down, you're getting worked up about nothing. None of this is real. We're in a dungeon, remember? All this has to be part of some quest." I slap my forehead and calm down. Of course. The darn dungeon got me. I got so involved in the story and the realism of the situation that I forgot where I was. I turn back to Juan and apologize for yelling. He nods understandingly and tells me, "That's okay. I appreciate that you care about our group. You've already helped us get here. Are you willing to help us make this place our home?" On cue, a new quest notification pops up.
Save the Survivors, Part 3. The group has decided to stay in Safe Haven. Unfortunately, a massive horde of zombies is on the way. Will you help them survive? Conditions: at least one member of the group must survive the 3 zombie attacks. Reward: 3,000 XP. Do you accept?
Whoa, that's a lot of XP. That's enough to get me to level 7 and well on my way to level 8. I quickly accept the quest and see Frank, Joe, and Nancy all do the same. As soon as I hit accept, a new window pops up.
Time to first zombie attack, 24 hours.
As I look at the window, the numbers start to count down, and it's clear that we have 24 hours to do whatever we can to get this place into shape before they attack. When we ask Juan what we can do to help out, a new blue screen pops up.
Optional tasks: rebuild wall, create defense installations, create hospital medical center, find create weapons, create and install traps, train survivors.
Looking at our options, we agree that fixing that huge hole in the wall and building better defenses should come first. When we ask Juan about it, a new interface opens up that allows for virtual construction. This new interface is similar to one found in games that give players the freedom to build structures. On the interface are pictures of objects that can be put together to create larger structures. For example, by tapping on the picture of a wall, a small red transparent 4x4 square appears in the air. The square stays red until placed somewhere a wall can be constructed. When I put the square on the ground, it turns blue, and an accept button appears. Each object that you want to build costs a certain amount of construction material. Tapping the accept button causes the resources to be taken and the square of wall starts building. Then I can place another square of the wall on top of that one to make the wall taller. Or I can place another wall square to the left or right of it to make the wall wider or build in a particular direction. Other objects can be built and attached to each other to create more massive structures. Tapping on the picture of a floor in the interface produces a square of flooring that can be placed on the ground. Placing this floor tile on top of a wall tile turns that floor tile into a ceiling tile. Placing 4 wall tiles and 2 floor tiles makes a simple building. Want a 2-story building? Just add a stair tile to the outside of the building, and now you can add 4 more walls and another ceiling. I can also add things like doors, windows, doorbells, and other objects to add functionality and change the look of the structures. Honestly, it's all a little too complicated for me. But little Joe goes to town with the system. He starts to play around with it and creates outlines for 5-story buildings made of marble with pools and mine shafts. His sister has to stop him from playing around with it too much since we're short on time. Joe not only creates outlines to repair the wall surrounding the community, but also designs platforms and stairs that line the walls. The structures will let people shoot at zombies from up high while still being protected by the wall. While the repairs to the wall start immediately, building the other stairs and platforms hits a snag. According to the interface, we don't have enough resources to build everything. Little Joe stomps his feet and complains, "Darn, we can only build 3 platforms. Maybe we can search for more resources?" We puzzle over the problem. Just having 3 platforms to shoot from isn't going to help us much. We need enough to let everyone defend the walls. As I'm considering the problem, my eyes wander over to the empty houses in Safe Haven, and something clicks. There are our extra resources. There's no way that the survivors can use all of these homes, so why not use those construction materials to defend the place? I test out the option by taking the construction interface over to one of the empty homes. I think about deconstruction, and the whole building turns blue, and the interface tells me exactly how many resources we'd gain if I deconstruct the structure. Here we go, folks. We're in business. We have all the resources we need right here. I explain to the other users how we can get more construction resources, and little Joe's face lights up. He starts to deconstruct most of the homes, leaving just enough for the small group of survivors to have a place to live. With the new resources added to the construction pool, he starts building the blue, transparent outlines of enough platforms to line the walls. The actual repairing the walls and constructing of new platforms is completed by the survivors and is automated for the most part. It will take time, and there's not anything else for us to do unless we want to aid direction in the construction effort. Instead, the 4 of us return to 1 to try to complete the rest of the optional tasks.
Create hospital, medical center. Find, create weapons. Create and install traps. Train survivors.
Nancy takes the task of organizing the community medical center. She orders little Joe to search for weapons or materials to build them. Frank is on zombie clearing duty. He's to go through each building and kill any zombies that wandered into Safe Haven through the hole in the wall. I am intrigued by the idea of trap building. I talk to Juan about it, and he leads me to a workshop he found. There I see one of the survivors, John Brown, who knows these tasks. Mr. Brown is a thin man with a wiry, dark hair and a large, bulbous nose. I hadn't had a chance to talk to him much during our journey here, but I know that he used to be some kind of detective before the world changed. When I walk into the workshop, Mr. Brown greets me warmly. "So, you've come to learn how to make gadgets and traps? Good. I thought I'd be all alone doing this job." He then introduces me to the crafting bench. I vaguely recall reading something about crafting in The Idiot's Guide to the System, Volume 1, but I wasn't too interested in it at the time. It turns out it's kind of a mini-game. As long as I have the materials available, I can try to combine them to build different types of traps that can be laid out like large floor tiles. I empty out my inventory of all the items I salvage from the stores in Blumpkin, and Mr. Brown shows me a simple example. Combining nails and a wooden board makes a floor trap that damages and slows down someone when they walk over it. It's fun mixing different seemingly useless items together and seeing if a new type of trap pops up on the crafting bench interface. However, when I try to build some of the traps, only the simplest of them are made. Mr. Brown points out a small detail I've overlooked. In the corner of the interface is a percentage number that shows the chance I have to build the trap. Simple traps have a high probability of being made, but as the traps get more complicated, the chance that I can make them goes down. I pull up the skills window and search for options related to trap making. Sure enough, there are several skills related to the topic. Of course, there's trap making, a skill that increases the success rate of making traps. However, there's also scavenging, which lets someone break down ordinary objects into components that can be used in crafting. Additionally, there are related skills that increase the chances of creating specific types of traps. Want to make a laser trap? Well, it turns out it's a good idea to have a skill related to laser technology. Want a magic trap? Having skills related to magic increase the chance and options of creating those kinds of traps. I'd been saving the skill points I'd earned from leveling for just such an occasion as this. I don't have time to practice this skill like I usually would, so I'll have to level it with the skill points. I have 50 saved skill points and decide to invest 10 skill points into trap making, bringing the skill up to level 4. Yeah, I forgot how expensive it is to raise a skill level this way too. Each level costs that many skill points. So level 1 costs 1 skill point, level 2 costs 2 skill points, etc. I could raise the skill higher, but I'd rather save my remaining 40 skill points in case of another emergency. Learning and raising trap making to level 4 greatly increases my chance of successfully making traps. Not only that, but new types of traps are unlocked. In addition to floor traps, I can now make traps that I can attach to walls. One in particular is cool. It uses springs and gears to shoot a wall full of nails when someone steps on a pressure plate. When I test it on one of the random zombie shamblers outside the walls, it kills it instantly. The only downside to this trap is that it takes a while to reset itself. I'm having such a good time playing around with traps that I decide to put a point into other crafting skills just to see what happens. The Gadgets skill lets me make personal use items out of scavenged parts. At level 1, I can make a small flash grenade out of flashlight parts, or glasses with a magnifying glass attachment. The first level in weapon design lets me make some simple weapons out of everyday materials. I can turn a broom handle into a spear, make a knife out of metal, and a baseball bat into a spiked mace by adding nails to it. Armor design, at the starter level, lets me modify existing clothing and add extra protective elements. I take a spare jacket from one of the empty houses and add layers of extra cloth and small squares of metal to increase its defense rating by 5. It looks like something Mad Max would wear, but it's better than the regular clothes I have on now. Having made 4 flash grenades and a full set of Mad Max armor, I get back to making more traps. It's not until mid-afternoon that I take a break to eat. As I step outside the workshop, a stiff breeze cools the sweat on my skin, and I take a deep, relaxing breath. "Taking a break?" a voice asks with a southern drawl. Turning towards the sound of the voice, I see a smiling Susie with a plate of food and a glass of water. The ceramic plate feels cool in my hand, and the food on the plate makes my stomach growl. There's no place to sit down nearby, so I sit on the ground and start to eat. On the plate is a selection of greens and vegetables mixed with pink cubes. I inspect the plate and get a notification. "Spam salad. This salad, made from a combination of locally sourced lettuce, tomatoes, carrots, cucumbers, and a can of classic Spam." While some may scoff at the canned meat option, you'll notice there aren't a lot of free-range cows around here. So it's this or nothing. I can't help but laugh at the description. Susie frowns a little at me, and I quickly explain, "Sorry, Susie, I wasn't laughing at the food. I just realized that it had Spam in it. I haven't had that since I was a kid, and it brought back some happy memories." I quickly eat a forkful of the Spam salad and tell her, "It tastes wonderful. Thank you for bringing it. It's true, too. The salty canned ham mixes well with the juicy tomatoes and other crunchy vegetables. I guess what they say is true. Hunger is the best spice. I quickly finish the salad. Susie hands me a glass of water to wash down the meal.
I'm glad you enjoyed the meal. It's the least I can do since you seem to be working hard to help build up our little community.
The cold water is refreshing, and I'm a little sad when I finish drinking it. Handing the now empty dish and cup back to Susie, I tell her, "You folks are making a stand." I can respect that. Privately, I think, besides, the XP is too good not to help out. Susie nods in appreciation of the statement, and a small blue window pops up.
Reputation increase with Susie.
Well, I didn't realize I even had a reputation with the NPCs. Trying to continue the conversation and hopefully increase my reputation more, I ask, "So how's the defense effort going?"
The little boy, Joe, found a bunch of weapons and ammunition in one of the buildings. There's enough to arm everyone. Nancy and Frank are showing everyone how to use them in small groups so the building doesn't slow down.
I look past Susie towards the repaired wall and see shooting platforms being built along the wall. There's still a lot of work to get done, but it should be finished by nightfall. The conversation about training the survivors to shoot gets me thinking, and I pull up my skill and ability list.
Skills, level. Inventory management, 3. Inspect, 5. Deception, 1. Dungeon scan, 3. Dungeon inspect, 1. Dungeon mapping, 3. Mapping, 2. Bludgeoning weapons, 3. Guilt trip, 1. Speed reading, 4. Mental math, 4. Analysis, 3. Piercing weapons, 1. Throw, 3. Trap making, 4. Abilities, roll, hammer time, flying kick, smash, stab, fireball.
Now maybe it's my analysis skill kicking in, but when I think about how I'm planning to fight the zombies, I realize that I don't have any ranged skills. Sure, I could use hammer time, but I only have 20 hammers that I've collected. Fireball doesn't work in this dungeon because of the magic restrictions. I'm okay with a one-on-one fight, since I have the abilities smash, stab, and flying kick. But trying to fight off a horde of zombies up close has never ended well in any zombie movie I've ever seen. I thank Susie for the food again and excuse myself. I walk around until I find Nancy and Frank. They're showing a few of the survivors how to use handguns and rifles. I watch and listen as they go over basic firearm safety, how to load ammo, hold the firearms, and give them tips on shooting. Nancy notices me watching and waves me over. I approach, careful not to walk in front of anyone pointing a gun. When I'm close enough that she can talk over the sound of gunshots, Nancy asks, with only the smallest of smirks, "Do you want to join the class, Anthony?" I nod, admitting to myself at least that Nancy is helping me out by teaching me how to shoot. Otherwise, I'd be spending skill points on unlocking and learning the skill. Nancy goes over the basics of using both a handgun and a rifle with me. She emphasizes firearm safety above all else. I'm shaky and uncomfortable holding the weapons at first, but her calm instruction helps me focus on holding the weapons correctly. I'm a terrible shot at first. I have a hard time hitting the arranged targets. The gun just doesn't seem to want to stay still as I hold it. Nancy suggests remembering the acronym BRASS, or breathe, relax, aim, squeeze the trigger, and squeeze more for follow-through. Since breathing affects aim, when you're ready to shoot, draw a deep breath and exhale about half of it. The aim then relaxes and hold your breath as you squeeze the trigger. Squeeze the trigger slowly, don't jerk your finger. Squeeze the trigger through its full motion, called follow-through. To my surprise, remembering the acronym helps. Not only do I get to level 1 in rifle and handgun, but I also find that I get skills in firearm and ranged combat. According to their descriptions, the ranged combat skill increases accuracy for ranged combat. The firearm skill gives a % bonus to damage for all firearms and increases the chance of crafting firearms. Both the rifle and handgun skills increase both damage and accuracy for those types of weapons. After an hour practicing, I raise those skills to level 2 and find that I'm a bit more accurate shooting. However, I can't spend more time on this skill. I have to finish creating traps and placing them around the walls of the community. The rest of the day is spent making, testing, and placing traps around the walls of the community. In addition to the other traps, I also come up with razor blade tripwire. Using my level 2 gadget and weapon design skills, I'm also able to make corrosive gas grenades. I enlist Frank and the few survivors' help in placing all the traps, and by the time the last tripwire is correctly laid, night has fallen. There's a very tense moment where we all realize that it's too dark to see all the traps we placed. Thankfully, Nancy and the other survivors shine some lights from the wall to illuminate a path back inside. There's a communal dinner, and then everyone heads to the fully furnished homes to get a good night's sleep.
Chapter 26.
The next morning is full of tension as everyone makes the final preparations for the zombie attack. A few more traps are laid out, weapons and ammunition distributed, and the makeshift medical center double-checked for supplies. Everyone takes their positions on the shooting platforms. I look around and see that Nancy, Frank, and Joe are all on the same platform to my left. With me are Susie and her husband, Thomas. Everyone waits anxiously for the last seconds of the timer countdown.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The sound of not one but multiple howlers breaks the morning silence. Zombies start to pour out from the forest and make their way towards safe haven. 250 zombie shamblers and 4 howlers make their way slowly towards the walls that protect us. As soon as the zombies appear, everyone starts to shoot. Unfortunately, only Nancy, Frank, and Joe are decent at shooting moving targets at this range. Everyone else just seems to hit the ground more than they hit the zombies. When they hit one of the zombies' bodies, a red 15 floats away from it, and a red 30 when someone gets a headshot. As the zombies get within 100 yards of the walls, they start to hit the floor spikes and slow down even more. Each step on the spikes only causes 1 point of damage to the shamblers, but they slow down enough for the survivors to pick off more than a few with their rifles. Only about half the zombies make it to the next set of traps. Lines of razor wire stakes into the ground cause the zombies to trip and impale themselves onto the floor spikes. Another third of the already damaged zombies die, leaving about 80. I expect these to meet their end until the howlers start to yell. The shamblers seem to understand some order and begin to line up behind each other as they move forward. The zombies in the front trip, fall, and die, but the ones behind them use their corpses as a bridge to walk over the razor wire. Nancy gives the order to focus shooting on the howlers giving orders. The 4 howlers die quickly, but the damage is already done. Over 70 zombies make it past the razor wire. Thankfully, we have one more set of traps. As the remaining zombies approach the wall, they step on pressure plates that trigger the wall traps. Nails shoot out at over 90 miles per hour, impaling themselves onto the rotting undead flesh. Several zombies take headshots and immediately drop to the ground. The rest continue forward, only to be shredded by the nail projectiles. Each nail seems to do about 8 to 10 points of damage. Between the survivors' increased accuracy at this range and the traps, no more zombies are standing. A cheer goes up as the last zombie falls. Not a single one even touched Safe Haven's walls. A new blue screen appears before me, tallying up my contribution, experience points earned, and the time till the next wave hits.
Congratulations! You've survived the first wave of zombies. Contribution: trap kills, 52. Personal kills, 13. Total XP earned, 1,625. Time to next wave, 1 hour.
Seeing the amount of experience I earned is amazing. I had no idea that damage done by the traps I built would be credited to me. I feel even better when a white light bursts from me, showing that I earned enough experience points to get to level 7. Woot woot! That means more stat skill points.
Anthony Tinoco, level 7. Unspent stat points, 4. Unspent skill points, 47. Health, 160. Mana, 270. TP, 250. Strength, 8. Dexterity, 12. Constitution, 9. Intelligence, 20. Wisdom, 18. Charisma, 9.
I focus on my level and see that it'll take 5,985 more experience points to get to level 8. If things go well for the rest of this dungeon run, I may even make it to level 9. No wonder people pay to run this user dungeon. Looking at my character sheet, I decide not to waste too much time figuring out the perfect stat to increase. I drop all 4 stat points into Wisdom to increase my TP pool as much as possible. That brings my Wisdom up to 22 and increases my TP to 290. With less than an hour till the next wave, I have to start using Absorb as quickly as possible to get all the monster abilities I can. The area outside the walls already littered with corpses, and I have to run to get to them. Using the excuse that I need to reset some of the traps and clear away bodies, I run outside the gates and start to use Absorb as quickly as possible. Because the zombie shamblers are lower level than me, it only takes absorbing 23 of them to get all of their abilities, leaving me with just 135 TP. Bite only costs 2 TP and takes a portion of the victim's health and transfers it to the biter. However, I'm not sure I'd want to use it in a fight. It seems like a gross way to heal yourself. The ability Iron Grip is used by the zombies to keep hold of their prey while they devour them. I don't know how I'd use that in a fight, but it's a free ability. I don't get any abilities from the corpses of the 4 howlers, but that's not a big deal. The only ability they have that's different from the shamblers is that howl ability. I don't think my neighbors would appreciate me getting that one anyways. Having reset the traps and cleared the zombies' blocking traps, I head back inside the walls. Since no one was hurt this attack, the only thing that's happening is the distribution of more ammo while we wait for the clock to count down. While I wait, I consider my strategy. Most of the kills that counted towards me were caused by the traps I set. Only 13 were from me shooting with my rifle. My analysis skill kicks in and calculates that at 300 yards, I only make 1 in 10 shots. At 100 yards, where the traps start, I make 1 in 5 shots. At 50 yards, I make 2 out of every 3 shots. That means I waste a lot of ammo by even trying to pick off targets as they exit the forest. Instead, I should wait until they hit the traps and are slowed down. Sure, I'm still going to miss, but not nearly as much, especially since the zombies get bunched up as they go through the traps. Howlers start to scream from the forest, indicating that the next wave of zombies is on their way. I grab my rifle and see that Susie and Thomas are both already lining up shots. I remember my plan and refrain from shooting the zombies as they come out of the forest. The stream of zombies is much more significant this time around, and I estimate that there are at least 500 zombies this time around. Nancy shouts orders. Everyone focus on taking out the howlers as soon as possible to prevent any organization. Shots ring out in response to her order, and several of the howlers drop from the barrage of bullets. I start to fire my rifle as the zombies reach the first traps. Shamblers and howlers alike drop as they try to cross the traps. Nancy and her brothers take out the rest of the howlers with their spectacular shooting. As more and more of the rotting zombie shamblers fall into the traps, I think it just may be possible that they won't reach the walls again. But my wishful thinking is ruined when I see 5 creatures sprint out of the forest. They're moving so fast that it's hard to tell what they are, but they're quick. I inspect them as fast as I can.
Zombie Scaler, Level 8. Health, 100 out of 100. TP, 20 out of 20. The Zombie Scaler is an uncommon zombie that is both intelligent and deadly. It uses its special abilities to reach any prey, then uses its sharp claws to slash it to death. Abilities: Bite, Slash, Spider Climb. Weakness: Fire, Attacks to the head.
I yell and point out the new monsters, but no one besides Susie and Thomas can hear me over the sounds of the gunfire. The three of us take aim and fire at the quickly approaching creatures. We take one down, but the other four are already past the floor spikes. I think the razor wire is going to trip them up, but the zombie scalers are more intelligent than that. Each fast-moving monster slows down only enough to push and throw the zombies around them onto the razor wire. Then each grabs a shambler, uses it as an undead meat shield, and runs forward. Alert to the new danger, everyone fires at the creatures. Bullets and nails tear through the zombie shields, and another one of the new monsters goes down from a well-aimed headshot from Nancy. The last three are within 10 feet of the walls when they suddenly drop the zombies they're using as shields and leap. I can only watch in stunned amazement as the zombies jump over the remaining pressure plates onto the walls and start climbing. I look over the side of the wall and see that each creature has razor-sharp claws that let them scale the walls like they're Spider-Man. Before you can say, "Holy spider zombies," the three creatures are climbing over the wall and attacking people. Screams of pain and cries of fear sound out over the lessening gunfire. One of the zombie scalers slashes at a survivor on the platform to my right, then leaps onto ours. My rifle hangs limply in my hands as I look upon the bone-thin monster. It walks naked with overly long legs and arms, each toe and finger tipped with wickedly sharp claws. Most disturbing, though, is its rictus grin. The creature moves faster than I can track, and I think for a moment that I'm done for. Instead, I hear a gurgling and a scream next to me, and see that the zombie has attacked Thomas. The creature's claws have slashed through the man's throat, and he's trying to staunch the flow of blood with his hands. Susie is screaming while trying to reload her gun. The sight snaps me out of my shock, and I grip the rifle in my hands tightly and use the butt of the rifle to activate Bash. The blunt edge of the butt glows red as it smashes into the side of the scaler. A red number 8 floats away from the zombie, but more importantly, the blow knocks the creature back, and he tumbles off the side of the platform. I drop the rifle, knowing it's not useful in such close quarters, and grab one of the hammers from my inventory. My feet feel like they're walking on air as I use the ability Flying Kick and feel my body leap from the platform. There's a crunch as my boots connect with the still-stunned zombie scaler, and a red 12 floats away from the zombie's head. I tumble to the ground as my momentum carries me past the zombie. I come up swinging the hammer at the zombie and activate Bash as the weapon connects to its ribs. There's a sickening, crunching sound as the hammer breaks a bone and sends the creature flying backward. The creature recovers and sprints towards me, claws outstretched to kill. I take 3 slashes along my torso and see 3 red 10s float away from me. However, the slashes are prevented from doing more damage by the Mad Max-style armor I'm wearing. The creature looks stunned that I'm not already dead after its flurry of attacks, and I enjoy the look of surprise on its deformed face as my hammer comes down on its head. I use Bash 2 more times for a total of 46 more damage before finally ending the undead life of the creature. I'm ecstatic from my success, but the rest of the survivors weren't as successful. The survivors were able to kill the other 2 zombie scalers, but not before they killed 3 survivors and injured another 4. The remaining shamblers are whittled down by the traps and the shooters still on the walls. Another blue screen appears, summarizing my contributions and experience points.
Contribution: Trap kills, 130. Personal kills, 16. Total XP earned, 3,762. Time to next wave, 1 hour.
The analytical part of me appreciates the massive amount of experience points that I just got. However, that excitement is muted by the crying I hear. From the platform above me, I see Susie cradling the head of her dead husband in her arms. Even though I know that she's an NPC and isn't real, I feel a tear run down my cheek. Quickly wiping it away, I leave the woman to her grief. While nothing can be done for the dead survivors, the injured ones are taken to the medical center and treated by Nancy and her brothers. The three have first aid training, and Nancy has more advanced skills in healing. Together, the three can use what few medical supplies that are available to patch up everyone. It's not until Nancy is trying to take off my armor that I realize that she's been talking to me. "Hurry up and take this armor off so I can bandage you up." I shake my head and mechanically do as she says. I unzip my armor jacket and peel off my blood-soaked shirt. Nancy quickly cleans the slash wounds and applies a bandage to me. I see a green 15 float away from me, and when I check my character sheet, I see that I'm back up to 145 out of 160 health. I guess Nancy's healing skills aren't just for show. I thank her for her help, and am about to walk away when she grabs my arm. "It's hardest the first time you see them die, but you have to remember that none of this is real." I know I must still be in a state of shock from the frantic fighting, because all I can say in response is, "Huh?" Nancy clarifies. "I mean the NPCs. I know you saw Thomas die and Susie holding him, but you have to remember that all of this is just part of the dungeon story. We need to focus on winning and not letting any more of the NPCs die." I nod once, but as I walk out of the medical center, I can't help but mumble, "It sure feels real to me." With only a half hour left before the next wave of zombies arrives, I focus on what I need to do. I use Absorb on each of the zombie scalar's remains and luck out and get a new ability. I gain Spider Climber. It costs TP every second that it's active, but lets me climb any surface like I was a spider, whatever that means. I don't bother trying to absorb the Shamblers or Howlers since I have all the useful abilities they have. Instead, I focus on resetting traps and clearing away the remains of the zombies from the razor wire. While I work, I consider the problem of the Scalers. They're smart, and have already figured out how to get around the last few traps and make it up the walls. We were able to kill 2 of the 5 before they got to us, but once they got inside the walls, we took heavy casualties. Almost half of the forces available to us are either dead or incapable of fighting. What's going to happen when more Scalers attack in the final round? I shake my head and pull up my character sheet and inventory to see if there's anything I'm overlooking, when I look at a spherical object in my inventory next to the hammers I have stored there. I slap my forehead when I inspect the item.
Corrosive grenade. Pull the pin and throw to activate. When activated, it spreads a bank of corrosive gas that damages everything it touches. Damage: 5 health per second while in corrosive fog. 3 health per second for 20 seconds after leaving corrosive fog.
This is it. I only have 5 of these things, but they may mean the difference between surviving this next round and losing it. Back inside the walls of Safe Haven, I explain my plan to Nancy, and she agrees that it's a good one. She passes out the 4 corrosive grenades, 1 each for herself and her brothers, and 1 she hands to Susie. I silently question the decision to give a grieving woman a grenade, but the look on Susie's face when Nancy explains how the weapon can hurt the Scalers assures me she'll use it without hesitation. The 5th grenade I keep for myself. I'm sure my level 4 throw skill will help me use it well. Just as everyone finishes making their final preparations, the last second ticks away on the timer, and more howls echo from the forest. What steps out from the forest sends a chill down my spine. Almost 1,000 zombies step out of the forest. Leading them are 10 zombie Scalers and 20 zombie Howlers. However, it's not those things that disturb me. Behind them all is the biggest zombie I've ever seen. It's purple and easily 3 times as wide and twice as tall as any other zombie. The howlers all scream at once, and the scalers each grab a shambler meat shield and charge. The rest of the shamblers follow on their heels, and it looks like a tsunami wave of the undead is coming for us. What puzzles me is that the huge purple zombie doesn't move. Instead, it almost looks like he's watching to see what happens. The sound of gunshots going off around me reminds me that we still need to kill as many zombies as we can. The rifle in my hand booms as shot after shot leaves it. With so many zombies, just about every shot hits something. As the scalers hit the first floor spikes, they slow down slightly, but are still twice as fast as the rest. I put my rifle down and grab the corrosive grenade from my inventory. By the time I've pulled the pin and thrown it, the scalers are already jumping over the razor wire. My grenade hits the ground in front of them, bounces once, then explodes in a plume of green gas. The green gas spreads out in a circle and envelops the lead scalers. I see 2 more grenades explode behind mine, creating a 45-foot area of corrosive gas. It's hard to make out what's happening in the gas, but 7 scalers emerge from the gas, and I almost vomit seeing them. What little flesh and muscle they have has been melting off with every step they take. All of them have lost their shambler meat shields and are easy pickings for the rifle users. 4 of the scalers perish from the barrage of bullets, but the remaining 3 regain some measure of their former speed and run towards the walls. I hear a scream of anger and hate from my left and see Susie pull the pin on her grenade and throw it at the approaching scalers. The creature's eyes widen when the plume of green gas explodes in front of them, and they're unable to stop themselves from running into the corrosive cloud. Only 1 scaler emerges from the cloud. It takes a single step onto a pressure plate and is blown back by a cascade of shot nails. The howlers and shamblers do even worse as they continue their march to our wall. They're killed left and right by traps, corrosive gas, and bullets. Unfortunately for us, I start to hear the clicks of empty magazines and calls for more ammunition. I quickly check my supplies of ammo and find that I only have another 2 magazines with 10 rounds in each. Next to me, I see that Susie is already out of ammo, and I toss her one of my magazines. I think we may be okay even with the shortage of ammo. While the corrosive gas has dissipated, it took a good chunk of the zombies, and the rest of the traps are still taking down more. Well, I think that things may be okay until the large purple zombie starts to move. It roars and begins jogging towards the wall. The jog turns into a run, the run into a sprint. Then, only 10 yards away from the wall, the hulking creature activates some ability. Its whole body turns red, and it charges forward at an incredible speed. There's a huge crashing sound, and I'm knocked off my feet as the whole wall seems to shake. Another roar clears the cobwebs, and I roll to my feet. There, walking through the hole that he made, is the purple zombie. Inspect kicks in and tells me what we're facing.
Zombie Brute Bob, Level 9. Health 312 out of 400. TP 20 out of 30. A rare zombie boss. Bob used to be a bouncer for the Mafia, but after the zombie apocalypse started, he fell into a vat of volatile chemicals. He transformed into a zombie brute capable of a devastating charge attack. Abilities: Bite, Pummel, Charge. Weakness: Fire, attacks to the head.
Holy crap! It still has 312 health left? I fire off the last few rounds in my rifle, barely moving the creature's health. Many of the other people around me are also out of ammunition and starting to panic. So far, no other zombies have made it through the traps outside, but it's only a matter of time before they do. I use Flying Kick to attack Bob the Brute. I fly through the air and land the kick only to be hit by a powerful punch the moment I land. My body flies backward and crashes into a building. As I stagger to my feet, I see a red 20 float away from me. See, this is why I don't make a good tank. I can't take that kind of damage for long. The huge purple zombie stomps towards me and raises his fist for another punch. I use roll, and I feel my body tuck and roll to the right. The punch slams into the ground where I just was, and Bob the Brute turns and scowls at me, angry that he missed. I do the noble thing and start to run away from the creature, pulling a hammer out of my inventory as I go. I put enough distance between me and the creature and turn around. I use hammer time to launch the first hammer at the monster and score a direct hit on its head. A red 30 floats away from the creature, but it hardly seems to notice as it starts to glow red again. I dodge to the left and use roll. Even with those abilities, I'm clipped by the passing creature and feel my right arm snap. A piercing pain shoots through me, and I grip my teeth to stop myself from passing out from the pain. Staggering forward, I grab the hammer I dropped and look for Bob the Brute. I see him tearing his way out of one of the homes, but his charge ability has gotten him stuck in the collapsing house. I take the opportunity to use hammer time to lob hammers at the creature until I've run out of TP. Some of the hammers don't hit, but most slam into the creature's body, causing 150 points of damage, and dropping the monster's health bar to a quarter full. The brute finally extracts himself from the collapsed building, and I throw another hammer at the creature. While the hammer hits, without the ability hammer time giving it extra power, it only does 5 points of damage. The creature laughs at the pitiful amount of damage I do as it strides towards me. A quick glance around tells me that I shouldn't expect any help from anyone else. All the other survivors are trying to plug the hole in the wall and fight the shamblers trying to get through. Each zombie doesn't have much health after coming through the traps, but there are just so many, the survivors are having a hard time. My back to the wall, the survivors are trying to defend. I know my time here is almost done. A few feet from me, Bob the Brute roars, forcing me to cover my ears in pain from the sound. Out of the corner of my eye, I notice an oval-shaped object fly through the air and lodge itself into the open mouth of the roaring zombie. Bob the Brute's hand clutches at its throat, and it tries to stick its massively oversized fingers into its mouth to dislodge the object, but its fingers are just too big. A second later, there's the sound of a muted explosion, and a green cloud of gas pours out of the monster's nostrils and mouth. I shout in joy as I realize what happened. Someone threw the last corrosive grenade into the monster's mouth. Immediately, the monster's health starts to drop as the gas melts the zombie from the inside. Bob lurches forward and searches for the person that threw the grenade. His eyes lock on someone behind me, and I turn to see Joe turn pale as the zombie takes his first step towards the boy. I know the zombie only has seconds to live, but that's more than enough time for him to reach up and snap little Joe's neck. I rush forward, swinging the hammer in my left hand with every ounce of strength that I have at the zombie's stubby legs. I hear the crunch of bone, and a red 7 floats away from the zombie. The brute's head swings towards me, and its large fist glows red. The next thing I know, I'm flying through the air and crashing through some building. Glass and wood cut into me when I land, and the world spins around me briefly before I pass out.
Chapter 27.
When I open my eyes again, I see 3 sets of concerned eyes looking down at me. It takes me a moment to remember that they belong to Nancy, Frank, and Joe. I sit up quickly, unsure of where I am. The room seems to tilt with the sudden movement.
Take it easy there. You took a pretty nasty hit to the head.
Turning slowly towards the sound of the voice, I see Juan sitting on a wooden chair, his clothes wrinkled and stained. His weathered face actually has a small smile on it for once.
We were a little worried about you when that purple creature knocked you through the building. But you pulled through okay.
My hands massage my throbbing temples, but I ask, what happened? The last thing I remember is going up against that big muscled zombie, Bob the Brute. Yeah, you saved me, Anthony, little Joe says excitedly. After I threw the grenade at the boss, it came to kill me. You jumped in and saved me. Frank snickers and tells Joe, "Well, he just saved you from dying in the dungeon and having to respawn." Turning to me, Frank continues, "You distracted the boss just long enough for the corrosive grenade to finish the last of the boss's health. It then collapsed dead and plugged up the hole it made in the wall, and we were able to kill the rest of the zombies. Once the last of them were dead, we finished the quest." Nancy blushes slightly, puts her hand on my shoulder, and continues, "Thank you for saving Joe. If you had distracted that huge zombie, he would have missed the end of the mission and lost out on a bunch of XP. Mom and Dad would have been so mad about that." I stare at her hand for a moment before gently removing it from my shoulder. You're welcome. I was just doing what anyone would do." Speaking to Frank, I ask, "If we finished the mission, why are we still here? And where's all the XP?" Instead of Frank, Juan answers, "Yes, you have saved Safe Haven. The others have already picked their rewards, but wanted to stay until you chose yours." A blue screen pops up with 3 different reward choices: a high-damage sniper rifle with optical scope, a pump-action shotgun with a detachable magazine, and a portable Class B trap construction bench. I choose the portable trap construction bench since I'm relatively sure I can purchase the first 2 rewards somewhere else in the real world. Once I select the bench, it materializes in front of me. It looks like a small card table with a series of circuits embedded into the surface. There are a few buttons in the bottom left corner. One turns the trap bench on, and it glows with an interface just like the other crafting bench, except this one only has 2 starter recipes. I guess I'll have to unlock more by combining new components or purchasing recipes from the system. I press another button, and the card table folds itself up until it's the size of a small laptop, and I put the item in my inventory. "Thank you for the reward, Juan." "It's no problem. It's the least I could do for one of the 4 caballeros." Joe jumps up and down and explains, "It means we're like 4 knights or something. At least that's what Nancy says it means in English." Juan laughs at the boy's excitement. "Yes, little Joe, that's what it means. To us survivors, you 4 are like valiant knights that have saved us." Then, checking his watch, the man continues, "Well, it's time for me to get back to repairing the wall and patching up the community. Goodbye." With that, the leader of the survivors leaves the small building. Now that the NPC is gone, how do we get out of here, and where's all the XP we were promised? Little Joe laughs. "We already got all the XP rewards. You were just knocked out. Look at your notification logs, silly." I mentally command notification logs, and a list of the most recent notifications pops up. "Your party has defeated the boss Zombie Brute Bob, level 9. Your share is 45 XP. Congratulations, you've survived the last wave of zombies. Contribution: trap kills, 312. Personal kills, 26. Total XP earned, 9,030. Congratulations, you've reached level 8. You've completed the quest, Save the Survivors, Part 3. You receive 3,000 XP. Holy crap, that's a ton of experience. The 3 siblings all nod in agreement. Nancy says, "Yep, we all gained a couple of levels." I check my character sheet. Anthony Tinoco, level 8. Unspent stat points, 4. Unspent skill points, 57. Health, 170. Mana, 280. TP, 300. Strength, 8. Dexterity, 12. Constitution, 9. Intelligence, 20. Wisdom, 22. Charisma, 9. Also, I note that I only need 2,993 XP to get to level 9, and that the skills Throw, Ranged Combat, Rifle, and Firearms have all gone up a level. I decide to use the 4 new stat points to round out my stats, and add 2 to Strength, and 1 each to Constitution and Charisma. That'll put them all at 10 and raise my health to 180. You ready to go back now? Frank's voice brings me back from my contemplation of my character sheet. I quickly save and answer, "Yes, I'm ready to leave when you guys are." He points to the glowing door at the far side of the room, where Nancy and Joe are already waiting. I hop off the table I'm sitting on and walk over. I'm still a little unsteady, but Frank lends me his shoulder to balance myself. Nancy opens the glowing door, and we all walk through. After a flash of light, I find myself standing in the hallway of the hotel. On either side of us are numbered doors. We're back at the hotel that serves as a cover for the user-controlled dungeon. I feel Frank pull away from me and see him run towards his parents along with Nancy and Joe. Behind them is Lillian. She's wearing rolled-up khaki pants, brown wedges, an open denim shirt with long rolled-up sleeves with a black tank top underneath. The sight of her makes my heart beat faster, and I can't help but wobble over and hug her. I think I hear her moan a little, but when I release her from the embrace, I just see a smile on her face. She tucks a loose bit of hair behind her ear and asks, "What's that for? You couldn't have missed me that much. It's only been 2 days. 2 days? That can't be right. I know for a fact that it's been at least 6. She must see the confusion on my face because she explains, "Don't forget about the time compression in dungeons. In the one you were in, it was a 3-to-1 ratio. So even if it felt like 6 days have passed, it's only been 2. I nod, remembering that aspect of this dungeon. Even if it's only been 2 days in the real world, it's felt like more to me. When I saw you, I just realized how much I missed you. I may be imagining it, but I think a little red creeps into her cheeks. She takes a step back, though, and asks, "How was your training? I see that you gained a few levels." I'm about to summarize what happened when little Joe yells, "I'll tell her what happened." Before anyone can tell him no, he starts to tell the story of our adventures. When we get to the part about the city, Frank takes over since Joe wasn't there. But Joe takes up the tale again when we get to Safe Haven. Joe heaps praise onto me for not only saving him from the boss, but also for building all the traps that made it possible for us to beat the zombies. I try to interrupt him and explain that I didn't do anything special, but Nancy stops me with a hand on my chest and declares that I'm her hero for saving her brother and making it possible to complete the quest. I quickly take a step back from the doe-eyed Nancy and turn to see Lillian staring daggers at me, arms crossed. There's a definite redness in her cheeks now, but I don't think it's because of any attraction. Lillian turns and uses the nearest door to create a portal, and I have to run to keep up and not get left behind. Once through the portal, I find we're in Lillian's office. I try to explain what happened and that Nancy is just a kid who has a little crush on the guy who saved her brother. However, she silences me with a single raised finger and a look. "I'm going to order dinner. There's a nice Indian restaurant a couple blocks away that delivers. What do you want?" Surprised by the change of topic, I admit that I've never had Indian food. Lillian nods once and takes out her cell phone, dials the Indian food restaurant, and orders for both of us. I don't know if this is a magic Indian food restaurant or something, but the food arrives in only 20 minutes. Lillian uses her system menu to switch out her huge desk for a small dining table and some chairs. She has the table face the windows, and the two of us eat looking out over New York City. After her first few bites, Lillian asks, "So, you want to tell me what actually happened in the zombie dungeon?" I have to chew and swallow the yellow rice and chicken quickly. The spicy brown sauce makes my eyes water slightly, and I have to drink some water before I can start talking. However, once I'm able to speak again, I tell Lillian what happened in the dungeon. I tell her about the survival aspects of the zombie dungeon, the chain quests we got, and I admit the mistake I made in trying to hotwire the truck and bringing a horde of zombies down on us. I tell her about all the things I learned and how I felt trying to protect not only the survivors, but also Nancy, Frank, and Joe. I also try to make it very, very clear that Nancy just has a crush on me and that nothing happened. I'm not entirely sure why it's so important to me that Lillian knows nothing happened with Nancy, but it is. Lillian tilts her head as she considers my story, and just when I'm about to reiterate that nothing happened with Nancy, she nods once and smiles. And just like that, It feels like the clouds have parted and the sun's come out again. Lillian tells me about what she's done the last 2 days. She's established some contacts with the Scouts Guild, a group of users that specialize in finding and analyzing dungeons. The guild then sells that information over to the system or private institutions like hers. With their help, she and John were able to clear a dungeon and got some nice loot and credits for the company. She also got a new plasma rifle. She pulls it out of her inventory to show me, and it's a huge, futuristic-looking thing that glows purple. Lillian strokes the weapon and looks longingly at it, and I find myself jealous of the rifle for some reason. Once the meal is over, I stand up and give my goodbyes to Lillian. She holds out her arm, leans in, and I do the same, hugging her. Only while giving a hug do I realize that she isn't hugging me back and was likely holding out her hand for me to shake. Still, it's nice to hug her, and after a second I feel her arms wrap around me too. I relax my arms a little and see Lillian staring up at me with a certain look in her eyes. In this light, her normally blue eyes look like gray storm clouds, ready to burst any minute. I feel an indescribable urge to lean down and press my lips to hers. Unfortunately, before I can, I hear a cough and turn to see John standing there dressed in stained overalls. "Sorry if I'm interrupting something, Lillian, but you have a call from Shanghai." I feel Lillian slip from my arms, and when I turn to look at her, she's standing several feet away, speaking to John, looking composed and professional. As she picks up the office phone, I turn and walk towards the door. I take my port key and insert it into the door's lock. Turning the key causes the door to turn green and connect to my home base. As I step through the portal, I glance back, and for a brief moment, I think I see a look of regret on Lillian's face. Then she turns away, and I think I must have imagined the look. There's a flash of light as I walk through the doorway, and I find myself standing in my bedroom. The room is dark, and I stumble over some shoes on the floor as I try to find the light switch on the wall. My cell phone is sitting near my computer, charging. When I turn it on, I see that it's Sunday night. I'd typically either be working or trying to find some party to go to, but I feel so tired from the zombie dungeon, I don't have the energy to do either. So instead, I stagger out of my room and take a hot shower. Feeling refreshed, I walk back to my room and find a note on the door telling me that my mom and Marie are at my Tio Ignacio's house for his daughter's birthday party. I take the note down with a sigh, knowing I'm going to get an earful from my mom in the morning for missing the party. Still, I'm really too tired to care much right now. I change into some fresh PJs and crawl into bed. I drift off to sleep, thoughts of Lillian floating through my mind.
Chapter 28.
Even though I still feel drained from the weekend in the zombie dungeon, I go back to classes and work Monday. It's honestly a bit relaxing compared to the tension of surviving in a zombie apocalypse. The food tastes good, the girls on campus are cute, and no one is trying to kill me and eat my brains. Towards the end of October, Lillian messages me to visit her in her office. I'm a little nervous about the visit since I haven't spoken to her since we had that great hug. So, I make sure I've showered and am wearing my best jeans, the ones that make my butt look really good. When I call up the port system and connect to Lillian's office, I spray some cologne, then open the green door connecting our home bases. I walk into her office and find her sitting at her desk, typing away on her computer. She's wearing a long-sleeved striped dress shirt, and her hair is tied back in a ponytail. She has on her business face. Lillian glances at me and waves to a seat in front of her desk. I take the seat she gestures towards and wait while she finishes working. When she finishes typing, the serious expression on her face is replaced with the beautiful smile I've come to expect, and she greets me. "Hey, Anthony. Sorry for making you wait. It's the end of the month and I have to get a bunch of paperwork and accounts payable situated." The statement reminds me that Lillian isn't just another pretty face, but a smart, intelligent woman running her own business. I try to smile at her back, but I'm suddenly slightly nervous. It's cool. I just finished a shift at work when I got your text. She raises an eyebrow as she looks me up and down. You always work at the convenience store in a dress shirt and jeans? Her nose twitches as she breathes in. She coughs once, and she waves a hand in front of her nose. And do you normally wear that much cologne? I give myself a quick sniff. I don't think I put on that much cologne, did I? It was only 5 or 6 spritzes. Feeling a bit of heat on my cheeks, I shrug and give her a lopsided grin. Huh, I just wanted to look professional for you. A blue screen opens in front of Lillian, and she taps a few buttons. There's a flash of light, and a ceiling fan appears above us and starts to spin. I can feel a nice breeze and see Lillian breathe a literal sigh of relief. Well, thanks for trying. The reason I called you in is to ask you to go out with me. They say when you're in a stressful situation, your body either goes into a fight or flight response. Well, my body chooses option 3, freeze in surprise. While I'd been thinking about what it would be like to date Lillian lately, I'd never thought she'd be the one to ask me out. There's a mischievous smile on Lillian's face as she continues, Now, before you get too many odd ideas, this is purely business. The company was invited to a big Halloween party and I need a date. The biggest dungeon clearing companies will be there, and it's a good opportunity to network. John's busy with his own thing, and I can't show up alone. Oh, so this is just a work thing? I think I see a flash of something in her eyes, but she just nods in confirmation. Okay, I'll go with you. It'll be a good chance for me to meet more users. Lillian gives me the details of the event. In 2 days, I'm supposed to meet her here at her office, and then we'll port to the party.
Chapter 29.
The next day is a mad search for a Halloween costume. I hadn't planned on trick-or-treating this year, so I hadn't ordered a costume. Now I have to search last minute for something that doesn't make me look like a total idiot. The Halloween pop-up stores that show up yearly aren't much help. They have plenty of sexy costumes like a sexy nurse, sexy teacher, and even a weirdly specific sexy third-shift night janitor costume. They also have plenty of joke costumes, but nothing that wouldn't make me look like a complete idiot in front of Lillian and all those system users. Besides Lillian, John, and those kids from the zombie dungeon, I haven't met any other users. This Halloween party will be my chance to learn about the community. Besides, I might get to meet a few scantily costumed ladies, too. There are some decent costumes online, but nothing that will be shipped here in time for the party. Oddly, it turns out that my salvation comes from a classmate. Jeff and I are in the same anthropology class, and we're in the same group for an assignment. Since then, he's been a class friend. He's even invited me to a couple of campus parties. When Jeff heard about my predicament, he put feelers out on campus and found a vintage 1972 Bela Lugosi Dracula costume. Bela Lugosi's Dracula, for me, is the epitome of a classy vampire. The guy wore a tuxedo with a white vest and a badass cape 24/7. Super classy. Unlike the more modern renditions, which are moody and sparkly. I mean, who thought it was a great idea to reboot Twilight? I've seen the originals and they were bad enough, but the reboot set the story in space. Yeah, space vampires. Great idea there, Hollywood. Anyways, thanks to Jeff, I'm dressed up as Dracula. My hair is slicked back, and Marie helped me put on the dark eyeliner and mascara after she found me in the restroom trying to apply the makeup myself. I kept poking my eye with the makeup tools. After Marie finished, I checked myself out in the mirror and had a newfound appreciation for the art of makeup application. I activate the portal system, and my bedroom door turns green as I connect with Lillian's office. There's a weird pressure in my chest as I step through the green doorway. I'm not sure whether it's from my nervousness at going out on a date with Lillian or the too tight white vest I'm wearing. Still, the office looks empty as I walk in. I call out, "Hey Lillian, I'm here." I hear a crashing sound from somewhere at the back of the office, And remember that the door at the back leads to separate rooms. One leads to John's crafting workshop, and another leads to Lillian's quarters. I make my way to the back of the office, and the door I think leads to Lillian's home. I knock on the door, and the crashing sounds stop. A faint voice comes from the other side of the door. "Who is it?" I'm a little confused. Is Lillian expecting someone else tonight? Regardless, I answer, "It's me, Anthony. Is everything all right? I thought I heard some weird noises." I think I hear someone mumble, "Shit." But the door cracks open. However, it's not Lillian that comes out, but a tall brunette in faded jeans and a bulky gray sweatshirt. The brunette holds out her hand and introduces herself.
"Hello. You must be Anthony. I've heard a lot about you. I'm Heidi, Lillian's best friend. I came by to help her get ready. She still needs a couple more minutes."
Oh shit indeed. It's the best friend. Every guy knows that a lady's best friend is a serious gatekeeper. If you can get the bestie on your side, your relationship is golden. If the best friend hates you, the whole relationship is doomed. I shake Heidi's hand and try to be as smooth and charming as possible. "Hey there, Heidi. Nice to meet you. I'm Anthony." Wait, you already knew that? My mind blanks on what to say next, and I blurt out, "What you don't know about me is that I'm an amateur masseuse." Heidi pulls her hand from mine and gives me a confused look. What the hell did I just say? Yeah, it's true that I've been giving my mom back massages since I was 5. She'd come home from a double or triple shift completely drained. I wanted to help. I would give her a neck and back massage. As a kid, I'd even walk on her back as she laid face down on the bed. Still, there's no reason to have blurted that out to this stranger. I try to recover. What I mean is that if you're stressed, I can help you release the tension. Heidi gives me a disgusted look and takes a step back from me. A blaring alarm goes off in my mind. Mayday, mayday, foot in mouth alert. My hands outstretched in a pleading gesture, I try to salvage the situation. Wait, that's not how I meant that. Heidi takes another step back, and I see her reaching for the door handle to Lillian's room, likely trying to escape and warn Lillian about her creepy date. A sigh escapes my throat, and my shoulders hunch forward as I give up. I flop into one of the office chairs and shake my head. Speaking mostly to myself, I admit, I'm such an idiot. Here I am about to go out on a date with a beautiful, charming woman, and I screw things up. I glance at the brunette and see that she hasn't fled yet. Instead, she's taken a step from the door and is holding her hands together in front of her. She has a slightly confused and concerned look on her face as she asks, "You think Lillian is beautiful and charming?" A chuckle escapes my lips, and I can't help but give a half smile as I answer honestly, "Yeah, I mean, who wouldn't? Even in jeans and a t-shirt, she looks prettier than anyone I've ever dated before. She has those cute freckles that highlight her light skin, an amazing smile that lights up a room, and a genuine laugh that seems to make any situation more enjoyable." The amused look on Heidi's face makes me realize what I've said. My cheeks are burning with embarrassment. I say, "I'm sorry, I'm blathering again. I'm just nervous. Will you do me a huge favor and not tell Lillian about the stupid things I said? I don't want her to think I'm an idiot." Heidi nods once, a peculiar smile on her face. Just then, the door to Lillian's room opens, and out walks one of the most amazing sights I've beheld in my young life. Lillian steps out wearing a salmon pink mermaid evening dress. The strapless dress shows off Lillian's freckled shoulders, and the high slit in the dress shows off her legs. It takes me a moment to stop staring at her body and move my eyes up to her face. A smiling Lillian greets me. "Why, don't you look dashing, Anthony? I like the cape." My mouth fumbles to form the words that describe how stunning Lillian looks. "You look, whoa." Yup, that's me, the suave wordsmith. The two ladies giggle, and Heidi leans over to whisper something to Lillian that sends the two of them into a laughing fit. I'm not sure what they're laughing at, but have a distinct impression it's about me. Trying to salvage a bit of my pride, I walk up to Lillian and take her hand and kiss the back of it. Still holding her hand in mine, I look into her blue eyes and I say with true sincerity, "Forgive me. You look so beautiful that I was temporarily robbed of speech." Lillian's lips purse for a moment. I'm not sure if she thinks I just spouted a line or if my words touch her. Then she smiles, and I know the sentiment of my words rang true to her. A flash of light breaks the tender moment, and I hear Heidi say,
"Aw, that was so sweet."
Trying to blink away the spots, I turn and see her holding up her phone. She taps the screen, and there's another flash of light as she takes more pictures. Heidi instructs the two of us to pose together for a series of photos. Even though I feel awkward doing it, taking the pictures seems to make Lillian happy, so I go along with it. After the last photo is taken, Lillian and I walk towards the front door of the office, and she opens up the port menu to make a connection to wherever the Halloween party is. The two of us walk through the dark doorway.
Chapter 30.
After a flash of light, I find myself walking through a very familiar entryway into a 1950s themed hotel in the desert. Looking around, I see that the place has been cleaned up. The carpets were replaced, all the walnut paneling has been polished, and the wallpaper is updated. Dressed-up couples and groups of people walk towards a pair of blue double doors. Above the double doors is the title, Party Room. Isn't this the place I went to that zombie dungeon? An unfamiliar voice answers the question,
"That it is."
A tall gentleman with long, curly blonde hair wearing a purple velvet suit and top hat comes out from behind a check-in counter to my left. He walks up to Lillian and she shakes his hand.
"Lillian, it's a pleasure to see you again."
"It's nice to see you again too, Rothfuss."
Lillian gestures to me.
"And this is—"
Rothfuss grabs my hand with a wide grin on his face and finishes Lillian's sentence.
"This is Anthony, one of the 4 caballeros."
With a snicker, Lillian explains,
"Rothfuss is the user that owns this place. He plans out all the dungeon scenarios."
"Oh, so this is the guy that designed that zombie dungeon? He looks like he's watched too many Willy Wonka movies." Rothfuss stands up a little straighter at Lillian's description.
"Yes, that's me."
Then, looking at me, he asks,
"Did you like the zombie dungeon? It's one of my favorites. The way you used those traps was quite inventive. You even impressed Juan, and he's pretty hard to impress."
Confused, I respond, "You mean the survivor leader Juan? Are you saying he doesn't give team nicknames to everyone?"
"Oh no, dear boy, no. Juan is one of the oldest NCPs I have in this whole place. He's seen plenty of survivors slaughtered by zombies, and I've invested enough intelligence into him that he's a pretty good judge of user behavior. Yours is one of a handful of groups that he's ever given a nickname. You should be proud."
Thanks, I guess.
"Oh, by the way, I was also impressed by your improvisation. Once you were out of ammo for your rifle, you were throwing hammers like a madman. Is that some ability of yours?"
I answer without thinking, "Yeah, it's one of my abilities. It's called hammer time."
"One of your abilities?"
I feel a pinch on my bicep and wince. I turn my head and see Lillian mouth, "Shut up," quickly, before answering Rothfuss,
"Oh, please excuse Anthony. He's still new to the system. He just has the one ability. We're working on acquiring some ability books to get him a few more, but for now, he's just working with hammer time."
Lillian excuses us from the conversation under the guise of having spotted an old friend walking towards the party room. She pulls me away from Rothfuss, and the two of us walk towards the party room. Before we get there, she makes a right turn and we walk down a hallway away from the other guests.
"What do you think you're doing?"
"What? I was just answering that guy's question. It seemed like the two of you were friends."
"Rothfuss is nice enough, but he's also a terrible gossip. Don't you remember that I told you to keep your abilities a secret? They're our ace in the hole. The more people know about what you can do, the better prepared they'll be."
"Yeah, but what did you expect me to tell that guy? He's already seen me in the dungeon, so denying that I had the ability would have seemed fishier than admitting I had it. She seems to consider that for a moment, then she sighs.
Okay, you're right. There's no way Rothfuss would have ever believed you didn't have some ability after monitoring your dungeon run. Still, if anyone else asks, Hammer Time is the only ability you have.
You got it, boss. Lillian frowns once more at me when I call her boss, but gives me a firm boss nod anyways. That settled, the two of us make our way to the double door of the party room. Opening the door for Lillian, I note that there's nothing behind the doors, just blackness. It takes me a moment to realize that the party room is just another dungeon. Lillian pulls me through the doorway and there's a flash of light. A moment later, I find myself in a large ballroom, music blasting. The sudden increase in sound is an assault on my ears, and I can't help but wince at the noise. To the left is a large stage where a DJ wearing a red tracksuit and comically large headphones plays music on two turntables. The massive 10-foot speakers on the stage explain the overpowering sound. Still, the group of enthusiastic dancers in front of the stage seem to like the music. Lillian pulls me away from the doorway as more guests arrive. I note with some satisfaction that more than one of them cringes at the music volume as they enter the room. It takes a minute for my ears to adjust to the music, but when they do, I realize that Lillian has been trying to talk to me.
Follow me, the music is too loud in here.
She pulls my hand, and I follow her across the room through another set of doors into the next room. The music is more muted here, but I can still feel the bass.
Sorry about the music. Rothfuss has a thing for Asian fusion techno death metal.
Well, at least it has a nice beat. Lillian smirks at the joke and grabs my hand. She's about to say something when a semi-familiar voice calls out, "Well, if it isn't the fourth caballero!" At first I think that Rothfuss has found us again, but when I turn towards the voice, I see that it's a middle-aged man with horn-rimmed glasses wearing a blue suede suit and alligator boots. On his arm is a stunning blonde with a beehive hairdo, wearing white pearls and a baby blue pinstripe dress straight out of a 1950s movie. The man with the horn-rimmed glasses holds out a hand, and I reluctantly shake it. I don't know this guy, but he seems to know me from somewhere. It would be rather impolite not to at least chat with him. "Hey, I'm afraid I'm terrible with names. Would you refresh my mind?" The man and his wife laugh together like June and Ward Cleaver. Then the man answers, "Oh, don't you worry. We haven't officially met, but my kids have been talking about you non-stop since we picked them up from that zombie dungeon. I just feel like I already know you." It clicks in my mind where I saw him. "Oh, you're Nancy, Frank, and Joe's parents."
Yup, that's us, the kids' parents.
The blonde lady laughs, then continues,
I'm Joan, and this is my husband, Harold.
"Well, it's nice to meet you. Your kids were absolutely amazing in the zombie dungeon. They had a broad range of skills and their teamwork was top-notch." The couple looks at each other for a moment and smiles proudly.
Thanks for saying that. We've tried to give them the skills they'll need, but it's really good to hear they work together in the dungeon.
"The way we hear it, you didn't do too badly yourself. As a matter of fact, I hear you have some hammer-throwing ability you used to save the day." Joan places a hand on her husband's chest, interrupting him.
Oh, don't mind Harold. He works for Ludus Inc. in talent acquisitions. He's always on the lookout for new users with talent.
Harold chuckles and pats his wife's hand. "She's right. I have a hard time leaving work at the office. I was just so darn impressed by my kid's description of what you did in the dungeon that I had to find out who you were, but no one had any idea. Mr. Rothfuss wouldn't give your name when I asked, but said he'd invited you and your employer to this party." Lillian straightens her shoulders and introduces herself to the couple.
Yes, that's true. I'm not sure if you remember me. I was there to pick up Anthony from the dungeon. I'm Lillian Koch, CEO of Monster Squashers, Inc. Anthony is currently in my employ.
Harold nods towards Lillian, and his expression changes to one of sympathy. "I do remember you, Ms. Koch. I didn't realize you were Anthony's boss. I met your father once. While I won't claim to have known him, he had a stellar reputation among the system corporations. You have my condolences for his loss." Lillian nods once, as if expecting this, and quickly answers,
"He and my mother passed a while ago. In their stead, I formed my own corporation to continue the work of clearing dungeons. Anthony here is our first acquisition, and we're quite proud of his work so far."
Harold's smile turns slightly predatory. "You should be proud. Such talent is highly sought after. I should tell you that the other corporations will try to poach your prize employee." I feel Lillian stiffen, but she forces a smile.
"Anthony is a valuable asset and one that my company is very protective of."
Harold holds out a placating hand. Of course. I'm sure you're offering him a lucrative benefits package. Still, that won't stop the other corporations from trying." Leaning in, he whispers to Lillian, "I know of at least 3 other firms aggressively recruiting new users for the upcoming games." Then, in a more normal tone, he adds, "Still, they won't hear about Anthony from me. That's the best I can do." The couple thank me again for helping their kids out in the zombie dungeon and move off to talk to another group of partygoers. Most of the party is just like that. Talking to power couples, networking with people in the dungeon clearing business or support industries. Oddly enough, a frequent topic of conversation was how I did in the recent zombie dungeon. Either Rothfuss or Harold has been talking about it because just about every group we spoke to at least asked about my ability Hammer Time. I don't know if they were just gathering intel or trying to confirm a rumor, but it made me glad I hadn't revealed any of my other abilities. Apparently, there's a lot about the business side of this dungeon stuff that I just don't know. Sure, I'm able to convince Lillian to dance a few times, but she's mostly business. Still, the night is going pretty good. At least, until I run into a certain rich asshole. I'm dancing with Lillian, busting out my best moves, which, if I'm honest, make me look like a flailing fish out of the water, when a tall, blonde guy in a white Saturday Night Fever suit cuts in. I'm about to say something when his muscular friend pushes me to the ground. It's not until I look at the friend that I recall where I've seen these two before, and I use Inspect to confirm my suspicions.
"Auden Arslock III, level 13. Jeremy Dalton, level 11.
Yup, it's the asshat that threw the coffee at me and made that mess in the convenience store. I can't help but smirk when I remember reporting the guy for drinking and driving. He probably had his expensive car towed and lost his driver's license. The government got pretty strict with recreational drivers once automated vehicles came out and the vehicular death rate plummeted. Jeremy, the muscle-bound one, is wearing a silver sequin shirt and looks down at me with a disgusted look on his face. "What are you laughing at, small fry?" I get to my feet and dust off my pants and address the overly muscled sidekick. "Just a couple of pedestrians?" Auden must have heard the comment because he turns around to sneer at me. "I'm going to let the fact that you're dancing with my ex pass. But you really want to walk away before I make you regret interrupting our conversation." I lean to the right to see Lillian. Her hands are on her hips, and she has an exasperated look on her face. I raise an eyebrow at Lillian. "Your ex? You dated this rich asshole?" She gives a loud sigh.
"Not that it should matter, but yes. It was a long time ago, before I realized what kind of guy he was."
Jeremy steps between Auden and me and tries to give me another shove. Jeremy may be level 11, but the goon isn't nearly as intimidating as King Cannon or Bob the Zombie Brute. I easily sidestep the move and walk right past him towards Lillian. Auden, however, has other ideas. He blocks my path and pokes me in the chest. "Look, new guy, I'm not going to tell you again. Step away from my ex, or you're going to regret it." By now, the people around us have noticed the incident and formed a circle of onlookers. Glancing around, I'm puzzled why no one else is standing up to this guy. Isn't this group supposed to be full of high-level users with a bunch of badass powers? Is he so rich that he can get away with doing whatever he wants? Still, I'm not powerless anymore. I have skills and abilities that give me a shot at beating this guy. I look up at Auden and say simply and with as much confidence as I can muster, "No. If you start something, you'll be the one that regrets it." Jeremy starts to laugh, and I can't help but think that the guy sounds like a hyena.
Poor little noob thinks he can take on All-Star Auden Arslock III, winner of the Inter-High Dueling Championship.
Then, getting right in my face, he adds,
"You must be a delusional kid. No one, I mean no one, challenges Auden and walks away a winner."
I can hear Lillian yelling for me to let it go, that I don't know what I'm doing, but I just can't. This guy breaks my phone with his stupid coffee, then trashes my work, and now he thinks he can harass my date? I turn to look up at Auden and say, "Well, I do challenge the high and mighty Auden." The smile that appears on Auden's face instantly makes me wary. Rothfuss seems to appear out of nowhere with a microphone in his hand and announces over the speaker system,
"Anthony Tinoco has issued a challenge to Auden Arslock III.
Then, speaking to Auden, he asks,
"Do you accept?"
Auden smiles wider and answers, "Hell yeah." A cheer goes up from some of the crowd, and I see people whispering and taking bets on who's going to win. Rothfuss addresses Auden again.
"As the person challenged, you have the right to choose the type of duel."
Auden grabs the microphone from Rothfuss, faces the crowd, and announces, "I choose a no-limits duel, to the death." Another loud cheer erupts from the crowd, with more bets exchanged. Lillian pushes past Auden and Jeremy. She grabs my arm and pulls me aside.
"Do you have any idea what you've just done?"
Honestly, no. I thought I was just standing up to a bully, not challenging him to a duel. But what's done is done. I mean, the worst that happens is that I die, right? I'll just lose some XP and respawn at my home base.
"No, that's not the worst."
Whatever Lillian was going to say is lost to the booming voice of Rothfuss over the speaker system.
"All personnel not participating in the duel, please leave the dueling circle."
Everyone scrambles back as the floor under our feet turns red and begins to grow outward in a circular pattern. Lillian pats my shoulder once before scrambling back with the rest of the crowd. After a few minutes, a circular area with a radius of 50 feet is cleared around Auden and me. Then the ground rumbles and begins to transform. A chain-link fence rises from the ground around the perimeter of the red circle. Beyond that, raised seating appears, and the crowd quickly takes seats to observe the duel. Lights appear above us, illuminating the red dueling circle and darkening the area beyond it. Just past the chain-link fence, I see the silhouetted form of Rothfuss tapping a blue screen. He must be modifying the space to accommodate the duel. Rothfuss's voice comes from all around us.
"Duelists, you have 2 minutes to prepare yourselves. When the buzzer sounds, the fight will begin. This is a duel to the death. 2 men enter, but only 1 may leave."
Auden walks the edge of the circle and leans casually against the chain-link fence. He smiles at me as if I'm just some bug he's going to squash. I smile back and give the guy a wink just to show him he can't psych me out. Internally, however, I am panicking. I have no idea how fighting another user works. I mean, fighting zombies or monsters in the dungeon is one thing, but fighting another person with system powers is a whole different ballgame. I pop open my inventory to see what I have in there.
Portable Class B trap construction bench. Small laser pistol. Simple hammers, 20. Floor spike trap, 3. Wall nail shot trap, 2. Flash grenade, 1.
I'd forgotten about the traps. Since I'd gotten the trap construction bench, I'd been experimenting with several trap recipes and practicing the skill. The traps plus my hammer time skill give me a pretty good chance to beat this guy. I grab one of the hammers and the flash grenade from my inventory. Rothfuss's voice begins to count down to the beginning of the fight.
9, 8, 7, 6.
The crowd starts to count down with him. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I pull the pin on the flash grenade and toss it at Auden the moment the crowd says 1 and the buzzer sounds. I close my eyes, but get to see the surprised look on Auden's face as the grenade bounces twice and comes to a stop at his feet. There is a popping sound and a flash of light that hurts my eyes even through my closed eyelids. The moment the flash is gone, I go to work, knowing my time to prepare is limited. I grab the floor spike traps and toss them on the floor around Auden. I try to install the wall traps, but the curved chain-link fence won't accept the square wall trap. I abandon the attempt and instead begin tossing hammer after hammer at Auden using the hammer time. Hammers fly from my hands as I scan the ability, and small red 10s float away from him with every successful attack. The red health bar that appeared above Auden's head once I attacked him only goes down a small fraction, even after several hits. Auden, temporarily blinded, tries to swat away the hammers but can't see where they're coming from. He realizes the futility of trying to block what he can't see and instead runs towards where he thinks the hammers are coming from. With his first rush step, his feet run into the floor traps I'd laid on the floor, and spikes impale his feet, causing 2 red 5s to float away. Auden screams in anger and pain. He pulls up a blue screen and taps a button there, and suddenly he's holding a large silver Gatling gun. My eyes go wide, and I dive for the floor as Auden pulls the trigger on his weapon, and it begins to spit out a flurry of red laser bolts. The watching crowd yells in panic until the red bolts hit the chain-link fence and disappear. Apparently there's some innate defense in the fence that protects the crowd from whatever is unleashed in the ring. I activate hammer time from the floor, and another hammer goes flying from my hand. It arcs through the air and hits Auden in the head, causing a red 20 to float away from his skull. Auden resumes, blindly firing his weapon. I'm hit a couple of times by the random shots, but continue to toss hammers from my position on the floor until I run out of hammers. The red health bar above Auden's head is still a third full. What the hell? I know I must have done at least 150 points of damage. How much has this guy invested in Constitution? The random firing stops, and I hear Rothfuss's voice.
It appears as if the blinding effects of the flash bomb are wearing off, ladies and gentlemen, and may be a turning point in the fight.
Auden rubs his eyes and blinks a few times. His vision must be clear now, because he looks right at me, still lying on the floor, and smiles wickedly. He points his laser Gatling gun at me and pulls the trigger. I activate roll to avoid the fire, but am repeatedly hit before I can get out of the way of the lasers. From all the red 5s that float away from me, I'm sure I'm at least down to half health. As I get to my feet, I expect to be blasted apart. Instead, I hear a clicking sound, and look up to see Auden looking down at his gun, which is out of ammunition. I take the opportunity to open my inventory and grab the small laser pistol there. I only have a skill level of 2 in handguns and nothing in lasers, so I don't expect to hit very often, but it's sort of all I have left. Auden, in the meantime, has dropped the massive 2-handed gun and equipped a large double-headed hammer. Smiling at me, he says, "Now it's time to show you a real hammer." He raises the hammer over his head, intent on smashing my skull in, and takes a menacing step forward, only to impale his right foot on another floor trap. Auden grimaces, and a small red 5 floats away from him. I smile at Auden, raise the laser pistol, and pull the trigger. A green bolt of energy flies from the pistol and races right past Auden to hit the chain-link fence behind him and disappear. Auden laughs at my poor aim, and I see his feet glow red. Then he bends his knees and jumps into the air. I watch him fly into the air, and the hammer in his hands glows red. I recognize a special attack when I see one and activate roll. My body flies backward, and I feel myself rolling backward along the ground. Even as I'm rolling, I feel the impact of Auden's hammer as it hits the ground where I was just standing. The floor shifts under me, and I'm knocked out of my roll. As I get to my feet, I see Auden pulling his hammer from the small crater it created as he slammed it into the ground. Ouch, that must have been one powerful special move. Auden turns his head towards me, the vicious smile still on his face, and I squeeze off a few more shots at him as I back away. Unfortunately, I have some stormtrooper level of shooting skills apparently, because only 1 out of 10 shots seem to hit where I'm aiming. Auden seems to shrug off even those rare hits as he chases me around the ring. I realize I'm about to run into my floor traps, and I leap to my left onto the chain-link fence. The move reminds me that I absorbed the spider climber ability from those zombie scalers. I feel a steady drain on my TP, but disregard the pull as I feel myself stick to the fence. I crawl along the chain-link fence like your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man until I'm on the other side of the traps where Auden started the fight. Now, sticking to the wall, I continue to shoot at Auden from an elevated position as he stares incredulously at me from the floor below. A few red 5s float away from him as a couple of green lasers hit him. The small pains snap him out of his surprise at my mobility, and his feet glow red again. I'm ready to crawl out of the way when I feel my feet slip from the wall. Time seems to come to a crawl as I slip from the wall, and I realize that with all the abilities I've used, I must have run out of TP. And the spider climber ability turned off. As the floor approaches, I catch movement in front of me and see Auden flying through the air, his red hammer raised above his head for a deadly blow. As the hammer strikes, time returns to normal, and bones break as my body caught between the hammer and the floor. A red 59 floats away from me as I lay broken on the ground, and the edges of my vision redden. I know that I'm dying, and it's not pleasant. Pain radiates through my entire body, and it's even worse when I feel my limp form being picked up. Auden's face is mere inches from my face as he taunts me. "You thought you could insult and challenge me in front of all these people? Now I'm going to show you why everyone is afraid of messing with me before I kill you." Rothfuss's voice reaches my ears over the speaker system. "Oh no, folks, the fight isn't over, and Auden doesn't seem to be in a hurry to let it end." Auden's hands glow a sickly green, and I hear Rothfuss continue, "And yes, he's activating his family's signature ability, Steel." Auden looks around at the crowd while still holding me up and yells, "Steel! Hammer time!" The crowd gasps as a green glow envelops my body, and I feel something being torn away from me. The glow travels along Auden's arms and flows into him. His eyes glow green briefly, and his grin only widens as he sees the realization dawn on me of what he's done. I feel myself drop to the ground and can barely raise my head enough to see Auden walk away from me to the other side of the ring. Holding his large hammer in his hands, Auden looks at me and yells, "Hammer time!" Auden's arms swing automatically, and they throw the large weapon. The last thing I see is the hammer arcing through the air, speeding downward towards my face. I hear a sickening crunch, and then everything goes black.
Chapter 31.
When I next open my eyes, I find myself staring up at the ceiling of my bedroom. I wonder for a moment how I got there, then my memories come flooding back. I sit upright, and my hands grasp my head, frantically searching for the damage caused by that massive hammer. I breathe a sigh of relief at not finding my skull crushed. Standing up, a quick examination of my body assures me that I'm whole and unharmed. That's one thing I don't think I'll ever get used to, dying and respawning. It's happened a couple of times now. Every time I wake up in a state of shock and I have to reassure myself that I'm not still broken and bleeding. It must have something to do with the sudden change in stimulus in my mind. One moment I'm in pain, dying. The next I'm whole and unhurt, lying in bed. I shake my head to clear the cobwebs and sit back down on the bed. I pull up my most recent notifications to see what finally got me.
Hammer time has been removed from your ability list. Auden Arslock III has killed you. Respawn in 3, 2, 1. You've respawned at your default location, your home base. You lose 1,920 XP. XP needed to next level, 4,913.
After I read the notifications, a burning sensation begins to grow inside me. My fists clench, and my face feels hot. Damn it! That rich ass knocked me back to the beginning of level 7. I lost the same amount of XP that I earned fighting that zombie boss. As the pressure builds up inside, my vision goes red. When it clears, the room is trashed. My mattress is leaning against the wall, my dresser is knocked over, and my clothes are thrown all over the room. I feel my phone vibrate. Checking it, I find that it's Lillian calling. I automatically tap the red button and send her to my voicemail. While I don't feel nearly as angry anymore, I don't feel like talking either. There's a flash of light, and my bedroom door turns green. It opens, and there stands Lillian, still in her party dress. She walks into the room, hands on her hips and a scowl on her face. I can see she's holding her cell phone in her right hand. Lillian looks around the room. Her gaze pauses on the overturned dresser and the clothes everywhere, and looks at me questioningly. Shrugging, I answer her unasked question. I got mad after I respawned and took it out on the furniture. Lillian's face softens, and she sits down next to me.
I didn't notice.
She looks around the room again, then tells me,
It actually looks cleaner than the first time I came here.
Recalling the crusty socks and moldy food that Lillian found on her first visit, I can't help but laugh. Lillian's shoulders seem to relax, and she smiles at me.
I just wanted to check in on you after that fight.
The reminder of my humiliating loss puts a damper on my laughter, and a little of the heat in my chest returns. But a single look at Lillian's concerned expression smothers that fire. With a fake smile on my face, I tell her, I'm fine. With a single gesture of her hand towards the trashed room, Lillian points out the lie of my statement. The smile slips a little, but I'm used to holding in my feelings. I've had to be strong for my family since my dad left. Being there to listen to my sister about her school and social drama. Being there to help my mom pay our bills or reassuring her when she would lose a job. Lillian, I'm fine. I know I blew up, but that's over now. Lillian sighs and takes my hand. Her gentle touch stirs something in me.
Anthony, it's okay to be angry or sad or frustrated or whatever, but it's not okay to hold in those feelings. It'll eat you up from the inside.
The anger starts to return. What does this rich little girl know? How often has she had to walk somewhere because she couldn't afford to take the bus? Did the kids in her school ever make fun of her and call her trash because she had to wear holy hand-me-down clothes 2 sizes too big? Were there ever days when she wasn't sure if she was going to eat? I doubt it. Some bit of the anger must leak through the careful mask I've tried to put on. Lillian squeezes my hand.
I won't claim to know how you feel or know what you've been through in life. I'm just saying that I'm willing to listen.
And with that small bit of empathy, the misdirected anger vanishes. How can I be angry at someone who looks like she's about to cry because she cares so much? I sigh and decide to just tell her how I'm feeling. 1, it'll get her to leave, and 2, maybe it'll help me feel better. Okay, you win, Lillian. She rolls her eyes at the inference that she was looking to win something. I turn and sit so that I'm facing her. Taking an honest look at how I feel, I find a weird mixture of anger at Auden, anger and disappointment at myself, and the frustration at life that rich people just seem to win all the time. I find that it's difficult to find the right words to describe these feelings, so I just blurt out, "The fight with Auden sucked big hairy sacks." I could tell that Lillian wasn't expecting that particular phrase to come from me. Her face has gone red, and her lips are pressed together trying to hold back a laugh. The sight brings a genuine smile to my lips, and I continue, I finally thought that I'd be able to stick it to that rich jerk, and instead not only do I lose the fight, but he steals one of my major abilities. It all just seems so unfair. I worked my butt off to get to this level and get that ability, but in the space of a few minutes I lost it. Well, if it makes you feel any better, there are plenty of people at a higher level than you that wouldn't have done nearly as well against Auden.
Yeah?
Yeah. That jerk has been stealing abilities and spells from his enemies for years. No one even thinks to challenge him or his family anymore. They're all too afraid to lose the one or two abilities they may have.
I hadn't thought about what it must feel like to have the only ability you have stolen from you. I'm at least lucky that I have a lot of other abilities to fall back on, and a way to get more. Lillian pats my arm.
Also, you probably didn't notice it, but the crowd was cheering for you near the end of the fight, too. There are a lot of people who hold a grudge against the Arslocks, and especially Auden. That family has misused that ability for decades, and they've made a lot of enemies.
She grins and adds,
I've already had 2 offers of support for the upcoming system games if I promise not to let the Arslocks win.
Well, at least something good has come out of my humiliation. Lillian hits my arm playfully.
You still don't get it, do you? You almost won. If you'd been able to put out more damage, or if he'd had just a little less health, you would have beat him. No one thought a newbie like you stood a chance. The bets gave you a 10-to-1 odds that you'd even be able to hurt him. Instead, you pull some weird combination of moves that let you take him down past half health.
Yeah, but all my fancy abilities didn't let me win.
That's not the point. The point is that with a little more training and leveling, you could beat that guy. Even if he does have some inherited cheat ability, no one outside some high-level users I know would even consider standing up to that guy, much less fight him and stand a chance at winning.
So, you think I could beat him? But why did you try to stop me from fighting him?
I only tried to stop you because you didn't know about his steal ability. I knew you had an advantage with all the abilities you have, and that you could get more even if he stole 1 or 2.
She tilts her head and admits,
I didn't want to reveal your powers until the system games, for fear that Auden and other people like him would figure out some way to get rid of you or buy you off. But it's worked out for the best.
How's that?
Now we've shown everyone that we're not weak. We're willing to stand up to guys like Auden and the Arslok Corporation. That fight gained us more support than months of my campaigning and networking.
Well, when you put it like that, it's almost like I didn't lose after all.
Oh, no you don't. You're not getting off that easy. You made some serious rookie mistakes in that fight. We have a lot of training and level grinding to do before the system games.
She sighs and admits dramatically,
But yeah, the fight wasn't a loss so much as a taste of what it's like to fight other users. It's a lot different than fighting monsters in the dungeons. Now you know. Now you can train and prepare.
I nod in agreement and realize that talking about this has made me feel better. Maybe the rich jerks don't always win after all. After discussing a tentative plan to train and dungeon dive, Lillian gives me a quick hug and exits back to her place through the portal door. I fall asleep that night a little less worried about my place as a user, and determined not to lose my next fight with Auden Arslok III.
Chapter 32.
The next 5 months pass by quickly. It's filled with schoolwork, work, and dungeon work, not to mention the mandatory holiday family time. I take my first college midterms at the beginning of November. With my enhanced intelligence, wisdom, and the variety of academic skills I have, the tests are easy. The anthropology midterm is the easiest. It's a paper and presentation that analyzes how Jack Skellington was a great anthropologist in The Nightmare Before Christmas. The math midterm covers everything we've learned in the class so far, including functions, graphs, linear equations, transformations, quadratic equations, quadratic functions, linear inequalities, and polynomial functions. The English midterm is a combination of fill-in-the-blank and essay questions. The biology midterm is mostly multiple-choice questions, but covers topics like hierarchical structure of life from atom to ecosystem, the scientific method, basic chemistry concepts, cell structure, photosynthesis, and cellular respiration.
My work at the convenience store is starting to feel a bit tedious compared to the dungeon diving I do. But it's steady income, and I feel like I owe Mr. Smith for giving me the job and helping out my family. So I stick it out and make the most of my time there. When business is slow, I either finish up homework or just practice the system skills I have. Improving the skills is just a matter of putting in the time to practice. The higher the skill, the more practice is required. Dungeon diving starts to become a regular part of my schedule too. Now that Lillian and I are close in level, the two of us can work together in a group to clear dungeons. The contacts that Lillian made at that Halloween party work for our benefit, and we get tips on some small new dungeons. While these smaller dungeons aren't particularly challenging, they provide enough XP to get me back to level 8. November also brings Thanksgiving, a special holiday for my family. During Thanksgiving, all the extended family gets together. That means uncles, aunts, great-uncles, and of course the myriad of cousins. I've known some Hispanic families where Thanksgiving looks like a family reunion with hundreds of people attending. Our Thanksgiving isn't nearly that big, but there are still close to 50 people who attend every year. I know that other families have turkey and mashed potatoes, but one of the delicious staples of the Hispanic version of the holiday are the tamales. All the women get together to form a tamale-making line the night before, and there are hundreds of tamales made with a variety of fillings. Red and green sauces combined with pork, chicken, beef, and cheese. There are also a huge variety of other dishes: Spanish rice, beans, chili beans, enchiladas, corn on the cob, and more. My college finals happen right before Christmas break. Most of my finals are simply harder versions of the midterms. However, the anthropology final is interesting. It's another presentation project, but this time it required a lot of study and observation. The project requires a 5 to 7 page paper and a presentation. It's a mini-study on one culture and its practices. Such things like marriage practices, burial customs, ritual activities, or subsistence systems were all fair game to research. I chose to look at the Gaelic-speaking communities of the Republic of Ireland. I've always wanted to visit there since I saw the movie The Quiet Man with John Wayne and Maureen O'Hara. I used the portal system to establish a connection to an out-of-the-way location in the Gaeltacht, a collection of small communities where Gaelic is a primary language. Specifically, I went to Donegal. Yes, it was expensive to get the portal information, but with Lillian's connections, it wasn't too hard. The actual portal fee was the least expensive part. Still, I justify it to myself because it's for school. The visit to Donegal was fantastic. There were castles, and the scenery was amazing. I walked everywhere and found that everyone really does speak Gaelic. I mean, they speak English too, but the everyday language is Gaelic. It was just fun to sit somewhere and listen to people. I bought a program for my phone that tried to teach me some Gaelic so I wouldn't sound like a complete tourist, but I'm afraid my Gaelic was so terrible it made several pretty women fall over with laughter. Still, I made some good observations about the community. Even though the area is tourist-friendly, there's always a different relationship between residents. Everyone seems to know everyone, and a personal recommendation means more there. Also, when trouble starts, as was the case when I saw a bar fight started, the battle lines were very clearly drawn between locals and tourists. There is pride in the area and the country's history, as well as deep pride that they've kept the national language alive. In my presentation, I emphasize that more than anything that helps define this community. Language, our ability to convey ideas and thoughts, is a fundamental binding force culturally. So it makes sense that a community that's dedicated itself to keeping alive an ancient language in everyday speech is bound together. Of course, I got an A on the anthropology final. After all, I made a montage video of it, including background music by Flogging Molly. The last college final marks the end of the fall semester and the beginning of my Christmas break, a 2-week holiday period until the beginning of the next semester. While I still have to work, it's nice to have a small break from school, However, there's no rest when it comes to clearing dungeons. Lillian and I head to a mall in Kansas where there are reports of some unusually aggressive shoppers. There we find a dungeon with a twisted version of the North Pole. The two of us fight a myriad of monstrous Christmas figures, including a rabid Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, a murderous Frosty the Snowman, and some very stabby elves. The final boss isn't Saint Nick, but Krampus, the folklore counterpart to Santa Claus. The 7-foot half-goat, half-demon creature is covered in chains that jingle whenever he moves and a wicker basket on his back. He throws flaming coal as a ranged attack and has a nasty area of effect debuff called Naughty Children that he starts the fight with. His main weapon is this massive two-handed birch branch that does some serious damage when it hits. When Lillian and I finally get him down to 10% health, two pale, creepy, red-eyed children crawl out from under the wicker basket and attack us. When the fight is over, Lillian and I are more than happy to leave the dungeon. I luck out on the absorption of the monsters. I get a spell called Ice Needle that doesn't do major damage, but slows an opponent's run down when it hits. I also get Krampus's amazing debuff ability.
Ice Needle, Level 1. G. Active. You gather the cold around you to form ice in the shape of a thin needle. The ability does minor damage, but also slows the damaged opponent down. As the ability grows, so does the size of the needle, the damage done, and the amount an opponent is slowed. Naughty Children, Level 1. E. Active. Krampus punishes naughty children. When activated, this debuff affects all enemies in a 10-foot radius, causing a living being to cower and beg for forgiveness. It allows spell resistance and a will save. On a failed save, the creature cowers in fear. On a successful save, it's shaken for a brief time.
Reading the magical ability, I'm glad that both Lillian and I have high wisdom stats. That helped save us from the debilitating effects of a failed save. Though, even when we saved, we still lost some of our attack power. In addition to gaining a new ability, I get 2,223 XP and 750 credits from clearing the dungeon. Lillian is happy to convert the credits to dollars, and I find myself $1,125 richer. The extra money is helpful since I still haven't finished my Christmas shopping. Thankfully, I'm already at the mall, and Lillian is happy to help me pick out presents.
Chapter 33.
Christmas isn't as huge an event for my family as Thanksgiving is. Instead, it's usually just my mom, Marie, and myself. My mom has always gone out of her way to make the holiday feel special for us. When I was younger and we didn't have much money, the three of us would make our decorations out of construction paper. The whole house was covered in misshapen cutouts of Santa Claus, snowmen, Christmas trees, and gingerbread men. Along the ceiling, we'd hang colorful paper chains. Mom would then cook our favorite foods on Christmas morning, chilaquiles for me, and sopa for Marie. This year's not that different. Sure, we're doing better financially, but Mom and Marie still spend days leading up to Christmas decorating the house. Marie's craft skills have improved over the years, and she makes some very pretty ornaments out of popsicle sticks. Christmas morning, the three of us open our presents, and I'm more excited to see how my mom and Marie react to what I got them than I am to open my gifts. Marie screams when she sees that I got her tickets to see a band she likes, 98 Backstreet Directions. Personally, I can't stand the boy band. Mom opens her gift, but doesn't seem as pleased with it. I got her one of those shiatsu foot massage machines. My mom asks to talk to me privately, away from Marie, and starts to question me about where I'm getting the money to buy all this stuff. She hedges around her concerns, but eventually asks if I'm selling drugs or doing something else illegal. I'm offended at first, but realize how it must look from her point of view. Her son, who works at a convenience store and whose paycheck mostly goes to helping with household bills, suddenly has money to buy rather expensive presents. In this neighborhood, the easiest way to make that kind of extra money quick is to get involved with something illegal. Still, it hurts that my mom would think I'd go down that path. When I explained to her that I got another part-time job, she's embarrassed that she questioned me. Though when she asks me about what kind of job I found, I'm not sure what to say. After all, I can't exactly tell her that I'm fighting monsters in a dungeon. Instead, I tell her that I'm doing some clerical work for Lillian. My mom is surprised to hear that Lillian runs her own business, and of course asks how that relationship is going. I almost panic, not sure how my mom knows that I've developed feelings for Lillian. Then I remember that Lillian told her that we were dating. I assure my mom that things are good for Lillian and I. My mom is pleased to hear that and leaves to make sure there's enough food for Lillian when she comes over. Comes over? I guess it would be weird if my girlfriend didn't visit during Christmas. I head to my room and call Lillian and explain that my mom expects her to come over. Lillian agrees, but makes me promise to attend her holiday office party. Within minutes, Lillian is knocking on our front door holding presents for my mom and Marie. When I ask Lillian where she got 2 last-minute gifts, she just pats my cheek and tells me not to worry about it. Christmas morning is spent with the 4 of us talking and eating. Lillian gets the 3rd degree from Marie, who's a little upset she's the last person to know her brother finally has a girlfriend. Lillian and I leave the house around noon, under the pretext of having to set up for Lillian's office party. The 2 of us walk around the corner and use the first door we see to port to Lillian's office. Once there, she really does make me help set up for the office party, which is only a couple hours away. In addition to John and me, Lillian has invited some of the people she met at the Halloween party, her friends, and a few business associates. I'd never been to a real holiday party before, and am surprised at how dressy people get. Guys show up in slacks, dress shirts, and holiday sweaters. The ladies wear dresses. The only time I'd ever worn a suit was when my grandparents died and I had to go to the funeral. I feel out of place in my jeans and Star Wars t-shirt. Still, the night is fun and no one cares about my attire, especially once everyone starts to drink. John gets completely smashed and tries to tell me about the adventures that he and Lillian's father had, but everything he says slurs together. I laugh when he does, and nod appreciatively when I think it's appropriate, but honestly, I don't understand half of what he says. I know he's had way too much to drink when he tries to kiss my cheek when the 2 of us wander under the mistletoe. The party lets up about 1 a.m. and everyone ports home. That's one good thing about the system. No one has to drive home drunk. They just port anywhere they need to go.
Chapter 34.
January marks the end of the Christmas break and the beginning of the short 6-week winter semester. Since it's so short, I decide to only take 2 classes, computers and English. Even though I haven't decided on a major yet, English courses are a requirement for all of them. I'm taking computers just because it seems fun. In January, Lillian also registers the company officially for the system games. So now everyone competing knows that I'll be on her team. The college's winter semester is intense because it only lasts 6 weeks. Before I know it, by mid-February, it's time for finals. The computer class I chose turned out to be way too easy, and I ended up finishing the final within half an hour. For the English final, I had to turn in a short story. They say to write what you know about, and the teacher loved my story about being trapped in a game world. She said the descriptions were very vivid and lifelike. In addition to A's in the classes, I gained 3 skills: writing, computer knowledge, and computer interface. Writing at level 2 just improves my ability to put words into coherent sentences, but the guidebook says at higher levels it also stirs the creative writing juices. Computer knowledge is precisely what it seems. It helps me absorb the technical details of what makes a computer work, and at later levels gives insight into systems I haven't studied yet. Computer interface is really cool, though. It enhances my ability to interact with any computer system. At the earliest levels, it makes the computer run faster as I use the interface, which alone is great since it means I won't feel like throwing my keyboard when the computer takes too long to do something. However, the guidebook says at higher levels I won't even need to use a keyboard, but will be able to communicate with computers directly, almost like they're NPCs from the dungeons. The spring semester starts almost as soon as the winter semester finishes. I sign up for another algebra class, chemistry, physics, and a piano class just for fun. It's about this time that more system-based companies try to hire me away from Monsters Squashers Inc. I mean, I'd gotten a few messages after the Christmas party inquiring if I was employed by anyone, but those companies were merely interested in hiring an entry-level dungeon clearer. However, since Lillian registered me with her team, I've been getting system messages from companies offering thousands of credits to just quit my job at Lillian's corporation, and even more if I'd join them. It seems like they're more interested in stopping Lillian from participating in the system games than actually hiring me because I'm good at something. I politely decline all the job offers, but after a few weeks, some of the recruiters start to get rather aggressive. They issue veiled threats in the messages they send, some of which come to my house in the ordinary mail. I don't even respond to those messages, and when I finally tell Lillian about the offers, she's not surprised. Instead, she suggests we increase my training regimen in case anyone actually tries to follow through on their threats. I'd been training my skills in crafting with John over the last 5 months and get trap making to level 6, gadget to level 4, weapon design to level 4. Also, I've been training with Lillian in the dungeons on a combination of skills and abilities that work with my fighting style. Well, that training doubled once those creepy job offers started coming in. So I ended up getting new combat skills and raised the ones I had higher. I raised firearms, ranged combat, and rifle to level 4. I got new skills in laser technology, explosives, and grenades, and get each to level 3. While all that may not seem like a lot, it amounts to 492 hours of practice. After all that work, I'm decidedly glad that spring break is approaching.
Interlude. There's a flash of light, and a shadowy figure enters a darkened office in an undisclosed location. It takes a moment for his eyes to adjust to the darkened room and see the outline of a man smoking behind a desk. The room has been designed to obscure everyone's appearance. Still, the shadowy figure has taken extra steps to conceal his identity and adjust the mask he wears that has a custom ability to hide his name and level from anyone using Identify or a similar skill. The man behind the desk begins the conversation with an irritated tone.
"It's so good of you to finally show up."
The masked man shrugs, unconcerned. He knows his worth to the company as a troubleshooter.
"There was an unavoidable delay."
The smoking man harumphs once and drums his fingers on the desk, obviously still annoyed.
"I'll let it go this time. Now on to our business. That girl and her company are becoming an issue again. Her father was a brilliant user, and if she's half as talented, then we can't let her company enter the system games. We have to win first place. We need that dungeon seed for our research department." "Don't worry, sir. Her latest partner, Anthony Tinoco, is a loser. I've scouted him out. There's no way he can make level 10 in time." "Well, he's already refused our offers to buy him off. We need assurances he won't be a problem."
Thinking for a moment, the masked man says,
"Well, from what I've seen, his weakness is his family. You should send a stronger message to him by threatening them. Nothing forceful yet. Just an economic incentive to back away. If that doesn't work..."
The smoking man cuts him off.
If that doesn't work, we'll consider him a liability and let you resolve the issue. Permanently."
The man wearing the mask laughs. He enjoys his work so much sometimes. Chapter 35.
I've been looking forward to spring break for the last couple of weeks. Jeff invited me to take a road trip with him to Cancun, Mexico. I've never traveled out of the country, and have heard that the parties down there get pretty wild. Unfortunately, my plans derailed with a simple phone call from Lillian. The day before I plan to leave, Lillian calls and asks me to come over to the office. When I arrive, I'm dressed in shorts, a loose Hawaiian shirt, and a shell necklace. Lillian is sitting at her desk in dress pants and a sleeveless dress shirt. Sitting next to her is John, who looks like he's sulking. Tilting her head questioningly at my attire, Lillian waves at me.
"Anthony, thanks for coming in. I know you had some time off this next week and wanted to arrange to do some group training for the three of us. I have a lead on a dungeon that's appeared in Southern California, near San Diego."
"Really? I was leaving tomorrow for a..." Before I finish, I realize how it will sound if I tell Lillian that I'd planned to go party for a week in Mexico. Instead, I finish, on a road trip with someone from college. Lillian raises an eyebrow at the obvious change.
"Well, you'll have to cancel your vacation plans. The system games are only in a couple more months, and we need to get you to level 10, otherwise you can't participate."
Aw, man. Jeff is going to have to entertain all those bikini-clad ladies by himself. I sigh in resignation. Then remember that Lillian said the dungeon is near San Diego. There are beaches there, too. I pull out my phone and do a quick search for San Diego plus beach pictures. I get some scenic photos of the beautiful beaches. When I add the keyword bikini to the search, I get some even more interesting pictures. I mean, whoa.
"You okay, Anthony?"
I look up from my phone and see Lillian giving me a knowing smile. Yeah, I was just looking up San Diego for research. "Huh, yeah, I bet you do a lot of research on your phone when you're by yourself," John chimes in. I feel my face flush, but try to keep a calm demeanor. "Well, I'm ready to go to San Diego when you guys are." Lillian shakes her head at my sudden change of attitude. She likely suspects what I was researching.
"We'll meet here tomorrow."
Returning to Lillian's office the next day, I've made sure to pack my inventory with stuff I think I'll need.
Inventory, 9 spaces. Laser pistol, portable Class B trap construction bench. Flash grenade, 5. Floor trap, 2, 15. Wall trap, 2, 15. M98 Widow sniper rifle, ammunition, 150. And caltrop grenade, 5.
I leave one inventory space open in case I find something cool in the dungeon I want to stash. I'm wearing my regular street clothes, jeans and a t-shirt. I also decided to keep my shell necklace on since we're heading to a beach city and I want to fit in. Lillian greets me wearing a skin-tight blue bodysuit that covers her from her neck all the way down to her toes. With her blonde hair tied back in a ponytail, she kind of looks like Samus when she's not wearing her Metroid suit. John is wearing an even odder outfit, completely covered in black spandex with various electronic parts attached to his body. His left eye, covered by a holographic lens, takes me a moment to realize that he's dressed like a Borg from Star Trek. Why are you two dressed like that? Halloween was months ago. The two look at me curiously. The better question is, why aren't you dressed up?
"Didn't you get the memo? You were supposed to come dressed up."
John has a huge smile on his face. You don't know where we're going, do you? My nose crinkles as I think about the question. I know we're going to San Diego. Should I know something else? Lillian giggles. Nope. Let's go. She then walks over to the office door and pulls up the port interface and establishes a connection to somewhere in San Diego. The three of us walk through the door and exit into the bright sunshine of the Golden State. A voluptuous woman in a blue two-piece bikini walks by, and my head follows her bounce as she walks away. I hear someone next to me cough and turn to see a smirking John and a frowning Lillian. Putting on my most innocent smile, I quickly ask, so where's the dungeon? Lillian shakes her head and walks past me, muttering something about boys. John and I follow her across a busy 4-lane highway, and as we walk along the sidewalk, the breeze shifts and the smell of the salty ocean hits me. Man, I can't wait to finish this dungeon and hit the beach. I'll bet there are a lot of bikini-clad ladies just hanging out on the beach. My imagination conjures up images of bikini-clad beauties giggling on a sandy beach. Some are sunbathing, while others bounce up and down in slow motion while playing volleyball, and the music from Baywatch plays in the background. My daydream is knocked right out of my mind as I walk face first into someone's back. I look up and apologize to Batman? I hear laughter behind me and turn to see Lillian and John covering their mouths as they chuckle. Looking around, I see that we're in a long line of costumed people. I see people dressed up from every popular comic, movie, anime, and TV show you can think of. A guy dressed up as Spider-Man is standing next to a lady dressed up as Nico Robin from One Piece. Oh, that reminds me, I still need to watch the latest episode of One Piece. I'm sure any episode now, they'll find Goldie Roger's treasure and Luffy will become the Pirate King. Putting my anime list to the side, I ask Lillian, okay, what are we doing? She smiles and tells me,
we're here to find that dungeon. It just happens to be located at this convention. I sent you a message to dress up so we'd fit in with the rest of the cosplayers.
Cosplayers? Convention? Oh my God, could we be at one of the fabled Comic-Con conventions? I've always wanted to go to one, but never thought I'd have the money to travel. I look around with fresh eyes and feel myself start to geek out. I feel a grin spread across my face as steampunk Poison Ivy walks by, and I wave, and she waves back. Turning back to my team, I can't help but squee in excitement and hug both of them. They both look surprised by the hug, but I don't care. I'm finally here among my nerdy people. As the line moves forward to get into the convention, Lillian hands me a lanyard with the convention badge for me to hang around my neck. When we pass through the glass doors into the convention, I'm handed a thick brochure printed on recycled paper. Inside are all the panels and presentations. Quickly flipping through it, I see weirdly titled panels like Facebook and You, Social Media for the Indie Writer, How to Cosplay in 10 Easy Steps, Romance Novels, yeah, we're still a thing, and Holograms, A New Dimension of Media. What catches my eye is one of the celebrity panels. There's a panel for Jay and Silent Bob Get Old with Kevin Smith. Man, I love that guy. Even though he's like 70, he's still funny as hell. Heck, he's the only reason I took a job at a convenience store. I figured, if he was a convenience store clerk and did well, why can't I? That, and we needed the money. Lillian and John are walking ahead of me now, and I have to squeeze through the crowd to get to them. I pull them away from the crowd of convention goers and ask, hey, do you two think we have time to catch some of the panels? There are a couple that I want to see. Lillian shakes her head.
No, we're here to do a job and get you leveled up. We're not here to see panels.
John, flipping through his convention brochure, says, wait, the boy has a point. I mean, we're already here. Why can't we see a panel or two? Pointing to the brochure, he continues, there's one where the entire surviving cast of Star Trek Voyager and Deep Space Nine are coming together. Lillian pauses her automatic head shake.
Wait, is Captain Janeway going to be there?
John nods, and Lillian's eyes light up. She looks at me, and I can tell she's rethinking her position from the way her mouth is quirking. With a loud sigh, she says,
oh, okay, but just a couple, and we still have to work.
John and I agree immediately. The three of us decide which panels we want to see and estimate when we'll have to leave the dungeon to catch them. Lillian sets an alarm that will notify us when we have to leave the dungeon each day to catch the panels, and the three of us set out to find the dungeon entrance. I use Dungeon Scan to home in on the dungeon, but we are slowed down by photographers and convention goers that want to take pictures with John and Lillian in their cosplay outfits. As we get closer and closer to the dungeon, I notice more frowns on people's faces. I know it's a small thing, but ever since Lillian showed me the effects of keeping a dungeon around too long, I've been careful to note these kinds of things. I'd guess that this dungeon has only been around for a couple of days. Eventually, we reach an old, unused part of the convention center on the ground floor near the docks and back. Just like the mall, it seems like people unconsciously avoid the area. A few minutes of visual searching and we spot the red door that leads to the dungeon. A quick use of Dungeon Inspect on the door provides us information on what we may be facing.
Dungeon. Type, Future. Restrictions, none. Recommended for levels 10 to 15.
I'm pleased to note that practicing with Dungeon Inspect and increasing the skill to level 3 increases the amount of information the skill provides. I pass on the information to the rest of them. With a quick nod to each other, we open the red door and step onto the bridge of a starship. I recognize it as a mashup between the bridges of spaceship shows, but there are also a variety of uniforms on the crew members. There are ladies with afros and short red dresses, men in black and yellow pajamas, and even a couple of guys in the skirts featured in the first episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation. A 7-foot-tall man with orange skin and spikes protruding from his forehead walks up to us. "You three are not supposed to be here. Identify yourselves." I'm not sure what to say, but Lillian steps forward with an answer.
We are new ensigns recently assigned to the ship. I apologize for our tardiness.
The orange man considers us for a moment before sighing and saying, "No one ever tells me anything." He then pulls a data pad out of a pocket and taps on it a few times. He has each of us press our thumbs to the pad, and our eyes are scanned to log us into the ship's database. When we finish, he escorts us to the ship's supply room and hands us each a uniform and small tablet. Once we're dressed, the orange man introduces himself. "I'm Second Lieutenant Arbitrator Deflux. I officially welcome you to the United Confederation of Planets ship, Titan. Your data pads will inform you of where you will be stationed and what tasks you can perform to help this ship." He then walks away, leaving us alone once the doors to the room slide closed. Once the doors to the room slide closed with a whoosh, I practically jump up and down with excitement. How cool is this? We're in a Star Trek knockoff! Lillian smiles at me, happy to see me so excited. But there's also a thoughtful look on her face. Is something wrong?
No, it's just unusual that the dungeon does something like this. It's probably related to the convention announcement that the 5th Star Trek reboot was delayed because the production company fired their 3rd director, and the AI playing Khan is holding out for more screen time. Well, regardless of why the dungeon turned out this way, I'm looking forward to exploring it. The three of us quickly change into our new uniforms. I'm sorely tempted to try to sneak a peek at Lillian, but refrain. Lillian, however, jokingly calls out, "Hot stuff?" when John and I are changing with our backs to her. Checking out my datapad, I see a series of quests that have to be completed before the dungeon is defeated. Easy quests. Adjust the trilithium matrix with the Irish engineer. Listen to the android member of the crew at a recital. Help the alien chef prepare dinner. Medium quests. Survey an alien planet. Negotiate a treaty. Solve a mystery involving a space ghost and a red-headed doctor. Hard quests. Battle an invading alien race. Create a new propulsion system. Space battle against a star destroyer. Prevent a time distortion.
Over the next 3 days, the three of us spend part of the day completing these quests. It's not easy, but the time compression in the dungeon helps us find the extra time. When we're not questing, we're enjoying the convention, attending panels, guessing who cosplayers are dressed up as, and perusing Artist's Alley for stuff to buy. When we finally defeat the last hard quest and save the Confederation of Planets from certain destruction, we are each awarded some serious XP and credits. For defeating the level 10 dungeon, we each get 10,000 XP and 9,000 credits. That leaves me just 577 XP shy of level 9. Yes, the quests were super hard, especially that time distortion one. On that mission, the three of us had to avoid violating the temporal time directive as well as repair the damage done by a time-traveling alien rebel. Still, all the work was worth it. The 9,000 credits will go a long way to outfitting me with some good gear and to helping out at home.
Chapter 36.
After spring break is over, I return to school, work, and dungeon clearing. One day when I come home from my morning class, I find Mom sitting in the kitchen. Usually she's asleep by now, resting for her night job while Marie is at school. Her shoulders hunched, and her gaze is downcast, staring at something in her hands. As she takes a sobbing breath, I realize that she's crying. I drop my backpack, rush to her, and put my arms around her shoulders. "Mom, what's wrong?" She pats my arms and makes an effort to pull herself together. My mom's never been one to cry in front of her kids if she can help it.
"Oh, nothing for you to worry about, mijo. It's just—"
She doesn't finish her sentence and instead holds up 2 crumpled pink slips. It takes me a moment to realize what the 2 pieces of paper mean. "You got fired? From both jobs?" A sniffle and a nod are all the response I get from my mom. I'm stunned. My mom's been working at least one job since my dad left. How? Why? She pushes away slightly and looks up at me. Her eyes are red from crying, and she has a hurt look.
"Do you think I did something to deserve this?"
"No, Mom, that's not what I meant. I just mean, well, I don't know what I mean. I'm just surprised that both jobs would lay you off." Angry now, she stands up, and the chair scrapes against the floor. She paces the length of our kitchen before answering,
"It's that stupid buyout. Last week some big corporation bought both the places I work. They promised that everything would stay the same, but then this morning a bunch of people got pink slips with their paychecks."
"One corporation bought out both your employers? A hotel and a factory? Those are some very different businesses to buy." She shrugs.
"I don't get it either. They said something about diversifying their portfolio and investing in small businesses."
Something seems off about this. Not trying to make my mom worried, I ask casually, "What's the name of the company that bought your former employers, Mom?" She thinks for a second, then hands me the pink slips and points to a corporate logo. In the top left corner of each slip of paper is the black and white image of a tall skyscraper, and underneath are the words, Arslock Corporation. My blood boils when I see that name. Would Auden use his family's multinational corporation like this? Or is this because of my refusal to leave Lillian and join their group? Either way, it's my fault that my family has gotten involved in all of this. My mom is still pacing and wringing her hands. I walk in front of her to get her attention. "Don't worry, Mom. I've been saving up some money from my jobs. We'll be okay." She pats my cheek appreciatively.
"No, Anthony. That money is yours. It's supposed to be for your school."
I shake my head. "No, Mom. You've been taking care of us all by yourself for a long time. I have the money. I'll take care of the bills until you can get another job." I try to recall how much I have in the bank and also convert the recent credits I'd earned into dollars. I have a little over 12,000 saved up. That should keep us afloat for a couple of months, right? My mom looks at me strangely.
"You have that much saved up? That will pay all our bills for 4 months, sweetie. Are you sure this is how you want to spend it?"
"Of course. You always taught us to take care of each other. How could I do anything less for you and Marie?" My mom nods to herself. Now, with burden and worry lifted from her shoulders, she stands up straighter and wipes the last tears from her eyes.
Okay, mijo. We'll use your savings until I get another job. She hugs me tightly, then looks up at me seriously. But don't you think that I'm going to let you spend all your savings on us? You worked hard for that money. We'll only use what we need, and I'll pay you back as I can. I don't tell her that I don't expect to be repaid. That would hurt her pride. My mom's a bit touchy about feeling like she owes people. In my mind, though, I know that I'll give every penny I have to make sure my family is taken care of, and that I don't care if I get the money back. Instead, I nod and hug my mom again. She pulls away after kissing me on the cheek and goes off into the kitchen to make lunch for the both of us. She whips up a delicious dish of shredded chicken tacos and Spanish rice. While I eat, I contemplate how I can make some more money to help out. I know my work at the Quickie Stop Mart and my savings will keep us afloat, but Marie's private school's tuition payment is coming up too. She worked so hard to get a scholarship into that fancy school, and she's doing well there. It would be a shame if she had to leave because we couldn't pay the rest of the tuition. Besides thinking about our finances, I also consider how I'm going to get back at the Arslot Corporation for this.
Chapter 37.
That same day, my mom and I look through the bills so I know how much to give her. We list what everything costs. Rent, $1,200. Food, $600. Utilities, $300. Cell phones, $200. Transportation, $300. $2,600 a month for necessities. That doesn't include other monthly costs like detergent, trash bags, soap, shampoo, etc. To be on the safe side, I decide to give my mom an even $3,000. The school Marie goes to costs $35,000 a year, and most of the people that go there pay it at the beginning of the school year. But because we're not rich, the school lets us pay Marie's tuition in 3 lump sums. Marie's scholarship covers a little over half the tuition, but we still have to pay $15,000 a year. The next payment is due at the end of the month, though. That's going to be $5,000, and that leaves me with $8,000 in savings. That, plus my regular paychecks from the Quickie Stop Mart, means we'll be okay for May, June, and July. Come August, though, we're in trouble. I tell my mom that I have some money in my room. Once I'm in my room, however, I port over to Lillian's office to exchange all the credits I have for dollars. She doesn't ask why I need everything in dollars, but I can tell she's curious. I'm not sure if I'm comfortable discussing my family business, but she's my friend, or girlfriend when my mom's around. Well, our relationship is complicated. I port back to my room and hand my mom $12,012 cash a few minutes later. I happen to have $12 in my wallet.
Anthony, don't take this the wrong way, but why do you have so much money in cash in your room?
The question catches me off guard. I hadn't considered what it would look like for me to hand her that much money in cash. Thinking quickly, I tell her, I heard the banks were going to start charging fees for balances over $10,000, so I've been keeping it in my mattress. You know, old school style. My mom gives me a concerned look for a moment, then shrugs. I just gave her $12,000. What does she care where I was keeping it? When Marie comes home from school, Mom tells her about being laid off. Marie sort of freaks out. She's just old enough now to realize what it's going to mean for us if Mom can't get another job. She's such a good kid. She even offers to stop going to her private school and get a job if it helps out. Mom's response is a classic,
"No, Marie. Your job is to go to that school and learn. Your brother and I have already paid for the semester, so there's no discussion about you going."
It's a little lie. We've only put money aside to pay the semester. But the little lie helps Marie calm down and focus on her job.
Okay, Mom. If my job is to do good in school, then I'll get to it.
She then grabs her backpack and heads to her room to study. I take a lesson from Marie and get ready for my shift at the Quickie Stop Mart. I know I should probably be dungeon diving or something since it pays more, but I just can't give up my only source of steady income. Besides, where else can I do homework and work on my system skills while getting paid?
Chapter 38.
Work and school for May and June are fairly predictable. I have college finals in June, but honestly, the classes are the least worrisome part of my life. Because of my high intelligence stat and my skills in speed reading and mental math, the algebra class isn't a challenge. The intro to chemistry is mostly memorizing facts, the periodic table, and some formulas. Any math in the class is at the algebra level. Physics is the most challenging class. But with my increased intelligence stat, memorizing all the formulas is easy. The only thing that's challenging is picturing the word problems about multiple force vectors in my mind. The piano class is actually boring. I know I took it for fun, but I end up sitting at a piano practicing finger movement and helping other students learn how to read sheet music. The final for that class was simply playing a piece of music of my choice. I'd already gotten the piano skill and even gotten it to level 2, so playing Jerry Lee Lewis's Great Balls of Fire wasn't challenging. Even with 12 in dexterity, I play the song with only a couple mistakes. This semester I learned the skills piano, chemical mixing, and vector analysis. Vector analysis helps me figure out to break up applied forces into component parts to, you know what, it's just a physics thing. Once my last final is complete in June, it's summertime. While most college students are focused on having fun, Lillian is determined to get me to grind out XP to get me to level 10. Unfortunately, we are only able to complete a bunch of low-level dungeons for minimal XP. We get a lead once with a dungeon having level 15 monsters and rush there only to find the entire building cordoned off by security guards wearing body armor and semi-automatic weapons. They prevent anyone from entering the building by claiming that they're responding to a security threat. The Arslock Corporation logo on their shoulders lets our group know that another dungeon clearing company has beaten us to the dungeon and aren't willing to share. It's that way for any dungeon with monsters higher than level 5. We rush there, but someone else gets there first and sets up security to prevent anyone else from getting to the dungeon. So, we're stuck running low-level dungeons. Well, I'm stuck, I should say. Lillian and John are too high level to get any experience points from these kinds of dungeons. John spends his time harvesting resources, and Lillian coaches me on fighting techniques. Most of the dungeons are straightforward, and all I have to do is kill the boss to complete them. Most of the monsters are too low level for me to get any XP, but at least finishing the dungeon gives some XP. Each of the smaller dungeons gives between 1,000 and 3,000 XP when completed. Unfortunately, since I need 557 XP to get to level 9, and another 25,600 XP to get to level 10, it takes a ton of these kinds of dungeons to make any progress. Lillian takes most of the credits earned from these low-level dungeons since she and John aren't getting XP, and the business still needs to bring in income. I make 5,000 credits by the end of June, and hit level 10. One of the reasons I lost to Auden at the Halloween party was the lack of health points and TP. So I put my stat points from the last couple of levels to Constitution and Wisdom.
Anthony Tinoco, level 10. Unspent stat points, 0. Unspent skill points, 77. XP to next level, 51,200. Health, 250. Mana, 300. TP, 350. Strength, 10. Dexterity, 12. Constitution, 15. Intelligence, 20. Wisdom, 25. Charisma, 10. Inventory, 9 slots. Portable Class B trap construction bench. Laser pistol. Traps. High-yield grenade. Hammer. Trap parts.
The dungeon games start at the beginning of August, so I have all of July to relax if I want. Not that I want to. Mom still hasn't gotten a new job. It seems like her old employers are bad-mouthing her to anyone she applies to for work, a pretty dirty tactic from the Arslock Corporation. However, if I keep dungeon diving like I have been, even working small dungeons will bring in enough extra money to keep the lights on. With all the dungeons I've been going to in the last few months, I've gotten into the habit of using Dungeon Scan whenever I walk around, just to put in the hours to get it to level. I've gotten used to it just running in the background all the time, so I'm really surprised to get a notification that it's found a dungeon while I'm walking to work. I make a quick detour to check out the dungeon. After all, what if it's a high-level one? I could use the extra credits I'd get from clearing it. I'm walking through an alley behind a supermarket when I spot the red door of the dungeon. I jog over to it and use Dungeon Inspect.
Dungeon. Type, Fantasy. Restrictions, Technology restricted to Level 1. Recommended for levels 6 to 9.
My excitement practically bubbles over. This dungeon is perfect. I'm a tad high now that I'm level 10, but I'll still get XP for killing the monsters and clearing the dungeon. Plus, none of the other corporations has found this one yet. I'm tempted to try and clear it alone and keep all the credits and loot for myself. But I remember the last time I tried to milk a dungeon for profit and pull out my phone to call Lillian. Between her, John, and myself, we should be able to take this dungeon out in a couple of days and easily get another 5,000 credits each. That will seriously help my family, especially with my mom blacklisted. I've dialed Lillian and have my phone next to my ear. I hear someone pick up and say,
"Hello, Anthony."
I smile, knowing that Lillian will be happy to get a higher-level dungeon after being blocked from them the last couple months. But before I can say anything, I feel something cold and metallic pressed to the back of my head and hear the distinctive click of a gun hammer cocked back. My body instinctively freezes, and I hear a voice whisper into my ear, "End the call and drop your phone." I briefly consider using one of my abilities to kill this guy, but I don't think I can bring myself to kill a real person. This guy is probably just trying to rob me. It's better to give him what he wants. If he kills me, I'll just respawn in my room, but I'll lose a good amount of XP and likely get knocked back to level 9. So not worth it. I drop the phone and wince when I hear it crack as it hits the ground. Stupid phones are so delicate. I wish I'd purchased that extended warranty now. I just want to get this robbery over so I can go on with my day. Hey, man, I don't want any trouble. My wallet is in my left pocket. I don't have much money, but it's all yours. The person holding the gun to my head snickers. You think this is a robbery, Anthony? You're mistaken. The use of my name sends a shiver down my spine. Before I can do more than considering implications, I feel the sharp prick of a needle on the side of my neck and the sensation of something injected into me. The world goes blurry. My whole body relaxes, and I'm only vaguely conscious of dropping to the ground. Then everything goes black.
Chapter 39.
A throbbing pain in my head and neck bring me around. My eyelids strain to open at first, but gradually gain strength, and my surroundings come into focus. Only, there's not much to see. Bathed in a pool of light, I can see that I'm tied to a wooden chair with black nylon rope. Only my head is unrestrained, and as I look around, I see that beyond that pool of light is total darkness. It's disconcerting not to know where I am, and I call out, a note of panic in my voice, "Hello? Is anyone there?" A voice that seems to come from everywhere answers from the dark. "Oh, you're awake? Good. I was wondering if I gave you too much sedative. Who are you? Where am I? Why have you brought me here, and why am I tied up like this?" "Ah, is poor little Anthony afraid?" I remain silent, knowing that my capturer is just toying with me. "What? No witty response? Well, how about I show you why you're here? Before I can wonder what he means by that, the cold edge of a knife pressed against my throat. I freeze and hold my breath, hoping that I won't have my throat cut. The menacing voice whispers into my left ear, "Don't worry, I'm not going to kill you." I breathe a sigh of relief as the blade moves away from my throat. "Yet!" the voice cries. There's a meaty thwack as he plunges a glowing red blade into my chest from behind. I'm shocked at first by the move, and look down to see the hilt of a knife sticking out of the right side of my chest, and a red number 13 float away. The sharp pain hits me next, and I close my eyes and grit my teeth to keep from screaming in pain. I hear the unknown man come around from behind me, and I open my eyes to see the same masked figure from the alleyway. His head tilts to the side as he considers the scene in front of him. He reaches out with his left hand and grasps the hilt of the knife in my chest and pulls it out in a swift, practiced motion. Blood starts to leak out of the wound and stain my Quickie Stop Mart shirt. A small icon appears in the corner of my vision. Focusing on the small picture of a drop of blood, a blue window pops up.
Bleeding debuff. You take 2 damage per second for 30 seconds from bleeding debuff.
I can't help but laugh at the notification, like I didn't already know I was bleeding. However, the information does give me some additional information. I already know this guy knows me from somewhere since he used my name. Now I know he's a user. Only one of them would be able to use an ability that caused that kind of debuff. I use Inspect but get a jumble of nonsense.
Question mark, question mark, question mark. Level, question mark, question mark, question mark.
Damn it. He must have an ability or item that hides his identity. You asked why I'm doing this. Well, it's your fault, Anthony. Some of the movers and shakers don't want Monster Squashers Inc. to participate in the upcoming dungeon games. They think the little girl that runs the company doesn't deserve a spot at the big boys' table, much less a chance at the big prizes available from the games. But they can't act against her directly. She's too high profile. She disappears, and the system authorities will start an investigation. Her father's old friends will use their not inconsiderable resources to find out exactly what happened to her. Instead, they've been trying to knock her out of the competition by buying off anyone she tries to hire. The man giggles and continues, I deal with those that can't be bought or persuaded to quit. All the warning from Lillian about the dangers of working for her pour through my head, and I recall that she had another partner. You're the one that made her last teammate, the friend of her father's, disappear. The masked man nods. Yes, you are connecting the dots. He pokes me in the chest with the tip of the blade in his hand. Good for you. A single red 1 floats away. So you plan to kill me? I say while laughing. Well, get on with it then. I've died before and survived. When I come back, I'll be sure to thank you properly for the hospitality you've shown me. The masked man bobs his head left and right, as if considering my words carefully. Then his bobbing stops and he pokes me with the knife again. I see where your misconception is. You think that if I kill you, then you'll just respawn back at your home base. Well, I have a solution to that little conundrum. He snaps his fingers, and another light shines down from the ceiling to reveal a podium with a large blue crystal floating above it. I stare at the object, not believing what I'm seeing. A respawn crystal? I turn my head back to the masked man and see him nodding. Yes, that's right, Anthony. You're in a dungeon. A very special one. You see, I stumbled upon a failed experiment. Some of the corporation were researching how to create an artificial dungeon. They knew dungeon seeds existed, which could make user dungeons, but they wanted to be able to create their own seeds. Then they could make dungeons at will and reap all the credits and items they wanted. He shrugs and gestures to the dark, empty room. But despite pouring massive amounts of credits into the project, this is the best they could create. A big empty room with a respawn crystal that disappears after a week. He sighs. While the corporations abandoned the project, I scooped up the artificial dungeon seeds they were supposed to have destroyed. Now I have my own private space where I can kill a user repeatedly until they're back at level 1. Then, after I kill them one more time, they're dead. Permanently. The man in the mask stands and twirls around, his hands raised high in the air. Isn't it a brilliant idea, Anthony? Yeah, except you forgot one thing. He stops his twirl, tilts his head, and asks, Oh, what's that? Now that you've told me what you're going to do, I won't cooperate. You forgot to get me to bind to the respawn crystal. He bobs his head left and right, again considering my words. When he stops, he walks up to me and bends over from the waist. His mask only inches from me. He whispers, Oh, you see, that's where you're wrong. This is my favorite part of the whole thing. You're going to bind to the respawn crystal voluntarily. What? Why would I do that? Taking a step back, the man reaches into his pants pocket with his right hand and pulls out a phone. He taps the screen and starts to read, Marie Tinoco, age 14, born August 13th, 4 foot 10 inches, attends Abernathy School for the Gifted. Here are some pictures I took. He flips the phone around and scrolls through photos of my sister at school, at lunch with her friends, and even outside our house. A cold fear runs through me. I can show you the same for your mom, but I think you get the picture. His loud and irritating laugh at his own joke tickles something in my mind like an old thought just on the verge of remembrance. Get it? Get the picture? I showed you pictures. All other thoughts vanish when he finishes laughing and holds up the phone with the photo again. But seriously, if you don't bind to the crystal, I'll leave you here all tied up. While I'll walk down the street and pay your mom and sister an unfriendly visit. A string of curses and expletives flow from my mouth in a stream of hate. How dare he threaten my family? How dare he make them a part of whatever this is? The masked man just sighs and waits out my tirade. When I run out of creative ways to curse the man, I still sit tied to the chair, my head hanging in defeat. I know someone like this will go through with what he threatens. He's gone to such lengths already. Why wouldn't he go one more? I sigh in resignation. Fine. You win. I'll bind to the respawn crystal. He nods. Yes, I knew you would. Moving behind me, I feel the knife cut through the ropes binding me to the chair. My limbs are numb from lack of blood flow, and I rub my arms and legs to get some feeling back in them. I hear the masked man walk back, and when I turn to face him, he's gone again. His voice comes from the darkness, but I can't seem to locate the direction. It seems to come from everywhere again. Now, I'm watching you. Go bind to the crystal. If you fail to do so or try to escape, I'll leave this dungeon and visit your family. You don't know how to get out, so you'll never be able to stop me. His words dash any thoughts I had of overpowering him and escaping. He's right. I don't know where he is and can't risk him escaping this dungeon and attacking my family. Shoulders hunched in defeat, I walk to the floating blue crystal and put my hand on it. A blue screen appears. Would you like to bind at this respawn crystal? I only hesitate for a moment before saying, yes. I hear the sound of compressed gas released and feel a sharp pain in my neck. I feel lightheaded, and my left hand reaches up to my neck and pulls something out of my neck. Even though the room is starting to spin, I'm able to look at the object in my hand and see a small metal cylinder with a needle at the front and a puffy red ball at the end. My last thought before unconsciousness takes me is, damn it, he tranquilized me again. When I wake up, I'm tied to the wooden chair in the middle of the room again. The bleeding debuff has already worn off, so I must have been unconscious for a little while. The masked figure walks from the dark into the light around the chair.
Oh, awake at last. Now we can get on with the fun.
The knife in his hand begins to glow red, and he slashes at me. I try to lean back from the knife, but am bound to the chair too tightly to move. The knife cuts me along the thigh, and a plume of red begins to spread along the gash. A red 14 floats away from me, and a new bleeding debuff appears in the corner of my vision. I don't scream from this wound, but I do when he stabs me in the gut and twists the knife around. Thankfully, the pain ends when my health hits 0, and the world fades away. The next thing I know, I'm standing in front of a floating blue crystal and have notifications waiting for me.
You've been killed by ... Respawn in 3, 2, 1. You've respawned at a dungeon respawn crystal. You lose 7,680 XP. XP needed to level 10, 7,680.
The notifications jog my mind, and I remember where I am. I turn around, intending to fight to the death, but am immediately hit by another tranquilizer dart. When I wake up, I'm tied to the chair again. The masked man has a long-handled straight razor, and my death takes much longer this time. When I respawn, I ignore the notifications telling how much XP I lost when I died. Instead, I activate roll so that I won't be hit with another tranquilizer. As I come to my feet, my eyes search the room for my captor. Unfortunately, most of the room is pitch black, with only the chair in the middle of the room illuminated. As I search, a canister comes rolling out from the darkness and stops at my feet. While I stare at the object in puzzlement, a plume of gray smoke billows out of the canister. I try to hold my breath, but I'm too late. I must have inhaled the smoke, because the next thing I know, I'm on the floor, and the world once again fades away. Before I black out, though, the bright blue floating crystal catches my eye, and the spark of a plan forms in my mind. When I wake up, I'm tied up again. Again, I'm killed, this time even more slowly. The next time I respawn, I know I'll only have a few seconds before being knocked out again. In those few precious seconds, I use Inspect on the floating blue crystal.
Respawn crystal. Durability 50 out of 50.
The information brings a smile to my lips, even as I feel the sharp prick of the tranquilizer dart hit me. As I collapse, I know that I'll have to die again before I can enact my plan, but I know I have a chance to get out now. Waking up strapped to the chair doesn't seem as hopeless this time. It may be that the masked man can sense my hope because he takes extra care to hurt me this time. Instead of immediately stabbing me, he cuts off each of my fingers and toes. I'm screaming wildly in pain by the time the stacked bleeding debuffs mercifully kill me. The instant my eyes open and I see the respawn notifications, I know that I've come back, whole once again, and with a chance to escape. I spin around and start to cast fireballs randomly through the room. One of the balls of flame crashes into the chair and sets it on fire, while the rest fly off into the dark. I hear a cry of pain and smile, knowing that I must have hit that sadistic bastard. The masked man growls in annoyance from the dark.
Lucky shot. You don't really think you'll be able to kill me that way, do you? Even if you did kill me, you'd still be stuck here, and I'd make you really suffer when I came back. Why don't you just be a good boy and stop struggling so I can get you back to level 1 and end your miserable existence permanently?
Instead of answering, I skirt around the podium, putting it between me and the rest of the room. I continue to fling fireballs throughout the room with my left hand, while I pull up my inventory with my right hand and grab the hammer I keep there. I swing the hammer at the blue crystal and see a small 5 float away from it. I practically yell with joy, knowing that I was right. I can break the respawn crystal. Again and again I attack the floating blue object until I start to see cracks form. Bright beams of light shoot through the cracks, blinding me momentarily. A scream of anger echoes through the room. "What are you doing? Stop that!" The masked man must have guessed my intent because a spray of bullets comes shooting forth from the darkness. Several rounds hit me, but the podium shields me from the worst of the attack. The respawn crystal only has a little durability left, and I swing my hammer again at it. The cracks widen even as another spray of bullets cuts through the air. The man in the mask must have adjusted his position, because this time a majority of the bullets hit me, and I see dozens of 5s and 6s float away from me. I fire another ball of flame in the direction of the attack, and am glad to see it hit something man-shaped. The man in the mask is briefly illuminated as his clothes catch fire, and I'm briefly tempted to attack him directly. I'd love nothing more than to give him some of the pain he's visited on me this day. Shaking my head clears away the foolish thought. If I did that and died, I'd just respawn right back here. Only I'd never get another chance like this one. I focus on the task at hand and put every ounce of anger I feel into a final blow to the crystal. As the hammer impacts, a bright flash of blue light explodes outward. Then the crystal breaks apart with a loud crash and crumbles to dust. A shout of frustrated anger comes from the dark. "No! You idiot! You haven't changed anything. You've only delayed your final death. I still have other dungeons I can create." Then, with a sinister shift in the tone, he continues, "But first, I think I'll pay a little visit to the Tinoco household." There's a small popping sound, and then silence. I scream in anger and toss fireballs around the room until my mana runs out. I hit nothing, and no one answers to taunt me. The man in the mask has really left. Knowing that he's heading towards my house right now, I know what I need to do. I open my inventory and grab the single high-yield grenade I was able to craft. With only a quarter of my health left, the grenade should be enough to kill me. I pull the safety pin and cradle the grenade close to my body so that I take the full damage. There's an ear-splitting boom a moment later, and the world disappears.
Chapter 40. Anthony Tinoco has killed you. Respawn in 3, 2, 1. You've respawned at your default location, your home base. You lose 1,920 XP. XP needed to level 9, 12,800.
I wake up, looking at another series of system messages, and for a moment I think that I'm still trapped in the dungeon. But the sight of the popcorn ceiling beyond the messages assures me that I have indeed respawned back in my room. Sitting up, I breathe deeply and try not to cry. It worked. It actually worked. I wasn't sure if destroying the respawn crystal would reset my respawn point to its default location, but it did. As I appreciate that my plan worked, I also recall that the danger isn't over yet. If anything, it's greater now. I rush to my feet and run out of the room, yelling. The hallway is dark, but the kitchen light is on, and I head there. My mom is standing in the kitchen holding a mug of hot coffee. She's wearing a pink bathrobe, and she looks quite angry to see me. "Where have you been? Your boss called and said that you missed your shift at work. Why did you skip work? I called you, but your phone just kept going to voicemail." Then, as if realizing where I came from, she looks confused and asks, "Were you in your room this whole time?" I don't know how long I was in that dungeon, but it's good to know someone noticed I was gone. "Mom, I didn't skip work. Someone took me before I got there. I just escaped." My mom looks at me incredulously. "But—" "Mom, I know I don't look it, but some man in a mask kidnapped me." I hesitate to tell her, but she has to understand how serious the situation is. "And he hurt me, Mom. He hurt me a lot. Please believe me. He said he was going to come here to hurt you and Marie." I feel a tear slide down my cheek as I speak. I need her to believe me. Before I can say anything else, I hear a clink as my mom's mug is placed on the table, and she walks over and hugs me.
Oh, sweetie, of course I believe you.
Her hug is like a salve for my wounded soul. My mom believes me. Just like she's always believed me. I feel blessed to have a mom that would believe a crazy story like that without question. But I need to get her and Marie out of here. I push my mom away and ask, "Where's Marie? I need to get you and her to a safe place. That psycho is on the way here now. He knows where we live."
Mijo, we should call the police. They can—
No! I don't mean to yell, but I know that the police couldn't help us against a system user. I lower my voice at my mom's annoyed look. I don't think I've ever yelled at her before. "I'm sorry I yelled, Mom, but we don't have time to wait for the police. This guy has a gun and he said he's going to kill you and Marie." It only takes her a moment to decide to trust me. She walks down the hallway and opens Marie's bedroom door. I hear her groan as the bedroom light goes on and wakes her up. My mind spins, thinking about what to do next. Can we escape out the backyard? Maybe run to the police station? Or hide at the convenience store? I'm sure Mr. Smith will help us if I explain. Unfortunately, the time to plan is over. There's a crashing sound from the direction of the front door, and I hear a familiar voice yell out, "Knock, knock. Anybody home?" My mom is just pulling a confused-looking Marie out of her room, her arm protectively around my sister's shoulders. Their eyes are wide with fright. I quietly motion for them to go into my room, and the three of us silently go into the room. As I lock the door, I hear Marie ask,
Who's breaking into our home?
My mom hushes her and asks me in a whisper, "What now? My gun is in my bedroom." My head snaps as I stare at my mom. She has a gun? Well, I guess it makes sense when you think about the neighborhood we live in. "I know someone is here. There's hot coffee on the table." "Anthony, are you already back? If you show yourself, I promise to kill your family quickly." I ignore the taunting voice of the masked man, and I decide what to do next. I don't think I could fight this guy and protect my family at the same time. The two of us might even burn my house down if I do. Instead, I pull up the system window for my home base and tap on the portal screen. The door to my bedroom glows as the portal connection is established. I grab the door handle and am about to open it when my mom grabs my hands. "No, you can't surrender to that madman." It takes a moment to realize what she means. She thinks I'm going outside to the masked man. Then it clicks. Her and Marie can't see the system windows or the portal. They aren't part of the system yet. I remember Lillian telling me that only a small percentage of all humanity can see the dungeon doors normally. The same must apply for all the system stuff. I take my hand off the doorknob and place it on my mom's hand that's gripping my arm. "Mom, I'm not going to surrender. I know this is going to sound crazy, but I've made a special portal to a safe place." The bedroom door shakes as someone jiggles the handle from outside. "I know you're in there. Come out, or I'm going to come in and get you." My sister stares at the bedroom door and tries to back up, but falls over the bed. She looks at me and says,
You're right, Doofus. You sound crazy.
I ignore her and look down into my mom's worried eyes. I muster every ounce of sincerity and strength I can. "Mom, it's too hard to explain right now. I need you to trust me. If you and Marie walk through the bedroom door, you'll be taken somewhere safe." She looks at the door and back at me. There's a ghost of doubt there. I squeeze her hand and add quietly, "I promise, Mom." She looks into my eyes, and whatever she sees there must be enough. She nods once, grabs Marie's arm, and pulls her towards the bedroom door. I'm not sure if she can open the portal door, so I push ahead of her and open the glowing bedroom door. Beyond it is a black void that my mom pushes a protesting Marie through without looking back. Geez, that's a lot of trust. As far as my mom knows, she just walked into the hallway with a masked killer. I follow her through the portal, glad my mom has faith in me.
Chapter 41.
I walk forward into the dark, hands outstretched, and bump into something.
Hey, watch where you're putting your hands!
My sister squeaks. I pull my hands back in embarrassment. Ew, I just accidentally touched my sister's... Never mind, I don't even want to think about it. As my eyes adjust to the dark room, I can barely make out my sister and Mom. The two are holding each other with one arm and reaching out into the dark with the other. I can only imagine how confused they are. They walked out my bedroom door expecting to walk into a narrow hallway. They've taken a dozen steps forward and haven't hit a wall yet. I don't normally come here this late, and I fumble around. I know there's a wall near the door and my hands reach out blindly until I find one. Then they slide along the walls, searching for a light switch. Before I can find it, the lights overhead come on, and I see Lillian standing across the room. One hand still stretched out towards the wall switch near her, the other hand rubbing the sleep out of her eye. She's wearing loose-fitting sweatpants and a t-shirt with the phrase, "A Jedi on the streets, a Sith in the sheets," printed on it. Her unfocused eyes see me, and she asks,
Anthony? What are you doing here?
Before I can answer, Marie pipes in,
Anthony, where are we, and why is your girlfriend here?
Lillian, wide-eyed, swivels to my mom and Marie standing in the middle of her office. Her eyes dart back to me, a questioning look in her eyes. All three women stare at me, and I feel rather uncomfortable under such scrutiny. Mom, Marie, we're at Lillian's office, the safe place I told you about. That madman can't get to us here. Turning to Lillian, I try to explain, I know this is an intrusion, but I couldn't think of anywhere else to go. Can we stay here for a little while? It's an emergency. My request for asylum only seems to confuse Lillian further, and her nose scrunches up as more questions undoubtedly flash through her mind. Not that I can blame her. I just asked her to let my whole family crash at her place without really giving any details. Lillian's surprise only lasts a moment as she makes a decision. She turns to my sister and Mom.
Mrs. Tinoco, Marie, welcome to my office and home. You're welcome to stay here as long as you like.
Then, as her good hostess instincts kick in, she adds,
Please have a seat while I make you something to drink.
She gestures towards the couches that face the office windows and the stunning view of New York City. The two are drawn to the view and the couches. Lillian motions for me to join her, and she leads me to a corner of the room that serves as the office kitchenette. There's a sink, a small counter with a coffee pot on it, and some cabinets. She empties the coffee pot into the sink and turns on the faucet to fill the pot up. With the running water muffling our conversation, she turns to me, crosses her arms in front of her chest, and asks,
What the hell is going on here?
Lillian's annoyance is pretty evident, and I quickly explain, I brought my mom and sister here because they were going to be murdered by the masked user that kidnapped me. The statement seems to take her aback. What annoyance was there is replaced by concern. She places a hand on my arm and asks, Murder?
Kidnapping?
I sigh and lean against the counter. Yeah, murder and kidnapping. I tell Lillian about the events of the last few hours. Her responses to the events are more emotional than I expected them to be. She listens intently as I describe the discovery of the dungeon. She comforts me with a hug when I tell her about being kidnapped and then killed again and again in the artificial dungeon. She's happy when I tell her how I figured out how to escape and destroyed the respawn crystal. She's furious when I tell her the man in the mask broke into our home to murder my family in retribution for that act. She's aghast when I tell her that someone has been targeting her and her company specifically. When I'm done telling her about what happened, Lillian looks as emotionally drained as I feel. She looks down and pinches the bridge of her nose, then says,
I'm sorry that this happened to you and your family. These assholes were trying to get at my company and me. I wish that I could say I'm surprised that someone is trying to ruin me, but I'm not. I'm just surprised they'd take it this far.
Looking up at me, she continues,
But I'm going to make it right.
I'm going to take care of you and your family."
My mind goes a dirty place when she says she'll take care of me, but I dismiss the thought immediately. It's not like that with Lillian. She pulls a cell phone out of the pocket of her sweatpants and makes a series of phone calls. The first is to John. He's out on a date, but drops what he's doing and says he'll be right over when Lillian tells him there's been an attack on my family. The next call is to Harold, the father of Nancy, Frank, and Joe. He works for Ludus Inc. They're another corporation that clears dungeons, but, according to Lillian, they also do security work. Ever since I cleared that zombie dungeon with Nancy, Frank, and Joe, their father Harold has been helping us get ready for the system games by giving us tips about new dungeons in the U.S. When she summarizes the situation for him, he promises to get a security team sent over to my house immediately. The last call is to some contact she has at the Oversight Committee. They're the governing body that oversees the system and makes sure it is not being abused. They're also the group that will referee and judge the upcoming system games. Lillian tells them about the incident, and they say they'll send an agent over to begin an investigation. By the time Lillian is done talking on the phone, John has ported to the office. Walking through the office door, he scans the room and sees my mom and sister sitting together on the couch. He nods to them and walks over to me. The older man gives me a fatherly clap on the shoulder. "Are you okay, Anthony? Is everyone in your family safe? Do we need to pick up anyone else?" I nod appreciatively at the concern he's showing. Yes, everyone is safe. I don't have any other close family. "Well, then, if the immediate danger is over, might I suggest that you talk to your mom and sister? They're undoubtedly scared and confused about what's happening and how they got here." John is right. I'd almost forgotten about them while talking to Lillian. I'm not sure how much to tell them, though. They already know someone broke into our house and was trying to hurt us. They've also probably figured out they're in New York from the view out the window. But how much am I allowed to tell them about the system and stuff? I don't want some secret government agency to take them for knowing too much. Thankfully, Lillian's here. Sensing how unsure I am about what to tell my family, she pats my chest and tells me,
"Don't worry. I'll handle the explanations."
While she was talking on the phone, she'd also been multitasking and preparing coffee, tea, and cookies. She puts everything on a tray and heads over to my mom and sister. Lillian sets the tray on the coffee table in front of the couches and passes out mugs. Once everyone has their drink of choice, she begins,
"Mrs. Tinoco, Marie, first, let me assure you that you are completely safe here. We have a top-of-the-line security system in place. Also, I've already had a security company dispatched to your home to make sure the intruder is gone. If he's still there, the team will capture him."
Lillian's reassurance is helpful in calming down my family, and I can see the tension leave them as their shoulders sag. My mom glances out the floor-to-ceiling windows and high-rise view and asks,
"I've never been able to travel, but just looking out that window, I know we're somewhere I've never been before. Where are we?"
Lillian glances at me, and I see her lips curl into a smile, and a little wrinkle forms at the corner of her eyes. The look causes a sense of déjà vu, and I remember seeing that look on Lillian's face so many months ago when I asked her the same question my mom just did. Lillian turns and gestures towards the window and answers my mom,
"We are in New York City, one of the most densely populated cities in the U.S.
From there, Lillian goes on to explain about portals, the system, dungeons, how users help keep the world safe by defeating them, and she answers all the questions my mom and sister throw at her. Explaining everything takes hours, and I'm not sure the two believe everything they've been told. My mom's a little hurt that I've been lying to her for most of the year about what I've been doing. But Marie has a speculative look on her face. Marie asks,
"So, let me get this straight. My brother is part of a secret group that defeat dungeons created by social unrest and thus help the world not spiral out of control into an apocalypse?" I'd never quite thought about it that way.
To be honest, I've always been more concerned about making some extra money to help pay our bills, but I nod at the summary. Marie smiles and claps her hands.
So you're a superhero, bro? I can't wait to tell my friends at school.
Lillian shakes her head.
I'm sorry, but you can't tell anyone, Marie.
Why not? It's so cool.
Mostly because no one will believe you. After all, most people can't even see the dungeons, and the kind that would believe you aren't likely to be good people.
My mom chimes in. Well, from what I can see, not everyone that's part of your secret system are good people either.
That's true, Mrs. Tinoco. But letting the larger world know about all this would only invite catastrophe. Imagine what a terrorist could do if they could get superpowers. That's the kind of power we're talking about.
She thinks about it. Who decide who gets to join then? Who's going to stop the man that attacked us?
Well, mostly we regulate ourselves, but there's also an oversight committee that responds to crimes committed by system users, and also serves as a type of governing body for us. I've already notified them, and they're sending someone over now.
Lillian's phone beeps, and she checks a message.
Speaking of which, they're here.
She excuses herself, walks to the office door, and opens it. Standing there is a tired-looking man in a black suit. He introduces himself as Agent Smith from the Oversight Committee. Agent Smith is a professional and gets right to work. He interviews my mom, my sister, and myself separately. Once he's done taking statements, he takes down our address and promises he'll go by there next to continue his investigation, and then leaves. The whole process takes less than half an hour and leaves me less than reassured that the masked man will be caught tonight. While we are being interviewed, someone from Ludus Inc. contacts Lillian to let her know that they arrived at my house, they found it aflame, and the fire department on its way. They searched the area for the masked man but didn't find him. The news is devastating for my family. My mom's first instinct is to ask to be taken back home to try and save the house. Lillian explains that the masked man might have laid a trap for my family, and that we can't go back there. This last bit finally breaks my mom, and she sits down and cries. I can only begin to understand how she feels. The home she worked so hard to provide us with is gone. Marie and I sit next to her and try to comfort her as best we can. In an attempt to provide help, Lillian makes a very generous offer.
You can all stay here with me. My home is connected here, and I can add a couple of bedrooms for you all to use.
I'm about to refuse. After all, my mom's never taken charity from anyone the entire time that I've known her. But my mom wipes away the tears in her eyes and hugs Lillian and accepts her offer. Lillian shows us through the door at the back of the office that leads to her home. I'd known that it was possible to attach other rooms to your home base, but it was always too expensive a proposition for me to even consider. We walk through the door into what appears to be a small apartment. The door opens into a small living room. There are pictures and paintings all along the walls. Off to the left is a kitchen, and beyond that is a hallway. Lillian uses the system store to purchase pajamas for my mom and Marie. I kiss my mom on her cheek and wish her and my sister a good night's sleep, and Lillian shows them to their rooms. After getting the two settled, Lillian comes back to the living room to find me looking at some of the photos on the walls. She walks over, and I point out the photo of the two of us from the Halloween party. I'm standing awkwardly in the photo in my Dracula costume, but Lillian looks gorgeous in her dress. Without thinking about it, I say the first thought that comes to my head as I look at the photo. We look pretty cute together, don't we? Lillian blushes but ignores my question. Instead, she asks a more practical one.
Do you need me to purchase you some pajamas too? I can buy you some with the Peanuts gang on them.
I feel my cheeks blush as I realize either my mom or my sister must have told her that I slept with a stuffed Snoopy until I was 13 years old. I mentally give her props for the jab. No, I don't think I can go to sleep yet. I'm too wound up from everything. I've been dreading telling Lillian something, but it has to be said. Lillian,
Yes?
There's something I haven't told you. I wasn't just killed once by the masked man, but repeatedly. So many times, in fact, that I lost a couple of levels. I don't qualify anymore for the system games. Lillian scoffs and pats my chest.
You don't have to worry about any of that anymore. You and your family have been through so much. I can't ask you to continue risking your life just for my company. I'm letting you out of your contract with the company so you won't be associated with me anymore.
I'm stunned by the statement and blurt out the first thing that comes to my mind. No, you can't do that to me.
I'm doing this for you, not to you.
I refuse to let you let me out of the contract. I have to think for a second to make sure that makes sense. Yeah, that's right. Seeing that Lillian doesn't understand, I continue, I want to keep working for you. No, I need to keep working for you. The guy who tried to kill my family and me was working for someone. If I quit, then they win, and that is not something I'm going to let happen.
But what about your family? What if he comes back for you while you're out training?
Well, you've already said you'll provide security for my mom and sister, right? She nods, and I continue. As far as I go, I gather the beginnings of a fireball in my hand. I hope the bastard does try to attack me again. I'm going to be ready for him. Lillian understands that this is important to me, and she doesn't try to convince me to quit again. Instead, the two of us spend the next hour making plans to get me back to level 10. After working out our plans, she shows me to my room, and I give her a hug goodnight. The hug turns into an embrace, and I feel her return the sentiment. I push away slightly and look down on the beautiful woman that's been such an amazing support tonight. No, not just tonight, but ever since she first found me passed out on my college campus. I realize that she's the most amazing woman I've ever met, and that she has the most beautiful blue eyes I've ever seen. I lean down to kiss her. The world around me seems to explode as our lips meet. I don't know how long the kiss lasts, but I find that I'm breathless when our lips part. She's the first to push away. She bites her lower lip and wrings her hands as if she's forcing herself to do something. She takes one step back, then another, until her back is pressed against the wall. She says goodnight, turns around, and practically runs to her room. I'm left standing there, open-mouthed, wondering if I did the right thing by kissing her or if I just ruined a perfectly good friendship. I open the door to my room and lie in bed, but it's quite a long time before I fall asleep.
Chapter 42.
The next morning, my mom insists on making breakfast for everyone. She makes menudo, which is a Mexican soup made with beef broth, hominy, lime, onions, cilantro, oregano, red chili peppers, and tripe. Where she got the ingredients from, I don't know, but the meal is a delicious comfort food for my sister and me. My mom even shows Lillian how to make the soup, which is rare because she's always insisted on her recipes staying in the family. While the four of us eat, I notice that things are a little awkward between Lillian and me. She barely looks at me during breakfast, and I'm seriously worried the kiss last night ruined things. Thankfully, we get some time to ourselves when my mom and Marie leave to shop for new clothes and stuff to replace the things that were destroyed in the fire. Once my family leaves, I confront Lillian about things. Lillian, I'm sorry if I overstepped last night. I've been having feelings about you for a while now, and it all just spilled out. I didn't mean to ruin things between us. Lillian listens to me, then tilts her head as if considering things carefully before answering,
Anthony, you didn't ruin things. That kiss last night was wonderful. You can't know how many times I'd thought about being with you.
I can't help but grin. So Lillian does like me, and I didn't ruin things. Even better, she enjoyed the kiss too. For a minute there, I was afraid I'd lost my mojo. I move to hold her hand, but she takes a step back and continues,
But I don't think now is the time to start a relationship. The two of us need to focus on getting you leveled up and ready for the system games. Once that's finished, then we'll have the time to deal with us.
I don't think it's fair or necessary to put off whatever this is between the two of us, and for the next 10 minutes, I do my utmost to convince her of that. I try to argue that going out on dates won't interfere with my training, but she's adamant. After realizing that I can't change her mind, I sigh in disappointment. Lillian, realizing that I've given up for now, quickly changes topics to training and what she has scheduled for the month.
With only 4 weeks till the dungeon games start, it's going to take a ton of work to get you from level 8 to level 10. Thankfully, you have the full support of our company and Ludus Inc. After they heard about the attempt by another corporation to murder a system user permanently, most of the system corporations filed formal complaints to the Oversight Committee.
Seeing the confused look on my face, she continues,
They're not doing us a favor or anything. They're acting in their self-interest. After all, what's to stop the same tactic from being used against them?
And Ludus Inc.? What do they have to do with my training?
Well, our friend Harold over there has convinced his boss that helping us benefits them. He's spun it so that they look like knights in shining armor coming to help the new corporation on the block. The result is that Ludus Inc. has agreed to give us a deal on security protection and power leveling services. It's not something I'd normally consider spending money on, but we honestly need the help if we're going to get you back to level 10 before the end of the month.
A notification pops up in front of Lillian, and she tells me,
They just sent me a message requesting we meet them at a dungeon. Hurry up and change.
I watch Lillian tap her inventory screen, and her clothes change from her PJs to jeans, a t-shirt, and a leather jacket. Looking down at my work uniform, I realize that I don't have any other clothes. Everything I had likely burnt up in the fire. Gesturing at my clothes, I tell Lillian, I don't have any other clothes, so I guess I'm ready to go.
Wait, don't you have a change of clothes in your inventory, or the armor you wear when you go into the dungeon?
No. I kept them all in my room to free up space in my inventory. I only have like 9 inventory spaces, and it all gets full pretty quickly with loot. So I'm used to storing everything in my room. You know, my home base. She shrugs.
Okay, then go there and change.
But you said that my house burnt down. Isn't everything in my room gone too? She scoffs.
Well, only if you were an idiot and didn't upgrade your home base with fire protection. But only a complete moron would...
She doesn't finish the sentence as she sees the look on my face.
You did upgrade your home base like the guidebook recommended, right?
Well, I never really finished reading the guidebook. When I looked up the home base upgrades, everything seemed so expensive, I put them all out of my mind and forgot about them. Lillian gives me a look like I'm an idiot, and I see her left eye twitch in annoyance.
Then yeah, everything you had there is gone.
She shakes her head once.
Upgrading their protection against fire and natural disasters are usually the first things people do when they get their home base. It's like buying insurance for your home. Sure, you probably won't ever use it, but you'd be sorry if you needed it and didn't have it. So the expense is worth it.
She shrugs.
Oh well, you can add the upgrades when you transfer your home base.
Huh? She takes a deep breath before continuing.
Anthony, I swear to God that I'm going to hit you if you don't finish reading that guidebook soon. You do know you can transfer your home base's location, right?
I recall reading that somewhere. You can change your base's location for a fee, but isn't my base destroyed now?
No, your house was destroyed. Your home base is part of the system. It still exists along with all the upgrades you never seem to purchase. When you find a new place to live, you can pay the fee to get that same home base transferred to a new location. I recommend you get a system locker upgrade for your base when you do. It will hold all your stuff and transfer with your home base when you move it.
Another message pops up in front of Lillian, and she tells me,
Well, we're going to be late, so I guess you're going to dungeon dive in your work uniform today.
The reference to my uniform reminds me that I never called my boss at the Quickie Stop Mart. I have to borrow Lillian's phone to make the call since I broke mine when I was kidnapped. Mr. Smith isn't mad that I never showed up and is just happy that my family and I weren't home when the fire broke out. He's kind enough to offer us his home as a place for us to stay, but I assure him we've already made arrangements. He's surprised when I ask for some time off, but he understands that I need to take care of my family and find a new place to live. After I hand Lillian back her phone, the two of us leave her home base and port near the location given by Ludus Inc. Walking through the port, I find myself standing in the middle of an unfamiliar city. A sweltering heat hits me, and I feel myself begin to sweat immediately. Wherever we are, summer is not kind here. Lillian pulls up her phone and leads me through the city, crossing streets crowded with cars and people. We arrive at an abandoned-looking building a few minutes later, only to find two groups of armed men facing off against each other. One has the Arslock Corporation logo on their armor, the other has Ludus Inc. logo. I recognize Harold among the security team and walk up to him. He shakes my hand and explains that the Arslock Corporation is trying to claim exclusive rights to the dungeon. Yeah, they pulled this on us too. Every time we tried to get into a decent dungeon, we'd find Arslock waiting for us with their security team. Harold shakes his head. Well, they're not getting away with that tactic today. He pulls out his cell phone and makes some calls. Within 10 minutes, 36 other security teams appear on site. They have the logos of 4 separate corporations. There's a tense moment when I'm sure that fighting is going to break out, but then a man in a suit appears and talks to the Arslock security team. They reluctantly stand down and give access to the dungeon. I guess with the scrutiny from the Oversight Committee, the Arslock Corporation doesn't want to appear like they're impeding another system user. Though I'm sure the show of force from the other corporations didn't hurt either. The dungeon itself isn't that amazing. It's a level 6 dungeon with a fantasy theme. The group from Ludus Inc. switches over from guns to bows and crossbows, since the dungeon restricts the level of technology allowed. The big quest is to defeat the evil one that lives on Mount Gloom and drop a magic toe ring into a volcano. From the description from the quest giver, we're expected to travel through forests and plains and gather allies along the way to defeat the mighty army waiting for us before we can get access to Mount Gloom. I roll my eyes at the dungeon's Tolkien ripoff. While normally I'd follow all the quest lines and kill every monster I came across, the team from Ludus Inc. has other ideas. One of their members pulls out a crystal ball to magically scout out the most efficient path to Mount Gloom. With the route established, another member of the security team casts another spell and horses appear for everyone. The horses must have some enchantment on them because we speed through the vast landscape. I'm a little concerned that we seem to be skipping all the parts in Lord of the Rings where a fellowship is gathered, but we're making really good time. We're attacked several times by goblins riding giant gerbils and a small army of orcs. We even fight a group of giant centipedes as we cross through a forest. I get some solid hits by using Fireball and Ice Needle, and everyone likes the debuff I lay on the enemy with that ability I got from Krampus, Naughty Children. However, what I can do is nothing compared to what the Ludus security team does. They wipe the floor with everyone they fight. Their bowmen rain magically enhanced arrows down on their enemies, and their swordsmen slice through enemies with flaming swords. We're moving at such a rapid pace that I don't even have time to use Absorb on any of the monster corpses. We even capture giant flying condors and use them to avoid the armies waiting for us, and they drop us off right at the edge of Mount Gloom. While I'm exhausted, we reach Mount Gloom after only 8 hours of travel and battle. I toss the toe ring into the volcano, and the dungeon disappears around us. It's already nighttime in the city. All told, I get 4,832 XP from finishing the dungeon and killing the monsters inside. I think I could have gotten more XP if we'd taken the long way through the quest and followed all the subquests, but Lillian points out that it would have taken at least a week to complete the dungeon that way. The security team takes off once the dungeon is done, and Lillian and I head back to her place to get dinner. We find John entertaining my mom and Marie in the office. Sitting around the dinner my mom made, we all talk about our days. Lillian and I talk about the dungeon. Marie and my mom talk about their exploration of the city in the morning, and their concern when they came back and found they couldn't get back in the office. John had to let them in and explain about the security measures in place to prevent unauthorized access. He also explained where Lillian and I had gone off to. My mom and Marie spent most of the day trying to be useful. My mom organized the office, and Marie read through the literature about the system. We all go to bed happy that everyone is safe, and I'm making progress towards getting back to level 10. The following weeks all follow a similar pattern to that first day. I still have a massive 33,568 XP to recover before I get back to level 10. That means I have to average over 1,000 XP a day to get back to level 10. Every few days, Ludus Inc. escorts Lillian and me through a dungeon. Rarely are they able to find a high-level dungeon, but the few times they do, they're a near confrontation with the Arslok Corporation. At one point in the month, I even stopped working with Lillian and John too. If we want to compete in the same brackets for the system games, we need to be within 3 levels of each other. So, once Lillian and John hit level 13, they can't work with me anymore. Instead, I group up with security personnel from Ludus Inc. Most of the time, they act as a backup on the dungeons, just to prevent me from being overwhelmed. They stay out of the way and let me kill everything. But the emphasis is definitely on clearing the dungeons as soon as possible. Sure, I would typically milk a high-level dungeon for a couple of days, but we just don't have the time. I have to get about 1,100 XP a day if I'm going to make it back to level 10 by the end of the month. I almost have to clear a low-level dungeon a day to make it. But somehow, I do. By the last day of July, I finally hit level 10. I realized while training that one of the things I kept running into as a limiter of my options was just how small my inventory is. I have 77 skill points saved up, and I decide to use some of them to increase my inventory. I also craft my own particular combat style. While power leveling, I had plenty of opportunities to nail down how I fight best. I found that I liked attacking at a distance and using traps to slow down and damage my opponent. However, my aim sucks. So instead of using a high-precision weapon like a sniper rifle, my primary ranged weapon is a grenade launcher. It doesn't do much damage on its own, but I have a variety of special ammunition that does damage and adds special effects or even sets traps. My backup melee weapon, should an enemy get close, is a hammer. It's not the weapon I do the most damage with, but that's why it's the backup weapon. Trap making is the one skill I put the most skill points into, since the higher the skill, the more trap recipes I have access to craft. Next is explosives, since it adds options to create mine-type traps and explosive grenade ammo. Plus, the skill has the secondary effect of increasing the damage explosives do. Next is ranged combat, which increases the range and damage of my grenade launcher. Lastly comes expanding my inventory space. One downside of being dependent on crafted items is that they take up a lot of space. Even though the same types of items stack, I'm still using a wide variety of items. While 77 skill points seems like a lot to spend, I have to remember that each level costs that many skill points to increase. So, to go from level 5 to 6 costs 6 skill points. Trap making, level 5 to 10, costs 40 skill points. Access to level 10 traps. Explosives, level 3 to 5, costs 9 skill points. Damage radius of explosives increases by 5 feet. Damage increased by 5%. Ranged combat, level 4 to 7, costs 18 skill points. Increase range of weapon by 70 feet.
Increase ranged damage by 7%. Inventory Management. Level 3 to 5. Costs 9 skill points. Increase inventory counting speed by 125%. Increase inventory space by 5. Grenade Launcher. Damage 2 to 3. Deliver grenade up to effective firing range of 480 feet. Ammunition types: smoke, fire, ice, electric, corrosive, explosive. Trap. Trap type: floor trap, wall trap, nail trap, razor wire trap, explosive. Landmine: fire, ice, electric, rope. Anthony Tinoco. Level 10. Unspent stat points, 0. Unspent skill points, 1. XP to next level, 51,200. Health, 250. Mana, 300. TP, 350. Strength, 10. Dexterity, 12. Constitution, 15. Intelligence, 20. Wisdom, 25. Charisma, 10. Credits, 12,322. Skills and level. Inventory Management, 5. Inspect, 5. Deception, 1. Dungeon Scan, 3. Dungeon Inspect, 3. Dungeon Mapping, 4. Mapping, 3. Bludgeoning Weapons, 3. Guilt Trip, 1. Cooking, 1. Speed Reading, 4. Mental Math, 4. Analysis, 3. Piercing Weapons, 1. Throw, 5. Trap Making, 10. Weapon Design, 4. Armor Design, 2. Gadget, 4. Firearm, 4. Ranged Combat, 5. Rifle, 4. Handgun, 2. Writing, 2. Computer Knowledge, 2. Computer Interface, 2. Laser Technology, 3. Explosives, 5. Grenades, 3. Piano, 2. Chemical Mixing, 2. Vector Analysis, 2. Abilities: Roll, Flying Kick, Smash, Stab, Fireball, Bite, Iron Grip, Spider Climb, Naughty Children, Ice Needle. Inventory slots: 11. Hammer, Grenade Launcher, Grenade Ammo Smoke, Grenade Ammo Fire, Grenade Ammo Ice, Grenade Ammo Electric, Grenade Ammo Explosive, Grenade Ammo Proximity Mine, Trap, Electric, Trap, Rope, Trap, Wall. Chapter 43.
The first week of August marks the beginning of the system games. I'd earned enough credits during July not only to get weapons and armor, but to get a special expanding tent just for the system games. On the outside, it looks like a 2-person tent. But on the inside, there's enough room for 5 people, each with their own room and space for a small kitchen. Yes, I admit I was inspired to purchase the item by a certain movie, but that doesn't make it any less cool. I take my gear and meet up with Lillian and John in the office. I'm surprised to find my mom and Marie up this early. I guess they're here to see us off. John is wearing a black tracksuit with green lines running through it. The lines remind me of circuit board lines, and I realize that John's suit must have imprinted technology in it. Lillian, on the other hand, is wearing her regular clothes. I know that she can change into any number of types of armor in an instant. John looks at the canvas bag in my hands with a raised eyebrow. "What's up with the bag?" "Well, I bought an expanding Perkins tent. I figured it would be a great place to sleep in during the system games." Lillian and Marie both giggle and seem to get the reference. Lillian stifles her laughter long enough to tell me,
"The system games aren't like the Quidditch World Cup. Both the participants and the audience go home every day. The portal system makes the need to stay locally unnecessary. Though, I'll admit, some people stay there just for the chance to party."
I'm a bit disappointed that we won't be camping, but I guess it makes more sense to just port back and forth. I drop the bag with a shrug, then walk over to my mom and sister to hug them. My mom hugs me again, always happy to see her son. My sister puts a hand on my chest to stop me, though.
"No need for a goodbye hug, bro. We're both coming along to watch."
My mom smiles and nods.
"Yes, mijo, we wouldn't miss watching you play with your friends. Lillian says it's a very big contest and we're going to be there to root for you."
"Oh, well, I'll be looking out for you in the audience then." The 5 of us walk through the portal door and reappear in another city. I don't recognize it, but most major cities look really similar to me. But the 5 of us walk through the city streets until we come to a car garage. We walk down some stairs to an underground network of tunnels until we reach a blue door. This second port door has been organized to keep competitors from stopping each other from reaching the system games. Walking through this door, I'm immediately assaulted by the sounds of the crowd. There are cheers and boos. We're in a huge, multi-story cement stadium. There are streams of people going in different directions. Even from here, I can see a huge series of floating screens in the middle of the stadium showing different events. The crowds are cheering and booing as their favorite competitors either win or lose. Lillian hands my mom and Marie a badge they hang around their necks with some numbers and the word guest. John and I each get a badge with competitor on it. Our 2 groups separate, and my mom and Marie go off to pass through a separate entrance and find their seats. Lillian leads John and me along a series of back hallways, through several checkpoints, and to the locker rooms. There are several teams and individual competitions that we'd signed up for a couple of months ago during registration. Lillian and John walk directly to a floating blue crystal and reset their respawn points to the locker room. The thought of resetting my respawn point makes me uncomfortable, since the last time I did that I was being repeatedly murdered by the man in the mask. But I'm assured by Lillian that security here is tight, and every single competitor has to do this, or they can't compete. After all, they can't have someone die, respawn at their home base, and then grab some illegal equipment and join the games again. I reluctantly place my hand on the blue crystal and reset my respawn point. I hope I don't come to regret this later. Chapter 44. All the participants gathered in what looks like an abandoned city. Over 100 competitors are wearing all manner of armor and weapons. Some are sci-fi themed, others clearly have a magical bent, and there's even someone wearing a skimpy cat costume like Felicia from Darkstalkers. A voice from seemingly nowhere begins to speak. "Welcome, competitors, to the System Games! There are many challenges ahead for each of you, but you'll all start off here in the qualifying event. If you can't make it here, you won't make it in the competition." A giant blue screen appears in midair with a cartoon-like picture of our location. "This qualifying event is simple. It's a race through this abandoned city to the finish line." A blinking X and an icon of a finish line appear on the picture above us. There's a murmuring among the crowd, and I hear a system user in a tracksuit say, A race? This will be a piece of cake. I'm made for speed. After a moment, the announcer's voice continues, "Don't think it's just a simple race, though. No matter which route you take, you'll face obstacles." The picture of the map disappears, and a series of pictures of monsters, traps, explosions, and robots replace it. The murmuring among the competitors lessens, and no one seems quite as confident. "There are no restrictions during the race. You may use any form of technology or magic. You may even maim, kill, or disable your opponents. Anything goes. Only the first 30 people to cross the finish line will be allowed to continue on to the next round." The picture on the big blue floating screen changes to a countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Then there's a loud horn, and everyone starts to move forward. The square empties out onto a series of roads that lead to different parts of the industrial cityscape. Already, several people are abandoning the crowd and using special abilities or tech to climb buildings. Lillian and John don't move. Instead, John pulls a small drone from his inventory and throws it up into the air. The drone immediately starts to scan the area around us. John then pulls up a copy of the map displayed on the giant screen and plots an optimal route for us to take. Lillian prepares by changing her outfit to special armor. It covers less of her than her power suit, but seems designed for speed. Her weapon of choice is still a sword, though this time it's a katana that glows red. After a moment more, John points in the direction of a small alleyway. "This way." Even though it's only been a minute since the horn blasted, our group is one of the last to leave the square. I worry that this delay will cost us a place in the top 30. Lillian takes the lead, while John follows behind her, and I'm in the rear. John calls out directions to Lillian, and we take a winding path over bridges, through tunnels, and sometimes even through buildings. As we pass through the city, I catch signs of battle everywhere. The remains of robots and monsters litter the street. Burn marks on the walls show where explosives or fire magic were used. We have to change our route several times as we run into a fight that's spilled into our path. Sometimes it's a contestant fighting a mechanized opponent. Other times, it's a contestant fighting another contestant. We're traveling through a narrow alleyway between brick buildings when a group of people in ninja outfits seem to melt out of the shadows. 5 in front of us and 5 in back. A quick use of inspection tells me who they are.
Robo Ninja, level 11. Health, 110 out of 110. TP, 50 out of 50. The creation of a mad cyber scientist with a fetish for the shinobi, these robotic ninjas are capable of turning invisible and using advanced optical technology. They use surprise to their advantage, often finishing off their opponents before they're even aware they're there. Abilities: Camouflage, Shinobi Strike, Shuriken Throw. Weakness: Electricity, Water.
Robo ninjas? If they weren't standing in our path trying to delay us from getting to the finish line, I'd like to take the time to check them out more. As it stands, I grab my grenade launcher from my inventory. It's already loaded with explosive ammunition. I aim from the hip and pull the trigger. There's a whoomp sound, and the explosive grenade launches into the air along a short arc. The group of robots looks at the cylindrical object that lands in their midst before it goes off in a fiery explosion. The 5 robo-ninjas behind us are blown back and slam into brick walls. Their ninja clothes are burned away in places, and sparks fly from the exposed circuitry. Red 50s float away from them. Thankfully, this is a narrow alleyway, and they weren't blown too far away. It takes a second for the cylinder of the grenade launcher to turn, but I shoot another grenade at them, and the explosion finishes them off.
You've defeated a group of robo-ninjas, times 10, level 11. You receive 1,100 XP.
Turning to see how Lillian and John are doing with their group of robo-ninjas, I find the two of them waiting for me, surrounded by robotic parts. Lillian and John both know about my special ability Absorb and let me use it on the unusual enemies in hopes that I'll get one of their abilities. When I absorb the 9th robo-ninja, I get something.
Absorb has successfully captured the essence of the defeated foe. You've learned the ability Camouflage.
When I check my list of abilities, I find that Camouflage is grayed out and I can't activate it. I can see what it's supposed to do, though.
Camouflage, D, active. Used by artificial entities to project a field of light that mimics invisibility. Camouflage mimics the surroundings around the creature, making them harder to see. Not effective against thermal or infrared scans. User does not have required artificial components to use ability.
The second time we are ambushed, the first sign we get of trouble is when John's drone comes crashing down from the sky. We're running through the middle of a park, and from behind a group of trees, 4 system users come charging at us. How do I know they're system users? Well, I'd already noticed that the monsters generated by the dungeons are themed. They're all fantasy monsters, or more usually the same type of monsters. There's very rarely a mix of types of monsters, much less ones with the hodgepodge combination of powers these guys have. One is a half-cyborg. Another is clearly a mage of some kind, since she wields a big glowing staff and wears loose-fitting robes. The third has an overly large rifle and wears military fatigues. The fourth is a huge, hulking mass of muscle and only wears a leather thong that barely covers his junk. Lillian and John don't rush to meet the charging group. We'd already practiced our battle plans. My weapon, if fired in close range, is just as likely to hurt my friends as my foes. So the two of them wait for me to get off a couple of lobbed grenade shots. I aim for the largest target, the roided-out guy, and pull the trigger. I don't wait for the grenade to land this time and immediately follow up with 2 more shots. The first grenade takes the group by surprise, and everyone is sent flying through the air by the explosive blast. Everyone except Muscle Man. He just stands there and takes the hits like a champ. He must have a lot of his stat points invested in Constitution, because that guy's health bar is only down 1/3 even though he was at the center of each grenade blast. The squishy magic user is already dead, but the cyborg and the soldier are back on their feet. The trio that remains spreads out so that my grenades won't hit them all again. John rushes towards the cyborg, and Lillian uses her speed-enhancing gear to chase after the soldier with the sniper rifle as he retreats to find a good place to snipe from. This leaves me to deal with Mr. Muscles, who smiles with a mouth full of crooked teeth. I guess I understand his point of view. He got the smallest, lowest-level member of my group to deal with. I open my inventory and grab one of the new traps I've been working on. Thanks to my high level of skill in trap making, it only takes a second to arm and set the trap now. I fire my last grenade at the charging giant, who covers his eyes to avoid being blinded by the explosive blast. He takes the hit from the explosion, but keeps on charging at where he last saw me. Thankfully, I already know the tendencies of these kinds of muscle man built from my fight with the zombie boss, and laid my new trap right in his path. I use roll to get the heck out of the way. As Mr. Muscle steps into the trap, there's a small beep. And just as the guy looks down to see what made the noise, a blast of icy air explodes from the trap. This latest trap uses compressed liquid nitrogen to freeze whoever steps on it. When the cooled air clears, I see Mr. Muscle wobbling, his legs frozen to the ground. His upper body is still free, and he's trying to pull his legs free using pure muscle. Unfortunately, his legs are completely frozen through, and his efforts only cause his leg to snap off from his frozen foot. The guy wobbles as he tries to keep his balance on just one leg, but he tumbles backward, snapping his other leg off at the knee. It would be super gross normally, but the fact that both legs are frozen keeps the scene pretty bloodless. Mr. Muscle's health has dropped to the halfway point, and I load 6 more explosive grenades into the launcher. It takes all 6 to finish the guy off, too. I do the math in my head and realize that he must have had over 800 points in health or some damage negation ability. I saunter up to what's left of Mr. Muscles, use Absorb, and hope to get lucky and get whatever cool ability the guy had.
Absorb has failed to capture the essence of the defeated foe. Please try again.
Gosh darn it. I guess I won't be the group's tank after all.
You've defeated Max the Muscle Man Randy Savage, level 14. You receive 280 XP.
As Lillian and John finish up their opponents, a cannon blast heard overhead, and a picture of the first person to cross the finish line appears in the sky. That's all the motivation our group needs. John tosses up another drone that plots out a path that avoids fights. We really did waste too much time with these guys. We avoid any entanglements for the rest of the run. When the dungeon springs a new ambush, we run away rather than engage. This is a race, after all. We reach the area of the finish line and find a series of doors embedded into a large circular wall. Each door has a keypad. On each door is a plaque with a riddle. Several individuals seem to be stuck at their door, unable to figure out their riddle. One man with a jetpack tries to fly over the wall, only to be struck down by lightning from the sky. The door we've chosen has the riddle,
after a successful art show, 3 artists rent a hotel room for the night. When they get to the hotel, they pay the $30 for their room. Then they go up to their room. Soon the bellhop brings up their bags and gives the artists back $5 because the hotel had a special discount that weekend. So the 3 artists decide to each keep one of the $5 and give the bellhop a $2 tip. However, when they sat down to tally up their expenses for the weekend, they could not explain the following details. Each one of them had originally paid $10 toward the initial $30, then each got back $1, which meant that they each paid $9. Then they gave the bellhop a $2 tip. However, 3 times $9 plus $2 equals $29. The guys couldn't figure out what happened to the other $1. After all, the 3 paid out $30, but could only account for $29. How much did they each spend?
The keypad has 3 spaces to enter the answer. I run through the problem in my head several times and find that yes, 3 times 9 plus 2 is indeed $29. However, that can't be the answer since they'd really only spent $30 total. Instead, I run the problem through my brain backward. I know they spent $30 total, which means everything has to equal that. Then they gave the bellboy a $2 tip, making it $30 equals $2. They also gave $3 to each, which puts it at $30 equals $2 plus $3. Then what is left is the cost of the room by itself, $25. Okay, so far so good. $30 equals $2 plus $3 plus $25. Now the only money they actually got to pocket again was the $3, so that's taken away from both sides, leaving $27 equals $2 plus $25. That's what they spent. Divide by 3 and you get $9 total. Thanks to my mental math and analysis skill, the whole process to figure out the problem only takes a few seconds. I yell at John, "Enter 009 as the answer." "Are you sure? We'll only get one shot at this." I nod my head and hope that my logic is sound. John presses 009 into the keypad. There's a moment where nothing happens, and I'm sure I messed things up. Then the door clicks. John opens it, and our group rushes through. The door opens into a maze that doesn't take us long to finish, since John's drone can see a path through from overhead. Our group is counted as numbers 15 through 17 to make it to the finish line. Once our pictures go up overhead, we're ported right back to our locker room.
Chapter 45.
After an hour waiting and recuperating in our locker room, our team is summoned to the next event. Walking through another portal, we're taken to the large stadium, where 27 other competitors wait in the middle of a field. The crowds are cheering and screaming the names of their favorite users. I see one woman lift up her shirt, flash her breasts, and scream, "I love you, Doom Kitty! I want to have your babies!" The guy she's flashing is a 6'5" white guy with long blonde hair. He's not wearing a shirt, but instead is showing off his surfer's body while leaning against his surfboard. He waves back at the flasher, and she faints in her seat. I'm wondering why they call the guy Doom Kitty when the giant screen appears in midair. An announcer's voice cuts through the noise of the crowd. "Welcome, competitors! Congratulations on making it to the second qualifying event. This round, only the top 10 competitors will make it through. Competitors may form groups of any size to complete this challenge. No matter the size of your group, you will have to defend a golden egg from waves of monsters. How you choose to defend the egg is up to your team. But be aware, the larger the team, the more challenging the waves of enemies. You have 10 minutes to choose your teammates." A clock appears on the screen counting down from 10 minutes. Since Lillian, John, and I came as a team, it's not hard for us to choose teammates. However, that's not the case for everyone. There are several scuffles as people try to find teammates. Several people approach one tall blonde woman wearing coveralls and carrying a giant hammer, but she refuses to join any of them. A skinny, shifty-eyed guy with cybernetic implants runs from group to group begging to join anyone. 3 all-male groups argue over a hot-looking lady in a vampire outfit. By the time the clock finishes counting down, everyone except the shifty-eyed guy and the lady with the hammer have groups. There's a flash of light, and our group teleports to a large open field surrounded by a thick forest dotted with boulders. The field is extremely quiet compared to the noise in the stadium. In the middle of the field is a golden egg, nestled on a red velvet pillow sitting on a pedestal. Lillian, John, and I walk over to the pedestal and examine the egg. As we get within 2 feet of the egg, a screen appears above it.
Golden Egg of Aesop. Durability 5 out of 5. The golden egg of Aesop holds the wisdom of the past. The legend says those who hold it are bestowed with insight into their parabolic problems. However, the egg is as delicate as fine china and must be handled with as much care. Can you protect it? Wave 1 arrives in 10 minutes.
Lillian and John start strategizing how to protect the golden egg best, but I recognize the scenario immediately. I walk over to the pedestal and place my hand on it, hoping that my hunch is correct. A new window pops up before me.
Building supplies. Wood 100. Stone 75. Steel 50. Building options level 1. Walls, floors.
It's a castle defense game, just like the one from before Halloween, except now we have to build the castle. My 2 teammates turn to me and ask simultaneously, "What?" That the 2 were even half paying attention to me is surprising. Usually it's the 2 of them that take the lead during these types of things. The combined weight of their gazes moves me to explain, "Yeah, it's a castle defense scenario. We have to build fortifications that will let us mow down the monsters and still provide protection for the egg. Just touch the pedestal and building options appear." The 2 look unsure. However, John, the team's tech guy, walks up to the pedestal and does as I say. His eyes light up at what he sees. He turns to Lillian with a grin on his face. The kid's right. There's only a couple of options to build with right now, though. Walls and floors. He starts to tap the screens and continues. We have limited resources to use in building our defenses, but I think those options will expand once we start killing monsters. It says Level 1 building options, which implies there's a second level, and there's probably more after. But we'll have to wait and see. For now, we have to decide what resources we have to make defenses. We have lots of wood and stone, but not much steel. It costs 10 units of material to make a floor or a wall. We have lots of wood, but it's easiest to break through. Steel is the toughest, but we only have a small supply of that. Stone is the middle between the two. Lillian is already doing calculations in her head, and I try to follow along.
How big can we make the walls and floor?
Instead of answering, John taps a screen and holds out his hand in front of him. A translucent square approximately 10 feet by 10 feet appears.
That means we can lay about 100 feet of wall or floor from the wood, 75 feet from stone, and only 50 from the steel.
I realize we're in the classic resource management dilemma. We're trying to make the most out of what we have instead of just making stuff. We don't have a ton of time here, so let's just get to work with a basic defense system. We'll use the steel to build a box around the egg for the last line of defense. Then we'll use the other resources to build walls that the monsters have to break through. Then, we stand on the roof of the box and shoot down at the monsters as they break through the walls. John looks up at the clock, which is continuing to count down, then at Lillian. Do you have a better plan? She shakes her head, and John gets to work. He drops 4 rusty steel walls and a roof around the delicate golden egg. A quick inspection of the steel wall reveals it has a durability of 50 out of 50. I expect John to start building more walls, but instead hear him yell, "Wait, I'm stuck inside the box. How do I get out?" Lillian and I start to laugh, but realize we don't have time to make fun of John. Instead, I suggest, how about you try touching the walls to see if you can change their shape or something? After a moment, one of the walls turns translucent again, and a door appears in the wire framework. When it solidifies again, a door with a window is now a part of the wall. John walks out and wipes his brow. Whew, I thought I was going to be buried alive in a hot box for a minute there. He walks around the outside of the metal box and quickly modifies each of the walls to add narrow eye slits that he can use to look out of, so he can place the rest of the walls. He then goes inside the metal chicken coop. I know it's a weird name, but that's what I call it since it's protecting an egg. Anyways, he goes inside the chicken coop and from there lays out the 10 wooden wall squares around the coop in a square. Behind the wooden walls, he puts up stone walls on 3 sides. The space to the south of the coop only has the wooden walls. There's a 5-foot gap between the coop and the outer walls. John finishes just in time for the clock to run out, and then horn blows and a portal opens to the north of the coop. A stream of short, hairy, half-reptile creatures pours out of the portal. The creatures carry a variety of weapons, including axes, swords, picks, and hammers. Once 50 or so exit the portal, it closes. The creatures stand around scratching their butts and picking their noses, until one points at us standing on the roof of the coop watching them. The creature, slightly taller than the rest, also wears a hat and has a wispy beard. I use Inspect on the creature.
Kobold Foreman, Level 9. Kobolds are a naturally lazy bunch, more likely to spend the day laying about unless someone makes them do something. Kobold Foremen are those somebodies. These leaders among kobolds are the driving force that helps the species accomplish anything. Abilities: Aura of Fear, Leadership.
Oh, so these are kobolds? I've been wondering when we'd get to those guys. I've seen a variety of goblins, but had not up to this point seen the other staple of fantasy, the humble kobold. The kobold foreman says something to the other kobolds, and at first they ignore him. Then he starts to get mad, and a red aura springs up around him. The kobolds all cower, then arrange themselves in groups of 5 and begin a slow march towards us. When they get in range, I pull the trigger on my weapon 6 times, launching the entire fire grenade payload. I'm not aiming for a particular kobold since the monsters are at the edge of my firing range. Instead, I focus on lining up my shots in a horizontal line. As each grenade hits, it doesn't explode. Instead, the grenade sprays a combustible liquid in all directions. The kobolds in the radius of the grenades rear back and try to wipe off the pungent liquid, but that just spreads it around more. A second later, the grenades spark and a blaze erupts, quickly spreading to anything covered in the flammable liquid. The fires don't do a lot of damage all at once. Instead, they create a damage over time effect. Every second, a wave of red 5s float away from the burning kobolds. It doesn't mean being on fire isn't painful. Even from where we are, I can hear the screams of kobolds as they die in a burning inferno. After a minute, the fire dies down and we can see that only half the kobolds were caught in the blaze. The other half look at their charred, dead comrades in horror. A bark from the kobold foreman turns that horror into anger, and the remaining kobolds rush towards us en masse. My weapon still needs to be reloaded, and I open my inventory.
Inventory slots, 11. Hammer, grenade ammo, smoke. Grenade ammo, fire. Grenade ammo, ice. Grenade ammo, electric. Grenade ammo, explosive. Grenade ammo, proximity mine. Trap, electric. Trap, rope. Trap, wall.
I decide to reload with ice grenades and hopefully slow down the attackers. By the time I've slid 6 grenades into my launcher, John is already firing with his handgun. It takes 3 shots from his gun to kill a kobold, but he has an extended magazine in the gun that allows him to shoot almost continuously. By the time the kobolds reach the wooden wall, their numbers are down to 18. Lillian, who'd been waiting patiently for the kobolds to get closer, leaps off the roof in her silver armor. The moment she hits the ground, she's slicing away at kobolds with her blood-red katana blade. Each slice of her sword cuts away a piece of a kobold. The kobolds, directed by the kobold foreman, spread out around the walls and begin to attack the wooden wall. Within minutes, the wooden wall starts to crumble as the kobolds attack it with picks and axes. The wooden wall south of the coop, unfortunately, doesn't have a backup stone wall. We just didn't have the resources to build it. When it goes down, I fire grenades at the kobolds. A cloud of frozen gas erupts from the grenades, not doing any direct damage, but freezing one kobold and slowing down the rest trying to attack the metal coop protecting our egg. The freeze effect lasts long enough for Lillian to kill the foreman, the last of the kobolds. When the last kobold dies, another horn blows, and a new timer appears telling us Wave 2 will arrive in another 10 minutes. John asks what we're supposed to do now. We don't have enough resources to build anything else, and he doubts just the 3 of us are going to be able to survive long if the monsters get tougher each round. Looking around, I notice the bodies of the kobolds have disappeared, but their weapons have not. There must be some way to renew the resources. I take one of their picks and run over to the nearest boulder and strike it. A little rock icon appears above the boulder after I strike it, and John yells that the stone resources has increased by 5. That's it. Lillian grabs one of the axes and starts to cut down trees around us, increasing the number of wood resources we have. John grabs another pick from the floor and helps gather resources. While the 2 of them gather resources, an idea occurs to me. Why just have walls that the monsters have to break through? Why not use them to funnel the creatures into my traps? It's what we did for the zombies. I scratch a crude drawing on the ground. our coop in the middle with a larger square around it for the stone wall, which John needs to finish building. Outside of that, we can have walls arranged that make hallways that snake towards us for the monsters to come through. Along the hallways, I can lay down the traps I have in my inventory. They're not much, but they'll do damage without us having to waste ammo on killing the monsters directly. John has time to finish building the last stone wall on the south side of the coop, and set up a few lanes made out of wooden walls on all 4 sides of us. I lay down my last trap before the horn blows, and we're forced to defend our egg. Portals to the north and west open this time. Somewhere near 50 kobolds pour out from each, and this time there is no hesitation from them. They charge towards us, but once they hit the wooden walls, they stall momentarily, until they find the opening into the hallways. Like I thought, the monsters take the path of least resistance and enter there. From our position on top of the coop, we have the perfect view to watch the upcoming mayhem. As the kobolds travel through the hallways, they activate trap after trap. First, the wall traps that shoot out nails, piercing the first kobolds to trip them. Then, before they leave the hallways, they're shocked by the electrical trap that does double duty in damaging them and stunning them. Lillian and John finish off any of the kobolds that manage to make it out of our little maze of death. Not a single monster even makes it to the stone walls this round. The third round, we gather more resources, and John discovers that new options to build have appeared. Once he mentions it, I notice that we haven't been getting any XP for killing kobolds. It turns out that the build system has been getting the XP instead. We now have multiple options on how to upgrade our building.
Building supplies. Wood, 155. Stone, 95. Steel, 0. Building options level 1. Walls, floors. Upgrade points available, 3. Upgrade options. Enhanced walls level 1. Enhanced floors level 1. Trap floor, trap ceiling, trap walls.
Multiple trap options can be unlocked, but each costs its own upgrade point, and each enhancement also costs an upgrade point. We have to decide what to upgrade or unlock quickly. After a brief discussion, we use 2 points to enhance the walls and floors. The enhancement increases the durability of the floors and walls by 10%. We also spend 1 point to unlock a floor trap that shoots sharp metal spears into anyone that walks on it. They cost 10 wood and 5 stone to make, and the trap takes 15 seconds to reset before it can be activated again. The horn blows, starting wave 3 before we can drop any floor traps, but the wall and floor enhancements are automatically applied. This time, portals appear on the east and west sides of the coop. In addition to kobolds with axes and picks, we also have kobolds with bows and arrows. The trap hallways still take out a significant portion of the oncoming monsters, but more make it through this time. And even though Lillian takes the ones on her side out like a champ, she can't be in 2 places at once. Covering the monsters on the east side falls to John and I. Between the wide damage range of my grenades and John's accurate shooting, we managed to survive the round with the coop taking minimal damage from the kobold archers. Round 4, John immediately begins laying down floor traps. Lillian and I gather additional resources. We face off portals from the north and west. Orc warriors are added to the mix this time. They do more damage and have more health than the kobolds, but aren't as agile or quick. The new floor traps stack damage, though, and few orcs make it through our trap hallways. Each new round is basically a repeat. We gather resources. We use upgrade points to enhance our walls and unlock or upgrade our traps to counter the new types of monsters that come through each round. Round 5, we get orcs with shields that take less damage from frontal attacks, so we install wall traps that shoot arrows to hit them from behind. Between rounds 5 and 6, we figure out that we can recycle the metal tools and weapons left behind for the steel resource, allowing us to enhance the walls and make better traps. Round 6, we get a new type of speed kobold that runs faster than most of the traps can activate. So we add floor traps that have tar and slow movement down. Round 7 adds goblins that have big barrels attached to their backs that explode when they die, causing durability damage to the walls and traps around it. So, we replace all the wooden walls with stone or steel ones and replace the destroyed traps. It costs us more resources, but that just means we have to gather more in between waves. Round 8, we start to get into trouble. Winged bats join the monster mash and fly right over all the walls and traps. My grenades aren't designed to explode in midair, so I don't have any offensive option except to use my hammer as they dive and attack the coop. Round 9 really sucks. Ogres that simply bash through the weaker walls join. Lillian races ahead through the traps to kill the ogres, but she's overwhelmed by the sheer number of other monsters, and we lose her. John and I survive the round, but our carefully designed trap hallways get destroyed. We repair them the best we can, but we don't have the resources to repair the walls or replace all the traps. Round 10. Long-range magic casters join the fray and just bombard us from near the portals, breaking down our steel coop and destroying our golden egg. After that, John and I get teleported back to our locker room. Instead of being disappointed that we lost, Lillian is ecstatic. It turns out that everyone is defeated eventually in that contest. The contest is more about how long we lasted than any expectation of surviving the infinite number of waves that were possible. Our little team made first place, surviving longer than any other team. Many teams never even discovered the option to build fortifications and just tried to kill the waves of monsters with brute force.
Chapter 46.
The base defense game ends the first day of the system games. Lillian, John, and I are supposed to meet my mom and Marie outside our locker room, but when we try to leave, we find a large crowd. The moment the crowd spots us, a cheer erupts, and people start to chant our names. A tall, good-looking man in a suit presents Lillian with a bouquet of flowers. She's stunned by the attention and the gesture right up until the point that he gets down on one knee and proposes. Then she turns bright red and hits him with his flowers until he scrambles back into the crowd. After, she pushes her way forward through the crowd of fans. John and I follow closely behind. It's kind of weird to hear women call out my name and tell me they want to have my babies, but what's even weirder is being grabbed as I pass through the crowd. Even though security pushes back the crowd, hands reach out and grab my clothes. I feel hands tug at me as envelopes and packages are pressed into my hands as I pass. I don't want to get left behind, so I simply take all the packages with me as I run after John and Lillian. I spot my mom and Marie trying to talk to a security guard. I hear my sister yelling, "Of course he's expecting us! He's my brother!" I tap the security guard on the shoulder and he turns around. He looks annoyed at first, then a look of recognition comes over him. "Contestant Tanoko, sir, these women say they're related to you. I've already turned away half a dozen others claiming to be your girlfriend or relative. Would you like me to have them escorted out of the building?" A truly mean thought passes through my mind. I momentarily imagine my sister being dragged away by security, kicking and screaming and thrown out of the building. That'll teach her to tell embarrassing stories about my childhood. Then I remember my mom's with her, and it sours the thought. Smiling, I look up at the guard and tell him, "Yeah, it's okay. They really are my mom and sister. You can let them through." With a simple nod, the security guard lets the two pass. My mom hugs me, but my sister scowls at me like she knows what I was thinking a few seconds ago. The three of us have to jog to catch up to Lillian and John, who are waiting for us at the stadium exit. The stadium exit takes the five of us to a random location in the U.S., and from there, we use Lillian's home base key to get us home. Wow. Did I just think of the office as home? Walking through the front door to Monster Squashers, Inc., I realized that even though I'd only lived there for a few weeks, the place has started to feel like home. Especially with my mom and Marie being there so much. Sure, I'd been busting some pretty long days training, yet no matter what time I got in, my mom was waiting for me, usually with a meal. Sometimes Lillian or Marie would join us, and we'd all talk about what we did that day. Is that what makes a home? Having the people you love around you? Someone snaps their fingers in front of my face, breaking me out of my train of thought. I look to see who's attached to those snapping fingers and find Marie looking up at me.
You okay there, bro? You were spacing out for a while there.
Yeah, just got lost in my thoughts. Smiling at my sister, I continue, So, how did you like the system games? I only got to see the parts I was in. My sister's eyes light up and she spins around with her hands raised in the air.
It was amazeballs, bro. There were so many cool events and people with amazing powers. There was even one girl my age who could shoot rainbows from her butt.
She laughs at the memory so hard that she snorts.
It was both the most disgusting and adorable thing I've ever seen.
I hear my mom sigh. Marie, you shouldn't talk about things coming from there so casually. It's not ladylike.
But Mom, it was so funny. Why not?
My mom's eyes widen at being questioned, and I know she's about to go into a lecture about the merits of being a lady. So I cut the argument off at the pass and ask my mom, Mom, what did you think of our team's performance today? Did I make you proud? Yeah, I know I'm pandering to my mom's pride, but it's worth it to avoid listening to her and Marie argue about gender stereotypes and generational differences. The two have gotten into screaming matches about it before. My mom raises an eyebrow at me and gives Marie a quick glance. She likely senses that I'm trying to divert her attention, but she still can't help but take the bait. She pinches my cheeks and tells me,
Oh, Anthony, it made me so proud to see you in those games. You beat all those scary monsters and helped your friends win. All those people in the audience were yelling and cheering for you. The lady that sat next to me didn't believe I was your mom until I showed her a picture of you when you were a little boy. You know, the one where you were tucking your pee-pee between your legs and pretending to be a girl.
Wait, what? I hear the loud snort of laughter and look behind my mom to see Lillian covering her mouth with her hands, trying to hold in her giggles. John has conveniently turned away, but his neck is all red. Marie is just sticking out her tongue at me and making faces. Turning back to my mom, I see her looking proudly at me. Mom, I've asked you not to show people that picture before. It's embarrassing.
But you look so cute, mijo.
She pulls a small wallet out of her purse and flips to the offending photo to show it to me. I hear a crashing sound and see Lillian leaping over an overturned chair, rushing towards my mom.
Oh my God, I have to see this.
I can feel my face turning red as my mom shows Lillian the photo and the two laugh together. I walk away in an attempt to salvage my pride and ignore the situation. I put the small notes that were shoved into my hands onto Lillian's desk and start to open them. John walks over to me in a sign of manly solidarity. Got some fan mail already, I see. I guess. A bunch of people just shoved things into my hands as I walked past them. That crowd was kind of crazy, wasn't it? He nods and notices a pink string among the paper notes. John tugs at it and reveals a pink G-string. My eyes bulge at the sight of the underwear dangling between his fingers. Whoa, I have no idea how those got there. I try to think back to who could have handed those to me, but the entire crowd is just a blur in my mind. I wish I could remember who handed those to me. Oh, do you? A voice behind me asks. Turning slowly, I see Lillian standing behind me. There's nothing I can say that will get me out of trouble, so I just smile at her and shrug. I go back to looking through the notes. Most are well wishes and congratulations on doing so well so far. A few are offers for dates and phone numbers. One has a rather racy photo attached, but Lillian quickly grabs that one and tears it up. One of the last pieces of paper gives me pause, though, and sends a shiver down my spine when I read it.
Anthony, you may have thought you escaped me, but I'm still watching you. This is your last warning. Quit the system games now, or you'll regret it. I turn the paper over, but there's no signature. My mind races, trying to remember when I got this note and who gave it to me. A hand touches my arm and I jump. Lillian is beside me and asks,
"What's wrong, Anthony? You look like you've seen a ghost."
Instead of answering, I hand her the note. She quickly reads it, then asks,
"Do you think it's him? Do you think it's the man in the mask?"
I nod mutely. He was there. The man that kidnapped and killed me was there in that stadium somewhere. He may have even been watching my mom and sister. All the potentially sinister things he could have been doing race through my mind. Each thought is worse than the last.
"Good."
I'm startled out of my thoughts by the statement. I look down at a determined-looking Lillian. It's good that this creep was there? How?
"It means that we have a shot at seeing his face and tracking him."
Seeing that I don't understand what she means, she continues,
"That stadium is covered in cameras. The face of whoever handed you this note will be on one of them."
Oh, I get it now. This is some of that CSI stuff. I'm going to ask Lillian if she's going to use a spectral analyzer or something, but she's already walking away, talking on the phone with someone. When she finishes talking, Lillian tells us that she called the agent from the oversight committee that is handling our case. He should be right over. Within 10 minutes, Lillian gets a notification and lets Agent Smith into the office. He's still wearing the same black suit as the first time I saw him. He takes the note as evidence and promises to have it tested for fingerprints and trace DNA. He also says he'll have his team look over the video footage from the system games and the security cameras in the stadium. He's gone moments later, and we're all left worried about tomorrow. I assure Lillian that I won't be quitting just because some lunatic was able to pass me a note. But there is still a concern in her eyes as we all go to sleep in our separate beds that night.
Chapter 47.
The next day, I'm up early, hoping that news has come that the man in the mask was identified and caught. There's news, but it's not what I want to hear. There were no trace elements or fingerprints on the note beside mine and Lillian's. Agents at the Oversight Committee are still going through footage to identify everyone in the crowd yesterday. However, everyone identified so far has been a dead end. I know it was a long shot that he'd be captured so soon, but I can't help but feel disappointed. Still, no point in dwelling on what isn't. I shower, change, and eat with my family and Lillian. My mom makes my favorite breakfast, chilaquiles, for good luck. After an unusually quiet and tense breakfast, the 5 of us join John in the office. Together we all take off for the system games. Once more, we port a few times through different cities to get to the stadium. Once through security, which seems to be heightened, my mom and sister kiss me for good luck and go to their seats. Lillian assures me that they will be safe and that she's made sure that private security is keeping an eye on the two. The news gives me some assurance that the man in the mask won't be able to get to the two. Joining Lillian and John in the locker room, I'm surprised to see the two of them with broad smiles on their faces. What's up, you guys?
"We have a gift for you. We know that you got a new ability yesterday, but that you can't use it because it's meant for technology-oriented creatures. So, John and I scoured the system store last night and found something that may let you use your new invisibility ability."
John presents me with a package wrapped in tissue paper. I take the item and rip off the wrapping to reveal a long, black cloak. There's a glitter in the fabric, and when I take a closer look, I can see gold circuits woven into the material. I examine the item.
Techno-cloak. A cloak that has integrated circuitry that allows a user to program in special effects, as long as the cloak has access to a level 2 power source or higher.
The part about needing a power source bothers me a little,
but I hope that my new ability, Camouflage, works that part out on its own. I equip the cloak and mentally activate the ability. The world around me loses its color, and everything is now in tones of gray. The sound seems to be muted too, and even though I can see Lillian talking, her words seem muffled. Lillian and John look overjoyed, and their eyes search the room for me. I pull up my character sheet and see that the ability costs 5 TP per second of activation. I have 350 TP, so that means I can activate the ability for a max of 70 seconds. I deactivate Camouflage, and the world returns to normal. Sweet, it works! The two clap me on the back, happy to have been able to help their teammate out. Before we can get too excited, there's a chime, and a portal opens up in the locker room, signaling that the system games have started again. After making sure all my ammo replenished and my new tech cloak is in place, I walk through the portal after my teammates. There's a bright flash of white, and I find that we're in the middle of the stadium. In the seats above us, a crowd of spectators cheer and scream. The noise is almost deafening. Out on the field are the top players continuing into the next round. Now that there are so few of us, I catch a glimpse of a familiar face on the other side of the field. Was that Auden Arslock? Is he competing? I mean, I knew that the Arslock Corporation would have a team here, but I didn't think the heir to the throne would compete. The screens floating above the stadium come to life, and an announcer's voice begins talking over the speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand finale of the System Games. Today we have a fine show for you. 6 teams have made it through to the finals, and instead of having them run some race or fight in another dungeon, we've decided to just have them fight each other for the honor of being crowned winners of this year's System Games. The crowd cheers even more loudly, and several groups start to yell for their favorite team. After a moment, the announcer continues, "This will be a single elimination tournament. Losers will leave the field, and winners will keep fighting until only one team remains." Another cheer from the crowd, but the announcer just talks over them. Opposing teams are chosen at random, as are the playing fields. We'll begin in 3, 2, 1. There's a bright flash of light, and I find myself standing next to Lillian and John in the corner of a large square field about 100 yards long. It reminds me of a football field, except the field is surrounded by tall stone boulders. At the opposite corner of the field, 3 men stand around. One is dressed in a long red and white robe and carries a tall staff with intricately carved symbols on it. Next to him is a short, squat man wearing black leather. He has 2 sharp-looking knives at his hips. A black leather hood shadows his face. Lastly, a tall blonde man is wearing a purple robe. Oddly, he seems to have a golden slice of pizza on a chain around his neck. Our groups, separated by a large force field, keeps us from attacking each other. After eyeballing each other for a moment, the announcer's voice says, "In our first match of the day, we have Monster Squashers Inc. versus the Randos. The Randos only seem to have formed a team yesterday. Regardless, we wish them luck. Teams, are you ready?" But without waiting for a response, the voice continues, "Go!" The force field separating us from our opponents disappears. The man in the black leather disappears in a puff of smoke, and the man with the staff begins to chant. The guy with the pizza necklace just stands there examining his nails. Our team doesn't need to say much. We've been fighting for the last couple of months regularly while getting me leveled up enough to qualify for these competitions. Lillian opens her inventory and taps a button that changes into her mechanized battlesuit with a flash of light. She stands in front of us, our tank, in a black battlesuit with glowing purple tech inscriptions. She turns, winks at me, and then pulls a large 2-handed sword from the inventory. With a whisper, the blade ignites, and I recognize it from our fight with the Krampus. She uses some boost feature of her armor and bursts forward with a whoosh. Beside me, John pulls a drone with an attached gun out of his inventory and throws it into the air. It speeds ahead and above the fight, likely looking for a place to attack. Then he too runs forward to join the fight. I watch the two of them in amazement, and then remember that I'm also in this fight. With Lillian taking point, I run up on her left and begin shelling the chanting man and his seemingly bored pizza companion. John, on the right of Lillian, starts to shoot at them from above. Just as my first explosive grenade is about to hit the chanting man, a shimmering blue shield forms around the two, and both my explosive grenade and the shots from the drone are absorbed. At the same time, the man with the staff flings out his hand and a massive fireball flies towards John. John, being the sensible man that he is, yells and dives to his left to hide behind our well-armored tank. As he does, I catch a shimmer out of the corner of my eye, and the leather-clad man appears just where John was just standing. He's thrusting his daggers exactly where John was just standing, and his eyes are wide open in surprise and anger at having missed his chance to backstab John. He's even more surprised when the fireball his teammate threw explodes in front of him. When the smoke from the fireball clears, the rogue is still standing, but is missing his hood, his eyebrows, and about a third of his health. Now, here's where professionalism comes into play. Our team, even if we made a mistake like that, wouldn't bat an eyelid. We'd just continue to fight and use the surprise of the situation to catch our opponents off guard. Instead, these guys start to fight amongst themselves. The short rogue starts to call the mage that threw the fireball an arrogant ass that doesn't know how to use his magic effectively. The mage points out that he said that he was going to kill the stupid-looking one. The rogue points to me with his knife and says that he thought the mage meant me. The mage slaps his head and points at John and says that he's obviously the stupid-looking one. The two get into a big argument over who looks the stupidest, John or me. Eventually, the two walk right up to each other and start to yell chest to chest. Their companion inserts himself between the two and reminds them that they should save their energy for their enemies. But it's too late. While the two argued, I very handily activated my new camouflage ability and ran right up to the edge of the magical shield protecting the mage and the purple pizza man. All around the area, I planted explosives with a remote trigger. The moment the guy with the golden pizza necklace points at us and reminds his teammates who the enemy is, I press the remote trigger, setting off all the explosives. There's a massive blast of heat and energy all around the trio. The magical shield glows brightly as it tries to absorb all the energy, then pops as it fails. The shield down, John begins to blast the area with his drone, and I launch more grenades into the area. Together we kill the mage and the pizza guy, but the rogue escapes the area of attack. He's met by Lillian in her mechanized battlesuit. The poor man tries to go on the offensive, but his daggers can't penetrate her armor. Instead, Lillian whirls around with her massive sword held out and slices the rogue in two. With the last member of the team defeated, the bodies disappear and the announcer says loudly, "The winners are Monster Squashers, Inc." There's another flash of light, and our team transports immediately to another location. This one is a field of lava with thick pillars made of some black stone dotting the space between ourselves and our opponents. These opponents I recognize. They're some of the guys from Ludus Inc. I'm worried until I see that they're all geared for close combat. Yup, as long as we can keep them away from us, we have the advantage since John and I are ranged fighters. The moment the force field comes down, the three guys from Ludus Inc. sprint and leap across the stone pillars, trying to close the gap between our two teams. It takes me a moment, but I switch out my explosive ammo for the freeze grenades. I launch 6 grenades at the pillars between our teams. The grenades don't do any damage, but when they explode, they coat the top of the pillar with a thin layer of ice. Too late does the other team realize what I'm doing. One of them lands on an ice-covered pillar and loses his balance and slides right off the edge into the lava below. Another of their team members slips but catches himself at the last minute and is hanging on by his forearms. John's armed drone buzzes right over to him and shoots him in the face until he loses concentration and falls off too. The last member of the Ludus Inc. group can avoid the iced pillars and actually makes it near us. Lillian, no longer in her mechanized battlesuit, but still wielding her two-handed flaming sword, meets him in melee combat. The two move quicker than I can see, and I only catch blurs of steel as they leap from pillar to pillar and strike out at each other. Blood flies everywhere, and in the end, it's the blood that determines the winner. The other swordsman slips on some of the blood, and his balance is momentarily thrown off. But that's enough to give Lillian the advantage, and the next moment, her blade skewers the man through the gut. He smiles and nods respectfully at her before the light in his eyes dies, and his body disappears.
Chapter 48.
With another flash of light, our group finds itself in the middle of a large warehouse. Between the dim lighting and the force field that distorts the view, I'm not able to see who our next opponents are. Instead, I check my character sheet briefly to see how I'm doing.
Anthony Tinoco, level 10. Unspent stat points, 0. Unspent skill points, 1. XP to next level, 49,820. Health, 240 out of 250. Mana, 300 out of 300. TP, 50 out of 350. Abilities: Roll, Flying Kick, Smash, Stab, Fireball, Bite, Iron Grip, Spider Climb, Naughty Children, Ice Needle, Camouflage. Inventory: Hammer, Grenade Ammo, Smoke, Grenade Ammo, Fire, Grenade Ammo, Ice, Grenade Ammo, Electric, Trap, Electric, Trap, Rope.
Health and mana-wise, I'm doing well. I only took a few hits during the last couple of fights. My TP is looking sad, though. I used up most of it when I activated camouflage and planted those explosives. Speaking of explosives, I'm out. I used up both my explosive grenades and my proximity mines to take out that magical shield in that first fight today. Still, I have more options. I close my inventory space as a large screen appears in the middle of the room, and the announcer starts to speak. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the final deciding fight in the system games. A spotlight highlights our corner of the room, and I see my team on the screen. The announcer continues, in this corner we have the Underdogs, the newly minted company that's exceeded all expectations by making it to the final round. The team with the most teens, Monster Squashers Inc. Shots of the cheering crowds are played over the screen, and there are several people that wear t-shirts proclaiming Team Monster Squashers. The spotlight disappears from us and reappears on the other team. When the opposing team appears on the screen in the middle of the room, my heart begins to race. The announcer calls out, and in this corner, we have the troublesome trio, the team with the most accusations of cheating this tournament, representatives of one of the most powerful corporations, the Arslock Corporation. The screen again shifts to the audience for their reaction. While there are still many people that cheer, there are also a lot of people that boo with enthusiasm. However, all those reactions only register in my periphery. My mind instead focuses on one of the revealed opponents. Auden Arslock III, that rich, blonde, smug bastard that beat me up during the Halloween party. That same jerk that stole my ability Hammer Time. Auden's ability to steal any power used against him is going to be a pain in the ass during the fight. Thankfully, it has a 7-day cooldown period between uses, where it would be super overpowered. Now that teams have been announced, the force field around us has become clear, and I use Inspect to check out the Arslock team.
Auden Arslock III, level 15. Jeremy Dalton,
Level 14. Courtney Wakesfield, Level 13. I recognized Jeremy as the brown-haired guy who's always following Auden around. I think he's a professional lackey or something. The brunette girl, I vaguely remember being at the convenience store with Auden once. I'm not sure if she's the one that vomited all over the floor, though. Still, the two aren't here for moral support. They must be decent users to have made it this far. My time inspecting the other team ends when the announcer's voice breaks through my contemplation. Let's get ready to rumble! The match will begin in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! The force field around our team disappears, and we run across the room towards our opponents. However, the other team stays where they are. Courtney, dressed in a white cloth robe embroidered with holy symbols, begins to glow as she chants. Then Auden and Jeremy start to glow red. I realize she must be giving them some kind of buff that makes them stronger. As soon as Auden gets the buff, he taps the air in front of him and he's suddenly dressed in a set of golden power armor. The technology-powered armor encases him in a suit of armor that enhances his strength and protects him from damage. It also makes the guy look like a giant, since it adds about 4 feet to his height and doubles his mass. If the gold color didn't make him look so douchey, he'd actually look impressive. Lillian, already wearing her own mechanized battlesuit, rushes Auden, determined to go toe-to-toe with him. Auden gladly accepts the challenge, and it's two-handed hammer versus two-handed sword. Jeremy dashes to his left and aims his strange-looking gun at me. There's the sound of compressed air, and an object comes streaking out towards me. I instinctively use roll, and the ability tosses me to the left. When I'm back on my feet, I see that there's a tranquilizer dart sticking out of the floor where I was just standing. The dart triggers a memory of being tied down and drugged. I'm frozen momentarily by the traumatic thought. A gunshot from my right brings me back to the present, and I turn to see John shooting his handgun while running, and as Jeremy fires more tranquilizer darts. John hits Jeremy's center mass once, causing a red 15 to float away from the man. However, in that same moment, a single dart hits John in the thigh. John stumbles immediately and falls to his knees. He shakes his head, but I can tell that the drugs and the tranquilizer are already taking effect as he wobbles. Jeremy giggles, and the sound tickles something in my mind. Still, I can't let the man take advantage of John's vulnerability. I raise my grenade launcher and fire off my load. Jeremy must have heard the sound of my weapons, because his gaze snaps to me, and for a moment his face is filled with hate. The next instant, he's running away from me as fast as he can. My grenade lands and explodes, causing a ring of fire. Unfortunately, Jeremy is already out of the damage radius of the grenade. He turns as soon as the grenade goes off, and aims his strange weapon with the green vials hanging off it at me. Now it's my turn to move. I use roll again, and my body speeds forward. I feel the tranquilizer pass by, and as I come to my feet, I fire off another grenade. Jeremy again runs just out of range, and I find myself in a game of cat and mouse. The two of us seem not to be able to make any progress towards harming each other. A glance to my left reveals Lillian in the same situation. She and Auden's fighting styles are too similar. Each is armored too well. Their health bars have barely moved as they exchange blows. The glance away from my opponent almost cost me my consciousness as a dart hits the ground an inch from my right foot. I can see the only reason he missed was that he was shooting from the other side of a pool of fire, and heat likely blocked his vision partially. I have to run while trying to reload my grenade launcher, and I'm only able to drop 2 grenades before I have to roll again to avoid another tranquilizer. I shoot off my next grenade, and again Jeremy runs just outside of its range. But that's okay this time. As the grenade explodes, it spews a thick, dark cloud of smoke. Jeremy, on the other side of the smoke grenade, is now completely obscured, which means he can't see me either. I use the visual distraction to call out to my blonde teammate, "Lillian, let's switch dance partners." It only takes a moment for her to recognize what I'm saying, and with a frustrated growl she disengages from Auden and uses her suit's boost ability to speed towards Jeremy, leaving me to face Auden. He's stunned that Lillian left the fight, but as he realizes that he's supposed to fight me now, he laughs and points at me. "Am I supposed to fight you now? I've already kicked your ass once with my bare hands. Now I'm all decked out in my best armor and weapon. You don't stand a chance. Why don't you just surrender now and I'll make your death only slightly painful?" The mocking tone of his laugh grates on my nerves, but instead of answering, I fire another grenade at him. He's such a big target it's almost impossible to miss. The rich idiot looks down at the object that pings off his metal armor. His eyes widen as the grenade explodes and unleashes a blast of electricity. As the electric energy travels through Auden's metal armor, his muscles involuntarily contract and expand. His facial muscles twitch and spasm, forcing his face to take on a strange assortment of expressions. When the electricity from the grenade runs out, Auden stands there stunned, and I make my move. I climb up his power armor using Spider Climb. The same ability allows me to cling to his armor long enough to activate Iron Grip and latch onto the edge of his armor even while Auden tries to grab me. My hands full, holding on for dear life, I use the only offensive ability I have that doesn't require the use of my hands. I activate Bite. I feel a gnawing hunger come over me, and I feel the skin on my face stretch out. I have an incredible urge to eat living flesh, and the closest source is Auden. My jaws open wide, and I lean forward and begin devouring the flesh of my enemy. His screams of pain are drowned out by the pleasure I feel as the life energy of my opponent becomes my own. There are a series of green and red numbers that float by, but I ignore them. The instinct to feast overwhelming any other impulse. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, my TP runs out, and I immediately transform back into my normal self. My grip on the power suit loosens, and I'm thrown from Auden with the next swipe of his powered arm. As I hit the ground, I expect to be stomped or beaten by Auden. Instead, he wobbles around and falls on his armored butt. As I get to my feet, I see that he's holding one gauntleted hand to his face and neck, trying to stem the flow of blood from his disfigured face. A glance above his head shows his health bar is down to the halfway point, and pulling up my own information shows that my health is now back to 100%. Auden angrily yells out, "Heal!" A faint glow surrounds him, but his wounds barely heal, and his health only goes up a fraction. He turns to yell at his teammate, and I can see the extent of the damage I caused him. The right side of his face and neck are shredded, and whole chunks of flesh are missing from his neck. "I said heal! Why haven't you healed me, Courtney?" Courtney, the poor girl, marked in her team as a healer, walks forward, shoulders hunched, hands wringing nervously in front of her.
"I did heal you."
"What? You expect me to accept that poor excuse for magic? Heal me back to full health, you stupid bitch!" Courtney glances to her right at her boyfriend Jeremy, but he has his hands full avoiding Lillian's blade. Addressing Auden, she explains,
"I can't heal you more. I'm out of mana. I used it all up in the other fights."
Auden rolls to his feet, a sneer on his disfigured face. He looks down on Courtney and whispers cruelly, "Then you're even more useless than you normally are." Then a small curl appears at the edge of his lips. "But I have one more use for you." Auden points at me and yells, "Steel Bite!" And I feel the ability I'd absorbed from the zombie pulled from me and streaked to Auden. He smiles wide and turns to Courtney. She realizes what's coming and tries to run, but his massive armored hands grab her by the waist. She screams as she's pulled towards Auden's mouth. He casually calls out, "Bite!" and his smile transforms into a frenzied, rictus grin. Thankfully, Auden turns away from me as he devours his teammate, but I can hear the wet sounds, and I'm suddenly glad that I can't use the ability ever again. There's a wet plop as what's left of Courtney drops from Auden's hands. A look above his head shows me that his health has fully recovered. As he turns face, I can see that he has healed of most of the wounds I caused. He stares at his blood-soaked gauntlets and laughs. "Ha! That was amazing! I think this is my new favorite ability." He nods once towards me. "Thank you so much for giving it to me." I hear a sound that makes my blood run cold. A laugh that I hoped I'd never hear again. The high-pitched sound of a man laughing like a hyena comes from Auden's direction, and for a moment I wonder if he could be the man in the mask. But Auden isn't laughing. Instead, Jeremy steps from behind the bulk of Auden. I lean to the right to look beyond the two and see Lillian sprawled out on the ground, a canister still spraying a familiar gas around her in a cloud. It all clicks together in my mind. Jeremy is the man in the mask. I don't know why he tried to kill me permanently, but I suspect it was on the order of his master. "Auden, I've disabled that uppity bitch Lillian for you. It will take a minute for the gas to clear away, but after it does, you can kill her at your leisure." He turns to me, and an undisguised look of hate comes over him. "I warned you to quit, Anthony. Now my friend and I are going to take our time picking you and your friends apart." Auden looks at the disabled Lillian and sniffs acknowledgement. "Well, you're not as useless as I thought you were." Jeremy beams like a dog being praised by his owner. Anger boils up inside me, and I scream at Auden, "Is that how you plan to win? Are you such a coward that you'd send your lackey to murder my family and me so that you wouldn't have to face us in a fair fight?" The confused look on Auden's face tells me everything I need to know. Turning my gaze to Jeremy, I see that his expression has changed from one of adoration for his friend to one of absolute hate for me. He doesn't know, does he? You did this on your own. "Shut your dirty mouth, worm! You have the gall to accuse someone of the Arslock family?" "No. It's obvious Auden isn't intelligent enough to come up with the kind of plan you did." Auden turns to Jeremy at the insult to his intelligence. "What is this idiot talking about, Jeremy? What have you done now?" Jeremy gives me another hateful look, then turns to Auden with a bow and a smile. "Nothing, Auden. Don't listen to him. He's just trying to distract you from our victory. Kill him and the rest of the team." With a motion swifter than I can follow, Auden backhands Jeremy, knocking him onto his ass. "Don't you ever tell me what to do." Jeremy rolls onto his knees and genuflects before Auden. "I'm sorry, Auden. I didn't mean to tell you what to do. I just didn't want you to lose, so I—" "What did you do?" Auden kicks the man when he doesn't finish his sentence. "He kidnapped me and forced me to bind to a dungeon crystal, then he killed me repeatedly, intending to murder me permanently once I dropped to level 0. Auden stares at Jeremy with anger, and I continue, "Then, when I escaped, he came to my home to murder my family, who isn't system users." Jeremy's expression vacillates between hate for me and adoration for Auden as he looks between us. "I only did it for you, Auden. After you almost lost to Anthony at the Halloween party, I knew he and his boss had a chance to beat you if they worked together. So I tried to stop them from entering the system games. I tried to warn him first, but he wouldn't listen. So what else was I supposed to do to protect you?" As he speaks, Jeremy crawls towards Auden's feet and reaches up to Auden, his hands begging for forgiveness and understanding. A siren blares in the room, causing everyone to cover their ears. The announcer's voice seems to speak from everywhere. "I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. We have been instructed by the Oversight Committee to stop the fight while they investigate these serious accusations." Flashes of light occur all around the edges of the large room, and men in black suits appear. Agent Smith is among them. He points in our direction, and the men start to close in. Auden kicks Jeremy again, sending him flying away from him. "Do you see what you've done, you idiot?
Now we have to deal with the Oversight Committee. I won't take the blame for your incompetence. He smiles. You're a liability. Jeremy nods once as if understanding something that's not being said. He stands up and begins to run away. I don't know where he plans to go, but I don't want to take any chances. I raise my hand and focus on my ability Ice Needle. A thin icicle shoots from my outstretched hand and hits Jeremy in his back, causing him to stumble. I fire another one, this one hitting him near his hips. The ice needles do little real damage, but the combination of attacks causes a layer of ice to form over the lower half of Jeremy's body, to be covered in ice until his legs are frozen to the floor. I'm out of mana, but I run up to Jeremy. You're not going anywhere. The Oversight Committee will get the truth out of you. They will find out where you got that experimental dungeon seed and who gave you the tech to hide your identity. They'll find out who else is involved in this. Jeremy, whose back had been turned away from me, begins laughing. Well, we can't have that now, can we? I'll just have to take a page out of your book, Anthony. As he turns towards me, I see that he's reached into his inventory and equipped a vest with series of grenades attached. He pulls the pin, and I scream as loud as I can. Stay back! He has a grenade! I don't get to finish my sentence. There's a bright flash of light, a deafening sound, and a sensation of searing heat. Then nothing. Chapter 49. When the world returns to me, I find that I'm staring at a set of too familiar notifications. You've been killed by Jeremy Dalton. Respawn in 3, 2, 1. You've respawned at your bind location. System Stadium Locker Room B. You lose 7,680 XP. XP needed to level 10, 6,300. I swipe away the notifications and try to rush out of the locker room, but the door is locked. I'm loading my grenade launcher and preparing to blow the door off its hinges when a flash of light catches my attention. I turn, aiming my weapon in the direction of the light. My finger relaxes off the trigger when I see that it's Agent Smith from the Oversight Committee. His hands raised in the air. Whoa there. You mind pointing that thing somewhere else? After only a moment's hesitation, I point the barrel of my weapon towards the ground. What happened? Why can't I leave? Where's Jeremy? He's the man in the mask. Agent Smith nods and makes calming motions to me. Yes, we realized that during your fight. Good job on letting us know, by the way. I'm glad all the fights are broadcast to the audience in the main stadium. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to interfere with the games. Did you get him? Did you catch Jeremy? Agent Smith sits down wearily with a shake of his head. No, I'm sorry we didn't. When he killed himself with that suicide vest, we went to his team's locker room to see if he respawned there, but Courtney, his teammate, told us that he didn't bind there with the rest of the team. Our agents are checking his known home base and any other bases of the Arslot Corporation. But if he bound at one of the experimental dungeons he had access to, he could have respawned anywhere. I let off a string of curses. When I calm down, I ask, if Jeremy has escaped, then why am I locked in this room? Oh, well, that's system game policy. If you're killed during the games, you're locked here until the game is over. It prevents interference. The last fight in the tournament has started up again. I can bring up the feed if you want. Well, at least I can see how my team is doing. I sit at one of the benches in the locker room, bone-tired from the stress of the revelations and the fight. Agent Smith taps the air a few times, and a screen appears on one of the walls. Auden, in his heavy power armor, faces off against Lillian and John. He skillfully takes on both of my teammates, but without his healer, his health is slowly whittled down to nothing, until he dies. Once his body disappears, the announcer declares, Monster Squashers Inc., the winners of this year's System Games! There's a bright flash of light, and I'm teleported to an award ceremony. The crowds cheer as the 3 top teams are presented with their prizes.
Third place goes to Ludus Inc. They get a bronze medal, 10,000 credits, and a rare book that confers an ability. Second place goes to the Arslot Corporation, who get a silver medal, 50,000 credits, and a rare magical item. Monster Squashers Inc. receives the top prizes. We get gold medals, 100,000 credits, and a dungeon seed. There's a late-night party for all the competitors, but I decide to skip it and head home with my mom and Marie. The next couple of weeks are interesting. Without being able to interrogate Jeremy, no links can be made back to the Arslot Corporation, and the investigation ends inconclusively. We're assured by the Oversight Committee that they will continue to search for Jeremy, but that it's best that we take appropriate measures to protect ourselves. Which sounds lovely, but it basically means getting stronger. Something I'd planned to do anyway. From what Lillian tells me, even though Auden got second place in the system games, the Arslot Corporation was furious with him. They'd been counting on getting the dungeon seed, and were so angry with Auden for losing it, they demoted him to the mailroom. Auden himself also lost out big time financially. It turns out that he'd made a series of big wagers that his team would come in first place. He's still trying to come up with the money he owes. Between all the money I earned leveling and my share of the prize money from the system games, I'm able to put a down payment on a new house for my family. It's a little closer to my sister's school, and in a pretty good neighborhood. I transfer over my home base and even expand it to encompass the entire house. Yes, I also remember to add the basic protections against fire, weather, electricity, and other elements. No more worries about the house being vulnerable to attackers or pyromaniacs. I leave the employ of Mr. Smith at the Quickie Stop Mart. Between school and dungeon diving, I just don't have time for the work. Mr. Smith is sad to see me go, but understands. He says he'd expected me to leave once I started college, and is proud of me for taking care of my family and getting an education. He promises that there will always be a place for me behind the counter if I need it. I may have teared up a little while he gave his speech. Hey, don't judge me. It was very dusty that day. Things with Lillian are going well. Once the system games were over, the two of us finally went out on our first date. It's interesting to date someone that is technically your boss, but I guess we'll just have to figure out our relationship one day at a time. Though I have to say the kissing part of our relationship is pretty incredible, and I think we have that part down. School starts in a few days, and I'm starting to think about where I want to focus my education. Money isn't an issue so long as I keep working for Monster Squashers Inc., but I want a bigger purpose in my life. Maybe I'll be a doctor or engineer or something, or maybe I'll be a teacher. That's the nice thing about right now. The future seems pretty optimistic.
Epilogue. Oversight Committee File 0123823222F. Copy of note left on the door of Anthony Tinoco, 2 days after the end of the system games.
Anthony, you think this is over? Things are only beginning. I may be on the run right now, but I'll be back one day and I'll have my revenge against you and all the other people that have ruined my life. J.
End of note. Project Alpha, Book 1. Written by R.A. Mejia and narrated by Jill Smith. Copyright 2017 by R.A. Mejia. Audio copyright 2017 by R.A. Mejia.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.